Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2669 to Chapter 2714. Heh. It's a bit special in personality. The wise man looked at the stairs of hanging prison in the distance. His glasses flickered as if he was looking inside through the magic array. After a while, the wise man spoke in a soft voice. Still, it's not a bad thing to value one's life. Value one's life? The wise man sure has high EQ, Angor said. Did professors have their own filters when looking at students now? From a certain point of view, this was true. But Angor still could not sympathize with the wood spirit who had been playing dead for decades. EQ? The wise man gave Angor a puzzled look. The wisdom to deal with the ways of the world, Angor replied. The wise overseer was puzzled. It sounded like a compliment, but Angor's words sounded a little strange. Was it his imagination? The wise man shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It was not a big deal even if Angor was praising the wood spirit. It knows how to value one's life better than most people. In my opinion, this is also a good thing. Angor did not say anything this time. Although the wise man's words sounded reasonable, it did not sound like a simple compliment to the wood spirit. There seemed to be more to it. Who did not value their lives? Was the wise man hinting at them? Was this a warning for them to speak without restraint? Angor did not say anything. The wise man did not mind. This advantage of the wood spirit is also convenient for me. If it leaves the stairs of hanging prison, I will be the first to notice it. But it has never left the stairs of hanging prison, which means the stairs of hanging prison is safe, at least for now. You are well versed in the study of magewefts, so you should know that this kind of large-scale magic array has too many alternate dimensions embedded within it. Occasionally, it will show signs of instability. The existence of the wood spirit can remind me of any changes in the magic array within the stairs of hanging prison. The wise man paused and sighed. I did not notice the changes in the magic array before, which caused the upper layer of the stairs of hanging prison to break and the middle layer to become more space-time rifts. If the wood spirit was already inside the magic array at that time, it might have warned me in time and saved the situation. The breaking of the upper layer has nothing to do with the lower layer. Why did the wise sovereign think that the wood spirit would definitely escape and warn him? Why don't it just hide in the lower levels? The one who spoke in such a manner was undoubtedly Dorcas, who had the soul of a bar spirit reignited. But this time, Dorcas was aiming at the wrong place. The stairs of hanging prison is a large-scale magic array attached to the underground waterway, which is powered by the energy from the outside world. Once the energy becomes unstable, the magic array will find a way to vent itself. This vent can't be vented to the outside, or it will cause problems with the magic array outside. So, it can only vent unstable energy to the inside of the alternate dimension. The outpouring of pan energy is like a surging torrent. In a very short period of time, it caused a huge impact on the already unstable space. After a series of reactions, the final result was the collapse of the space. The collapse of space caused a large number of spatial cracks to appear. The structure of the stairs of hanging prison must have been carefully researched. It's enough to deal with most disasters. Spatial cracks should be a small problem for the stairs of hanging prison, and they can even repair themselves. But even if the cracks are repaired, they will continue to appear if the fundamental problem of the stability of the space is not solved. Without anyone to maintain it for so many years, and the cracks in the space keep appearing and disappearing. As long as one of the cracks happens to connect to the void, it can lead to the greatest disaster, a void storm. The only thing I can think of that can break the stairs of hanging prison is a void storm. Angor glanced at the wise sovereign. The wise sovereign looked at Angor with a surprised expression. After a while, he said, "Yes, it's a void storm. Let's think about it." A void storm suddenly poured into an enclosed space. What will happen? The spatial energy that poured in is enough to sweep the entire dimension. It's not just the upper layer that was damaged. This is a crisis that affects the whole situation. So, if the wood spirit was really in the alternate dimension at that time, it wouldn't just run to the lower layer. It would definitely run to the outside. Dorcas couldn't help but grumble at Angor's explanation. Yes, I was taught a free lesson, but why am I the one being taught a lesson? The wise sovereign was also surprised by Angor's words. I knew you knew about runes. But I didn't expect you to know about space overlapping wheels as well. It's just basic knowledge, Angor said. The wise sovereign also knew that this was a basic concept of space manipulation. But if he remembered correctly, this was something that only wizards could learn. Normally, wizards who didn't know about space manipulation would only learn about space at the apprentice level. But why did it seem to be basic knowledge to Angor, or maybe the basic knowledge of the outside world was different from the basic knowledge of the outside world? The wise sovereign thought about it and decided not to ask. If the outside world really changed, wouldn't it make him look old-fashioned? But while the wise sovereign thought it through, Dorcas' expression became even more bitter. Being taught a lesson was one thing. But if he understood Angor's words correctly, he meant that it was normal to learn such basic knowledge, right? Normal my ass. You're the only one who knows, at least, Dorcas had never heard of such a thing. And why did Angor say that they were not on the same side? While Dorcas was complaining in his mind, the atmosphere between Angor and Sage suddenly changed. It was no longer as hostile as before. Angor didn't change. It was the wise sovereign who changed. To the wise sovereign, Angor was someone who was capable, knowledgeable, and capable enough to gain his attention. Just like Margaret. She wasn't strong enough, but she was quite talented in enchantment and rune study. Even the wise sovereign could learn something from her. Only someone as capable and talented as Margaret would be recognized by the wise ones. As for Angor, the wise sovereign didn't know how strong he was. But judging from all the details, Angor was definitely not a mediocre talent. Even if someone like Angor wasn't accepted by the wise sovereign like Margaret, the wise sovereign still preferred Angor over Dorcas and the Dark Earl who didn't do anything. Because of this, the wise sovereign took the initiative to ease the tense atmosphere. He even followed Angor's words and took the initiative to talk about the past. You're right. When the void storm entered, it didn't only split the upper and lower levels apart. It also severely damaged the entire alternate dimension. Even the lower levels weren't spared. The reason why such a large scale of destruction happened to the lower levels is because of the continuation of that disaster. It has been repaired and is now stable again. But it's impossible to restore it to its former grandeur. The wise sovereign's voice slowed down toward the end. His tone also became a little sad and helpless. The wise sovereign witnessed the glorious moment of the stairs of Hanging Prison. Now, he saw the ruined stairs of Hanging Prison and sighed with emotion. He was like an old man who witnessed the rise of a dynasty, the construction of skyscrapers, and the decline of the dynasty, the rise of gunpowder, and the collapse of the buildings. This was what the wise sovereign felt as time passed by. Angor remained silent for a moment. It's already good enough to restore the stability of the lower levels. The wise sovereign shook his head. I'm not the one who repaired the stairs of Hanging Prison. I'm not strong enough. Are there other rune grandmasters here? The wise sovereign smiled mysteriously at Angor's question. You'll meet them. We'll meet them, the wise sovereign changed the topic. So, don't worry about Noah's descendant inside. The wood spirit is definitely inside. But whether you can find it or not will depend on your own abilities. The wise sovereign used you in the first half of the sentence, which meant the Dark Earl was not confident that the wise sovereign could find the wood spirit. The Dark Earl also understood the meaning behind the wise sovereign's words, but he didn't care. He didn't even answer. However, the wise sovereign didn't let the Dark Earl go. He kept talking to the Dark Earl outside. You've been here before, right? Do you want to do it again? There's a space fissure on the left. Do you think my cute student will stay there? Keep flying forward and touch that picture frame. There's a surprise waiting for you. What do you think? It's a trap that hasn't been triggered in 10,000 years. I'm just warning you that there's a trap in this room. I don't think the wood spirit is here. There's a trap in the room on the right that's 10 meters away. Are you sure you don't want to go there? That trap has already lost its effect. You have a good nose. How did you find the shadow ghost's remains on the ceiling? The wise sovereign spoke in a carefree manner. He even tricked the Dark Earl several times, but the Dark Earl didn't say anything. However, the wise sovereign didn't seem to mind at all. It was as if this was just a game. Both Angor and Dorcas sighed in their minds. The Dark Earl didn't say anything, but that didn't mean it didn't have a temper. If the wise sovereign kept provoking the Dark Earl like this, the Dark Earl's real body would soon show up. The Dark Earl's real body might not be able to do anything to the wise sovereign in the underground maze. But with the Dark Earl's connections, he could easily find someone who could destroy the underground maze magic array. Besides, the Dark Earl could also control the Belos family from behind and slowly destroy the underground maze to get rid of the wise sovereign. Both Angor and Dorcas were sweating profusely. Are we going up to the 3rd floor? There are still a few places on the 2nd floor you haven't explored. They're dangerous, but maybe the wood spirit noticed someone coming for it and hid there. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Angor pretended to be careless. If the wood spirit can really use itself as a bait to lure people into dangerous areas, then it doesn't value its life as much as the wise sovereign said. After all, not everyone can live in the face of death. Sage, who can say for sure about the unknown? If it's the wise overseer looking for wood spirits, will you go to those dangerous places I mentioned? The wise sovereign remained silent for a moment and answered honestly, no. Angor did not react to the wise sovereign's double standards. Instead, he took the chance to change the topic to distract the wise sovereign so that the Dark Earl wouldn't really go berserk because of the wise sovereign. Is the wood spirit's personality innate? It's hard to say. It's rare even among spirits. The wise sovereign wasn't sure either. Maybe it has something to do with its true form? What is its true form? Angor asked. It never mentioned anything about it. But in the southern wizardry region, the birth of spirits is closely related to humans. So, its true form should be related to humans as well. Judging from some clues, it might be something close to humans, such as jewelry, weapons, or handicrafts. I personally think it's a handheld object, like a cane or a vine chain. The wise sovereign's words reminded everyone of the cane Angor simulated earlier. It seemed Angor was right. It was very likely to be a cane. Jewelry, weapons, handicrafts. None of them have anything to do with personality, right? The wise one, this indeed has nothing to do with personality, but what about the people who make these things or use these things? Angor pondered for a moment. So you're saying that someone who made or used a wood spirit's true form will affect the wood spirit's personality? The wise sovereign nodded. Something like that. Angor didn't know what to say. If that was the case, Angor believed he was wrong. Maybe the wood spirit had nothing to do with Sunders. After all, the fact that Sunders was famous in the southern wizardry region meant that his personality had nothing to do with the wood spirit. You want to find the wood spirit's true form? The wise sovereign looked at Angor. That's what I'm thinking. Sage, then I wish you good luck. Instead, he spoke to Count Black through their spirit bond. Come out now. You've reached the end of the path. The wood spirit won't go any further. The wise sovereign's words announced Dark Earl's failure. Dark Earl didn't say anything about searching again and went back the way he came. After coming out of the stairs of Hanging Prison, the Dark Earl told Angor everything he learned from the stone slab. He didn't hide this information from the wise sovereign. Angor would be under the wise sovereign's surveillance anyway. The information Count Black could provide was also limited. He only told Angor about several possible locations, as well as places that were too dangerous to explore. I've combed through many places. I've touched every single thing in these places, but I still can't feel the presence of the wood spirit. This is a bit strange. The Black Earl's voice was filled with doubt. He really couldn't think of a place where the spirit could be hiding. Sovereign of the Wise, have you detected the location of the wood spirits? The Black Count turned the stone tablet around, looking at the Sovereign of the Wise. Sage had been monitoring him all along the way. He had seen everything that Black Earl had experienced. Therefore, if he had passed by the wood spirit's location, Sage should have discovered him. The wise sovereign had no intention of replying to the Dark Earl's question. He said calmly, "This is your bonus condition, not mine." Angor chimed in, "That's true. But I think, even if we find the wood spirit, persuading it to leave the stairs of Hanging Prison without resorting to violence is more difficult than finding it, right?" The wise lord didn't deny it. "You're right. But searching for the wood spirit itself is also a test of your observation skills. Persuading the wood spirit to leave the stairs of Hanging Prison is a test of your decision-making skills. As for these two abilities, you will definitely be able to use them on your journey. The sage's profound words revealed a message. If they were to successfully pass through the sage hall, they would surely encounter some unexpected changes. These changes might have originated from Augustine's remains. Perhaps it was a test left behind by Augustine? Or perhaps it had something to do with the mastermind who sent the wise lord to stop them? Or perhaps, both. Everyone knew that the wise lord's words had something to do with their destination. But they also knew that the wise lord wouldn't tell them anything if they asked now. Angor, Dorcas, and Count Black didn't say anything. They only exchanged glances and kept the information in mind. I thought the wise lord only suggested looking for the wood spirit on the spur of the moment. I didn't expect it to have such a deep meaning. Angor chuckled. Yes, it was a spur-of-the-moment idea. However, I still have to evaluate your abilities. It just so happens that you're looking for wood spirits anyway, so it's a coincidence that you're here. Angor believed that it was just a coincidence. However, he felt like he was playing a game when he heard the sage's assessment of their abilities. If you don't meet the standard, you can't continue. Reaching the standard was also divided into necessary conditions and bonus points. Hidden under these conditions was a test of your ability. Was this the decision of the person behind the scenes? Or was it a personal decision of the wise man? Angor did not know the answer to these questions yet. However, no matter who made the decision, the wise man's suspicions could not be washed away. His position was clearly not right. He wanted to be both a referee and a spy. His position seemed to be on both sides, or perhaps neither. The only thing he was sure of was that Xianxia told him to rebuild the glory of hell. For this, a wise man would do anything. Would this matter coincide with the greatest standpoint of the wise ones? Dorcas suddenly spoke up. Since the wise lord wants to test our abilities, I suppose the result won't matter, right? The sage looked at him indifferently and asked, "What do you think?" I'm a big fan of the theory that results are useless. I believe the result is dead, and the process is alive, Dorcas lied without even blinking. The wise man continued, as for the bonus points, I agree that the process is more important than the result. However, your teammates only showed us the process of finding the wood spirit. They didn't show us the process of persuading the spirit to come out. The wise man did not believe that they could bring the wood spirit out, so he did not care whether the spirit came out or not. However, they had to find the wood spirit first. Otherwise, how could they show their ability to persuade the spirit? However, Dorcas never took the conventional path, and his understanding was also unconventional. He spoke to Angor directly, Kim, after you go in, just stand at the entrance and talk loudly to the wood spirit. Show us how good your mouth is. In any case, that wood spirit will definitely hear it. As for your observation skills, Black already showed us. You two can combine them together. Isn't that perfect? Both Angor and Count Black were taken aback by Dorcas' words. The result doesn't matter. The process is more important. If the wise man still isn't satisfied after you two show us what you can do, I'll go in and show you my observation skills as well as my ability to adapt to the situation. Even if I don't get a high score in the end, the three of us should be enough to satisfy the wise man, right? Angor looked at Dorcas' smug expression and wanted to say something. But in the end, he did not say anything. Only Dorcas would dare to say such shameful words in such an ostentatious manner, and in front of the sovereign sage at that. Angor looked at the wise man's darkening expression and cleared his throat. I won't waste any more time. I'm going in. While speaking, Angor patted Kale's shoulder and signaled him to follow. At the same time, he left Elmi outside and let him merge with the shadow of the child statue. Before Kale knew what was happening, he was dragged into the stairs of hanging prison by Angor's hand. However, Kale was very sensible. He didn't ask any questions and just kept moving forward. Dorcas saw Angor leaving in such a hurry and quickly called out, "Don't forget what I said. It's time for you to show me how good you can talk. You must have learned a lot from that crowned parrot when you were protecting it. I'm sure you can trick the wood spirit out. If you can't, just bring the parrot next time. Maybe it can do it?" Angor looked back at Dorcas, who was frowning and blinking at him with a mischievous look on his face. Angor immediately understood that Dorcas was using this chance to get his revenge. And it was no doubt about the verbal battle caused by the crowned parrot. Angor thought Dorcas had already forgotten about it, but he did not expect the man to remember it so clearly. And he chose such an awkward moment to mention it. Angor did not know what to say, so he could only smile at Dorcas, but it did not reach his eyes. Dorcas did not mind at all. He kept talking. "Oh right, Kim, didn't you do a livestream before? How about another one?" Angor was about to refuse, but he noticed that Count Black's expression changed a little after hearing Dorcas' words. As expected, Count Black quickly spoke. "Kim, you can try." Angor knew what Count Black meant. He could show everyone what was going on inside the stairs of Hanging Prison through a livestream. First, it would make it easier for Dorcas and Whale to explore the place. Second, Count Black had experience before, so he could give Angor some pointers from outside. In Count Black's eyes, livestreams were more beneficial than harmful. Dorcas, on the other hand, wanted to see something valuable in the livestream so he could prepare himself for looting. Dorcas said, "Yeah, Count Black said so. Just do another livestream. If you don't do it, other people will see what you do inside. Why don't we all watch it together?" By other people, Dorcas was referring to the sage. Dorcas' attitude was clear. Since Angor was being watched by the sage, it would be better for everyone to watch it together. Angor was too lazy to explain his previous livestream. If he knew this would happen, he would never do it. "Livestream? What's a livestream?" the sage asked curiously. Seeing the wise overseer joining the discussion, Angor sighed and decided to give in. As Dorcas said, the sage could see what he was doing inside the stairs of Hanging Prison anyway. One or two more people wouldn't make much of a difference. Besides, he did not want to cause trouble with Count Black over such a trivial matter. With that in mind, Angor quickly set up a large number of illusion nodes outside the stairs of Hanging Prison. Since he had made up his mind, he might as well do something big this time. The previous live broadcast was too small, and it was a flat screen. This time, it was an immersive experience, directly jumping from the flat screen to the holographic era. Before this, he only did immersive drama boxes. Since the boxes were made beforehand, he had time to prepare them. If there were any flaws, he could fix them in advance. But this time, he was going to create an immersive illusion in real time. This was not only a test of one's ability in illusions. It also tested one's foundation, such as how well one could control illusions, the stability of energy output, and the ability to multitask. The degree of control and the degree of stability sounded like two simple words, but the details involved were much more than 100 million points. For example, how to ensure the stability of the illusion nodes. Illusion nodes were normally arranged in a stable manner. However, if Angor wanted to do a real-time livestream, he would have to constantly change the structure of the nodes. This kind of synchronized updating would make the nodes extremely unstable. Other illusionary sorcerers would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Angor could not maintain absolute synchronization by relying on illusions alone. However, he could control nightmare energy, which would greatly improve the stability of the nodes. Besides, Angor's green tattoos on his right hand could continuously release nightmare aura, unlike Sunder's who had to use nightmare stones. This was why Angor dared to try it. Just like moving illusions, this was Angor's first attempt at immersive holographic livestream, which was much more difficult than moving illusions. Moving illusions had Elmi as the core nodes, so Angor only needed to keep them stable. But now, he had to control several extremely difficult tasks at the same time. Just in case, Angor even activated his supercomputer mode. With such a powerful calculation ability, he could easily handle multiple tasks at once. No one knew what Angor was going to do next. Only Dark Earl and Wise Alchemist looked at the floating illusion nodes around them and fell into deep thought. An illusion node filled with a strange aura, but it doesn't contain any killing intent, the Sovereign of Wisdom said in a low voice. "Is this the live broadcast you were talking about?" Black Earl and Dorcas did not answer. They did not know what Angor was going to do either. Did he really need so many illusion nodes for a livestream? While the sage was still wondering, Angor had completed the final step. Angor could now start the livestream at any time. However, he did not activate the illusion nodes right away. It was rare for him to try something new, so he had to make it feel like a ritual. Angor snapped his fingers, and the illusion nodes around them began to light up one by one. The light around them was slowly covered by a curtain of darkness. It was as if they were walking into a curtain of darkness when night was about to fall. The stars in the sky lit up one after another, illuminating the beautiful dream. So pretty. They, who had been acting like a wooden puppet, could not help but exclaim. Pretty things are usually poisonous, Dorcas said. Don't let it get to you. They was about to retort when he saw the sage looking at him from afar. He quickly calmed himself down and went back to acting like a wooden puppet. At the same time, Angor's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Resist or not, it's up to you. Following these simple words, everyone sensed the illusion nodes around them quickly forming into a strange structure that surrounded them. The illusion nodes were constantly weaving a magnificent illusory net around them, as if they were going to be caught in the net. Every wizard's instinct was to resist this strange energy. However, Angor's words helped them understand what was going on. Was Angor trying to pull them into an illusion? Why did he have to do that if it was just a live stream? They didn't know what Angor was trying to do, but since they already had experience with moving illusions, they didn't resist and allowed themselves to be dragged into the illusion without any resistance. The only one who did not enter the illusion was the sage, who was outside the ring wall. It was not that the sage did not want to. It was just that Angor did not intend to spread the illusion toward him. The sage could see what Angor was doing anyway, so it did not matter whether he watched the livestream or not. Suddenly, the sage spoke through their spirit bond. Is this the livestream you were talking about? The others did not say anything. They did not know why the livestream would involve them in an illusion either. It's just a synchronized illusion. Do you want to try it, sage? Angor was only asking out of politeness. He believed that the sage was a cautious person who would not willingly step into an unknown illusion. To his surprise, the sage nodded without hesitation. Sure. Angor remained silent for a moment. In the end, the illusion reached outside the ring wall. Just like the others, the sage did not resist and directly entered the illusion. However, the illusory realm was exactly the same as reality. There was no difference at all. Angor's voice echoed in everyone's ears again. Immersive livestream begins now. What was an immersive livestream? The wise overseer watched as Angor and Kale entered the stairs of Hanging Prison. As Angor's figure disappeared, the floating galaxy around them began to change. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a sense of sinking. It was as if they were standing on soft cotton candy, or in a warm swamp. Their bodies were surrounded by sweetness and warmth, and they kept sinking, sinking, sinking. It wasn't a bad feeling. In fact, it was a comfortable feeling that calmed them down a little. He can change his emotions without being aware of it. This is like a hallucination, the wise lord muttered. The wise sovereign thought to himself. Although he didn't sense any intense emotional changes on the surface, and even the Dark Count didn't sense anything, as an old monster who had been bored for 10,000 years, he was rather confident in his control of his emotions. He couldn't tell if the illusion affected his emotions, but he was sure that Angor did something. It felt like a hallucination, but there was no trace of it. The wise lord had been wondering about this strange illusion for a long time. Now that he was experiencing it himself, he still couldn't figure out what was wrong with Angor's illusion, or where it came from. As the wise lord pondered, the power of the illusion had completely surrounded them. It was soft and comfortable. They didn't feel suffocating at all. However, they felt a little weightless. When the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, they began to fall from the sky, which wasn't too high. In the end, they landed in a pile of rubble. Two people were standing in the center of the rubble. One was Angor, who was lazily leaning against a doorframe, while the other was Kale, who was looking at them with a hand over his mouth. This is the inside of the stairs of Hanging Prison? Wai looked around in surprise. Yes. Black Earl also looked around. He had been here before, so he was quite familiar with the place. This is the first room we entered. How did we get here? Is this an illusion? Wai took a step back in shock. Suddenly, he felt someone bump into him from behind. When he turned around, he saw the wise sovereign. Wai jumped in fright and retreated a few steps, finally hiding behind the Black Earl. Trembling, he said, Why is the wise ruler here? Did he destroy the barrier? Black Earl looked at the wise lord and shook his head. No, he didn't. It's an illusion. Illusion simulation? They was surprised, so the Sovereign of Wisdom is fake? Without waiting for the Dark Earl to reply, the wise sovereign beamed merrily at him. I'm not a fake. It's just that someone used illusions to draw us closer. But this kind of distance only looks closer. In reality, we are still very far apart. Then why can I touch you? Wai still didn't understand. Just as Wai finished his question, he was attracted by Dorcas's exclamation, is this made of dense stone? Wai turned his head and saw that Dorcas had already run to a corner of the ruins and was picking up a milky white brick. The bricks under his feet were all similar, but they were all mostly shattered. Only the brick in Dorcas's hands was still completely intact. I've handled dense stone many times, this is definitely dense stone. Dorcas looked at Angor and asked, is that a dense stone, Kim? The sage wanted to say that this was an illusion. How could the other party answer him when they were separated by an alternate dimension? If you want to ask, do it through the spirit bond. However, Angor heard Dorcas's exclamation and lazily turned around. Don't worry about it. These are all my illusions. You can't take them out anyway. Don't worry, I'll take them out when I come in. Dorcas looked at Angor happily. Oh right, I saw them first, so they belong to me. Dorcas was completely fascinated by the benefits in front of him. He didn't even think about the strangeness of this illusion. The others all looked at Angor in shock. How did he do that? They were clearly outside. How did they follow Angor into the stairs of Hanging Prison? If this was an illusion, how did Angor do it? It wasn't just the apprentices who were surprised. Both the Wise Lord and Black Earl were terrified. If this was an illusion, it meant that Angor had taken them directly into the stairs of Hanging Prison. The Wise Lord crouched down and picked up a handful of white, porcelain-like dust from the ground. Judging from the broken floor tiles around, the dust was probably left behind by a broken stone. The wise man carefully rubbed the dust, feeling its delicate and smooth texture. This feeling was indeed the same as the feeling of a broken dense stone. Did you create this with an illusion too? The wise lord looked at Angor. Taking 10,000 steps back, he could roughly understand the overall nature of the illusion. However, to be able to perfectly recreate such exquisite details. Are you telling me that this is an illusion? Yes. Hey, Red, can you please stop ransacking the place? Angor looked at the other side of the room. And you? What are you doing? Put down the dust on your hands. Angor looked at Whale, who was following the wise lord's example and picking up dust from the ground. Dorcas and Whale stopped and obediently put down the items in their hands. Angor's expression softened a little when all the items in their hands were put down. This is a live stream, you know? It's not for you to dig for treasures. It's for you to see. Angor scolded, every time you touch those things, it costs me a lot of computing power. Especially the wise lord and the dust on your hands. Do you know how much computing power they cost me? Of course you don't. If that's the case, I might as well just stand here and serve you. How am I supposed to keep doing this? The wise lord put down the dust on his hands. We can feel the real sensation of these things when we touch them. Did you use your computing power to do this? Angor nodded. Yes. I'm doing a live broadcast. By live broadcast, I mean that you can see everything that I'm sensing in the video. What I see is what you see, and what I see is what you see. It's not as simple as me setting up an illusion in advance. Creating an illusion in real time and simulating everything you touch will consume computing power. There were no variables in the illusion of a drama box. Even if it was an experiential drama box that required you to make your own choices, it might seem like the choice of the experiencer was a variable, but in reality, there was no variable at all. Once the box was made, there would already be a self-consistent logic chain. Any choice would be in this logic chain. Angor's immersive livestream, on the other hand, was full of variables. The reason was simple. It was Angor's first time entering the broken stairs of Hanging Prison. The unknown was an uncontrollable variable. As for the other people who entered the holographic live broadcast, anything they touched would also be fed back to the computing center for integration and real-time feedback. This was also a variable. He couldn't control what they were going to touch, and he couldn't decide what they were going to touch. Such a large number of variables would definitely increase his computing power. After Angor explained the general situation, everyone finally understood why Angor was so listless before. It was because of his increased computing power. Even so, they were still impressed by Angor's powerful control over illusions and his creative ideas. Black Earl wasn't sure if Sunders could do something like this, but he was certain that no ordinary illusionist could do it. Even those flat livestreams couldn't do it, let alone this kind of illusion. Black Earl, how many times has Angor surprised us? Or, shocked us? Maybe this is what a genius looks like. While Black Earl was lamenting in his mind, the others had different thoughts as well. There was no doubt that Y was already wearing an idle filter, and now the filter was several times thicker. Kale, on the other hand, was in awe and admiration, and he still hadn't recovered from his shock. Even the wise overseer was surprised by Angor's trick. However, he wasn't thinking about how strange Angor's trick was. Instead, he was wondering who Angor really was. Moving illusions and immersive illusions. These two types of illusions were extremely difficult. He had heard of the former, but today was the first time he had seen the latter, so he knew how terrifying the difficulty was. Could the current Noah family really support such a powerful foundation? Again, the wise overseer was doubtful about Angor's identity. The probability of Angor being a member of the Noah clan kept decreasing. Dorcas, on the other hand, was the calmest of them all. He knew how difficult the illusions were, but he was already used to Angor's stun grenades. Back in Princess Town, he already experienced Rabbit Cha-Cha's 12 constellations, and he was already shocked beyond words. If Angor's illusions could even create intelligent creatures like Rabbit Cha-Cha, this immersive livestream shouldn't be much of a problem. Although Angor denied that Rabbit Cha-Cha was intelligent, Dorcas still believed that Rabbit Cha-Cha was quite intelligent. Even if it wasn't, Dorcas believed that creating Rabbit Cha-Cha's 12 constellations was much more difficult than this immersive livestream. It was because of this that Dorcas appeared so calm. However, Dorcas's comparison didn't make sense. To some extent, creating Rabbit Cha-Cha was more difficult than creating an immersive illusion. However, the two couldn't be compared at all. Rabbit Cha-Cha was an alchemy product created with the Mad Hatter's crown. Angor's immersive livestream, on the other hand, was an application of an illusion. The two were completely different in nature, so there was no point in comparing them. Dorcas was an amateur after all. He only saw the surface, so it was normal for him to have such an understanding. However, Dorcas's calmness made the others feel like they were ignorant. With Dorcas as a comparison, the others didn't dare to show their surprise. Instead, they forced themselves to stay calm. So you need computing power? Then you can just block us from touching anything and just watch the scenery, Dorcas suggested. Angor asked back, if I can do it better, why do I have to do it this way? Dorcas didn't know what to say. I'm just trying to lighten your burden. Angor wasn't someone who didn't appreciate the kindness. He first thanked Dorcas and then said, I can handle it for now. Angor wasn't a stubborn person. He looked listless just now because he had just exited the supercomputer mode. He thought the immersive livestream would consume a lot of computing power, and he needed to enter the supercomputer mode to support it. However, he still underestimated the nightmare power. Not only was it extremely stable, but it was also self-consistent in terms of illusion logic. More importantly, Angor had more than one nightmare domain. The Dream Wasteland was also one of his nightmare domains. He could use the Dream Wasteland's power to simulate the texture and touch of objects. As long as something existed in the Dream Wasteland, it wouldn't cost Angor a lot of computing power to simulate it in the real world. However, if he wanted to simulate something that didn't exist in the Dream Wasteland, he would need to use a certain amount of computing power. In other words, Angor could still support the immersive livestream without using the supercomputer mode. As for why he asked the others to touch as little as possible so as not to add pressure to him, it was just a habit of hiding his true strength. Besides, by setting the rules in advance, he could prevent some people from being too greedy. One moment, they would touch something and find a treasure, then start complaining. The next moment, they would touch something and find another treasure, then start complaining about it. That would be too embarrassing. Therefore, He didn't want them to know that he could keep the livestream running perfectly without using too much effort. Although this kind of livestream is indeed very immersive, won't it scare the wood spirits? At this moment, Dorcas asked a question that everyone was very concerned about. The sage only allowed 2 of them to enter the wasteland. Now that there were so many of them, even if they were just illusions, they should be able to scare the wood spirit, right? Angor looked at everyone's doubtful looks. I already spent a lot of computing power to synchronize everything to you. I even synchronized your illusions into it. Am I crazy? Everyone finally realized that their bodies were still outside the wasteland. The illusions they were seeing now were created by the illusion nodes Angor left outside. How could the illusions affect what was happening inside? After realizing this point, everyone was a little surprised. The illusions were so real that they felt as if they were really inside the stairs of Hanging Prison together with Angor. That was why they didn't notice the nature of the illusions. This also proved that Angor's illusions were quite advanced. In Count Black's opinion, Angor's illusions were even more unique than Sunder's. Since it's not a two-way illusion, I can understand why you can see us. But why can't he see us? Dorcas pointed at Kale. I pulled him into the illusion. Otherwise, he'll think I'm crazy if I keep talking to you and tell you not to touch anything. Angor didn't forget that Kale was the one who started all this. Angor didn't use the spirit bond because he didn't want Kale and Y to be exposed. Now that everyone was inside the illusion, Angor didn't mind dragging Kale into it. Besides, compared to Kale and Y, Angor was the one who would be exposed the most. The sage didn't look at Angor with suspicion, but the faint smile on his lips seemed to be saying, keep pretending. Keep pretending. Angor really did plan to keep pretending. He believed the sage already knew that he wasn't Noah's descendant. However, as long as Angor didn't say anything, the sage wouldn't be so sure. As long as the wood spirit didn't react to Sunder's aura, Angor would keep up the act. If the wood spirit really recognized Sunder's aura, then Angor wouldn't be able to do anything about it. End of chapter. And that's about the rules of the immersive livestream. After explaining the rules, Angor stretched his body and walked toward a door in the distance. I think you've seen everything in this room by now. I don't think the wood spirit is here. Let's keep moving. Sir, are we going to follow you? Dee asked as he looked at Angor's back. Yes. Angor nodded. Can you handle it, sir? Dee asked worriedly. He already felt that it would take a lot of calculations just to restore the illusion in this room. Angor had to lead them while simulating the illusions. Just the thought of it was going to cost him a lot of computing power. Angor was younger than him. Could he really handle such a huge consumption of power? Yes, sir. Angor nodded. Dee's thoughts were written all over his face, so Angor could guess what he was thinking. Don't worry. Angor considered for a moment and explained, there's a term in the field of illusions called illusion logic. If you want to confuse someone, you first have to determine the type of illusion, such as restore, recreate, induce, bewitch, and so on. Next, you have to create a self-consistent logic chain. This chain will allow the illusion to develop in a self-consistent direction according to a set path. And this independent development is the logic of illusions. As long as the illusion logic is fixed at the beginning, it will gradually become self-consistent, and it will greatly reduce the caster's consumption. As we move forward, we're actually completing the logic chain. As we move forward, the self-consistency will become faster and faster, and the consumption will gradually decrease. Of course, Angor was talking about the most ideal situation. He did not mention the biggest obstacle of illusion logic. Variables. When an illusion logic encountered a variable that exceeded its limit, it would stop evolving, and the logic chain would be broken. For example, illusions generally weren't afraid of elemental spells, because illusions relied on confusion, while elemental spells needed a target. If you couldn't locate your target due to confusion, then elemental spells would be useless. However, nothing was absolute. If an elemental spell reached a level where even the logic of illusions wouldn't be able to conceal it, such as large-scale destruction or rapid destruction of a single point, then all sorts of unknown variables would be created. If there were too many unknown variables, then the logic of the spell would be broken, and the illusion would naturally be dispelled. This was also why Elementium adepts would usually choose to attack indiscriminately in a large area if they were caught in an illusion. Because this would create a lot of variables. The number of variables an adept could tolerate in the logic of illusions was also one of the criteria to measure the power of illusions. Angor did not mention it because the variables he could bear were already terrifying. In fact, even he himself did not know how many variables he could endure because he could not test the limit. As for why he could handle so many variables, it was because of the stability of his nightmare energy, and also because of the dream wasteland. The essence of a world, or rather, the bottom layer beneath its ostentatious appearance, was its logic. To put it bluntly, a world was made up of countless kinds of logic. The dream wasteland wasn't a world yet, but it was already showing signs of becoming one. There were countless living beings, plants, and variables that were constantly changing. Angor usually didn't care about these variables at all. But when he encountered a situation where he had to bear the brunt of the change, the dream wilderness became his greatest support. As long as he was the controller of the dream wasteland, he would be able to handle more variables than other illusionist wizards of the same level, or even higher. As the dream wasteland continued to improve, so would Angor's ability to handle more variables. It could be said that this was a unique inheritance of the Phantom Island. A nightmare domain could be used not only for combat, but also to evolve variables. Every Phantom Island branch had a nightmare domain, and Angor's dream wasteland was the most powerful of them all. I see. And here I thought you'd get better as we keep going. Dee scratched his head in embarrassment. The environment won't consume too much computing power, Angor said. But if you have to physically touch everything you see along the way, I'll have to use a lot of computing power. So, if you don't find anything special, try not to touch it casually. Angor looked at Corel. Of course, you're an exception. But you're not like them. They're illusions, so they don't have to worry about traps. But you need to be careful. Corel nodded. I know. By the way, the space here is very chaotic. You need to pay attention to the space rifts around you. Space rifts were less destructive than traps that had been around for tens of thousands of years. As for the space rifts, Kale was a space manipulator himself. Even if he couldn't fight well, he still had the knowledge of the Academy. He would be able to detect any changes in space energy as soon as they appeared. With that, Angor walked to the open door. Angor once came to this place when he was in Nether City in the Nightmare Realm. He remembered there was a small room behind the door, followed by a flight of stairs leading upward. This was the Zeroth floor. It would take him a while to reach the first floor. When he opened the door, he paused for a second and narrowed his eyes. Now he knew why Count Black told him to prepare a record. The Zeroth floor was already broken. This was originally a wooden room, but now, there were only pieces of broken wooden planks floating in the dark void. These wooden planks would sometimes separate and sometimes close together, making planar movements over short distances. Overall, they looked like floating objects on the surface of the water. The floating objects were tied up by ropes, which prevented them from drifting too far away. The planks were also held in place by a magic array, which prevented them from drifting too far away. It looked scary, but as long as one didn't step on empty air, they would be fine. The planks kept moving, which reminded Angor of the levels in some mini-games he saw in his hologram tablet. One had to find the right time to jump on them to clear the level. Normal people might need to be more careful. But for Angor and Corel, it wasn't difficult at all. They didn't even need to step on the planks to reach the platform on the other side. Angor remembered that this platform was supposed to be a buffer between the room and the stairs. There should be candles here. But now, the walls were all gone, let alone the candles. Luckily, the stairs at the end of the platform weren't completely destroyed. Still, it was only relatively intact. The stairs were supposed to be an enclosed space like a tomb, which was dark, narrow, and long. But now, the ceiling and walls of the stairs were all gone. There was only one lonely staircase leading to the unknown void. Angor couldn't help but sigh when he saw how different this place was compared to the stairs of Hanging Prison in the Nightmare Realm. He could already imagine how terrible the void storm must have been. Let's go upstairs. I don't think the wood spirit is here, Angor said to Corel. Corel nodded and looked around. The platform was empty, and the floating planks didn't look strange either. There was almost no chance of the wood spirit being here. Before Corel could follow Angor up the stairs, he heard someone screaming behind him. Corel jumped in fright. He thought he was being attacked, so he quickly put up a defensive stance. But when he looked back, he saw that it was Y who stepped on the plank and fell into the dark void. It was Y who screamed. Sir, Kale wanted to ask why Y fell into the void as an illusion. But before he could say anything, Y walked back through the door on the other side. Kale's eyes widened. Didn't he fall down? Not only Kale, but the others also looked at Vale curiously. Dorcas even began to taunt Y. You can't even step on a plank. You should just stay at home from now on. Y didn't dare to retort in front of the wise lord. He didn't want the wise lord to notice something. So he pretended to be innocent. I thought the plank might help you, sir, so I didn't step on it. Who knew I'd fall down? The dark earl asked, then how did you come back? Y scratched his head. I don't know what happened, but after I fell, everything went black. I saw the word death appear in front of me, and below it was a white skull. I thought I was dead. But when I opened my eyes again, I was already outside the door. Everyone looked at Angor in unison after hearing Whale's explanation. No doubt, Angor was the one behind all this. What you saw were all illusions. How could there be any danger? As for starting from the beginning, it's just a setting. So you're saying that if we die here, we have to start from the beginning? Angor nodded. Something like that. What's the point? Dorcas didn't know what was going on. Yes. Starting from the beginning will remove unnecessary information from your bodies, which will lessen the burden on my calculation. All you have to do is start from the beginning. The wise lord gave me this idea. The wise god looked at Angor in confusion. What kind of inspiration did Angor give him? Why didn't he know? The wise lord said that we should cherish life and know how precious it is. This is a rare virtue. I agree, so I set up a small obstacle for the livestream. I'm warning you, even if you're in an illusion, you must respect life. Don't try to get yourself killed. The wise lord didn't know what to say. Was that what he meant? While everyone was speechless, Y looked very touched. So it's for our own good. Respect life. I get it. Hearing Yi's confused words, everyone's expression became confused as well. What kind of spirit was this? How could he be moved so quickly? The wise lord looked at Y. And Angor curiously, trying to figure out what was going on between them. Let's not talk about that. What's with the death symbol and the skull illusion? Dorcas asked. It's a fake death, but it still needs to feel like a ritual. Ritual? As Dorcas listened to Angor's nonsense, he felt like he was back in Princess Town. This guy looked decent, but he was actually a wicked person. Sometimes, his actions were full of bad humor. For example, when Angor could have gone straight to the second and third floors of Princess Castle, he insisted on giving the talents a test. The same thing happened to Rabbit Teachaw. He didn't need to do that at all. Instead, he created 12 constellation palaces and messed up everyone's lives. In the end, the only reward they got for passing the test was a luxurious house. From all these details, it was obvious that Angor was sick. To put it nicely, he called it a test. But to put it seriously, he was just being naughty and evil. It's just a small setting. As long as you don't try to get yourself killed, you won't die, Angor said. Let's go. Don't waste time. If the wood spirit is here, it'll probably freak out when it sees me talking to thin air for so long. Angor turned around and walked up the stairs. Y quickly chased after him. This time, he didn't miss a step and successfully landed on the platform. Since even Y didn't care about it, the others didn't think much of it. As Angor said, as long as he didn't try to get himself killed, he wouldn't die. Angor didn't walk fast. In fact, he was walking very slowly. Just like a mortal, he walked step by step on the stairs. He didn't look like he was carefully observing his surroundings. Instead, he looked like he was just taking a stroll in the park. The others thought it was strange at first. But when they thought about how Angor was going to explore and update the illusions around them, they understood. Perhaps this was another way to reduce the cost of computing power, but they were wrong. Angor was walking slowly because he was imitating himself in the nightmare realm. It was as if Angor's mind was split into two different images. One of them was when he was still immortal, walking alone on the stairs of Hanging Prison in the nightmare realm. The other was when he was in the real world. The Bene Gesserit was high above, looking down at the two images. While walking, Angor compared the two images. By comparing the differences, he could see what was damaged or added to this place. With this, he might be able to find traces of the wood spirits. The journey from the Zeroth level to the first level was much shorter than he remembered. Back in the nightmare realm, it took him about 10 minutes to reach the first level. But now, with the same speed, he only took half the time to reach the door of the first floor. Having the time meant having the distance between them. In other words, this seemingly broken but endless staircase was in fact once broken. It was only later that it was reassembled. To reassemble the broken staircase, one would have to reconnect both the material and energy realms. In other words, they had to reconnect the stone staircase and the magic array, which was quite difficult. Earlier, the wise ruler mentioned that it wasn't him who repaired the magic array. It was someone they would meet one day. Was it someone who was hiding in the dark and asked the wise ruler to stop them? While Angor pondered, they all arrived at the door. A wooden door? This doesn't look like a prison, Dorcas muttered. Then what do you think looks like a prison? The wise ruler asked with a smile. Well, a prison should at least be able to hold people. This wood doesn't look very sturdy. It's not even as sturdy as the stone floor, Dorcas said as he gestured. As Dorcas spoke, he gestured. The platform in front of the door is quite spacious. A few gargoyles should be enough to guard it. If not, we can also put some alchemy puppets in there. Seeing Dorcas' eyes getting brighter, Angor couldn't help but say, the stone floor won't work either. It can be preserved for a long time, but it'll still break into pieces in a space storm. The best way is to use space rune stone, which can be preserved for a long time without being affected by space storms. It's also the main material for planar passageways. It's expensive, easy to carry, and easy to identify. Red, don't you think so? Dorcas listened to the first half of Angor's explanation with great interest. But when Angor mentioned expensive and easy to carry, Dorcas quickly realized something. I was wondering why you agreed with me all of a sudden. So it's a trap. Do you think I'm such a shallow person? Yup. Angor nodded. Dorcas gave him an angry look. You stupid sandworm. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. Maybe I can help you find something. Oh, I misunderstood you. Angor's emotionless words did not make anyone feel sorry at all. It was just a perfunctory answer. Dorcas really wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. Every time he tried to think of a material to build the gate, the first thing that came to his mind was space rune stone. How did this guy guess his thoughts so accurately? Could it be that this was the doing of the live broadcast illusion? Just as Dorcas was letting his imagination run wild, the voice of the wise sovereign once more rang out in his ears. What you just said is correct. The purpose of the prison is to trap people. But does it have to be a sturdy cage to trap someone? Also, does trapping someone in the material world mean that they are trapped? Also, do you think that if all the doors of the stairs of Hanging Prison are open, the prisoners locked inside will be able to escape? That's true. 10,000 years ago, the stairs of Hanging Prison was built in the heart of the underground labyrinth. If a prisoner really wanted to escape, it would indeed be very difficult. Dorcas said, however, according to the ruler of the wise, isn't the existence of the prison unnecessary? The stairs of Hanging Prison isn't necessary either. The wise ruler, of course the existence of the cage is necessary. Even if its door is open, it will constantly remind you that you can't escape. This is your home. The wise sovereign was still smiling as he spoke. All three of his eyes were squinted at the same time. Together with the triangular glasses, he looked like a clown, which was as funny as it could get. But no one, including Dorcas and the others, could bring themselves to laugh. They weren't stupid either. Although the wise sovereign looked like he was smiling, they could feel the sadness in his heart from his words. Wasn't this huge underground labyrinth also a prison for the wise sovereign? Apart from staying in one place for 10,000 years, the wise sovereign also received his punishment. This punishment was even more terrible than those who died in the stairs of hanging prison. While everyone was still lamenting about the wise sovereign's miserable fate, Angor's voice broke the silence. Let's talk about it more broadly. Isn't this continent, this world, also a prison? Angor glanced at the wise overseer. Let's go inside. Or do you think the wood spirit is out there? With that, Angor ignored the others and stepped through the wooden door on the first floor. The wise sovereign looked at Angor's back with a strange expression. Dorcas, who had just recovered from the emotional atmosphere, looked at Angor, who was already far away, and felt a little strange. Angor's sudden interruption was a bit rude in itself. Dorcas knew Angor well enough to know that although Angor often had a bad taste in his mouth, he always did his best when it came to etiquette. But this time, something was wrong. Dorcas couldn't help but look at the Dark Earl to see how he would react. But he only saw the Dark Earl's stone tablet quietly facing the wise sovereign. The wise sovereign was also looking at the Dark Earl with a smile. When he saw Dorcas looking at him, the wise sovereign returned a smile. Dorcas' heart skipped a beat when he saw the smile. Now he knew what was wrong. The wise sovereign had stayed in the underground maze for so long. How could he lose control of his emotions? The atmosphere was emotional, and they thought that they had sensed the sorrow in the heart of the wise man. But when they thought about it carefully, how was that possible? To be crowned with the title of sage, how could he be seen through so easily? In other words, the wise sovereign did this on purpose. What was his purpose? To trick them? No, wait. The wise sovereign didn't want to trick them. Was he trying to test someone's feelings? Or to obtain some information? As Dorcas pondered, the wise sovereign smiled again. This illusion is interesting. The one who created it is even more interesting. What do you mean? Dorcas wondered. This illusion can vaguely touch your inner feelings. Don't you think it's interesting? The wise sovereign didn't explain further and stepped into the wooden door. Dorcas realized what was going on. He was testing Kim's ability? Of course, Dorcas was referring to the Dark Earl. The Dark Earl snorted. You think he was just testing Kim? You didn't give him any emotional feedback at all? The wise lord was not only trying to test Angor's strength, but also waiting for the reaction of the crowd. To put it bluntly, he was relying on his mouth to exaggerate their emotions, raise the atmosphere, and gain feedback when they were unprepared. The only two people who saw through it were Angor and the Dark Earl. However, their ability to see through him also displayed their own uniqueness. At the same time, they also brought new information to the Sovereign of Wisdom. And it was true. The wise sovereign was becoming more and more skeptical about Angor's identity as a descendant of Noah. However, Dark Earl's identity was getting higher and higher. On the other side, Angor was also feeling a little frustrated. The wise sovereign only used his mouth to test the audience. But in fact, he was using Angor's illusion as a cover to get everyone to fall in love with him. He regretted putting the wise overseer in his illusion. Luckily, the wise sovereign was still testing Angor and the Dark Earl. Dark Earl wasn't afraid of the test. As a clone, he was confident that no matter what the wise sovereign wanted to do, as long as the wise sovereign died, the real Dark Earl would come and cause trouble. At that time, as the wise ruler who was defending passively, if he did not abandon the underground maze, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But if he did, his 10,000 years of waiting would be for nothing. Dark Earl didn't have anything to worry about. As for Angor, he had already given up. The wise sovereign must have realized that he wasn't a descendant of Noah. He was just testing Angor's ability. Angor didn't really care if the wise sovereign realized it. As for Angor's ability, the wise sovereign was wrong. He thought Angor could sense their emotions because the illusions were keeping an eye on them. As a matter of fact, the immersive illusion was nothing more than an ordinary illusion. Angor's ability to sense emotions came from his talent. Thus, even though the wise sovereign had managed to find out some information, there were some right and some wrong, so it wasn't too bad of a deal. Still, he had gained a better understanding of the wise ruler's abilities after this experience. It wasn't about his offensive spells. It was about the wise sovereign's eloquence and acting skills. The wise sovereign didn't use any energy and acted like a clown, but he didn't feel anything in his mind at all. Instead, he just looked at the people around him and used his mouth to make them feel sympathetic. Angor had to admit that the wise sovereign was an old fart who had accumulated a lot of knowledge and experience. As Angor pondered, he heard some noises coming from behind him. The others had already come to their senses and entered the door. Angor calmed himself down and began to observe the room that wasn't unfamiliar to him. After everyone entered through the wooden door, they all had the same thought in their hearts. Isn't this too small? The room was about the same size as a single room in a hotel. It didn't sound too big, but this was a prison. They thought there would be a long corridor behind the door that separated different cells. However, it was completely different from what they had imagined. Behind the wooden door was a small and narrow room. According to the wise sovereign, this was a prison cell. And the first floor of the prison was only this big. Even Kale, who had been using the photo stone all this time, couldn't help but ask, they built such a long staircase just for a small room like this? Wasn't that a little too wasteful? Or are the other rooms already damaged? The sage heard Kale's question, but he did not respond. Instead, he smiled as he scanned the cramped room. Angor spoke first, there are no other rooms here. This is the only one. There must be a reason why it's so small. Angor paused a little and continued, this is one of the important nodes of the magic array inside the stairs of Hanging Prison. The wise sovereign looked at Angor in surprise. How did you know? I didn't see it. I just guessed. But now, I'm sure my guess is correct. Angor looked at the wise sovereign. The wise sovereign's reaction confirmed Angor's guess. The wise sovereign chuckled. So, you're trying to trick me? Angor didn't answer the question. Since you're trying to trick me, I'll do the same. Angor walked to one side of the room and looked around. The bed is made of sea cedar, the table is made of poplar, and the floor is made of sea birch. Everything here is made of sea wood. Don't you think it's strange that there's such a thing here? Why? Seawood can be produced in large quantities, but it's not expensive. It's good for conducting energy. The wise sovereign pretended to be confused. Because the time doesn't make sense. Angor continued, seawood's greatest effect is to improve energy conduction. But have you ever heard that seawood is immortal? Kale suddenly thought of something and put his hand on the wooden bed beside him. Kale didn't do it gently, but the wooden bed only swayed a little. There was no sign of damage. Why is it still intact? 10,000 years have passed, and nothing happened to it? Kale was confused. That's the anomaly I want to talk about. I know seawood is better at resisting external pressure because of its environment. But even the strongest wood can't escape the corrosion of time. But now, it seems that time didn't do anything to it. The shaking didn't make it fall apart. More importantly, even the void storm didn't destroy it. The wise sovereign asked, is this how you deduced that this is the node of the magic array? Angor shook his head. Like I said, I didn't. I just thought this place was strange. That's why I came up with a theory. When will deep sea wood not rot? The answer is, once it carries a large amount of energy of the same nature, it will greatly increase the decay rate of the wood. So, I think this room once carried a large amount of energy. This energy is gentle and not violent, and it has the same nature as the sea wood. That's why the sea wood can remain immortal. What kind of energy fits the criteria? Strength, stability, and durability? The only thing I can think of is the energy node of the magic array. Everyone was still confused by Angor's explanation. But judging from the wise sovereign's reaction, Angor was right. This room was indeed an important node of the magic array. End of chapter. The wise overseer nodded as if he agreed with Angor's explanation, but he wasn't as surprised as before. Just from these clues alone, you can think of the nodes of the magic array. You are very imaginative. Angor chuckled and walked to the drawer beside the bed. Oh, I have another idea. The wise overseer narrowed his third eye. Oh? What is it? Energy can't come from nowhere. If this is the node of a magic array, where does the energy come from? The wise overseer paused for a moment before he continued, where do you think it comes from? He opened the drawer and took out an exquisite-looking wooden box, which was also made of deep-sea wood. Generally speaking, most magic energy arrays are powered by magical crystals. But if it's a magic array that has a fixed location and is prepared to operate for a long time and occupies a large area, it can be supported by magic crystals for a short period of time. But once it's used for a long time, the consumption will be terrifying. At that time, the problem of energy circulation will be considered. Angor opened the wooden box and checked the contents. Magic arrays like the underground sewers will definitely consider energy circulation. How to create energy circulation and solve the problem of energy circulation can be divided into two parts: when Nether City was in its prime, and when it was in its decline. When the city was in its prime, there were a lot of people living underground, which naturally brought more benefits. Even if you use magic crystals, you'll still get more money than you lose. So, Nether City had many options when it was in its prime. Solving the problem of energy circulation isn't a big problem at all. Let's not talk about it for now. As for how the underground sewers will solve the problem of energy circulation after its decline? Based on my observation, I think the biggest source of energy circulation is the life energy provided by monsters. The filthy energy in the sewers will breed monsters, and the monsters' deaths will be fed back to the magic array. The wise overseer stopped smiling and stared at Angor. Angor continued, "Of course, there are other ways to circulate energy. But personally, I think it's the monsters who provide the life energy. Otherwise, with the magic array's ability, it could completely eliminate the monsters in the underground sewers. Why would it leave them alive? If the magic array outside can provide life energy for the monsters, why can't the stairs of Hanging Prison do the same? Even during the prosperous times, to the residents of Nether City, the stairs of Hanging Prison only imprisoned felons. It serves them right that they did something before they died. So, I think the energy source here is provided by the criminals who used to be here, right? They didn't do it willingly. They were forced to become energy generators. Here, the furniture made from deep-sea wood is for energy conduction. But it also means that there used to be a criminal who used to study nature arts. Perhaps it's a nature adept, or perhaps it's a supernatural creature filled with the power of nature? The wise overseer's words finally. Yours words is. But most of the time. There, where did you come from? Where you came from? But the strange thing is that the answer you got in the end is very close to the truth. I'm very curious, how do you get it right every time? The wise overseer believed that Angor was a smart and capable young star with a strong background. But he still couldn't hide his naivety. Still, the wise overseer believed that it wouldn't be too hard to see through Angor's tricks. But now, his body was shrouded in a thick layer of mist. The wise overseer didn't care about Angor's conclusion. He was more concerned about how Angor came up with such a conclusion. Was Angor really a descendant of Noah? If not, what was his purpose in coming here? This sudden loss of control caused the Sovereign of Wisdom to feel somewhat uneasy. My guess came from the place, and the connection came from the object, Angor said in a plain tone. That's my basis. Guess came from the place? By the place, you mean the sewers? Or the sewers, the connection came from the object? And by the object, you mean the deep-sea wood? The wise overseer frowned. He had a feeling that Angor wasn't telling the truth, but he couldn't prove it. What's your name? The wise overseer pondered. Why do you want to know my name all of a sudden? Angor gave the wise overseer a curious look. The wise overseer didn't explain. I don't know who you're thinking about, overseer. But I don't think I'm related to those names in your mind. With that, Angor stood up and patted the dust off his hands. Let's go. The wood spirit isn't here. Kale glanced at the wise overseer and saw that the wise overseer didn't say anything else. Sir, there are still a lot of places to explore. The room wasn't big, but it still took some time for Angor to scan every inch of it. Kale also noticed that Angor only checked one thing, which was the wooden box in the drawer beside the bed. He did not check the rest of the items at all. Kale didn't understand why. This place used to be a prison for a logger, who was sucked dry by the magic array. The wood spirit must have noticed it. Even if this place is safe now, I don't think it's going to stay here. After all, the wood spirit didn't know if the magic array would change the method of obtaining energy. If it didn't change, wouldn't it be repeating the same mistake as that nature-type criminal if it stayed here? Seeing Kale's confused look, Angor asked the wise overseer, Have you ever found a wood spirit here before, overseer? The wise sovereign, since you've already deduced it, why ask me? Angor shrugged and silently told Kale, just watch. Let's go. Since the wise overseer agreed, Kale didn't object this time. He followed Angor and prepared to leave. On the other side, Dorcas came to the wooden box Angor used to check the contents out of curiosity. You were looking at it so carefully. I thought there was something good inside. But there's nothing, Dorcas muttered as he walked back to Angor. Wooden boxes made from deep sea wood can be preserved for a long time due to energy conduction. But the things inside aren't so lucky, Angor said. Time took away everything, including those forgotten stories. Forgotten stories? Dorcas didn't know what to say. You sound like you know the story. Angor smiled but didn't say anything. He sighed in his mind. So he really did know the story. Or rather, the wise overseer learned all the details from this story. Not long ago, when Angor visited Xianxia in the Dream Wasteland, he asked about the destruction of the first floor as well as other questions about the stairs of Hanging Prison. Xianxia only knew a little about the stairs of Hanging Prison. She knew a lot about the important things, but she didn't know much about the details, such as the details of each floor. However, Angor knew a lot about the details that Xianxia didn't know. Back in the Nightmare Realm, Angor visited most of the rooms in the stairs of Hanging Prison. The only ones he didn't enter were the derivative spaces. He was still immortal back then, so it was normal that he couldn't find the entrance to them. Angor knew a lot of details, but he couldn't understand most of them. For example, Angor once found a thin booklet in a room on the first floor of the Nightmare Realm. The booklet was kept in a wooden box inside a short cupboard. It had been eroded by time, but there was still a copy in the Nightmare Realm. Angor used his hologram tablet to record the contents of the booklet, but he couldn't recognize any of the words. His proficiency in language proficiency couldn't identify the words on the booklet either. Even if he knew these details, he couldn't do anything about it. While talking to Xianxia about the stairs of Hanging Prison in the Dream Wasteland, Angor remembered this. He used an illusion spell to simulate the booklet and asked Xianxia to identify it. In the end, it was confirmed that this was the Wisu language. Xianxia roughly translated the words in the booklet, which allowed Angor to know what happened in the room on the first floor. Just as the wise overseer said, Angor's deduction was flawed. This was because his deduction was based on the premise that he already knew the result. It was a compilation without any cause or effect. In the room on the first floor, there was once a prisoner who was an elemental nature sorcerer. The booklet in the wooden box was a diary. Every entry in the diary was filled with hatred and resentment. As Angor said, he was used as an energy source. His energy was being drained day and night to supply the magic array. Day after day, year after year. In the end, the nature wizard was completely eaten away. The last page of the diary contained the wizard's last words. It recorded his regrets, his love, his resentment, his helplessness, his regret, his hope, and his hatred. However, not long after his death, the city of Nether City was turned into ruins. In the end, no one ever read his diary. As time went by, the diary was eventually buried in the cracks of time and turned into a pile of ash. If Angor didn't see the projection in the Nightmare Realm and recorded the diary using his hologram tablet, no one in this world would know about this wizard's story. At first, Angor didn't care about the story at all. From start to finish, the nature magus had never mentioned his name, nor did he mention why he was locked up. Angor didn't even know if the man was a good or a bad person. However, when he came to the room and looked at the rotting props and the shiny deep-sea wood, he suddenly remembered all the complaints filled with hatred and tears. Time was merciless. People, things, and things that were forgotten by time never had a chance to be reborn. Angor didn't feel sad about this. Instead, he was thinking about his future. Would he also be buried in time in the end? Angor didn't want to think about it, but it seemed that no one could escape the punishment of time. Truth, could it? Why don't you take it out? Someone suddenly whispered into his ear, why don't you take it out? Maybe you can lure the little fish by using it as a bait. The first thing Angor saw was Dorcas, who kept winking at him. Looking at Dorcas' expression, Angor knew what he was trying to say. Since Angor knew that the wood spirit's original form was a cane, why didn't he use the cane to lure the spirit? Angor didn't mean to do that. He just thought that he would have to go back anyway. When he was sure that there was no path ahead, he would use the cane. This way, he could buy himself some time and not expose himself so quickly. Now that he thought about it, it didn't matter whether he was exposed or not. The sage already confirmed that he wasn't Noah's descendant, so it wouldn't hurt to use the cane. Without hesitation, Angor took out the 4-in-1 accessory on top of the cane from his bracelet and shook it. Smoke rose from it. When the smoke dissipated, a black body of the cane appeared under the accessory. The accessory on top of the cane was real, while the body of the cane was an illusion. It looked exactly the same as the one Butler Good saw in the painting of the Igulo family. Angor took out the cane and walked to the stairs without saying anything. The sage behind him was surprised when he saw the cane in Angor's hand. He felt that the accessory on top of the cane looked familiar, especially the carving on the handle that looked like a symbol. Where did he see it? While thinking, Sage followed Angor up the stairs again. Angor still had to walk step by step to reach the second level, but this time, they were much faster. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at a new platform. However, when everyone stepped onto this new platform, apart from the Black Earl and the Wise Sovereign, everyone else was stunned. Even Angor was taken aback by the question. This was because there was no familiar door on this platform, only a flight of stairs that led upwards. Was this not the second level? Was it just a transfer platform? While everyone was still wondering, Angor turned around and looked into the void. Is there something over there? Dorcas asked. They couldn't sense anything outside even if they used their spirit energy. The only thing they could do was look with their eyes. Dorcas didn't see anything strange with his eyes, so he had to ask. There's a path over there? It was Kale. Kale walked to the edge of the platform. When he reached the edge, he hesitated for a moment and stepped into the air. He didn't fall down. Instead, he stood firmly in the air. Dorcas' eyes lit up. There really is a path. Angor didn't know much about the second floor. The layout of the rooms here was similar to the first floor, except that there were a few more smaller rooms. Also, he didn't find anything like a book on the second floor either. However, there was one thing he was sure of. There was no such path in the second level. The change in layout here was probably caused by the void storm. Since there was no other path, Angor didn't hesitate and stepped onto the invisible path. After walking for about 10 meters, they saw the first room floating in the air. Or rather, the remains of a room. There were no walls or ceilings. Only pieces of broken floorboards were left behind. These floorboards were mostly separated from each other. They were drifting around in a small area and would occasionally close up. It was similar to the wooden floorboards they saw when they first entered the hanging staircase. Should we go up? Kale looked at the wreckage on the floor and hesitated. What? Are you scared? A teasing voice came from the side. Kale didn't need to turn around to know it was Dorcas. No. Kale shook his head. It wasn't that he was scared. It was just that Wise Fall had left a bad impression on him. Now that he looked at the scattered floorboards, he subconsciously wanted to resist. Just admit it. It's fine. Academies are always afraid of death. That's a well-known fact. I won't laugh at you. Before Kale could say anything, Y muttered, there's more than one academies here. Dorcas was surprised and looked back. Angor didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the wise overseer was looking at Dorcas and Kale with a curious look. Dorcas snorted in his heart. Could this old monster be from the academic faction, Wise Overseer? Wise Overseer. I think he's from the academies. Dorcas pursed his lips but didn't say anything in the end. Kale finally spoke up. I'm just wondering if the floorboards will stay here forever. What if they just happened to be standing on them and drifted away? Then. Wai swallowed his saliva and continued. It's gone. Seeing the two apprentices singing the same tune, Dorcas said unhappily, don't you know how to judge the safe distance? Even if the floor floats far away, do you think Jean will watch you die? Wai's exaggerated expression immediately disappeared. That's true. Dorcas said, what are you talking about? You didn't come here with your real body. Do you believe that even if you cry and jump down, gold won't save you? You should be begging me. I'll come with you later, not gold. Wai pursed his lips. Sir, if you can't find it, then don't come in. It's just a waste of time. Dorcas' eyes narrowed, and his mouth was already at the tip of his tongue. However, before he could even open his mouth, the nearby Sovereign of Wisdom smiled merrily and said, I think he's right. Now it's the same as all of you searching together, but you can't find it even with so many people searching together. Then, can you definitely find it if you search alone? Even if we can't find it, we still have to try, Dorcas retorted, but it was obvious that he lacked confidence. The Sovereign of the Wise said casually, if we can't find the wood spirit, we should at least bring something else with us, right? For example, a dense stone? Dorcas didn't say anything. If someone else said something like this, he could still argue back. But since it was the Sovereign of Wisdom who said something like this, he didn't want to get himself into trouble because of a slip of the tongue. While mocking Dorcas, Angor and Black Earl had already arrived at the broken floorboards. Angor looked around and didn't see much information left on the floorboards. Most of the furniture was already broken. The only thing left on the floor was the light source tube made of fluorite, but it was also broken into pieces. Angor checked several floorboards but still didn't find anything useful. He glanced at Black Earl, who also controlled the floorboards to move around. Black Earl also came here before, but he didn't find anything either. Angor sighed and looked at the others. Dorcas had also arrived at the floorboards. He looked around and touched the floorboards from time to time. But from what he touched, Angor could tell that he wasn't looking for the wood spirit. He was simply interested in the materials of the floorboards. The Sovereign of Wisdom and Vate stayed behind. Vate didn't want to burden Angor's calculation, while the Sovereign of Wisdom simply watched from the side. However, when Angor met the Sovereign of Wisdom's eyes, the Sovereign of Wisdom didn't stay out of it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. For example, is the wood spirit here? I don't know its exact location, but I can give you a general idea. However, questions are still equal. As long as I answer your question, you have to answer one of mine. The Sovereign of Wisdom already stopped asking questions when they were outside. But now, he suddenly brought it up again. Clearly, the Sovereign of Wisdom was very curious about Angor's behavior after entering the stairs of Hanging Prison. Angor looked at the Sovereign of Wisdom's glowing eyes and spoke in a soft voice, if I need to, I'll ask the Sovereign of Wisdom. Or vice versa. The Sovereign of Wisdom shrugged nonchalantly. Even if Angor didn't want to ask questions, the Sovereign of Wisdom could still find the answers through observation or other methods. Angor walked around the Sovereign of Wisdom and looked at the only other sage in the room, Kale. Kale was standing at the edge of the floor, carefully inspecting the broken pieces of the floor. Angor walked closer and saw Kale holding an image stone in one hand and a microscope-like device in the other. The man was carefully inspecting a piece of broken floor in front of him. You're still worried about the floor? Don't worry. The floor is broken into pieces, but they're still restrained by the magic array. They won't go too far. Kale quickly stood up when Angor approached him. And no, it's not that. I just have a hunch. A hunch? If it has something to do with the wood spirit, why don't you tell me? I once read a book about a heavy-armored knight who was exiled to a foreign land. Kale replied. Angor raised an eyebrow. A heavy-armored knight? The Knight of Dorego and the Demon's Castle? Kale widened his eyes in surprise. Sir, you read it too? Yes, I've read a book about a heavy-armored knight. But I don't think he was exiled from his home. Instead, he fell into some demon realm, Blood Demon Realm. Kale scratched his head in embarrassment. The author made it up himself. I'm sorry. I know. Mortals always think about supernatural worlds based on their own knowledge. It's nothing more than fighting and killing, going back and forth, opposing sides. If there are humans in the world, then there must be a world where demons live. Angor spoke casually as if he didn't care about such books at all. In fact, after becoming a talent, Angor enjoyed reading such books for a while. Mara never taught him a channeling method, so he could only imagine supernatural worlds through books. Also, he had nothing else to do on the redbud, so reading books became his only source of entertainment. What? Did the book enlighten you? It's not really enlightening, but there's a part of the story that I still remember. Kale decided to skip the details. When Knight Durago first entered the demon's castle, he hid in the hallway to avoid being chased by flesh-eaters. Angor listened to Kale's explanation and understood what he meant. Knight Durago was a heavy-armored knight who wore heavy armor all over his body. How was he supposed to avoid the flesh-eaters in the hallway of the demon's castle? His method was very simple. He put on a helmet and stood beside an oil painting, pretending to be an armored sculpture. He successfully avoided this problem. To put it bluntly, he was hiding under a lamp. In other words, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Kale wondered if the wood spirit was thinking the same thing. Maybe he disguised himself as a wooden board and hid right under their noses. Kale carefully observed the wooden boards one by one. That's a good idea. But I don't think the wood spirit would do such a thing. I think it's just hiding, not playing mind games. Angor looked into the distance. What do you think, Lord of Wisdom? The wise sovereign, are you asking me a question? If you have something urgent to ask me, Lord of Wisdom, feel free to ask. I can use it as a reference. Should I treat it as a question? The Lord of Wisdom looked at Angor's unwavering gaze. We can talk about it when you really want to ask me something. As for those unimportant questions, you've already guessed them yourself, haven't you? The Lord of Wisdom's words confirmed Angor's guess. The wood spirit was too timid to play the game of hiding under a lamp. It already had a hidden talent, so it didn't need to explore the edge of danger. Besides, a wood spirit with a blank mind couldn't win against the Dark Earl in mind games. If the wood spirit was hiding under a lamp, the Dark Earl would have found it long ago. Although the wood spirit wouldn't do that, Angor still searched all the hidden spots in the area. Just like the Dark Earl, he found nothing. But that didn't mean the wood spirit wasn't here. Maybe the wood spirit's hiding talent was so strong that they couldn't find it even if they all searched together. It was possible, but Angor still decided to leave. If he really missed it, he could only blame it on fate. Besides, if the Dark Earl couldn't find it, it wouldn't be embarrassing if he couldn't. With that in mind, he bid farewell to the others and returned to the void path to continue his journey. Since Angor already left, the others didn't have any reason to stay, so they followed him. This time, they walked for about 100 meters before they saw the ruins of the second room. Just like the first room, this one was floating in the air with large amounts of debris floating around. However, compared to the first room, the preservation of this room was more complete. The ceiling was gone, but 3 of the 4 walls were still intact, which was much better than the first room. Moreover, there were more items in this room than in the first room. This also gave the wood spirits more space to hide. The first thing Angor saw when he arrived at the second room was a painting hanging on the wall. In other words, everyone's eyes were focused on the painting at the first moment. It was obviously different from the other rooms. The other rooms were just empty cells, but this one had an extra piece of art that attracted everyone's attention. From afar, there was a human silhouette in the center of the painting, but it wasn't very clear. Dorcas took advantage of his skill and boldness to get closer to take a look. However, just as Dorcas arrived in front of the image and wanted to take a closer look, he turned into a black mist and disappeared with a gust of wind. Dorcas died right in front of everyone's eyes. And this time, his death was very strange. Kale couldn't help but take a few steps back. He almost reached the painting as well. If it was him, wouldn't he end up like Dorcas? Dorcas could still come back to life, but Kale would be as dead as a doornail. What's going on? Kale asked in fear. A trap. Angor pointed at the painting frame. He touched the middle frame of the painting. There's a trap there. Is this the picture frame trap you encountered before? Angor looked at Count Dark. The black girl did not deny it and nodded. Yes. What kind of trap is this? How can it kill someone without a sound? Kale wondered. It's an old trap. It releases a cloud of poisonous mist. But it's already very weak, so it won't do much damage. It just stinks a little. But it's not that strong. How did he die just like that? Dorcas asked. You didn't come here with your real bodies. You're just illusions. Let's say you're just mortals. No matter how old you are, you'll still end up dead. No one said anything after hearing Angor's serious explanation. But in their minds, they all thought, who's going to believe this? It's definitely a trick to save computing power. They all had their own thoughts, but no one said anything. Saving computing power was for the sake of a better livestream. Dorcas sacrificed himself so that everyone could have a better experience. Besides, Dorcas could still come back, right? Dorcas had already appeared in front of them while they were still thinking about this. He probably sprinted up the stairs. As soon as Dorcas arrived, he locked onto Angor and was about to charge at him. Angor said, a normal person would be out of breath after climbing such a long flight of stairs. Who knows, it might even cause sudden death or something. Dorcas' expression changed when he heard die suddenly. That was a threat. Did he look like someone who could be threatened? Yes. He was. Dorcas quickly stopped. Yeah, I'm out of breath. But I'll be fine after walking for a while. Dorcas turned around and walked away from Angor like a coward. Seeing that Dorcas knew what was good for him, Angor did not really kill him. Instead, he focused on the painting again. He had a feeling that something was wrong with the painting. The wood spirit isn't here. Count Black noticed Angor's interest and whispered, that's the answer given by the wise ruler. Angor also heard the conversation between Count Black and the wise ruler after they entered the stairs of Hanging Prison. When Count Black came to a room with a painting, the wise ruler encouraged him to touch the frame of the painting. Count Black touched the frame and naturally fell into a trap. The wise ruler explained, I'm also warning you that there's a trap in this room. The wood spirit isn't here. Since the wise ruler was sure that there was no wood spirit here, there was no need to waste time here. This was Count Black's plan. However, Angor had another idea. If he remembered correctly, this painting didn't belong to the second level. End of chapter. Angor did see some oil paintings in the stairs of Hanging Prison in the Nightmare Realm. However, all of them were gathered at the top floor of the stairs of Hanging Prison, where the warden lived. The warden seemed to be someone who loved oil paintings very much. Every corridor in the warden's residence was filled with paintings. All of them were masterpieces by famous artists. Before leaving the stairs of Hanging Prison, Angor even picked 2 paintings from the warden's gallery and brought them back to the real world. The 2 paintings were still inside his bracelet. Of course, the painting on the wall wasn't one of the 2. But Angor did see something similar in the warden's gallery. In other words, this painting probably came from the warden's gallery, which was located at the top of the stairs of Hanging Prison. But how did it get here from the warden's gallery? Was it because of the void storm that scattered the paintings and made them fall here? Or could it be that the entire wall here was actually part of the warden's gallery? Angor thought about it and approached the painting. Before he reached it, he was sure that the wall did not come from the warden's gallery. Instead, it came from the prison on the 2nd floor. The warden's gallery was made of the same material as the painting frame, which was expensive lacquered wood. The only difference was that the wall was covered with dark purple frosted paper. However, the wall on the wall was made of a mixture of stone and wood, which was a relatively cheap material. It was even cheaper than the deep-sea wood. The only advantage of this material was that it was more conductive and could carry the energy channels of magic arrays. The wall was not from the top floor of the gallery, but the painting did belong to the warden's collection. It was an oil painting of a leisurely countryside. In the distance, there was a golden harvest of wheat, and a large number of peasant women were working hard. There was also a farmer woman nearby, but she wasn't working. Instead, she leaned against a tree and rested. Judging from the sweat on her temples and the farming gloves beside her, she should be in the middle of working or just having a moment of leisure after working. Her golden curly hair fell from one side of her headscarf. She had a youthful and energetic beautiful side profile. Her beautiful green eyes were looking at the distant mountains. There was a trace of affection in her eyes, as if there was a lover in the distant mountains that she loved deeply. The background was the warm colors of the early autumn harvest, and the afternoon light was hazy. The whole picture didn't use too much color, but it showed a rich sense of layering. He remembered the painting because it was one of the few interesting paintings in the warden's collection. The other paintings were either profound, abstract, realistic, or portrait paintings. There were very few interesting paintings. Because of this, he chose one of the 2 oil paintings he brought with him, Milking Shepherd. Afternoon Garden was one of his choices, so he remembered it well. Is there a problem with this painting? At this moment, the Black Earl flew over. Dark Earl sounded doubtful because Angor should have heard the conversation between him and the wise ruler. The wise ruler said that the wood spirit wasn't here. So why was Angor still looking at the painting? The others also looked at Angor curiously. Angor rarely did unnecessary things. Did he find something else in front of the painting? I'm just curious. Why is this painting here? Angor was speaking to Dark Earl, but he was actually looking at the wise ruler. The wise ruler raised an eyebrow. Why can't it be here? I think art like this should be hung in a beautiful gallery, not in a ruin like this. Someone must have put it up here, right? The wise ruler smiled but didn't answer. He thought Angor had really found something, but it turned out Angor was just curious about the painting. It made sense. How could a young man recognize an unknown painting from 10,000 years ago? Did the Lord of Wisdom put this up here? Angor looked at the Lord of Wisdom. No. The wise ruler shook his head. After pausing for a moment, the Sovereign of Wisdom continued, if you wish to know more details, why don't you exchange answers with me? The wise sovereign's initiative to propose an exchange of answers left the Black Earl slightly surprised. This meant that the wise ruler believed Angor's question was worth it. In other words, the person who put up the painting must be someone important. Angor understood what the wise ruler was implying, but he still shook his head. Forget it. I'm here to find the wood spirit. Let's put everything else aside for now. The wise ruler didn't mind Angor's decision. He smiled and stepped away. However, just as the wise sovereign was about to return to the void path, he suddenly saw Wai Yi's eyes widen in shock as he looked behind him. What's that? A wood spirit? Dorcas exclaimed. Upon hearing these words, the Sovereign of Wisdom's body stiffened, and he immediately turned his head to look. Angor's hand had reached into the painting without anyone noticing. Angor slowly pulled out a round piece of dark brown wood from the painting. Angor removed the wood bit by bit, and the painting turned into the surface of a lake. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. Everyone stared at him in shock. Even the wise overseer couldn't believe what he was seeing. How did he know that, under everyone's watchful eyes, Angor pulled the 2-meter-long, 10-centimeter-thick piece of wood out of the painting? As the piece of wood left the painting, the tree behind the woman in the painting seemed to have died. All the leaves on the tree withered away, leaving only a withered trunk. This was shocking enough, but it wasn't over yet. The peasant woman in the painting had originally revealed the side of her face. She was looking at the distant mountains with tenderness. However, at that moment, the peasant woman turned her head and revealed her face. The other side of her face was pitch black, and the longing in her eyes was now replaced by hatred. The woman gave Angor a vicious glare before disappearing into a thin layer of black smoke. At this moment, the oil painting changed again. The withered tree regained its leaves, and the woman reappeared. But this time, she was no longer a beautiful blonde woman. Instead, she was now a brown-haired girl with a ponytail and freckles. This scene appeared for a moment, and then the scene began to change again. It was becoming old at a speed visible to the naked eye. It started as bright as new, then slowly became yellow and mottled. In the end, the paper cracked and turned into fine dust. In the end, the painting disappeared completely, leaving only an empty frame. What's going on? Why did the painting change? Why did the woman with a black hole turn into a freckled girl? What's this piece of wood? Why did the painting turn into dust? Dorcas' questions came one after another. Under normal circumstances, Dorcas' series of questions would definitely attract the ridicule of the Black Earl. But this time, Count Dark didn't stop Dorcas. He wanted to know the answer to these questions as well. Angor ignored Dorcas' questions. He carefully inspected the rather heavy piece of wood in his hand. After waiting for a long time without receiving any response, Count Dark couldn't help but ask, "Is this a wood spirit?" Such a well-hidden piece of wood was the first thing that came to everyone's mind. However, Count Dark was confused. If this was a wood spirit, why did the wise lord lie to him and say that there was a trap here? The spirit couldn't be here. If the wise lord wanted them to find a wood spirit, there was no reason for him to lie. Besides, Count Dark didn't find anything wrong with the painting. How did Angor find it? It's not a wood spirit. But it must have something to do with it. Angor looked at the wise lord. This time, the wise sovereign didn't remain silent. Instead, he said in a low voice, "This is the first time I saw the wood spirit here. In order to avoid me, it put on a show of shedding its shell. It must have created this, or it's a derivative of its original form." How did you find it? The wise lord went straight to the point. Are we trading now? Angor asked casually. The wise lord didn't say anything. He simply stared at Angor with his three eyes, as if trying to see through him. However, this was only an illusion. Angor used an illusion to create the illusion. It didn't intimidate the wise lord at all. Still, Angor didn't try to provoke the wise lord. He avoided the wise lord's gaze and spoke in a plain voice, "I've seen this painting before." You've seen it before? The wise lord was confused. Impossible. How did you see it? Scrub, Angor said. The sovereign of wisdom was puzzled. He is, don't you know, Lord Wise Lord? Scrubbright is the creator of this painting. The sage really didn't know who the artist of this painting was. Although as an alchemist, he had a certain understanding of aesthetics. But after all, he majored in pharmaceutics. What he needed to know was the direction of painting and aesthetics. Besides, the painting was good, but it was still a work of a mortal. Even the wise lord would find it a waste to hang it in a supernatural frame, let alone study it. Franklin, the warden of the Stairs of Hanging Prison and one of the core leaders of Nether City, was the only one who was interested in the painting. Now that Angor mentioned the artist's name, the wise lord couldn't tell whether he was telling the truth or not. I've never seen an original painting before, but I was lucky enough to see a collection of this artist's works. Collected by an alchemist who loved paintings. There are many imitations of this artist in the collection. I think they were arranged by someone later. Angor made up his story after making sure that the wise lord didn't know the artist's name. Apart from this afternoon garden, there are other paintings, such as Milking Shepherd, Fisherman Returning at Night, Sunset Glow. While speaking, Angor used illusions to create several oil paintings. In other people's eyes, these paintings were indeed similar in style to the previous one. But to the wise lord, there were several paintings that looked familiar. It seemed that Franklin had collected the original works before. Was he telling the truth? Did he really know what an original painting looked like? The wise lord didn't believe that Angor had seen the painting before. It was the work of a mortal artist who had lived for 10,000 years. Even if the artist was a famous artist back then, 10,000 years should have been enough for people to forget about him. But now, someone claimed to have seen the artist's work? The wise lord couldn't believe it. Still, Angor's example did sound familiar to the wise lord, so he couldn't find anything to refute it. Besides, the wise lord did think that it was possible. Mortals couldn't keep an artist's work for 10,000 years, but wizards could. If Franklin liked this artist's work, why couldn't other wizards like this artist's work? Angor also mentioned something important. The alchemist collected the artist's works. Most alchemists preferred art that could help them develop their sense of beauty because they needed to create blueprints. This was why there were quite a few alchemists who collected mortal paintings. Once properly maintained, a wizard's collection could easily last for 10,000 years. Moreover, many sorcerer organizations and sorcerer families would make copies of ancient books from time to time in order to avoid the problem of lost copies. If Angor really saw an alchemist's art collection, it was not impossible for him to do so. Still, the wise lord felt something was off. Was there really such a coincidence? Angor just happened to see the artist's work, and he just happened to come here. The wise lord could accept it if it was the first time. But Angor was always shrouded in a mysterious aura. The wise lord couldn't help but suspect that Angor came prepared. Or maybe he was the descendant of a wizard related to Nether City. By related, there were wizards who weren't just friends of Nether City, but also enemies of the city. The wise lord was getting more and more curious about Angor's identity. Angor continued, by the way, the original painting of Afternoon Garden is like this. Angor waved his hand again, and an illusion appeared in front of everyone. The original painting was the same one they saw at the end of the painting. Instead of a blonde woman, it was a freckled girl with a ponytail. It was also because the original drawing was different from this one that I realized something was wrong, so I tried to solve the puzzle on the drawing. This is what you see in the end. The life energy in this piece of wood is what keeps the painting intact, and this piece of wood is hidden in a space inside the painting. To be precise, it's not inside the painting. It's inside a reflective film on the surface of the painting. It's like a mirror. Angor pointed out something. That thing looks a little like a mirror. Mirror? Everyone frowned when they heard this. They suddenly thought of a demon they didn't think existed, the mirror demon. Later, they also found an imprint of the mirror demon. Half of the imprint was the face of a long-haired woman, while the other half was the face of a man wearing a hat. The side profile of the peasant woman in the painting that they had seen before seemed to be vaguely similar to the long-haired woman in the imprint. Could this painting be related to the mirror demon? As Count Black thought of this, he glanced at the wise sovereign from the corner of his eyes. Earlier, the wise ruler told Angor that the owner of the painting was someone who deserved to be asked a question. So the mirror demon was related to the wise lord? Angor took out the piece of wood and turned the painting into ashes. In the depths of the underground maze, in a hidden dark space, a pair of dark green eyes suddenly opened. Following her awakening, a faint light immediately floated around her. The light didn't cover a large area, but it was enough to see her silhouette. She was a beautiful woman who was lying on a bed of red flowers. Her long blonde hair was scattered around her temples. Her prismatic earrings swayed gently as she sat up. If Angor and the others saw her now, they would see that she looked exactly the same as the blonde peasant woman in idyllic countryside. The only difference was that the woman in the painting had lustful eyes, while this woman's eyes were as deep and cold as the boundless forest. The woman sat up and fell into deep thought. Why did she wake up? Wait, the sentry post of the stairs of Hanging Prison was destroyed. Who did it? The wise lord? No, he still needs my help. Besides, he needs my help to fix the magic array. He didn't need to destroy the sentry post. Besides, the stairs of Hanging Prison was of no value to the wise lord. Was there anyone else other than the wise lord? Was it the slumbering obsessives? No. None of the sentry posts showed any signs of awakening obsessives. Also, Slavey would inform her as soon as they woke up. If it wasn't the obsessives or the wise lord, then there were only two options left. First, a monster in the void. Second, a wood spirit. Was the former possible? Not likely. Unless they fell into the void, monsters wouldn't attack living beings on the stairs. As for the wood spirit, she already observed it 100 years ago. It was as timid as a mouse. Even the slightest movement could scare it into playing dead. The sentry point of the stairs of Hanging Prison was also made by the wood spirit's derivative. With the wood spirit's personality, it would have sensed its derivative and understood that there had been danger there. It would definitely not go there again. Also, she vaguely sensed a strange energy flow somewhere in the magic array of the stairs of Hanging Prison. The wood spirit should be there instead of running to the ruins. Since it wasn't a monster or a wood spirit, there were no other options. As the blonde woman pondered, she suddenly raised her head and looked into the depths of the darkness. After staring quietly for a few seconds, a male voice that sounded like the unique voice of a circus clown rang out from the darkness. Ayaya, have I been discovered again? I'm so envious. Adonis is clearly sleeping every day, so why is she even more powerful than the poor Olau? As the voice sounded, a tall and thin silhouette vaguely appeared in the darkness. Because I'm cultivating. As for you, you look like you're working hard, but you're just fishing in troubled waters, the woman called Adonis said calmly. Here we go again. Every time I say that you're sleeping, you say that you're cultivating. Do you think I'm a fool? I've fought alongside Master before. I know very well what it's like to sleep. Adonis said softly, it's fine if you don't believe me. Also, why are you here? It's hard for me not to notice the light coming from your side. However, you only slept for a short period of time this time. Before, it was a few months or a few years. This time, how many times have you woken up in a day? Why? Did you have a nightmare? Adonis pondered for a moment and looked at the indistinct silhouette in the darkness. What do you mean I've woken up many times? I've only woken up once. Once? Why do I remember it being twice? Did I remember wrongly? The funny tone made it hard to tell if it was intentional or not. Adonis said calmly, you remembered wrongly. All right, then I'll take it that I saw wrongly. He seemed to have taken a step back, but there was a hint of mockery in his tone. Moreover, Adonis had noticed Olao's choice of words. At first, he was muttering to himself, did I remember wrongly? But now, he was saying, just take it that I saw wrongly. One was a memory error, and the other was a vision error. The difference between the two was rather obvious. Adonis lowered her eyebrows. You're not here to make fun of me, right? Am I making fun of you? With his strange tone, anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that he was being sarcastic. If you don't tell me why you're here, I'll go back to sleep, Adonis said as she gently fiddled with the blood-red flowers on the ground. A wise person isn't stupid. Don't be fooled. Although his tone was still a little exaggerated, it was clearly more sincere than before. Adonis snorted lightly and didn't reply. Also, stopping them isn't a solution. They might not be the ones we're waiting for, but they're still Noah's descendants. If we don't even give them a chance, what do you think Master will think when he comes back? Adonis said, the Master you speak of won't come back. Olao said, I know you have complaints about Master. It doesn't matter. But Adonis, you must remember that we're born in the darkness and grow in the darkness, but that doesn't mean we belong to the darkness. After saying this, Olao's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. He only left one sentence. I won't change any of your decisions, and it's the same this time. But you might not be able to stop them because a wise person isn't stupid. While you're using him, he's also testing you. It's not our destiny to wallow in the darkness. We'll leave this place one day. The voice slowly dissipated, and Olao's figure completely disappeared. Adonis looked at the endless darkness. After a long time, she muttered softly, we're different. After Adonis spat out these words, she fell silent for a while before returning her thoughts to the destruction of the outpost to the stairs of Hanging Prison. Although Olao's sudden appearance interrupted her train of thought, their conversation provided her with new ideas. Because there were very few outsiders in the underground sewers, especially those who arrived at the stairs of Hanging Prison, she only thought of the local creatures in the underground sewers and ignored this group of people. If they're Noah's descendants, then it's possible. Adonis frowned, and her expression was doubtful. She didn't doubt their reason for destroying the outpost, because ignorant people would always do ignorant things. Even if the outpost was destroyed, it could be rebuilt. What she was more concerned about and doubtful was, how did they destroy the outpost? Although the overall energy level of the outpost she left at the stairs of Hanging Prison wasn't high, its technology combined mageweth, mirror image, and space, which was very confusing. If they simply destroyed the painting, the outpost would be reborn after a period of time. But now, not only was the painting destroyed, but even the mageweth, mirror image, and space were all destroyed. This was a little unbelievable. A wise person could also destroy the outpost, but he relied on brute force to destroy it. Even a wise person couldn't destroy 3 checkpoints at the same time easily. What's the situation with the Noah's descendants this time? Adonis pondered for a moment, but she still couldn't sit still. This was because she had an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness, as if something big was about to happen. No, I have to let Yuna go and see the situation, Adonis murmured softly, and then slowly lay down, crouching in the gorgeous flowers. As Adonis' breathing gradually stabilized, she seemed to have entered a state of hibernation. However, the diamond-shaped mirror ornaments hanging from her neck and ears began to flicker non-stop. In the darkness, Olao looked at Adonis' sparkling ornaments from afar, and his expression was a little complicated. After a moment of silence, Olao slowly reached out his hand, and there was a thin circular lens in the center of his palm. This lens was the same as Adonis' ornaments, flickering non-stop. Through the image on the lens, Olao clearly saw Adonis' figure shuttling through the void of darkness. She went out again? Olao's 5 fingers clenched slightly, and for a moment, the thought of crushing the lens appeared in his mind. He was the one who opened up the dark tunnel bit by bit. If he crushed the lens, Adonis would be completely lost, unable to find the beginning and end. But in the end, Olao didn't break the lens. Instead, he lowered the brim of his hat and walked back into the abyss of darkness. Inside the stairs of Hanging Prison, Angor was using the illusion he left in the outside world to sense the wise man's emotional changes. He purposely mentioned that the thin film on the surface of the painting was like a mirror. This was not only a hint to his companions, but also to test the wise man's reaction. However, when the wise man realized that Angor could sense emotions, the wise man's emotional feedback became very weak. Even Angor couldn't sense the wise man's emotional changes after actively suppressing them. However, this was only temporary. Angor's real body was inside the stairs of Hanging Prison, and he had to use the illusion to sense the wise man's emotions. If he stood in front of the wise man's real body right now, the result would be very different. I've never heard the name of the artist you speak of, but I believe that the artist you speak of is real, and the painting is real as well. The other works of the artist you created using your illusory techniques are also real, however, I can't be certain whether or not your words are true. The wise sovereign said that he couldn't be certain, but his tone was extremely certain. He didn't believe in such a coincidence. If you can't be sure, then let's keep watching. Angor chuckled. Maybe there really is such a coincidence in this world? Dorcas also chimed in, yeah, there are too many coincidences in this world. Maybe it's a coincidence that we're here, or maybe it's fate. If fate is guiding us, then these coincidences aren't just coincidences. They're gifts from fate. Dorcas paused and continued in a joking tone, maybe even the wood spirit knows Angor. Dorcas was protecting Angor, but deep down, he didn't believe in such coincidences either. However, they were on the same side, and there was a contract between them. Protecting a partner was protecting the common interest. The wise man glanced at Dorcas and then looked at Angor again. Then I'll keep watching. Let's see if the coincidences you're talking about keep popping up one after another. With that, the wise man stepped aside and didn't say anything else. Since the wise man didn't say anything, Dorcas naturally changed the topic. He ran to Angor and asked, "Who's that blonde woman?" Dorcas was going to ask if the blonde woman was the woman in the mirror demon. However, with the wise man around, he could only ask in a roundabout way. I don't know. Maybe she's the one who hung the painting here? Angor glanced at the wise man. He tried to ask the wise man to answer, but the wise man didn't say anything this time. Seeing no response, Angor shrugged and gave Dorcas a knowing look, telling him to figure it out himself. He didn't know whether it was the woman in the mirror demon or not. However, all the abnormalities in the painting came from the outer layer of the mirror-like material. Besides, the blonde woman's side profile did look like the woman in the mirror demon's emblem. Even if it wasn't the mirror demon, Angor believed that it had something to do with it. However, he didn't have to worry about the mirror demon for now. If the mirror demon was related to Augustine, they would meet sooner or later. If it wasn't, Angor didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. After all, Xianxia had already entered the dream wasteland, and there was still a chance for her to learn the secret of the underground waterway. Besides, there was something else he needed to do. He lowered his head and looked at the dark log on the ground. Maybe, he could do that since it was a spawn of the wood spirit. As Angor pondered, he heard the wise man's voice. If you take it with you, you'll have a lower chance of running into a wood spirit. Why? It was Dorcas who asked the question. If this is a spawn of the wood spirit, shouldn't the wood spirit show up on its own? Dorcas asked. Wood spirits are good at sensing auras. It's already difficult for you to find them. If you take their spawn with you, you'll just tell them where you are. Knowing the wood spirit, it'll hide first instead of showing up. Besides, the spawn has been here for so many years, and it never came looking for you. Why do you think the wood spirit will show up on its own if you take it with you? Dorcas rubbed his chin and showed an enlightened look. If the wood spirit really wanted to find its spawn, it would have done so long ago. But it never looked for it, which meant it didn't care. Or maybe it was more afraid than it cared. Out of sight, out of mind. Now that he thought about it, the wood spirit was really a weirdo. You still want to take it with you? Dorcas looked at Angor and saw that the boy was still holding the piece of wood. It seemed the boy was still trying to draw something. Why not? Angor didn't even look up. Aren't you worried that you won't find the wood spirit? Angor stopped gesturing and looked at Dorcas. Like you said, the wood spirit might recognize me and come looking for me. Besides, do you think I can find the wood spirit without this? If the result is uncertain, why not take it with you? It's still a supernatural material. Dorcas thought Angor was going to put the piece of wood in a space storage and take it away as a trophy. However, what Angor said was completely different from what he imagined. Dorcas watched as Angor chopped the log, then burned it with fire. In less than half a minute, the log, which was not small at all, had turned into a thin, short stick. Next, Angor used heat melting and wax sealing to seal it. In the end, the stick became smooth and delicate. Dorcas already knew what Angor was planning. He was going to insert the stick into the staff he found earlier. As expected, Angor quickly inserted the short stick into the handle of the 4-in-1 item. Now, the staff became a real object. Moreover, from a certain point of view, this cane was the original. Or rather, it was an upgraded version of the original. After all, the staff was made of supernatural materials. Even if he only made a simple shape, the staff's essence was enhanced. Angor played with the staff to make sure it felt good. Alright, let's go. The others had all seen the staff before, so they weren't surprised. Only the Sovereign of Wisdom continued to stare at the staff, a strange look in his eyes. Previously, when the staff was still an illusion, he vaguely felt that this staff was a little familiar. Now that he looked at it again, he still found it familiar. Where did he see it before? You're interested in my staff, sage? The sage didn't try to hide his gaze. Angor looked up and saw the sage staring at the staff. I'm just curious. Can you do alchemy? The ruler of wisdom was indeed surprised that Angor knew how to do alchemy. He might have only done a simple job, but there were many tricks involved in the process. Angor was quite experienced in dealing with the most difficult parts. For example, how to extract the essence of a material and preserve its supernatural properties? How many supernatural properties could be preserved? This required a lot of experience. The more experienced an alchemist was, the wider the range of materials they could process, and the more extraordinary characteristics they could retain. Angor didn't sense any supernatural ripples after turning the wood into a short staff. It seemed that the staff didn't retain any supernatural properties. Judging from the faint golden runes on the staff, Angor had sealed his supernatural power inside the staff. Those runes looked like magic runes drawn out of thin air. Considering how dense the patterns were, Angor didn't lose any supernatural properties during the extraction process. Angor kept the essence of the material and did some simple magic runes to turn the staff into a semi-finished alchemy product. This wasn't too difficult for an alchemist. However, Angor did it in less than 2 minutes. This wasn't something an ordinary alchemist could do. Even if the ruler of wisdom did the job himself, he would probably be able to do it as fast as Angor. Maybe a little faster, but not by much. This caused the Sovereign of Wisdom to feel rather surprised. Rune and alchemy. Angor wasn't just a rune sorcerer, but also an enchantment alchemist? Moreover, his illusory technique was quite strange. The strength of this supernova was beyond the wise one's expectations. A little bit, Angor said humbly. I heard from Lady Xianxia that the Lord of Wisdom is an alchemist as well. I hope I can learn something from the Lord of Wisdom in the future. He wasn't lying. While Xianxia did warn him about the wise overseer, Angor didn't want the wise overseer to know about the dream wasteland. The wise overseer was loyal to Nether City, and he would do anything to bring the city back to life. If the sage knew about the dream wasteland, Angor would probably fall into his trap. But putting aside her position as the sovereign of the wise's position, Xianxia truly admired the sovereign of the wise's personal abilities. To be able to rely on wisdom and technology as a low-level magical creature to stand in the position of the ruler of Nether City was enough to explain everything. Alchemists all had their own understanding of alchemy, as well as their own self-consistent logic. Angor knew a lot about alchemy from human alchemists, but he didn't know what alchemy looked like in the eyes of non-humans. Would it be completely different from humans, or would it be the same? Therefore, his request for guidance came from the bottom of his heart. As long as you can leave this place safely, you'll have your chance. The sage gave Angor a thoughtful look. If Angor could leave this place safely, the sage would even take the initiative to talk to Angor. Is the wise lord trying to warn me that Noah's place is a dangerous place? You'll see. The sage was still trying to keep Angor in suspense. Angor couldn't help but feel helpless. Angor sighed and walked into the void path without saying anything else. The sage looked at Angor's departing figure and glanced at the familiar cane. As he did, the sovereign of wisdom's eyes suddenly froze. He seemed to understand where this sense of familiarity had come from. It wasn't from the cane itself. It was from the silver handle. To be more precise, it was from a carved symbol on the handle, a knight's sword with wings, inserted among thorns and roses. He saw this symbol on the 6163 test subject that he had been paying attention to recently. The 6163 test subject was a very special witch's eye. It had a clear concept of beauty, which made it fundamentally different from the other witches' eyes. This witch's eye was the subject that the sage paid the most attention to in the past 1,000 years, even more so than the other two wizard-level witches' eyes. Because its situation reminded the wise man of himself back in the day. This witch's eye wasn't born as an anomaly. One day, it suddenly understood the concept of beauty and gradually became different from the other witches' eyes. It chased after beauty and was willing to change itself in order to become beautiful. It was similar to what happened to the sage. Back then, the sage was also an ordinary three-eyed blue demon. Until one night, when he was picking spider eggs, he was bitten by a venomous spider. He fell from a tree and landed on his back. Because his body was numb, he couldn't stand up, so he decided to lie on the ground and wait for the poison to subside. While lying down, he saw an incomparably brilliant starry sky. He had seen the starry sky before, but he had never seriously looked at it, nor did he care about it. Compared to the starry sky, he cared more about food. But this time, because of the poison, he couldn't move. He was forced to look at the starry sky. At first, he only felt that it was a bit of an eyesore. But later, as he looked at it, he realized that the stars were actually twinkling. The twinkling was very interesting, as if they were winking at him. Then, he became fascinated. Since then, he would raise his head and look at the starry sky every night. At first, he was only fascinated. Later, he started to count them one by one, and then he started to imagine what the other side of the starry sky was like. When he had the thought of thinking about the starry sky, he was different from the other three-eyed blue demons. He knew how to think. It was also because of this that he gradually grew to where he was today. This kind of sudden enlightenment due to a miraculous opportunity was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought. It could be said to be a talent, but it was not a talent in the conceptual sense. It was more like a kind of awakening of wisdom. The wise man saw this potential in experimental subject number 6163, so he paid a lot of attention to it. He even continued to expand the concept of beauty on it, intentionally or unintentionally. Now, not only did number 6163 know how to dress up, but he also knew how to match colors. Even fragrance had become his understanding of beauty. And the last time the wise man went to see number 6163, he saw a self-made silver pendant on it. The pattern on the pendant was exactly the same as the logo. Or rather, the tip of the cane actually came from that pendant. In that case, experimental subject number 6163 had met this group of people. Based on the wise man's understanding of number 6163, it was very concerned about the ornaments it made. Because, to it, this was beauty. It was a dream that it pursued. Therefore, it would never give away that silver pendant. In other words, this group of people met number 6163, fought with it, and even killed it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten the pendant from it. It was very likely because they would have to pass by the witch's eye settlement. Strangely, the wise man left a mark on number 6163 in order to record the process of awakening of wisdom. It would automatically trigger the mark if number 6163 showed any violent fluctuations. However, up until now, the sage had not sensed any changes in the mark on number 6163's body. Did something go wrong? The wise man thought for a moment and sent a strand of spirit energy into the magic array in the underground sewer. A moment later, the wise man retracted his spirit energy and frowned. He saw number 6163, who was currently cultivating with the other witch-eye ghosts. There were no signs of injury at all. Also, the pendant on number 6163's body was still there. So the cane in Angor's hand had nothing to do with number 6163's pendant. As the sage pondered, he glanced at the cane again. Originally, he was going to take a closer look, but he didn't expect to see another emblem. It was the same as the one on the handle of the cane. However, this one was on Angor's glove instead of the cane. Number 6163 did not have a glove with an emblem on it. Did this mean the emblem on the cane had nothing to do with number 6163? Still, the wise man felt something was off. He wouldn't care if this happened to someone else. But when it came to Angor, he felt that there was something strange going on. But Angor's strange coincidences always made him suspicious. Although the logo on the hanging ornament of number 6163 didn't seem to have much meaning at the moment. But could there really be such a coincidence in this world? Number 6163 had the same emblem. Did Angor have the same emblem too? The sage couldn't help but recall Dorcas's words. One coincidence was one thing, but 2 or 3 was another. But what if there were 8 or 10 of them? Was this really fate's arrangement? When everything was arranged by fate, no matter how many coincidences there were, they could be explained away. When he heard Dorcas' words, the wise man thought it was a complete fallacy. Now, he still thought it was a fallacy. But there were no absolutes in this world. Even if it was a fallacy, there might be 1 or 2 exceptions. If he really knows the wood spirit, then I'll just take it as a coincidence, the wise man said in his mind. Since he couldn't explain the strange coincidences, he might as well let it slide. Still, the wise man did not believe that Angor knew the wood spirit. The wood spirit was born in the underground sewers. How could it know an outsider? The wise overseer didn't ask Angor about the emblem, but he didn't ask. Asking about other things would have been fine, but asking about an emblem that didn't seem to be of any importance at the moment wasn't something that the ruler of wisdom could do. Still, the wise man was getting more and more interested in Angor's identity. Angor's mind was filled with thoughts as well. However, he wasn't thinking about the emblem. Instead, he was wondering who the person behind the wise man was. Was it one of the people left behind in the underground? While Angor was lost in his thoughts, he heard Dorcas' voice again. Are you okay? Dorcas waved his hand in front of Angor's eyes. Angor recovered. I'm fine. What's wrong? Dorcas shook his head and gave him a strange look. Nothing. I just want to make sure you're okay. Are you really okay? Angor gave Dorcas a puzzled look. Was this guy crazy? No. I touched a lot of things along the way. You didn't feel anything at all? Didn't you say you used up a lot of your calculation power? Are you lying? Angor finally understood why Dorcas was looking at him with such a strange expression. If I tell you that I'm barely holding on to talk to you, would you believe me? Angor's face slowly turned pale. No. Dorcas shook his head. Fine. Angor's expression returned to normal. He turned around and kept walking. Something like exhaustion was purely subjective. Even if Dorcas didn't believe him, he couldn't prove it. Angor didn't mind exposing himself. However, it wasn't because of Dorcas's words that he had changed his expression so quickly that he didn't even bother acting anymore. Instead, it was because he could vaguely sense that the cane in his hand had suddenly become slightly hot. It was as if something was resonating with it from the depths of the void. The cane could only be considered a semi-finished alchemy product. It had supernatural properties, but they were all sealed inside the body of the cane. This sudden resonance was definitely not the effect of the cane. Something was calling out to it from somewhere. Angor could only think of one possibility, the wood spirit. End of chapter. So he's faking it. Dorcas looked at Angor's back and couldn't help but think to himself. Angor was walking slowly just now because he used up too much energy. Now he was running so fast? Who would believe that? Back in Queenstown, Dorcas already knew that Angor was a cunning person. He should always be suspicious of his words. While complaining in his mind, Dorcas followed Angor. He decided to question Angor. Why did he have to run away again when he didn't need to spend much energy on his calculations? Dorcas cared about Angor's calculation because Angor had to run again after dying by touching the picture frame. Corpse running was a kind of fun to watch others run, but if it was him, it would be a very embarrassing thing. Especially since Ye and Kale had witnessed his corpse running. Why wasn't a big deal? He was an otaku anyway. But Kale lived in the sandworm market. Every time Dorcas saw Kale, he would be reminded of the horrible royal family. How could he go back to Cross Tavern again? Dorcas chased after Angor with great resentment. Before he could question Angor, he saw Angor stop with a serious look. Angor looked back at the others, then looked ahead with a confused expression. What's going on? Did he find something? Dorcas looked around suspiciously, trying to see if there was anything wrong. However, he couldn't see anything with his naked eye. His spirit power couldn't reach the stairs of Hanging Prison, so he could only give Angor a confused look. Angor said, "There's a fork in the road." Dorcas looked at where Angor was pointing. There was indeed a fork in the road that led to two completely different directions. But, is there anything wrong? Nothing, Angor replied. Dorcas had a suspicious look on his face. If there's nothing wrong, why did you stop? I'm thinking about which way to go first. Dorcas didn't know what to say. Do you have to look so serious when you're just thinking about which way to go? Besides, it doesn't matter which way you go first. If you don't find it, you'll have to go back to the other way anyway. Angor looked back at Dorcas. Which way do you think is better? Dorcas was stunned for a moment. Why did these words sound so familiar? 2 seconds later, Dorcas replied with some hesitation, my inspiration talent hasn't recovered yet. I'm just lazy and don't want to make a decision. Since you don't want to make the decision, then leave it to the will of the heavens. Lazy? Hand it over to heaven's will? Before Dorcas could figure out what was going on, Angor tossed the cane into the air. After the staff spun in the air several times, it finally stopped in the middle of the fork. After the staff fell to the ground, there was a short pause, and then it began to spin like a top with the end of the staff as the fixed point. Seeing this, Dorcas understood what Angor was trying to do. Angor was using the cane to ask for directions. You know prophecy? Are you using the stars guide the way or the good luck magic staff? Or is this the guidance of fate? Stars Guide was a level 3 cantrip. It was a stargazing spell from the astrological axis school. It required a magic staff as a medium to ask for directions. Good luck magic was a cantrip from the inquiring bell school. It involved a series of prophecy spells that used a magic staff as a medium. As for Destiny's Guidance, it was a level 2 spell from the String of Fate school. It was a higher level prophecy spell that could only be learned by wizards who were at least level 1 or Truthfinder. Dorcas didn't believe that Angor knew Destiny's Guidance. He only included it as a joke. Angor shook his head. Neither. Angor remained silent for a moment before he slowly uttered the word, the will of the heavens. Dorcas looked at Angor's serious expression and was surprised for a moment. You're not using any prophecy spells? You're just relying on fate? Angor considered for a moment and spoke in a meaningful tone, not just fate, but also face. Face? What do you mean? Will joined them and asked curiously. You'll have to ask him. Angor gave Dorcas a meaningful look. Dorcas pointed at himself and silently opened his mouth. Ask me? How should I know? Angor said. Didn't you say that the wood spirit might know me? If that's true, then it's all about face, right? Dorcas. Are you serious? Angor grinned. Why don't you take a guess? Dorcas seriously thought about it for a second. Angor sounded like he was joking. Judging from the other people's expressions, they all thought so as well. Oddly enough, Dorcas somehow felt that Angor was telling the truth. At least half of it was true. Angor was just using a joke to cover up his true thoughts. So, Angor really believed that the wood spirit might know him, but was that possible? Even if the wood spirit recognized the staff, and it really did belong to Sunders, it didn't mean it knew Angor. It might remember that its original body used to belong to Sunders, but how could it know Angor, a new star who only emerged in recent years? Dorcas didn't think so, but he also felt that Angor was too calm. Was there something else going on? I don't know if you're serious or not, but I need to warn you. The staff is about to land. Dorcas didn't want to ask since the ruler of wisdom was right beside them. He simply pretended that he never thought about it. Everyone looked at where Dorcas was pointing and saw that the staff was already on the ground. It was pointing to the right. "Shall we go to the right first, sir?" Cal asked. Angor looked at the path on the right and rubbed his chin. "No. Let's go to the left first." Everyone was surprised to see Angor walking to the left. Didn't Angor say he was going to leave it to fate? Why did fate tell him to go to the left? They didn't know why Angor suddenly changed his mind, but they didn't ask. After all, they didn't know Angor well enough to know his personality. Maybe he was just such a capricious person, and such people were quite common in the wizarding world. In the words of Chairman Lightchaser of the City of Truth, it was normal for a wizard to have a strange temper after being cooped up in a small room all year round to train or do research. But was Angor really such a capricious person? Obviously, that was not the case. In fact, Angor didn't seem to be having a hard time choosing the right path. Angor stopped at this fork because he felt his staff heating up and resonating with the path on the left. If the source of the resonance was the wood spirit, it meant that the spirit was on the left path. But there was something else strange. When Angor came to the fork, the heat from the staff suddenly disappeared. Angor was a little confused. He already felt the resonance, and he was sure that the path was on the left. So why did the staff suddenly stop heating up when he came to the fork? Did it think that he already knew the path and didn't need to point it out anymore? Or did it use the path on the right to distract him? Angor didn't know what was going on, so he stopped at the fork. He didn't really care whether he went to the left or the right. He was just curious. If the heat from the staff was the work of the wood spirit, what was its intention? But if it wasn't the wood spirit, who could it be? Was it the mirror demon? In order to confirm his thoughts, he took out his cane and pointed it in the opposite direction. The body of the staff came from the wood spirit. When Angor threw the staff away, he basically gave up control of it. If the wood spirit was around, it could easily take over the staff. In other words, there were two possibilities for why the staff moved to the right. One, it was due to inertia, and the other, the wood spirit was secretly manipulating it. The former was not important, so it wasn't worth discussing. The latter was more important. If the wood spirit really did take over the staff and guided it to the right, then the situation was very interesting. The wood spirit's actions told Angor that it was on the left. Why did it suddenly move to the right? This was contradictory. What made the wood spirit change its mind? Was it trying to distract him? Or did the wood spirit have other plans? Angor came up with all these questions under the assumption that the wood spirit was involved. Of course, it was more likely that the wood spirit didn't do anything. Angor was just imagining things on his own. But if the wood spirit really didn't do anything, then why did the staff heat up and guide him to the right direction? Who could it be? What was going on? With these questions in mind, Angor walked to the left path. Angor decided to take the left path in the first place. Since the staff resonated with the left side, he should be able to find some clues no matter what was resonating with it. But it was hard to say if he took the right path. The left path was longer than Angor expected, but it was a peaceful one. They passed by 3 different rooms, all of which were floating in the void. They all looked familiar to Angor, but he couldn't match them with the rooms on the second floor. They were too damaged. Angor didn't find anything in the 3 rooms. They were now going to the last room on the left side of the path. According to Count Black's information, this last room was the most well-preserved room on the second floor. When they actually saw this room, it was indeed as the Black Earl had said. Not only did this room retain its complete outer shell, it even had a second floor and a very hidden attic. However, in such a well-preserved room, there was still no trace of the wood spirit. The only thing worth mentioning about the room was that there was a shadow ghoul's corpse in the attic. Although it was called a wreckage, all that was left was a circle of black dots on the wall. This was a characteristic of shadow ghouls. After they died, they would gradually disappear. In the end, they would leave behind a human-shaped shadow, which was the last trace of a shadow ghoul in this world. You could even call it a tombstone. A shadow ghoul's shadow would last for different periods of time. A wizard-level shadow ghoul could last for more than 1,000 years, while a regular one could only last for less than 100 years. The shadow ghoul here wasn't a wizard-level shadow ghoul. In other words, the shadow ghoul died within 100 years. Judging from the traces, the shadow ghoul was killed in this room. This was very interesting. Who killed the shadow ghoul? According to Xianxia, the only people who had passed through her place in the past 100 years were their group. The one in front of them was the wood spirit. This meant that if it was an outsider, then only the wood spirit could have killed the shadow ghoul. This was because only Xianxia's dimension had a way to reach the stairs of Hanging Prison. The other entrances would have to pass through the sage's hall. If the wood spirit hadn't killed the shadow ghoul, then the only ones left were the sage and the person hiding in his shadow. No one here was stupid. Even Levi was an old man who had lived for nearly 100 years. He could tell that this shadow ghoul was special. The sage saw that everyone was looking at him. He thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. I don't know who did it. It's most likely the wood spirit, because it hid here before. I don't know when, but it moved to another place. Since then, I haven't seen it return. If it's the wood spirit, then it's not as timid as I thought. Dorcas rubbed his chin and pondered. Sage, do you know if the wood spirit left before or after the shadow ghoul's death? The sage shook his head. I don't know. Dorcas gave Angor a puzzled look. Why are you asking this? If the wood spirit killed the shadow ghoul, then it must have left after killing the shadow ghoul. Not necessarily. The Black Earl, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. Currently, the information we know is that the wood spirits are timid by nature and are very talented in concealment. However, we still don't know how strong their attacks are. If the wood spirit specializes in long-range attacks, it can attack from its own comfort zone. That way, it can avoid its cowardly nature. Dorcas had a look of realization on his face. So that's how it is. However, if it's really as Black said, and the wood spirit's attacks are extremely long-range attacks, that means that it also has super long-range perception. Otherwise, it won't be able to hit the shadow ghoul accurately. So if the wood spirit is on the second level, it might have found us already? As Dorcas spoke, he suddenly turned his head to look at the Sovereign of Wisdom. The Sovereign Sage only smiled slightly, not giving him a reply. The sage didn't say anything, but he didn't deny their guesses either. The wood spirit must have a way to attack. Furthermore, with the timid nature of the wood spirits, the attacks they developed would definitely not be the kind of direct attacks. It was very likely that they would use long-range attacks or sneak attacks. If that's the case, aren't we already in danger? They asked in surprise. You haven't even come in yet. What danger? Dorcas scoffed. They quickly added, sir, you're in danger. Did you forget about me? Kale looked at Vey with a gloomy expression. Compared to Mr. Hyperdimension, he was the one in the most danger. Vey looked at Kale awkwardly and scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Don't worry, we're not doing this. If you die, I'll bring your soul back. Kale gave Dorcas a resentful look before he turned his attention to Angor. It's just a guess. There's no real information. Besides, if the wood spirit is really timid, it wouldn't have started a fight. Angor patted Kale's shoulder. Let's go. Since there's nothing here, let's get out of here. Also, I need your help with something. Kale didn't know what Angor was looking for at first, but he soon heard Angor's voice coming from the front. Alright, this is the place. Kale followed Angor's lead and looked around, only to see that they were standing in front of the door of the last room. To the left was the way back to the stairs, while to the right was a dark void. Kale's gaze naturally drifted to the left. There was only a path on the left, and the right was the end. To his surprise, Angor didn't look to the left as he expected. Instead, he signaled Kale to look at the dark void on the right. Kale followed Angor's gaze. Sir, is there anything special about this place? Kale asked. What's so special about this place? They can't see it, but you should be able to sense it. Others can't see it, but I can feel it? With that thought in mind, Kal-El continued to watch. After a long while, Kale asked hesitantly, Sir, are you referring to those spatial rifts? Before Angor could answer, Kale heard Dorcas speaking again. Space rifts? Is there one up ahead? Yes, there is. Be careful, mister. Cale was just about to reply to Dorcas, but when he looked up, he saw that Dorcas had already reached the end of the path, and right in front of him was a tiny crack hidden in the dark void. Careful? Of what? Dorcas asked. Cale gulped nervously. Mr. Cale, there's a space rift in front of you. Dorcas was about to take a few steps back when he heard Cale's words. But before he could, he sensed a powerful pulling force coming from the front. Before he could do anything, Dorcas was dragged toward the space rift. When Dorcas was pulled directly in front of the spatial crack, he finally saw the crack that was even thinner than a strand of hair. However, before he could express his surprise, he was torn into two by a tearing force. Everyone looked on helplessly as Dorcas's body was torn apart just like that, and finally fell into the void. Mr. Cale. Cale looked at Angor with a complicated expression. What? Do you have a question? Cale quickly shook his head. No. Angor remained calm. It's normal to be torn apart by space rifts. Cale didn't know what to say when he saw Angor's serious expression and heard Dorcas cursing in the spirit bond. Aside from the fact that Dorcas was a bloodline wizard and might not be strong enough to resist space rifts, Cale also thought that Dorcas was just a normal human being. Dorcas stood there for a long time without being sucked away. But when Cale pointed at the space rift, Dorcas was instantly sucked away. It sounded like the space rift was trying to devour Dorcas. But space rifts didn't have consciousness, and Dorcas was only an illusion. It wasn't the space rift that killed him. It was Angor for sure. Dorcas wasn't the only one who understood this. Everyone understood this, including Dorcas, who had been killed. Or else, Dorcas wouldn't be cursing in the spirit bond. When the observed object changes from an unknown state to a known state, the observer's state will change as well, Angor explained in a serious tone. What Angor said wasn't hard to understand. When a variable was still a variable, it had infinite possibilities. But when the variable became a known quantity, all possibilities would collapse, and only the result shown by the quantity would be left. It didn't sound like a problem at first. But if Dorcas didn't know there was a space rift in front of him, he could be alive or dead. But once he knew there was a space rift in front of him, he would be dead for sure. It didn't make any sense at all. Dorcas wasn't an idiot. He saw the flaw in Angor's words. Bullshit, he yelled in anger and began to refute Angor's words word by word. Angor waited for Dorcas to finish. Who told you that the observed object is a space rift, and the observer is you? To be specific, you're the observed object. The spirit bond remained silent for a while. About 10 seconds later, Y broke the silence. So you're saying that since you didn't notice the space rift, Red can stay alive, but when you see it, you'll definitely die? In other words, the observer was Cale, who pointed out the existence of the space rift in front of Dorcas. This also reminded Angor to perfect the illusion. According to the rules Angor set up in the beginning, life and death were related to the real world. In other words, if a mortal was in front of a space rift in the real world, he or she would be pulled in and cut into pieces. In this case, Dorcas would also be affected by the space rift in the illusion. However, Angor didn't notice the space rift in the beginning, so the illusion didn't show up either. Now that Cale mentioned the space rift, Angor had to fill in the missing piece of the puzzle. When the illusion created the space rift, Dorcas, who was standing closest to the rift, would be affected. Angor nodded. You're right. You can think of it that way. Wai also showed a look of understanding. If that's the case, then it does make sense. Dorcas was the only one who reacted to Wai's conversation. You're a traitor, aren't you? How can you help him? Why? Pretended he didn't hear anything. Dorcas continued, also, Jean Mingming said something before, they can't see it, but you can sense it. That means he already knew there was a space rift in front of him. So, he did it on purpose. Everyone heard what Angor said to Cale. Dorcas' rebuttal was quite convincing. How do you know I'm talking about a space rift? If it's not a space rift, then what is it? Dorcas asked. Angor considered for a moment. Fine, I admit. I told him to sense a space rift. But I don't know which one he sensed. Angor wasn't lying this time. He had a lot of knowledge about space, but he didn't have much experience when it came to practical application. Of course, he wasn't as good as Kale, who had been studying space for years. Because of this, Angor asked Kale to help him instead of doing it himself. Humph. Even if you're telling the truth, you can control the illusion and make me leave first so you can simulate a space rift, Dorcas complained in his mind. Angor didn't argue this time. He did have such an idea. See, I was right, wasn't I? What a dark mind. You need to know that he's a black-hearted bastard. Dorcas continued to nag in the spirit bond, but Angor didn't respond. He had already blocked the connection. The world is peaceful now, Angor muttered. I should have done that sooner. Angor looked up at Kale, who was still wearing a complicated expression. Don't mind him. Let's keep going. Keep doing what? Kale still didn't understand what Angor wanted him to do. Simple. Find a path. Angor explained briefly. Kale would control his illusion nodes to avoid all the space rifts and go deeper into the void. Until you reach your limit. Angor asked Kale to sense the space rifts earlier because he wanted to see how good Kale was. And Kale didn't disappoint. Kale's spatial senses were way better than Angor's. Kale's perception was accurate, but his range was limited. On the other hand, Angor's perception was far away, but his accuracy wasn't as good. By working together, they could make up for each other's weaknesses and reach deeper into the void. Kale didn't know how to actually do it, but he understood Angor's intention. But there was one thing Kale didn't understand. There was no path ahead. Why did Angor want to keep going? Kale had the same question in his mind as everyone else. Kale didn't dare to ask, but it wasn't a taboo topic for Count Black and the Wise Lord. Why do you want to explore the void in this direction? At almost the same time, the Dark Count and the Wise Sovereign both expressed similar sentiments. Angor shrugged. It's nothing. Just a little experiment. Trying something? What kind of thing? The wise ruler subconsciously wanted to ask, but when he thought about how he and the Black Earl had asked the same question, he guessed that the Black Earl would ask the same question as well. Thus, when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. But to his surprise, Count Black didn't ask any more questions. It seemed he already knew what Angor was going to do. While the wise overseer was wondering if he should ask something, Angor had already started working together with Kale. It wasn't that Angor didn't want to talk. He already sensed that Dorcas Corp's running was about to come to an end. To avoid further delays, he quickly called Kale over and began his first attempt at exploring the area. Of course, Angor wasn't going to explore the end of the void. He could sense that the source of the resonance was deeper in this direction. Therefore, he wanted to see what was in the depths. Would the wood spirit be there? With this question in mind, Angor began to spread out illusion nodes in the distance. Following Angor's instruction, Kale attached his spirit feelers to the core of the illusion nodes and guided them forward. With Kale's guidance, they didn't run into any trouble. While it was inevitable that they would lose some energy during the process, as long as they didn't run into any spatial rifts, they wouldn't lose too much energy. After walking for another 200 meters, Angor sensed that he was about to reach the place where the item resonated with the cane resonated with him. But at that moment, Carl suddenly stopped. Sir, something's wrong, Kale suddenly spoke. What is it? The spatial energy around us is very chaotic. This isn't normal. While listening to Kale's explanation, Angor also noticed that the seemingly peaceful environment was only a facade. The spatial energy in the void was indeed beginning to become unstable. Although the frequency of them encountering spatial fissures didn't change, the speed at which these spatial fissures appeared and disappeared was much faster than before. For example, Angor just saw a spatial rift appearing not far from them. However, as soon as it appeared, it was quickly covered by a chaotic energy field. The field covered the spatial rift and made it disappear, but it didn't mean that the danger was gone. Forcefully covering a spatial rift would only increase the frequency of spatial rifts appearing around it, and it would become a danger zone. Once they entered the danger zone, they might accidentally walk into a newly formed spatial rift. Should we keep going, sir? Kale asked. Angor considered for a moment and decided to go ahead. They were already very close to the source of the resonance, and since the source of the resonance was there, it meant that the other side was a safe zone. With that in mind, they kept moving forward. However, they didn't get far this time before they ran into danger. A new spatial rift appeared out of nowhere near their core node. The sudden appearance of this crack also meant that there was definitely a spatial crack that had been forcibly covered up in the vicinity. And once such a danger zone appeared, it would spread at an extremely fast speed. This meant that the area around them had already become a danger zone. Angor began to consider whether he should go back or not. Losing some illusion nodes and spirit feelers wasn't a big deal. At most, he would feel dizzy for a few seconds. However, if Kale lost a spirit feeler here, he wouldn't die, but his spirit energy would be damaged and he wouldn't be able to use his spirit energy for a while. For a supernatural, not being able to use one's spirit energy would greatly affect one's condition. For a scholar like Kale, his spirit energy was his ticket to explore the microscopic world. If he lost his spirit, he wouldn't be able to do any research for a while. With this in mind, Angor decided to leave. Why are they going to explore the void? When Dorcas returned from corpse running, he saw Angor and Kale wandering into the void. His angry act was useless now. Dorcas had no choice but to calm himself down and ask the others about Angor's reason for doing so. Why shook his head? I don't know. Sir only said that he's going to do an experiment. Why didn't hide anything and told Dorcas what happened? After Dorcas heard this, not only did the doubts in his heart not clear up, he became even more confused. Exploring the void was a very strange thing in itself. The Stairs of Hanging Prison was also located in an alternate dimension, which was separated from the real world. There were many traces left behind by humans, so there wasn't much value in exploring it. Besides, if Angor really wanted to explore the void, why did he choose to do it here? There were a lot of space rifts here, which meant the space here wasn't stable. Why would Angor put himself in danger if he knew how dangerous it was? The only explanation is that he might have found some clues that forced him to take this path. Dorcas voiced his conjecture. After saying this, his gaze subconsciously drifted towards the Sovereign of Wisdom. His words were meant for the wise man's ears. Only the wise man knew what was going on in the void. At first, Dorcas' gaze had been rather reserved, merely hinting. However, when he saw that the wise ruler was completely ignoring him, he became bolder, and his hinting turned into an explicit statement. He was just short of standing in front of the wise ruler and pointing at his nose. The wise man was getting annoyed by Dorcas' obvious stare. I don't know what else is there apart from the space rifts that keep appearing and disappearing. So there's nothing there? Only danger? Dorcas rubbed his chin. That's strange. Dorcas wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Even the wise man didn't understand why Angor suddenly wanted to explore the void. It was a place where space rifts often appeared. There shouldn't be anything valuable there. Just as everyone was filled with questions, Karel, who was sitting not far away, suddenly opened his eyes. Why are you awake? Where's Kim? Dorcas walked up to Kale and asked. It took a few seconds for Kale to regain his senses. However, he did not look at Dorcas. Instead, he looked at Angor. Kale's expression was filled with worry, fear, and anxiety. What are you thinking about? When Dorcas spoke again, Kale turned to look at him. Dorcas quickly asked, Where's Kim? Kale shook his head. We fell into a dangerous zone filled with new spatial rifts. After my lord escorted me out, he didn't leave with me. Instead, he entered the dangerous zone alone. So persistent? Could it be that there's something in the danger zone that attracted him? At this moment, the Dark Earl who had been silent all this while asked. I don't know either. Master didn't tell me anything. He only told me to bring him as far away from the spatial rifts as possible. Black Earl said he wouldn't enter the danger zone for no reason. There must be some external force pushing him forward. However, Black Earl had no idea what that external force was. If it was someone else, most external forces could be considered as benefits. But for Angor, pure benefits were not enough to attract him. But if there really was something in the danger zone that attracted him, then did the wise overseer lie? As Black Earl pondered, Kale suddenly spoke in a loud voice, He's back. Mr. is back. Count Dark looked at Angor and saw him already open his eyes. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Black Earl, your spiritual power is damaged? Angor nodded. Bad luck. We ran into some danger. I had no choice but to give up a spirit feeler. Both Kale and Vale were looking at him with worried expressions. Kale's worry probably stemmed from guilt, while Vale's concern was something Angor couldn't understand. But there was no doubt that both of them were sincere. Angor quickly added, "Don't worry. I'll be fine soon." And by soon, he meant it. In less than 2 minutes, color returned to his face. His complexion recovered, which meant that Angor was no longer affected by the dizziness caused by losing spirit power. However, he couldn't get his lost spirit back. In other words, Angor's overall condition was better, but his strength was still weakened. However, the loss of spirit was nothing to him. Even if he meditated for 2 or 3 hours every day, it would only take him a week to fully recover. When Angor said that he didn't need to worry about him, he meant it. Why did you explore the void? Dorcas quickly approached Angor and asked. To try something. Angor's answer was as perfunctory as before. What kind of experiment? Dorcas didn't want to give up. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he signaled to Kale that they were free to go. Then, he turned around and said to Dorcas, I'm going to explore the void here. Why do you want to explore the void? Also, if you want to explore the void, wouldn't it be better to go somewhere else? Angor didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. It seemed he was already prepared for this. The more space rifts there are, the lower the barrier of the magic array, and the more information I can get. So I chose a dangerous area. Maybe I can find some clues there. Angor's intention was clear. He was going to analyze the underlying rules of the magic array. Most people accepted the reason. They all witnessed Angor's great control over the magic array on their way here. Therefore, it was possible for Angor to discover the underlying rules of the magic array and gain control of it. Also, Angor's actions were reasonable. However, the wise overseer couldn't accept it. It wasn't that he didn't trust Angor's knowledge. He just didn't understand why Angor wanted to analyze the magic array of the stairs of Hanging Prison. The wise overseer didn't believe it. Even if Angor had the complete blueprint of the stairs of Hanging Prison, he still could not turn the situation around because the magic array here was connected to the outside world. Unless Angor could control the entire underground tunnel magic array, he would not have the confidence to turn the situation around. Besides, Angor's goal was to find a wood spirit. Wood spirits were not related to magic arrays. Even if Angor could control the magic array of the stairs of Hanging Prison, he still wouldn't be able to find a hidden wood spirit. For example, the wise overseer could barely control the magic array of the stairs of Hanging Prison. But even so, he had to start from the beginning every time he entered the stairs of Hanging Prison. Therefore, the wise overseer didn't think Angor was telling the truth. But if he wasn't, why would he go there? As Dorcas said, there was only danger at the end of the stairs, but no chance. Under such circumstances, Angor had no reason to go to the dangerous area unless he wanted to die. The wise overseer really wanted to ask this question, but he didn't want to make a fuss about it. Maybe Angor was trying to confuse the wise overseer in the first place. With that in mind, the wise overseer held back his thoughts and focused on observation. In the wise overseer's opinion, an answer obtained from observing someone's behavior and thinking style was usually more credible than an answer obtained from someone else's mouth. Angor was surprised by the wise overseer's silence. He was prepared to tell the truth since it wasn't a big secret. At most, he would be laughed at for being tricked. Also, he could ask the sage about what was resonating with the scepter in front of everyone. After all, he didn't get to the end. Without Kale's help, Angor had to rely on luck to move around the dangerous area. Luck didn't always favor Angor. In the end, he was still crushed by a newly formed space fissure and stopped at the end. What surprised Angor even more was that the wise overseer didn't ask about it, and the others also believed his lie. Angor wondered if the wise overseer's lying skills had improved. How did he fool everyone with a random lie? Since no one questioned his words, Angor decided not to explain himself. He didn't mind being laughed at, but he still wanted to save his dignity if he could. They returned to the fork again. They chose to go left earlier, but this time, they had to go right. If the spirit is really on the right, you're pretty good at pointing the way, said Dorcas as he stood in the middle of the fork where Angor threw out the cane. The cane pointed to the right, but Angor chose to go left instead. Speaking of which, why did you go left? The cane pointed to the right. Angor looked back to make sure the cane was no longer resonating. Because I don't believe in fate. Dorcas was puzzled. That's why I went left first. Angor shrugged. It took Dorcas a while to realize that Angor was saying that fate guided the cane. But he didn't believe in fate, so he chose to go against it. Dorcas understood, but he couldn't figure it out. It didn't make any sense at all. Angor sounded like a naughty child who was arguing with his parents. Are you just brushing me off? Although it was a question, Dorcas' tone was firm. Take a guess. Angor didn't admit or deny it. He simply walked past Dorcas and went deeper into the forest. Angor's bad behavior successfully reminded Dorcas of the anger he felt when Angor controlled him. Dorcas turned into a roaring sandworm and began to nag at Angor's ears, criticizing him. However, Dorcas only rambled on for a minute before he realized that he couldn't speak anymore. To be precise, it wasn't that he couldn't speak. It was as if his voice was blocked by a thin membrane. However, Vi, the Black Count, and the Sovereign of the Wise were able to hear it clearly. Also, Dorcas' voice no longer sounded high or low because of the distance between them. Instead, it was loud and clear. It was as if Dorcas was right beside their ears. No, it wasn't as if. Dorcas was speaking right beside their ears. In the illusion, Dorcas was far away from them. But in reality, Dorcas was right beside them. In other words, he took away your sound illusion node. When you speak now, you are speaking directly in reality and not in an illusion. Black Girl warned Dorcas through their spirit bond, you better shut up. I don't want to hear you yapping in my ears. Or do you want to experience being silenced in real life as well? Dorcas didn't like Black Girl's threat, but he had no choice but to endure it. Since he couldn't speak, Dorcas continued to use the spirit bond to bombard Angor. However, both Black Earl and Angor blocked the spirit bond. Even the Wise Lord, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, left the spirit bond because it was too noisy. Now, the only people Dorcas could complain to were Val and Kale. However, even though Dorcas was a troublemaker, he still knew his limits. He could do whatever he wanted with Angor and the others, but he had to be careful when talking to apprentices. After all, the Wise Lord was right beside them. He didn't want Val and Kale to reveal more information because of him. Still, Dorcas didn't want to give up so easily. Since he couldn't speak, he simply ran to Angor's side and stared at him with narrowed eyes. At first, Angor felt a little awkward. But soon, he did not think too much about it. It was just an illusion, and Dorcas couldn't do anything to him. He would just treat Dorcas as a mobile accessory. With this thought in mind, Angor ignored Dorcas and began to think about something else. The staff's resonance was on the left side at first. Now, Angor was sure that the left side was a dangerous area filled with space rifts. If this was the work of the Wood Spirit, then didn't that mean that the Wood Spirit had planned to lure him into a trap? If possible, it would be best if he died in that spatial crack. If that was the case, then why did the Wood Spirit change its mind and move the resonance to the right? Angor already had some guesses in his mind, but they all had to be based on a certain premise. That was, the Wood Spirit was behind all of this. Angor believed that the Wood Spirit was behind all of this, but he couldn't rule out other possibilities, such as the blonde woman in the painting. Unfortunately, Angor couldn't find out who was behind all of this yet. However, finding out the truth wasn't his priority right now. As long as he could achieve his goals, he didn't mind not knowing the truth. For example, Angor's goal was to find the Wood Spirit. Knowing the truth had nothing to do with it. As for the Wood Spirit's location, Angor already narrowed down his options. If he wasn't mistaken, the Wood Spirit should be on the second floor. About a minute after leaving the fork, Angor's group saw the first room floating in the air. Angor looked around and didn't find anything useful, so he kept moving forward. Soon, they found the remains of the second and third rooms. It sounded like there were already 3 rooms on the right path, but that was not the case. The remains of the 3 rooms were all different from each other. However, since he once visited the complete stairs of Hanging Prison in Nether City, he could tell that the furniture in the 3 rooms came from the same room. In other words, it was very likely that the remains of these 3 rooms were disassembled from one large room. They were originally one unit. Perhaps because they were once one, even the degree of poverty was exactly the same. There were still no clues in the wreckage of the 2nd and 3rd rooms. After leaving the wreckage of the room, they continued to move forward. Not long after, Angor suddenly heard someone whispering in his ear. When he turned around, he saw that Wai had appeared beside him out of nowhere. Vale saw Angor looking at him and quickly signaled Angor to look behind. Angor looked back and saw the wise man standing at the end of the group with his head lowered, as if he was thinking about something. Even the 3rd eye on his forehead was narrowed into a slit. Dee moved closer to Angor and whispered, "He's been like this for a while. Maybe he's planning something. Be careful, sir." Angor didn't expect V to come here just to tell him this. This young apprentice sure is loyal. But you can't keep your voice down. He can still hear you. V's expression froze. But it's just that the wise man's mind is temporarily detached from the illusion. V's eyes lit up. Does that mean he didn't hear what I said? Angor shrugged. I'm not sure. However, compared to this, you should be more concerned about whether something has happened on your side. Angor gestured V to look at Count Black and Dorcas. Wai turned around and saw that his master had fallen to the ground, motionless. As for Dorcas, he was in the same situation as the wise sovereign. His head was lowered, and he looked like a walking corpse. Clearly, his mind had left the illusion. The fact that 2 official magi had separated their minds from the illusion meant that some unknown changes had occurred in the outside world. It can't be, the sovereign of the wise took advantage of our unpreparedness to attack our true bodies, can it? A look of panic appeared on Vale's face. Angor shook his head. Don't worry. He didn't do anything. Both the illusions Angor left outside and Elmi, who was hiding in the dark, could provide him with information. Neither Elmi nor the illusions were attacked, which meant the wise man didn't do anything. Still, it was strange that both of them left at the same time. Angor considered for a moment and removed the spirit bond. Then he quickly contacted Count Black and Dorcas. Now you're asking me? I've been calling you for a long time. Dorcas' voice came from the other side of the spirit bond. At this moment, the Black Earl also replied, just now, the wise sovereign suddenly left the illusion. I sensed something strange and came out to investigate. I discovered that he had left. He left? Does that mean we don't have to fulfill any requirements? Dee asked. I'm sorry. He's back while we're talking. Just as Dorcas finished his sentence, Wai heard a familiar voice by his ear. Yes. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm back. Dee jerked his head around and saw a young man with 3 of his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. The wise man of wisdom. The wise man gave V a meaningful glance. I left for a short time, but I didn't completely remove my mind. The corner of Wai's mouth twitched. Lord Ruler, what do you mean by this? The wise man smiled. I'm just saying that he's right. I can hear you even if you keep your voice down. Dee's expression froze again. However, just as Wai was about to break down, a large amount of nightmare energy gathered around his body and formed a ring around him, enveloping him tightly. As soon as the nightmare aura appeared, the wise overseer shifted his attention away from Whale and looked at Angor again. I knew your illusions could sense emotions. But I didn't think they could be hidden as well. The Sovereign of Wisdom smiled. However, even if you were able to conceal his emotions, some information would still leak out. The wise overseer spoke slowly, the power of the earth is abundant, but it's not. He's also a descendant of Noah, right? Dee's eyes widened in shock. Did he just get tricked? Did the wise man leave just to distract them so he could find a loophole and find out more information? You don't have to guess one by one, wise man. You can think of all of us as Noah's descendants. What if I told you that Noah's descendants might not end well, while those who aren't Noah's descendants might have a better chance of survival? Would you say something like that again? Angor stared at the sage in confusion for a few seconds before he suddenly chuckled. I thought the wise man was more of an arrogant man. But it looks like I overestimated you. Arrogance was a sin, but ignorance was an even worse sin. What do you mean by that? Nothing. I'm just thinking about something my mentor taught me. Things are different now. Angor shook his head. With that, he turned around and left without saying anything else. Count Dark and Dorcas were already back, so he didn't need to stay here. His priority was to find the wood spirit. As for the wise man's words, he would just ignore them. Noah's descendants might not end well? In other words, Noah's descendants might die. But if Noah's descendants did die here, the wise man wouldn't be able to stop the huge wave that would destroy Nether City. In the past, Nether City was glorious. The Noah clan, on the other hand, was just an insignificant adept clan in Nether City. 10,000 years had passed, and Nether City was now a pile of ruins, while the Noah clan had become a colossus. Considering all this, the wise man still treated it as the past. His vision was outdated and ignorant. The Noah clan now had powerful fighters, resources, and connections. Goman King wouldn't say anything even if the Noah clan took control of thousands of kilometers around Nether City, let alone Nether City. Once Nether City was under the Noah clan's nose, the wise man could still let it go. However, if it was scabies or mosquito blood, the city would be destroyed. Nether City might still have some resources left, and there might even be more powerful fighters who hadn't awakened yet. However, if Nether City insisted on defending the ruins, it would lose in the end. Due to the problem of their foundations, it was not realistic to forcefully wipe out Nether City. However, it was not difficult to slowly erode it bit by bit. This was why Angor said that things were different now. Arrogance was fine, but ignorance would only make people laugh. Why didn't expect Angor to go against the wise man like this? Also, he seemed to be the fuse. Why was a little worried that the wise man would go crazy, but he also felt something else. Ah, Mr. Superdimensional is my idol. On the other hand, the wise man lowered his head and put on a pensive expression as if he had lost his mind again. However, this time, neither the Black Girl nor Dorcas left the illusion. This time, the wise man was really deep in thought. Maybe it was because of what he said just now, regardless of whether it was true or not. If the wise sovereign could come to his senses and abandon his arrogance and prejudice, it would be a good thing for them. But if he couldn't, they would have to get ready to run away. As Angor was thinking, he heard Kale's voice. "Mister, there's a room over there." The reason why Kale cried out in surprise was because the room this time was completely different from the ones he had encountered before. It wasn't on the path of the real world. Just like the floating ruins they saw before, it was floating in the air. However, this room was still nearly 90% intact. At first glance, it didn't look like a ruin at all. Instead, it looked more like an old house that was covered in dust. It was precisely because of its uniqueness that Kale was so surprised and pleasantly surprised. Even if the wood spirit wasn't inside, it was still a good thing. There must be a lot of ancient traces inside. This was a feast for archaeologists. Kale couldn't wait to step into the room. However, for safety's sake, he still signaled for Angor to enter first. After making sure there was no obvious danger, Kale flew inside. Angor didn't enter the room right away. Instead, he looked at Count Black. "This is the last room on the second floor, right?" Count Black nodded. "Yes. It's a dead end." Angor compared the resonant coordinates he sensed earlier and confirmed that there was a resonant point in this room. If the wood spirit was the one who created the resonant point, there should be traces of it here even if it wasn't here. With this thought in mind, Angor stepped into the room as well. The room had 2 floors. The first floor was mostly in ruins, with broken items scattered everywhere. However, compared to the other rooms, there were a lot more recyclable items here. For example, floor tiles, sand beds, oil lamps, ghost fire, all of them had supernatural properties and could be considered as supernatural materials. Individually, they weren't too expensive. But if Angor wanted to buy all of them, they would be worth a fortune. Dorcas' desire for the room was obvious from the way he looked at it. However, no matter how much he longed for it, he could only look and not take it. After all, he was just an illusion. However, Dorcas had already secretly decided that it would be his turn next time. When he came to explore the stairs of Hanging Prison, he would definitely sweep this place clean. In order to maximize his profit, Dorcas even tried to persuade Cale not to take anything from the room. In that case, when he came to plunder them, they would all belong to him. As for Angor, Dorcas didn't try to stop him at all. First of all, Angor was still blocking him from speaking. Second, Angor wasn't interested in these things anyway. Dorcas' plan was perfect, but he didn't consider the possibility of Angor finding the wood spirit in the first round. What if there wasn't a third round? After exploring the first floor of the room, they came to the staircase. They didn't go up immediately because Count Black was flying at the top of the stairs. His nostrils were pointing at the banisters on both sides of the stairs. There was a row of thorny vines hanging on the banisters. Are those blood-sucking vines? Dale asked curiously, are they alive or dead? Cale carefully sensed the vines and answered, I think they're dead. There's nothing alive about them. But why do I feel like something's wrong with them? But I can't tell what's wrong. Unable to figure it out, Cale looked at Angor for help. You think something is wrong because it's fake. Fake? Both Cale and Vale looked at Angor in surprise. Angor nodded. Yes, they're fake. If you look closely, you'll see that they're carved out of wood, not vines. Count Black agreed. They're carved. But I didn't pay attention to the details when I came here. Now that I think about it, the vines fit perfectly with the banisters. It's almost like they were made for me. But the colors and styles don't match at all. It doesn't look like something that originally existed in this room. It's more like someone put it in. If it's not something that originally belonged to this house, then could it be? Corell paused for a moment, then silently uttered a name, Wood Spirit. Could this vine statue be a wood spirit? After a moment of silence, everyone looked at the wise overseer. Only the wise overseer could give them an answer. However, the wise sovereign seemed to be in a daze. After a long while, he said, I don't know. Whether it's a wood spirit or not, I can only give you a definite answer after I enter it myself. But if I'm the one who found it, I'll be the one who found it, not you. Dorcas frowned. So you're saying we need to prove that it's a wood spirit as well? That's not the right way to put it, but that's more or less it. If they found something that looked like a wood spirit, they had to prove that it was a wood spirit before they could claim to have found it. However, there was another problem. If this vine statue was a wood spirit, but no matter how they tried, the statue wouldn't respond. How could they prove that it was a wood spirit? Should they attack it? But they couldn't do that in front of the wise overseer. The wise sovereign's response to this possibility was still the same. That's a problem you have to consider, not me. Also, too many assumptions will only make things worse. Instead of making random assumptions, it's better to think about how to prove whether or not this vine is a wood spirit. The wise overseer returned to his usual nonchalant expression. Everyone looked at each other for a moment before Vay suggested, how about we check the statue first? I don't think it's a wood spirit, Angor said. Angor didn't explain right away. Instead, he raised his cane and gently touched the statue. When the cane came into contact with the vine sculpture, the vine immediately trembled. Then, they saw a thin layer of dust falling from the cracks on the statue. The dust. They looked at the dust and realized something. He then turned to Black Earl. Black also saw the vine statue earlier. But after examining it, Black believes that it's not a wood spirit. However, considering the unknown limits of the wood spirit's innate ability to conceal itself, before Black left, it left behind some marks in places that might be suspicious. The dust is the mark. Now that the dust is still here, it means that this vine sculpture is the same as the one that Black encountered earlier. Since it's the same vine, it means that this vine sculpture hasn't moved at all. If it really is a wood spirit, it wouldn't have stayed here all this time. Therefore, based on the above, this was probably not a wood spirit. Of course, they couldn't completely deny it. After all, their understanding of the wood spirits was very limited and one-sided. Perhaps the wood spirits had grown bolder in recent years and really dared to play the game of darkness. Still, he could put these small odds aside for now. If he could not find a wood spirit this time, and if Dorcas felt suspicious about this place, he could always check it out later. Right now, they had to consider the more probable scenario first. Thus, after confirming that it wasn't a wood spirit, everyone skipped over it and went up to the second floor. There was only one small room on the second floor, which could be easily seen at a glance. There were also some broken pieces of debris on the ground, but they were all external energy pavilions or light sources, so they could be ignored. The furniture, on the other hand, was still in good condition. Most of the furniture was similar to the ones on the Zeroth floor, made from supernatural materials, but there was nothing special about them. The only thing worth paying attention to was the dressing mirror in the corner of the room. The dressing mirror and the dressing table were a single piece. The surface of the mirror was oval and could reflect half of one's face. Because of the mirror demon, everyone paid close attention to anything related to mirrors, including the Black Earl. It was also because of this that the dressing mirror was marked by the Black Earl. This time, the mark was even more obvious. It was right on the surface of the mirror. The Black Earl covered the mirror with a thin layer of dust. Now, the dust was still there. Through the thin layer of dust, they could faintly see figures moving in the mirror. According to conventional judgment, the figures in the mirror were actually projections of themselves. However, after seeing the sudden change of the blonde woman in the oil painting, everyone began to doubt the figures in the mirror. Was it really them? Or was it someone else? Because of the suspicions in their hearts, everyone unconsciously gathered in front of the dressing mirror. Through the misty mirror, they carefully observed for any unusual clues. While the others were checking the mirror, Angor did not join them. Instead, he walked to the door. The wise sage was standing near the door. The wise sage glanced at Angor. What? You don't have any questions about that well-preserved mirror? Of course. But before that, there's something I want to confirm. What is it? The sage looked at Angor quietly. The third eye on his forehead looked down at Angor as if it was looking down at Angor with disdain, which gave off a sense of arrogance. The vine statue. I already told you that I don't know, the wise sage said. No, I don't want to know if it's a wood spirit or not. I just want to know if the vine statue was left there by a wood spirit, right? Is that a wood spirit spawn? The wise sage gave Angor a surprised look. Why do you think it was left there by a wood spirit? It was reasonable to assume that the log was left behind by a wood spirit. The log contained a strong life energy, which meant it was a supernatural material. However, the vine statue outside was different. It was just a piece of ordinary wood that contained some energy. The only thing special about it was that it had been preserved for a long time and didn't rot. Apart from that, there was nothing else worth mentioning. The essence of the vine was different from the log, and the energy it contained was different as well. The wise sage didn't know how Angor connected the two different types of wood together. Because carving a vine out of wood is strange in and of itself, Angor said. I can think of two explanations. Either the wood spirit had too much free time on his hands, or he just wanted to learn something. Miss Xianxia mentioned that the wise sage favored the wood spirit and taught it a lot of knowledge. Since the wise sage is a master alchemist, he must be an expert in carving. Maybe he taught the wood spirit how to do it. So, in my opinion, both of these explanations make sense when applied to the wood spirits. The wise sage gave Angor a thoughtful look. I'm getting the feeling that you didn't come here by chance. Many things you know can't be explained by one or two far-fetched reasons. And don't tell me it was Xianxia who told you. She doesn't know a lot of things. The wise sage's words indirectly confirmed Angor's suspicion that the vine statue was indeed left behind by a wood spirit. However, the wise ruler's suspicions about Angor's existence only grew stronger. He clearly didn't believe Angor's explanations. They sounded too far-fetched to him. Generally speaking, the wise sage wasn't wrong. However, Angor wasn't trying to make up an explanation. Instead, he was trying to extrapolate the situation based on the fact that he already knew the answer. When Angor first entered the room, he already guessed that the wood spirit must have left something behind. Either the wood spirit's main body was here, or something else related to the wood spirit. This was because it was very difficult to create resonance without a medium. Angor didn't fully believe that the wood spirit was in the void. But even if the wood spirit wasn't here, it must have left something behind. Otherwise, how could it create resonance from nothing? Angor didn't think the wood spirit could do it. Therefore, Angor went to the void to look for a medium. Unfortunately, due to some objective reasons, Angor didn't find the medium in the end. Therefore, he changed his target to this room. After going through 2 floors, Angor believed that the vine statue was the most likely explanation. Using the results, he came up with the explanation he gave to the wise sage. Angor shrugged. I didn't come here by accident. This is a place left behind by Noah's ancestor. As a descendant, I have to come and check it out. The wise sage didn't believe Angor was Noah's descendant, but he didn't argue. Are your goals really the same as the Noah clan's? You don't need to answer me. I'll see with my own eyes. With that, the wise sage gestured for Angor to do as he pleased. The wise sage didn't say it out loud, but Angor already got the answer he was looking for. Without further ado, he turned around and walked to the mirror. He also considered the possibility that the mirror was the medium the spirit left in the room. But when he thought about the oil painting, he confirmed that there was something wrong with the mirror. If that was the case, the spirit should be more afraid of things related to mirrors rather than actively touching them. Therefore, Angor ruled out the possibility of the mirror. But he had to admit that there was something strange about the mirror. Looking at the broken energy tubes on the floor, Angor could see why. The broken energy tubes were all broken, but the surface of the mirror was still perfectly fine. Something was wrong. By now, everyone had finished inspecting the dressing table and didn't find anything suspicious. So, he turned his attention to the mirror that was most likely to have a problem. Kale, how about you wipe off the mark first? Dorcas asked as he looked at the dust on the mirror. Kale didn't know whether he should do it or not, so he turned around to ask Count Black. Count Black didn't answer. Instead, he turned the stone tablet around and asked Kale to ask Angor. When Kale checked the mirror, he didn't find anything strange. He didn't find anything wrong with the oil painting, but something happened when Angor tried to touch it. Therefore, he couldn't be sure if the mirror would be the same. Kale and Angor both entered the stairs of Hanging Prison together, so it was best to let Angor decide if they should wipe the dust off the mirror to see if it was them or someone else. Angor said, I don't think it's a big deal. But I'm pretty sure the wood spirit isn't around the mirror. Angor didn't explain why the wood spirit wouldn't appear near the mirror, but everyone understood. It was just like the oil painting from before. Even though the wood spirit's main body had been taken away, it still didn't dare to approach the oil painting. Our mission is to find the wood spirit. As for the truth inside the mirror, that's not important right now. Angor glanced at the wise lord. Of course, if the wise lord wants to give us extra points, that's a different story. The wise lord didn't respond. Angor looked back at Kale. So it's not a bonus point. Should we continue? Angor was asking Count Black. If the mirror demon had something to do with the mirror demon, then Augustine must have something to do with it. Angor wouldn't stop Count Black if he wanted to find out the truth. Count Black considered and said, let's finish the mission first. Since Count Black already said so, they didn't need to pay too much attention to the dressing table. After checking the room for a while and making sure there were no clues about the wood spirit, they began to leave. Angor was the last one to leave the room. When he was about to leave through the first floor, he saw Count Black floating outside the door. What did you see in the mirror? Count Black asked in a soft voice. Angor remained silent for a few seconds before he chuckled. So it didn't work. Count Black was confident because he didn't believe that Angor wouldn't clean the mirror first. There had to be a reason why Count Black asked Kale to leave first while he stayed behind. Angor didn't touch the mirror at all. Everyone else was inside the illusion, while Angor and Kale were in the real stairs of Hanging Prison. As long as Kale left first, Angor could use the illusion to cover up the truth. It looked like he hadn't done anything, but in fact, he had done everything in front of everyone. I didn't see myself in the mirror, Angor said. Count Black knew there was something wrong with the mirror as soon as he heard Angor's words. Is it the blonde woman? Angor shook his head. No, there's no one in the mirror. It's a black hole that looks like an abyss. A black hole that looks like an abyss? Count Black frowned. Can it connect people? I don't know. I didn't use my spirit feelers inside the mirror. But it's an obvious invitation, so it should be able to connect people. The Black Girl said, you were right not to go in. It was better to be cautious in such an unknown situation. Besides, the passage inside the mirror might have something to do with the mirror demon. If that was the case, they would be in great danger. Angor understood this as well. Normal people wouldn't stand in front of a dangerous wall. He paused and added, "Oh right, when I left, a hand reached out from the black hole." When Angor saw the abyss-like black hole in the mirror, he knew he was being watched. Earlier, when Dark Earl entered the stairs of Hanging Prison, he also saw this mirror and even left a mark on it. But nothing happened to Dark Earl. So why did Angor encounter this problem? Comparing the difference before and after they entered, the answer was already very obvious. There was only one reason, and that was the oil painting. Angor destroyed the painting and took away the wood inside. This must have triggered something hidden in the mirror, which noticed Angor's presence as soon as he touched the mirror again. The dark abyss in the dressing mirror must have been made by the other party as well. The goal was to force or lure Angor into the mirror. As for what would happen to Angor, it would not be good. Therefore, as soon as he saw the abyss tunnel in the mirror, he quickly retreated and sealed the mirror. As John always said, a wise man would not stand beside a collapsing wall. As someone who understood the principle of no pain, no gain, he would not be so reckless as to wipe the mirror. Before the dust was blown away, he had already made preparations to seal the mirror. Mirror sealing was related to the knowledge of space and mirror images, which happened to be Angor's current research topic. In order to study this topic, he repeatedly entered and exited Mirror Grudge's mirror space, so sealing the mirror was not difficult for him. The mirror was the interface between two different spaces. It was the most fragile part of the mirror. Once sealed, it would be very difficult to break. Angor reacted quickly. Not long after he sealed the mirror, a hand reached out from the abyss. This hand was made up of translucent gems. They were sparkling with a faint light and looked lustrous and translucent. However, the gemstones that made up the hand were bright red, as if they were just stained with fresh blood. The gemstone hand's target was clear, Angor. It was going to jump out of the mirror and drag Angor into it. However, the moment its hand touched the surface of the mirror, it was bounced back by an invisible force field. This force field was Angor's mirror sealing. The gemstone hand did not want to give up and tried to break the force field. However, no matter how hard it tried, the mirror remained unharmed. Angor was right in front of the mirror, but the gemstone hand could not do anything other than hammering the mirror angrily. In the end, when Angor was about to leave, the gemstone hand did something that shocked him greatly. The hand poked the mirror with its little finger, and the finger was broken from the middle. A liquid that looked like blood flowed out from the broken part. The jeweled hand pinched the severed little finger and used the blood inside as ink to write a row of crooked words on the mirror. Angor did understand the words, but the words looked like they were written by a child, and the words were written in reverse. Angor did not expect a monster that used its finger as a pen to understand what word mirror meant. He left the room after reading the words. Blood? What does it say? The Black Earl was puzzled. Angor, an emotionless threat. Leave, or I'll give you a permanent residence permit. Dark Earl was stunned for a long time after hearing what Angor said. If he had a body, his brows would probably be furrowed like a mountain. What do you mean? Permanent residence permit? Angor shrugged. Wrong word. The gemstone hand did not only write the wrong words but also did not pay attention to the direction of the mirror. It wrote permanent residence permit instead of permanent residence permit. In the common language, these two characters were very similar, but one was an emotional threat. The so-called permanent stay meant you can't leave, die here. The other was a neutral noun without any emotional stance, permanent residence permit. In other words, the gemstone hand should have written something like leave or stay forever. Unfortunately, the wrong word was lost. This was why Angor said it was an emotionless threat. Black Earl was also stunned after learning the truth. In his mind, the existence in the mirror was either the so-called mirror demon, or the hidden mirror man who led a demon follower to steal the holy relic. As for these two, be it the mirror demon god or the hidden mirror person who was suspected to be one of the upper echelons of Nether City, they were both intelligent people in the eyes of the Black Earl. Otherwise, how could they brainwash a demon follower? But the owner of the gemstone hand did not look smart at all. In fact, it looked a little stupid. This was far too different from what the Black Earl had imagined. Can you tell what kind of creature it is? A human or a monster? Black Earl asked. Before Angor could answer, Dorcas called from outside. Black Gold? Are you still in the room? Angor glanced at Black Earl. Let's go outside. We'll talk on the way. Black Earl did not object. Their conversation could not be hidden from the Lord of Wisdom. Or rather, the wise sage would have already seen what he was doing through the magic array, so there was no need for him to hide it any longer. As expected, Angor immediately saw the wise overseer looking at him. The wise overseer stared at Angor in silence. He didn't show too much emotion, but the look in his eyes was telling Angor that he had seen everything he said and did. Angor could not do anything about it. This was the home of the Lord of Wisdom, who had been planning for 10,000 years. He had too much of an advantage. It would be difficult for Angor and Sunders to turn the tables. This was why Dodoro told Angor that the Lord of Wisdom was not stupid. Unless they wanted to cause trouble in the underground sewers, they would have to go through the Lord of Wisdom first. How to deal with the Lord of Wisdom was also a problem they had to deal with. Angor sighed in his mind and looked away. Are we going to the 3rd level now, sir? Kale quickly asked when Angor came out of the room. Kale glanced at the end of the corridor. Or do you want to take a look at the void on this side? Take a look at the void? Why? Angor did not know how to react. It was only when he saw Kale's serious expression that he realized what was going on. Kale asked this question because he thought Angor might want to check the space on the right since he already checked the path on the left. No. Let's go back. Go back? Kale was confused. We're not going to the 3rd level? I don't think so. Huh? Kale was just asking the question subconsciously. From his point of view, if they didn't find the wood spirit, then they had to go to the 3rd floor. After all, the Black Earl had left a lot of markings on the 3rd floor. Perhaps the wood spirit was among them. He thought Angor had made a mistake, but now Angor was telling him that he was not going to the 3rd level. Why? Dorcas was the one who asked. Everyone, including the Lord of Wisdom, was wondering why Angor did not want to go to the 3rd level. The wood spirit should be on the 2nd level. But I need to confirm its exact location. Angor gave a vague explanation to everyone's confusion. The wood spirit is on the 2nd level? How did you come to this conclusion? Dorcas was puzzled. Angor remained silent for a moment before he said something Dorcas was familiar with. Inspiration. Inspiration? Dorcas was shocked. Are you that careless? If that's what you call careless, then you've been living your life carelessly all this time. Dorcas scratched his nose. He felt a little guilty, but he could not believe Angor's idea. I think the wood spirit is on the 2nd level. If we can't find it, going to the 3rd level will be a waste of time. Let's just leave. Angor looked at Dorcas. Good. If we can't find it, it'll buy you some time to explore the 3rd level. With that, Angor walked past the others and walked to the front of the group. The others looked at Angor's back and exchanged glances. In the end, they had no choice but to follow him. He didn't walk far before he heard some rustling noises. When he looked back, he saw Count Black already flying to his side. Shall we continue our topic? Angor asked. Black Earl. Okay. Count Dark really wanted to ask Angor why he suddenly decided not to go to the 2nd level. Did he find something? Or did he not want to continue this ridiculous game of bonus points? But in the end, Count Dark held back. He trusted Angor's judgment. At least, Angor had made the right choice after entering the underground sewer. As for how Angor came to such a conclusion, Count Dark decided not to think about it for now. He had already done a lot of ridiculous things before, but they all turned out to be correct. One more wouldn't make much of a difference. I can't tell what form the gemstone hand is in. But I think it's an earth elemental creature. Angor recalled the gemstone hand and felt that it was similar to Portia the Wise in Wildstone Wasteland. Portia the Wise was an earth elemental creature whose entire body was made of topaz. As for the gemstone hand, it was made of something like a ruby or a red crystal. Earth elemental creatures do have gemstones and crystals, Count Dark said. That's possible. If the gemstone hand was an elemental creature, then the strange handwriting and typos could be explained. Furthermore, elemental creatures were not afraid of their limbs being damaged at all. The fact that the gemstone hand could break its own pinky looked horrifying. However, if one were to think of it as an elemental creature, then breaking off its pinky was just like cutting off a human's fingernail. It did not hurt or itch, and it could even grow back. The Noah clan has always been proud of the earth. Does this earth elemental creature have something to do with Noah? Angor asked another idea. Count Dark considered and said, the Noah clan wasn't a complete family of earth elemental creatures. There were many other types of creatures. But it's true that most of them belong to earth elemental creatures. As for Noah, according to the records, he should belong to the earth elemental race. But whether this earth elemental creature has something to do with him, I don't know. After listening to Count Dark's explanation, Angor suddenly thought of a possibility. If the earth elemental creature really had something to do with Augustine, would it come from Augustine's ruins? If that was the case, Augustine's ruins might have something to do with the mirror. The believers in the underground church worshipped the mirror demon. Could it be related to Augustine's ruins as well? After all, the Black Earl had learned about Augustine from the Wisa language left behind by these believers. But that was not what Angor cared about the most. What he was most concerned about was Augustine, the mirror demon god, the mirror. These names made him think of a mysterious item. The Mirror of Truth. This mystery item was quite famous. It was as famous as Book of Kale. Even in the Order faction, it was one of the most confidential and well-protected mystery items. And it had another name. Augustine's Twin Mirror. The name of this mystery item was enough to make Angor's imagination run wild. Leaving the prefix aside, the twin mirror at the end of the name fit the current situation perfectly. Along the way, they kept receiving information about mirrors. Therefore, the mirror itself was worth thinking about. Also, what was a twin? As far as Angor knew, a twin was a pair of twins. As for the image of Gemini, they had encountered it before. It came from the mirror demon god's totem. From the pattern, Angor could see that the mirror was divided into two halves. The left half represented a man wearing a hat, while the right half represented a long-haired woman. Angor couldn't tell if they were real twins just by looking at the pattern. However, the pattern of the mirror demon was half male and half female, which suggested that they were twins. Angor couldn't be sure, but there were so many clues that pointed to the mirror demon, and Augustine. Angor couldn't help but think. He believed that Augustine's twin mirror was not in the ruins. According to Isabel, the mystery item was still in the origin world, and she once borrowed it. But even without the item, the ruins were still much more attractive to Angor. Earlier, he came to the underground sewer for the wall. He wanted to see what was inside the ruins so that he could carry out his plan in the nightmare realm. But now, he was interested in all the things related to mirror in the ruins. If Augustine's twin mirror really had something to do with Augustine Noah, the ruins might be where the mirror was found. If that was the case, he would have to change his indifferent attitude toward the ruins. Sir, do we need to check this place again? Kale was the one who asked the question. The place he pointed to was a pile of debris. However, they had already searched the area once before and didn't find any clues. According to convention, they shouldn't have searched the place a second time. But since Angor already decided not to go to the third level and was certain that the wood spirit was on the second level, Kale believed that they should search the second level again. However, Angor didn't seem to be going to the second level at all. Kale asked again. No need. We've already searched this place, so we don't need to go there again. Then we're not looking for the wood spirit? Of course. We're looking for it, aren't we? In order to make his words more believable, Angor even looked around as if he was going to do a thorough search. However, there was nothing but empty space around them, which only made them feel perfunctory. Kale didn't ask any more questions. As far as he was concerned, Angor had already given up on searching. Maybe he's just tired of it. Kale didn't know what else to say. He could only hope that Dorcas and Y would find something useful. Are you sure you don't want to keep looking? The others had already given up on persuading Angor. Dorcas was already rubbing his hands together as if he was ready to show up at any moment. At this moment, the sovereign of wisdom, who had been planning on remaining silent, couldn't help but speak up. I'm looking for it. Angor didn't change his answer. Maybe I'll believe you if you don't look so lazy. The wise overseer raised an eyebrow. Is that so? But I don't think you'll believe me no matter what I do, overseer. You can't see the bottom of the murky water, and you can't tell whether the shadow is a crocodile or a rock. Even if the water is so clear that you can see the bottom, the Lord of Wisdom will still wonder whether the rock under the water is a real one or a fake one with a hidden mechanism. What the wise overseer was trying to say was that Angor was too mysterious. Only by clearing up the murky water would he be able to convince others. What Angor meant was that conspiracy theorists only saw schemes. Wise people who were too suspicious would never trust others, especially outsiders like them. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Their words were all expressed from their own standpoint, so they naturally leaned towards self-interest. It was quite difficult to reach a consensus on the issue of their positions. Unless one side completely surrendered to the other and agreed to all of the other's conditions, it was possible for them to reach an agreement. However, neither Angor nor the wise overseer was going to yield. There was no way the wise ruler would submit to Angor's whims, especially since he was in his own territory. As for Angor, he didn't really care whether he submitted or not. Before leaving the old earth, John once warned him that in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, pride was the most unnecessary thing. This was because one's self-esteem was the easiest to trample on. If one treated their self-esteem as a divine tablet and worshipped it, it would only rise up after being trampled on. Besides, pride could easily lead to death. There was always a plot in novels where a powerful person would admire a protagonist who would rather die than submit, and in the end, they would let the protagonist go. However, such plots were only used by protagonists. More often than not, the protagonist would not be respected, but angered. The anger of a powerful person could only be appeased by death. This was why John told Angor that self-esteem was fine, but most of the time, it was better to adapt to circumstances and reach an agreement with the other party. This was the only way to live longer. Angor was a very pragmatic person. Back when he met Sunders, if he pretended to die rather than submit and insisted on going to White Coral Floating Island Academy, he would probably end up dead. Angor didn't really care if he submitted or not. However, he couldn't do that when facing the wise overseer. The reason was simple. The wise overseer wasn't someone who would accept someone just because they surrendered. As Angor said, conspiracy theorists only saw schemes. When you were shrouded in mystery, the wise overseer would doubt your identity. If you revealed your identity, the wise overseer would doubt your purpose. If you told him your purpose, the wise overseer would doubt your motives. Giving in to such a person would only push yourself to the edge. Even if you showed your soul to the wise overseer would still find fault with it. Therefore, Angor could never give in to the wise overseer, whether it was his standpoint or his will. However, they couldn't always be at each other's throats. As Dodoro said, Angor had to reach an agreement with the wise overseer if he wanted to achieve his goal. But if they didn't intend to submit, how could they reach an agreement? Brood Cavern should be able to suppress the wise overseer by force. However, this was the worst way to go if he wanted to continue exploring the ruin without worrying about other people's opinions. Apart from outside help, Angor could only think of one thing: common interests. As long as there was a common interest, perhaps both sides could take a step back and reach a balance on the issue of their positions. Even if they still couldn't agree with the wise overseer's position, they could at least accept that the wise overseer's position meant something. Just like the Dark Earl. Angor and Black Earl maintained the same balance between the two of them. Angor had shown a lot of suspicious points during this trip. At first, the Dark Earl would ask about it, but later, the overseer stopped asking. There was no reason for them to turn against each other because they shared a common interest. Both Count Black and Angor had vested interests in this matter. If the Dark Earl could agree, so could the wise overseer. However, there was another question. What kind of common interest did he have with the wise overseer? Angor didn't have an answer yet. Or rather, he wasn't sure yet. However, this was only because the wise overseer didn't reveal his purpose. Angor believed that as long as the wise overseer knew the wise overseer's attitude toward Noah's descendants, they would definitely find a common interest. Angor was confident because the wise overseer wouldn't waste so much time talking to them without a common interest. As for how to find out the wise overseer's purpose, that was what Angor was doing right now. Once the wise sovereign had completed his so-called bonus conditions, he would naturally reveal his true intentions after observing enough information about them. Angor wasn't afraid of going against the wise overseer now because he already knew what was going on. Besides, only when both sides made their positions clear would there be a need to talk. Otherwise, there would be no need to talk at all. It would be tantamount to yielding. Angor's "conspiracy theorists are always blinded" response was the same as directly confronting the wise overseer. They looked at each other, no, 5 eyes. When their eyes met, the atmosphere became stagnant, and the air became austere. The wise overseer's expression was getting darker and darker. Everyone felt uneasy as if they were about to draw their swords at each other's throats. But to their surprise, the wise overseer's gloomy expression suddenly brightened up. The wise overseer gave Angor a meaningful look and spoke in a soft voice, "Let's put aside the question of whether the water is clear or not. Are you sure you don't want to look for the wood spirit? If you decide to give up the quest, you won't be able to get the bonus points." Angor said, "That can wait until after I leave the stairs of Hanging Prison. I'm still looking for it." At this time, Dorcas interrupted, "Did you forget about me? What do you mean the bonus points are gone? I haven't looked for it yet. Maybe I'll find it in the end?" The wise overseer glanced at Dorcas, then looked at Angor again. "Then I'll look forward to your finding the wood spirit." It sounded like he was responding to Dorcas, but the wise overseer's gaze was fixed on Angor. There was no doubt that he was talking to Angor. Dorcas was once again ignored. "Insincere expectations," Angor muttered. He then spoke in a serious tone, "Then I'll try my best to live up to your expectations." The wise overseer naturally heard Angor's words, but he didn't care. Angor was telling the truth. His expectation was nothing but empty words. Among everyone here, Count Black was the most likely to find the wood spirit. But Count Black had already returned in defeat. There was no hope left. The wise overseer didn't believe Angor could find the wood spirit. As for Angor's confident claim that the wood spirit was on the 2nd level, the wise overseer completely ignored it. He only took it as Angor's last attempt to save face. As they continued to walk back, the scene was the same as before. Only the drifting ruins would occasionally move to the side. Angor didn't plan to explore the ruins at all. He didn't even bother to say that he was looking for the wood spirit anymore. Seeing this, everyone's last doubt was extinguished. They all knew that Angor wasn't going to look for the wood spirit anymore. Young people are always so impulsive. Let your emotions get the better of you. Dorcas sighed. "Looks like I'm still your only hope." Before Dorcas could finish, he heard Y's cold snort beside him. Dorcas turned around and saw Y glaring at him angrily. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard the wise overseer's voice again. "Young and impulsive? He's younger than you?" Dorcas was taken aback. He suddenly realized that he just revealed some information about Angor. Dorcas held in his heart, but on the surface, he said indifferently, "Yes, younger than me." "I see." The wise overseer muttered to himself, "You're about 80 years old. There aren't many wizards younger than you in the southern wizardry region. Moreover, from your tone, he should be much younger than you, perhaps under 50 years old. Such a young wizard who knows illusions and alchemy. This information should be enough to confirm his identity." Due to the nightmare illusion, Elmi's precautions, and Black Earl's earth barrier, the wise overseer couldn't determine Angor's age. When the wise overseer left the live illusion, he ordered Dorcas and Black Earl to return to the real world and prepare for the worst. Without Angor controlling the illusions, the wise overseer was able to see Dorcas's real body. It wasn't difficult for the wise overseer to figure out Dorcas's age. Thus, the wise sovereign knew that Dorcas was 80 years old. He was an extremely young and talented magus. Now that Dorcas accidentally revealed that Angor was younger than him, the wise overseer naturally knew about Angor's age range. Dorcas looked at the sovereign sage, who had a look of "I believe you" on his face, and was even seriously analyzing the situation. This made him feel a bit awkward. He did that on purpose so that the wise overseer would doubt his words and Angor's age. But he didn't expect the wise overseer to believe him. Didn't Angor say that the wise overseer didn't trust people? Why did the wise overseer believe him now? It seemed that he couldn't change the wise overseer's mind. Dorcas looked at Angor with a sad expression and tried to apologize. But when he looked at Angor, he realized that Angor wasn't looking at them at all. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to scan the area, as if he was looking for a wood spirit. Is he acting again? Dorcas thought Angor was just trying to brush him off. But when he took a closer look, he saw Angor's serious expression. The energy in the area was also changing according to Angor's senses. What's going on? Whale was still angry at Dorcas for exposing Angor's information, but now he was also attracted by Angor's movement. Even the wise overseer was looking at him in confusion, not knowing what he was doing. When the energy in the area reached a certain extreme, it suddenly stopped. At the same time, Angor opened his eyes. He let out a long sigh and finally noticed that everyone was looking at him. What's the matter? Angor asked without realizing it himself. We should be the ones asking you that, Dorcas replied. Weren't you talking about my age? What's wrong with that? Dorcas avoided Angor's gaze. Ahem, age, well, it's not that important. We're focusing on you now. Aren't we asking you what you're doing? Angor shrugged. Nothing. Angor paused for a moment before he continued, I'm just thinking about how to make the little guy show up on his own. Little guy hiding in the dark, who was he talking about? Was it the wood spirit? Did Angor already find it? While everyone was still wondering, Angor turned around and looked into the darkness. Hey, there are only 2 of us here. Are you sure you don't want to come out? Angor waited for a while, but there was still no response. Are you sure you don't want to come out? I'm leaving if you don't come out. I'm going to count down, 3, 2, 1. I'll count down one more time. No matter what he said, he kept repeating the word count down several times, but there was still no response. Angor sighed and muttered, too bad I didn't manage to trick it out. He then looked back at the others. Let's keep going. Without hesitation, he turned around and continued walking forward. The others looked at each other in confusion. Did you find the wood spirit, sir? Wei asked. Didn't he say he didn't trick us? So, he must be. Dorcas thought about all the things Angor did in Princess's town. It was possible that someone with a wicked mind like this could lie and tell the truth. Besides, Angor rarely did anything meaningless on the way here. If that was just an act, wouldn't it cause too much of a ruckus? Thinking of this, Dorcas took back his confident words and changed his words. It should be fake, right? Wai thought for a moment before looking at Carl. They looked like they were inside the stairs of Hanging Prison, but it was only an illusion created by Angor. Even if the wood spirit really showed up, as long as Angor didn't change the illusion, they couldn't see it. Of course, the wood spirit couldn't see them either. Kal-El was the only one who entered the stairs of Hanging Prison with Angor. Apart from Angor himself, Kale was the best way to find out what happened at the scene. However, Kal-El was also a little confused. Seeing Wai looking at him, Kale was also confused. I don't see anything. Is the wood spirit really here? Since Kal-El didn't know anything, only the wise ruler knew what happened. But Wei didn't dare to ask the wise ruler, so he could only give Dorcas a meaningful look. However, before Dorcas could reply to his hint, the dark girl's voice came from the side. If it is true, he will think of a way to get the wood spirit to come out. If it is false, then there is no need to even discuss it. Keep watching and you'll know. With that, Count Dark left the area and followed Angor into the depths of the dark abyss. Since the black girl had said so, the others could only obey and follow. The sovereign of the wise was the last to leave. He stared into the dark void, a look of confusion in his eyes. He believed Angor's words because Angor's expression did not look like he was faking it. However, Angor's "I didn't get anything out of him" confused him. Yes, even the wise sovereign was stuck in the same problem as Wai. Although he could sense the situation inside the stairs of Hanging Prison through the magic array, his special student, the wood spirit, had an innate talent for concealment that was even higher than anyone could imagine. If he didn't go impersonally to look for the wood spirit, even a wise man wouldn't be able to determine the location of the wood spirit. Therefore, the wise sovereign wasn't sure if Angor was just acting, or if he really found the wood spirit and called it out. However, from what he could tell, Angor did not seem to be lying. But the fact that Angor gave up and left without hesitation made the wise sovereign even more suspicious. However, what puzzled the wise sovereign the most was not whether Angor's words were true or not, but who Angor was. Strange behavior, concealment skills, abilities, and skills, less than 40 years old, the wise sovereign muttered these labels in his mind. What was the purpose of such a person? In his mind, Angor was already a variable. According to his plan, these people would definitely enter the ruins, but they would only provoke the goddess and run away in panic. Then, the wise sovereign would save them. Of course, the suspicious nose was an exception. Then, through the favor of saving his life, he learned about the situation inside the ruins from them and spied on the secret of the goddess. As for what would happen after that, the wise sovereign did not care. He could kill them, or he could erase their memories of coming here, and then let them go. After all, the Noah clan was a powerful family now. If they discovered the secrets of this place and attracted their attention, their influence and connections alone would be enough to give Nether City a hard time. In order to avoid trouble, the wise sovereign would not let anyone know about this place. Killing them or erasing their memories were both options. As for which one to choose, the sovereign of wisdom would consider the current situation, as well as the attitudes of these people. However, these were all part of his plan. Now, he was a bit hesitant. Angor was the reason for this. Angor was definitely not a descendant of the Noah clan. However, the power behind him was not to be underestimated. It might even be stronger than the Noah clan. It was strange enough that such a person would come here. What was even stranger was that Angor's every move always landed in places that the wise sovereign did not expect. This was a variable that could change the outcome of the battle completely. Such a variable was not necessarily a bad thing. In the past, the wise sovereign would eliminate such a variable even if it was not a bad one. A variable was a variable. If it messed up his plan, he would not let it go even if there was an unexpected reward. However, the wise sovereign had begun to change his mind after 10,000 years of guarding the ruins. Sticking to the rules was for stability. However, to create new ideas that could bring about new ideas, stability was not required. He had maintained this stability for 10,000 years without gaining anything. Not only did Nether City not see any hope of revival, but it was also declining. He could wait for 10,000 years, but he could not wait for another 10,000 years. It was not that he was not patient enough. He was reaching the end of his life's journey. Therefore, he needed to change. Only by changing could he change the current situation. He wanted to find out the truth of the ruins and the secret of the goddess. He also wanted to change. However, the change he was looking for was still within his original plan. The stability he cultivated for 10,000 years was already deeply ingrained in his heart. His change was to seek change within stability. But could such a change really achieve his goal? Perhaps it was time for him to consider a more radical change. But would this young supernova be the one to bring change to the lifeless city of Nether City? Keep watching, keep watching. The wise sovereign muttered in his mind and stepped onto the void path again. The wise sovereign was not the only one keeping an eye on Angor. Dorcas was also observing Angor. He always felt that Angor would not do something meaningless for no reason. Since Angor said that there was a little guy lurking in the dark, if this was true, Angor would definitely do something. Dorcas believed that Angor had been searching for the little guy all this time. Once he was sure, Angor would find out where the little guy was and force it to come out. However, the more Dorcas observed, the more confused he became. Angor was moving fast without any intention of stopping. It looked as if he was really going to leave the stairs of Hanging Prison instead of looking for a wood spirit. Moreover, Angor did not show any intention of checking his surroundings at all. His eyes were fixed straight ahead. Dorcas did not know if Angor was using his spirit power to check the surroundings. However, spirit power alone was not enough to do so. Some things could not be detected with spirit power, while some things could not be detected with spirit power. Maybe the wood spirit was one of the latter. Maybe both of them existed. As far as Dorcas was concerned, Angor did not try to spy on them. He was really in a hurry to leave. Did I guess wrong again? Why did I say again? While Dorcas was pondering, Kal-El walked to Angor's side. "Sir, we're almost at the exit. Are we leaving just like this?" Kal-El wanted to ask if they still needed to look for the wood spirit. But he remembered that he had already asked that question once, so he could only ask in a roundabout way. "We're already here. Of course we have to leave." Angor paused a little before he continued, "But before that, let's go check on the wood spirit." Kal-El thought Angor had already given up. But when he heard the latter part of Angor's sentence, Kal-El looked up in surprise. "Wood spirit? You found it, sir?" Angor chuckled mysteriously. "Would you believe me if I told you I wasn't?" Kal-El did not know what to say. "We're almost there. Let's go check it out." Angor tapped Kal-El's shoulder and signaled him to follow. Kal-El was surprised. He nodded and followed Angor. The others heard Angor's words as well, but they were already calm. Angor seemed to be toying with them all the time. They could not tell whether Angor was telling the truth or not. Just like Count Black said, they could only watch with their own eyes. If Angor could hear their thoughts right now, he would probably feel wronged. As a streamer, wasn't it his job to create suspense, to create ups and downs, and to create a compelling and gripping plot? Kal-El tried so hard, but it was all for naught. Angor even labeled him as toying with them. How could he not feel wronged? But it was hard to tell if he was just pretending or not. Of course, Angor did not know what they were thinking, so he did not tell them about it. Otherwise, they would probably lose their minds again. When Angor said they were almost there, he meant it this time. Kal-El followed Angor for about 20 meters before he stopped. He looked around and saw that they were at the fork where they split into two. "Sir, is the wood spirit around here?" Kale looked around in confusion. There weren't any ruins or anything out of the ordinary in the vicinity. If the wood spirit wanted to hide, it would have to be somewhere in the void. But was the wood spirit really in the void? How did Angor find them if they were hiding in the void? Angor nodded and closed his eyes. It seemed that he was about to enter his perception mode. Kal-El did not want to disturb Angor. He did not know if he should do the same, but he was afraid that he might scare the wood spirit away. Kale looked at Dorcas with pleading eyes. Dorcas said, "Since Jean didn't stop you, you're free to do whatever you want." After a pause, Dorcas continued, "Right, if you discover anything unusual, tell us immediately." Since Angor was not going to explain anything, Dorcas could only rely on Kal-El. However, Kal-El used his spirit feelers, and even the power of space. Still, he found nothing. After a while, Kal-El gave up in frustration. After all, even the Black Earl couldn't find any traces of the wood spirit. Kale was just an acolyte, so the possibility of him discovering the wood spirit was close to zero. However, even though he wasn't surprised by this result, if the wood spirit was really here and they still couldn't find it even though they already knew its location, that would be really scary. Kal-El's concealment ability was incredible. It was admirable that a coward could achieve such a level of self-improvement. Since Kal-El could not get any information from Kal-El, Dorcas could not count on Angor, who still had his eyes closed, so he turned to the sage. However, the wise ruler didn't say anything. All eyes were on Angor. The sage did not know whether the wood spirit was nearby or not. However, he knew that Angor was in a very special place right now. It was the central hub left behind by the goddess. Earlier, when Angor found the painting, he could use the excuse that he saw it as an excuse. But now, how was he going to explain that he just happened to step into the central hub? By now, the wise ruler was already wondering what kind of relationship Angor had with the goddess. Was Angor here for the goddess? If that was the case, was he a friend or foe of the goddess? The sovereign of wisdom's mind was filled with countless thoughts. What he didn't know was that his conjectures had been wrong from the very beginning. Angor had nothing to do with the so-called goddess. In fact, Angor did not even know who the goddess was. He did not come here on the spur of the moment. When he came back from the left fork, he already had an idea of where the wood spirit might be. There were two possible locations in his mind. The first one was the end of the path on the right, which was the room with the vine statue. There were two coordinates that resonated with the cane. One was in the empty space on the left, while the other was in the room at the end of the path on the right. He had already confirmed that the left path was an extremely dangerous place. no matter what, the wood spirits wouldn't go to the left path. That left only the right path's coordinates. However, when Angor went to the room at the end of the path on the right, he did not find the wood spirit there, only the vine statue left behind by the spirit. Angor already knew that it was the vine statue that resonated with the cane. Since both the left and right paths were wrong, Angor was almost certain that the wood spirit was in the second area. And the second area was the area around this fork. As for how to determine the exact location, the answer was simple. At first, the staff resonated at the end of the left path. However, when they reached the fork, the resonance at the end of the left path suddenly disappeared and was replaced by the right path. Angor was puzzled. Why did the location of the resonance change all of a sudden? Also, the new location was completely different from the original location. Basically, they were at opposite ends of the spectrum. After a moment of hesitation, Angor decided to check the left path first. When he reached the end of the left path, he noticed that the resonance was not on the path. Instead, it was in the darkness of the void. What surprised him even more was that he sensed a space crack on the way there. The spatial crack was a kind of disaster with extremely strong destructive power but also very hidden. Once one ran into it, the consequences would be endless. It would not be a big deal if it was just a space crack. However, when Angor and Kale explored the void together, they realized that the path was full of space cracks. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. Angor had no choice but to stop his loss and go back. Angor still did not find the location of the resonance in the end. He began to wonder if the resonant coordinates were a trap or an invitation. The resonance on the left path was not a place where mortals could enter. Even wizards could get killed if they were not careful. It didn't seem like an invitation, but more like a trap to lure him into a trap. If the resonance was really a message from the wood spirit, then it probably did not want to meet Angor. Instead, it wanted to kill him. Angor's logic made sense. The wood spirit was a coward. It would never allow itself to be in a place full of space cracks. It must have lured Angor there. However, Angor still could not figure out what was going on. For example, if the wood spirit really wanted to kill him, why did it not do so? Why did it change the location of the resonance at the fork in the road? Also, how did the wood spirit create a resonance point at the end of the left path? Angor could not figure out the answers to these questions when he was on the left path because he did not have the necessary puzzle pieces. It was only when he went to the right path that he found the puzzle pieces one by one. When he reached the resonance point on the right, the first thing he did was to figure out what was resonating with the cane. Finally, he confirmed that the thing that resonated with the cane was a vine sculpture. The material of the vine sculpture came from a wood spirit's derivative. This proved one thing. The wood spirit could sense its derivatives within a certain range. It could also make the derivatives resonate with each other and transmit information. Did the wood spirit toss one of its spawns into the void because of the resonance point? Was this the only way for it to resonate with the cane? This conjecture wasn't very accurate, as the resonant point on the left would lead to a large number of spatial rifts. It would be very difficult for the wood spirit spawn to accurately avoid the rifts. He did not think too much about it. The answer to this question was not a priority right now, so he could put it aside for now. Return to the right coordinates. After proving that wood spirits could sense derivatives, he quickly realized something. As a matter of fact, the wood spirit already sensed its derivative being moved out of the painting as soon as Angor got the wood. The wood contained a great amount of energy, so it was obvious that the wood spirit was very interested in it. However, the wood spirit did not dare to act recklessly when it was sealed inside the painting, which contained the blonde woman. Now that Angor took out the wood spirit noticed it right away. At first, the wood spirit did not know what was going on, so it did not dare to make a move. Later, perhaps the wood spirit confirmed that it was not the blonde woman who took away the wood, so it began to think about something else. That was how the resonant point on the left came to be. At that time, the wood spirit was clearly planning to kill Angor. However, it suddenly stopped after a while. When Angor reached the fork in the road, he stopped at the last moment. Why did the wood spirit stop and change the resonant point from the left to the right? Angor did not know why at first. But after going to the right resonant point, he had a better idea. Because the resonance point on the right side was safe. The left resonant point was extremely dangerous, but the right resonant point was not. The only possibility Angor could think of was that the wood spirit gave up on killing him. Why did it give up? After analyzing the wood spirit's personality, Angor could only think of two possibilities. First, it was a deterrent. When the wood spirit realized that Angor was too strong, it might not be able to kill Angor. Angor might even hate Angor for that, so it gave up on its initial plan. Second, it saw Angor's cane. Angor was sure that the wood spirit's original form was the cane. No matter what the wood spirit thought about Angor's cane, there was no doubt that it cared a lot about the ornament on the tip of the cane. From Sesay's story, it was clear that the wood spirit would rather stay on Sesay's platform forever than hand over the only ornament on its body. It was clear that the wood spirit valued these seemingly ordinary ornaments very much, but actually had a profound meaning to it. Either of these possibilities could make the wood spirit give up on killing him. But Angor did not know which one it was because he did not have any concrete evidence to support it. However, no matter which possibility it was, there was one thing in common: the wood spirit had seen him. Because of Angor's strength, the wood spirit was scared. This meant that the wood spirit saw Angor and realized how strong he was, so it gave up on its initial plan. If it was because of the cane, then the wood spirit must have seen Angor with its own eyes. Otherwise, it would not have noticed the tip of the cane at first glance. So the question was, where did the wood spirit see Angor? Angor could only think of one answer to this question, and that answer was the fork in the road. Because the wood spirit changed its decision at this place. Of course, it was also possible that the wood spirit was cunning enough to predict Angor's reaction and set up a trap at the fork in the road. But on second thought, if the wood spirit had such a cunning mind, why would it hide in the stairs of Hanging Prison for hundreds of years? The only possibility was that the wood spirit saw Angor at the fork in the road and immediately changed its decision. This also allowed Angor to determine the wood spirit's current location. Angor already figured this out when he was still at the right resonant point. This was why Angor left the room at the end of the right path without hesitation. He already knew where the wood spirit was and planned to come to the fork in the road to confirm. But before he reached the fork in the road, the wood spirit contacted him first. Earlier, when Angor suddenly acted strangely on their way here, he kept calling the tree spirit of little guy who's watching them from the dark. He wasn't joking. The tree spirit really was watching them and even contacted him on its own. However, the wood spirit did not reveal who it was. Instead, it pretended to tell Angor to drop the cane so that it could point out the most valuable treasure in this place. By now, he was sure that the wood spirit did not give up on killing him just because he was too strong. It was because of the cane. In order to make its act more realistic, the wood spirit even imitated the voice of the Lord of Wisdom. But it probably did not know that the Lord of Wisdom was actually following Angor through an illusion. The wood spirit just could not see it. Angor did not want to waste time, so he directly exposed the wood spirit's identity. He even mentioned Sunder's name to convince the wood spirit. Angor did not know if Sunders could influence the wood spirit's decision, but he decided to reveal it first. If it did not work, he would wait. The wood spirit's response was interesting. It seemed to be moved, but also hesitated. Judging from this, it seemed that the wood spirit really did remember Sunders. Angor quickly tried to persuade the wood spirit. However, perhaps the wood spirit had never encountered such a situation before, or maybe Angor was too enthusiastic, so it backed off a little. After that, the wood spirit did not contact Angor again. However, Angor was not someone who would give up so easily. He acted as if he was going to leave in front of everyone. But in fact, it was just for show effect. It was a live broadcast. There were no ups and downs, no twists and turns, and no cliffhanger settings. How could there be an audience retention rate? This was why Angor was trying his best to put on a show. But whether it was a show or a stubborn character, as Dorcas said, was a matter of opinion. Since Angor did not want to give up, there was only one choice left. If the mountain did not come to him, he would go to the mountain. If the wood spirit did not want to talk, he would find it and ask it face to face. But how? Angor already guessed the location of the wood spirit, and the fact that the wood spirit contacted him meant that it saw the staff at close range. There was no need to think about where the wood spirit was. It had to be at the fork. Therefore, he came here directly to sense the wood spirit's location. This was Angwar's real plan. The wise ruler assumed that Angwar came for the goddess, but it was purely his own imagination. However, it was not the wise ruler's fault. The main problem was that he did not have enough information. The wise overseer thought he knew everything about the underground tunnels. Little did he know that Angwar's knowledge of the underground tunnels far exceeded the wise overseer's, but in terms of depth, Angwar knew more than the wise overseer. Besides, the wood spirit was created by Sunder's staff. This was a variable that the wise ruler did not expect at all. This was why the sovereign of wisdom's imagination had gone astray. He thought he would be able to find the wood spirit by coming to the fork in the path. But he was still too naive. Even the Dark Earl's terrifying sense of smell could not find anything. How could Angwar find the wood spirit so easily? Angwar stood at the fork and scanned the surroundings. Still, he found nothing. He even began to wonder if there was something wrong with his mind. Maybe the wood spirit's main body was not here. After a fruitless search, he heard Kale's voice in his ears. "Sir, is the wood spirit really around here? Is it in the void?" Kale did a carpet search of the area as well, but he came up empty-handed. Seeing Angwar coming back to his senses, he quickly approached him and asked. Angwar was not sure whether the wood spirit was in the void or not. However, he could not find any trace of the spirit even when walking on the ground. The void was also boundless, which made it even harder to find the spirit. Therefore, he could not give a clear answer. But in order to make the live stream look better, Angwar imitated the wood spirit's pretense and said, "I'm sure it's nearby." But where exactly? Angwar considered for a moment to keep Kale in suspense. "That's not important." "It's not important?" Kale did not know what to say. "Of course it's not important." "Then what's important?" Kale quickly asked. "We've found it. But we don't know if it'll follow us or not. That's the most important thing." Kale was even more confused after hearing Angwar's answer. Kale wasn't the only one who was confused. Everyone else was confused as well. What did Angwar just say? He found the wood spirit? Where is it? Wasn't there nothing around here? Or did Angwar really find the wood spirit, but he didn't show it to the audience through the live stream? Dorcas and the others looked at the wise ruler. If Angwar really did not update the illusion, then only Kale and the wise ruler knew about the situation inside the stairs of Hanging Prison. Kale was just as confused as everyone else, so he had to ask the wise ruler for help. The wise ruler finally spoke. Instead of answering everyone's questions, he looked at Angwar and asked, "How did you find this place?" Instead of "How did you find the wood spirit?" the wise ruler asked, "How did you find this place?" In other words, the wise ruler was more interested in this place than the wood spirit. There was something strange going on at the fork. He wanted to know how Angwar found this place. Angwar did not understand what the wise ruler meant. He thought the wise ruler wanted to know how he found the wood spirit. In order to make the livestream look better, Angwar put on a mysterious smile and uttered a word that sounded familiar to Dorcas. "Inspiration." Inspiration? From the details, it seemed to be the truth, but the answer was obviously perfunctory and a lie. The wise god frowned. Angwar's attempt to mystify the wise god's impression of Angwar had become even more contradictory and mysterious. The wise ruler felt that Angwar was a variable. However, he still needed to observe to see if this variable was good or bad in his scale. The sovereign of wise didn't say anything else, because he had many things weighing on his mind. "Then, my lord, how are we going to convince it to follow us?" Kale asked again. "Then, how are we going to convince it to follow us?" Kale wanted to know where the wood spirit was. Did they really find the wood spirit? But since Angwar sounded so confident, Kale had no choice but to follow Angwar's lead. "Well, we'll have to see if it wants to follow us." While speaking, Angwar took out his cane and let it stand beside him. End of chapter. Without any support, the staff just stood straight on the path of void. Angwar, on the other hand, closed his eyes and showed a calm expression. At first glance, it looked like Angwar was fishing, waiting for the fish to take the bait. But in fact, he was already trying to come up with an excuse. If the wood spirit didn't show up, how could he fool the others into believing that he had found it? Instead of deliberately mystifying things, this was just a one-sided story, after all. This was too much trouble. Are you saying that the wood spirits themselves are willing to appear or not? Kale muttered. That should be it. He's doing this because... Dorcas hesitated. He didn't know if he should tell Angor that his brain was swallowed by a sandworm. He didn't want to say it out loud, but he also didn't want to affect the progress of making friends. While Dorcas was in a dilemma, Wai, who was beside him, sighed and said, "My lord has already found the wood spirit, but he still has to consider the wood spirit's opinion. If the wood spirit doesn't want to appear, he definitely won't force it." How gentle. The moment Wai's voice fell, Dorcas' face was full of surprise. He turned his head and looked at Wai with a questioning gaze that said, "Are you telling the truth?" However, Wai completely ignored Dorcas and continued to express similar sentiments. "Dorcas, if that's enough for you to praise me, then why didn't you say I'm gentle when evil fire burned me to a crisp to save you at the edge of Xianxia world?" "Why, you're exaggerating. It was just a small burn on your back. How did you get burned? Besides, you're a bloodline user. It didn't take long for you to recover." "Dorcas, you call evil fire's flame small burn? And what do you mean didn't take long?" "It took me half a year to recover." "Half a year isn't that long," Wai mumbled, looking a little guilty. Dorcas was so angry that he wanted to take Wai back to Xianxia world and let evil fire do something to small burn to see how it would react. This was too much of a double standard. Wai probably felt that he had gone a bit overboard with his words. After all, Dorcas had saved him. Even though he had returned the favor in various ways over the years, it was still inappropriate for him to speak like that. He didn't say anything else. He didn't argue with Dorcas or Angor. He just quietly tried to eliminate his presence. On the other side, the wise sovereign had wanted to analyze the relationship between Wade and Dorcas, as well as the information they had divulged. But when it came to the analysis step, Wai's first words echoed in his mind, "My lord has already found a wood spirit, but he still needs to consider and respect the wood spirit's opinion." How gentle. The wise ruler couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Was he really respecting the wood spirit's opinions, or was he just putting on a show for himself? The wise sovereign was more inclined towards the latter. He knew very well that the wood spirit was not so easily moved. Moreover, using this method, other than moving himself, had no other effect. Since he wasn't trying to move the wood spirit, then was he just putting on a show for him? After all, wood spirit was a student that he acknowledged, so it was quite possible that he would do something like this. The wise sovereign actually didn't have much of an aversion to this sort of devious plot. The fact that Angor was willing to put on such a show meant that he wanted to improve their relationship. Perhaps this variable chess piece could be used by the wise sovereign. He didn't have to listen to everything the wise sovereign said, but at least he could influence the wise sovereign's decisions to a certain extent. This way, if something bad really happened, the wise sovereign would have time to prepare for it. At this point, the wise ruler was already thinking about how to use this chess piece to its fullest potential. However, when he came back to his senses, a voice faintly appeared in his heart. Can a chess piece that can be influenced and controlled be called a variable? A variable was an unknown. Everything that happened could not be measured. That was why it could be called a variable. If Angor could really be controlled and lowered his head to the wise sovereign, that would also be out of the category of a variable. The wise sovereign's thoughts were running wild, and his expression kept changing. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he relaxed, sometimes he was hesitating, and sometimes he was pondering. It was obvious how intense the game in his mind was. If Angor knew what the wise sovereign was thinking, he would probably feel lucky that he didn't lower his head to the wise sovereign. The smarter a person was, the more he or she thought. The more he or she thought, the less he or she trusted others. For someone like this, maintaining a balance of fear would be more efficient. If they were to blindly lean towards him, without hundreds or thousands of years of observation, they would not easily trust others. From this, it was easy to see why the wise sovereign chose the wood spirit as his student. Apart from the fact that they were in the same boat, the main reason why the wise ruler had chosen the wood spirit as his student was because he had grasped all of the wood spirit's trajectories. The wood spirit was basically a blank piece of paper when it was born. Only a pure and flawless creature like this could gain his unconditional trust. Despite the wood spirit's many flaws, the wise sovereign still didn't give up on him. However, the wise sovereign thought he knew everything about the wood spirit, but he forgot about the wood spirit's true form. It wasn't that he didn't want to find the wood spirit's true form, but that the spirit wouldn't cooperate. The wise sovereign couldn't see through the wood spirit's innate talents. Plus, the wood spirit was his student. Even if it was still rebellious, the wise sovereign couldn't do anything to it. This caused the wise sovereign to never truly understand the wood spirit's origin. In addition, the sovereign of the wise had personally observed that the wood spirit's supernatural properties only appeared after they were born. This meant that the wood spirit's bodies were actually very ordinary. It was very likely that they were ordinary plants, or perhaps some sort of man-made wooden object. Either way, if the wood spirit's true form was very ordinary, it was very likely that the wood spirit's true form was once a mortal or a very low-level apprentice. The wise sovereign didn't pay too much attention to such people. There was a high chance that they were all dead. Combining all these factors, the wise sovereign no longer cared about the wood spirit's true form. What he didn't expect was that the wood spirit's true form was indeed a low-level apprentice. It was just that the wood spirit's true form was extremely talented. After several hundred years, he already became one of the top wizards in the southern region. The wise sovereign also didn't expect that the wood spirit's true form's master student would coincidentally come here. This was a mistake made by the wise sovereign. However, when it came time to review the ending, the wise sovereign would most likely admit to this oversight. This was because this was too much of a coincidence, too much of a deviation. Even if the ending was known, it would be very difficult to make up for this oversight. However, the wise sovereign didn't know that everything was already decided. He still thought that Angor was putting on a show for him. In fact, Angor was indeed putting on a show. However, he wasn't putting on a show for the wise sovereign, but for the audience. He knew the wood spirit was here, but he couldn't find any trace of it. The wood spirit also didn't contact him, so there was nothing he could do. Yelling and screaming here wouldn't help. It would only embarrass him. So he might as well just pretend to be willing to take the bait and let the wood spirit decide for itself. This was the only thing he could do right now. Angor didn't know whether the wood spirit would come out or not, but he believed that it probably wouldn't. The wood spirit contacted him out of respect for Sunders. However, Sunders was only the wood spirit's former master. He didn't really have many feelings for the spirit. In fact, the wood spirit didn't even see Sunders after it gained sentience. Angor believed that the wood spirit wouldn't show up even if Sunders came here in person. He was only Sunders' student, so it was normal that the wood spirit didn't show up. This was why Angor had already prepared his excuse in advance. He was thinking about how he should act later so that everyone would believe that he really found the wood spirit and wasn't just putting on a show. Wait, why said I'm respecting the wood spirit's free will? Maybe I can do something about it. Angor wondered if he should put on a similar show later. But wasn't it a bit too much to respect the wood spirit's freedom of choice? According to the information on the hologram tablet, this could be done on Earth. As long as the issue was brought up as a matter of values, the ignorant people would agree. Besides, Earth was relatively peaceful when technology was slowly developing. There were many people who had nothing to do, and there were many organizations who wanted to stir up trouble. Plus, there was a well-developed information network, which could make people more convinced. But this wasn't Earth. There was no efficient information network here. Talking about respecting freedom and human rights would only make people think that he had taken the wrong medicine. If that was the case, this topic would only make people laugh. So what should he do? Angor fell into deep thought again. Of course, in other people's eyes, Angor still looked like he had everything under control. Still, after a long time, nothing happened, which made people suspicious. Could we have been tricked by him? Dorcas asked in a low voice. Angor had been doing this for a long time, but nothing happened. Not to mention Dorcas, even Wai was hesitant. Should we call Mr. Sunders? Kale suggested. If Mr. Sunders is busy, won't we disturb him? Wai hesitated. Dorcas said unhappily, does he look like he's busy? Don't be fooled by his appearance. His heart is black when it's cut out. Dorcas nudged Kale. Go wake him up. Tell him that if he can't find the wood spirit, he should get someone else. Don't waste time. Why don't you tell someone else? Why stuttered. Dorcas spoke in a serious tone, we'll meet again in the future. Let's save each other some face. Cale was already prepared to step forward, but when he heard Dorcas's words, he stopped in his tracks. Dorcas wanted face, but he didn't want it. Also, according to Dorcas, waking up Angor would only bring displeasure to him. He didn't want that. Cale's situation instantly became very difficult. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Maybe Angor heard Cale's thoughts, or maybe he was done with his act, because after 5 minutes of silence, Angor finally opened his eyes. He pretended to look around and made sure there was no one around. He sighed. So you still don't want to come with me? Fine, I respect your choice. Angor's words were full of emotions. From the helplessness and disappointment at the beginning to the seriousness at the end, everything was on point. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't come up with something else. In the end, he chose to respect Angor's freedom of choice. More importantly, he had wasted too much time here. He didn't have time to think of something else. If he really did something, it would be fine even if it didn't work out. But he didn't do anything at all. He was just killing time. Even if he had his eyes closed, he still felt a little embarrassed. Besides, why already helped him set up the scene? Even if Angor's acting didn't fit his values, it would at least give the audience some time to adjust. More importantly, Angor didn't forget that he was a guest streamer. He closed the livestream and closed the curtain. Angor was back to his normal self. As for the acting and values deviation, they were just for show. What did it have to do with Angor? After giving himself enough mental preparation, he gritted his teeth and began to put on his act. Emotion perception allowed Angor to expand his acting options and make it more realistic. Even if he didn't cry, his helplessness was still very contagious. If Wizard Mooing from Rest Torch Academy was here, he would probably be moved by Angor's acting too. Angor didn't say much. He controlled his emotions well and didn't say much. Then, at the end of the act, according to Angor's plan, he would sigh and leave. It would be best if the audience could just watch him walk into the darkness and disappear. That way, the drama would be more intense, and it would attract people's imagination. However, when Angor really turned around, he didn't notice that the noise in the distance suddenly stopped. Everything became quiet. Angor walked a dozen steps and realized that no one was cheering him. Even Y, the best audience member, didn't say anything. Angor began to doubt himself. Did he do something wrong with his acting? Was it not deep enough? Or did he do something like this too many times, and the audience couldn't understand? Angor paused for a moment and prepared to redo the looking back scene with a tinge of uneasiness. This kind of looking back scene was usually used by indecisive characters. However, he was in a live stream, and all the interpretation rights belonged to the streamer. It had nothing to do with Angor. With that in mind, he adjusted his emotions and calmed his expression. Then, he suddenly turned around and looked at the old man. Angor was ready to say the redo lines, but when he turned around, he froze. This was because, at some point in time, there was someone behind him who was almost as tall as him. A wooden figure. Well, it wasn't exactly a wooden puppet. It only had 4 limbs that looked like bamboo joints. There was no head or neck. It looked more like a giant stickman made of 5 sticks. One of the sticks was its body, while the other 4 were its limbs. Apart from the strange appearance of the stickman, the creature's reaction alone was puzzling. He turned around and saw a stickman nearby. Shouldn't he be the one who was surprised? Why was it that the stickman's limbs were trembling in fear now? Yes, the stickman's 4 limbs, which were also its 4 sticks, turned soft from hard to soft. It looked like the word big jumped into the air, and its limbs turned into wavy patterns. The frightened stickman began to move its wavy hands in a small circle. A series of sounds came from the air. The sound reached its peak before it began to fade away. In the end, as the stickman disappeared, so did the sound. He looked at the emptiness in front of him, and his mind was still in a daze. When did it show up? Also, when did it leave? How did it leave? Why didn't he sense anything? It was as if it appeared out of thin air and disappeared into thin air. And most importantly, who was it? He had clearly shown himself and was following behind him, but he had not noticed his presence at all. If he didn't see it running in front of him, he would have thought it was a high-level illusion. Now, he was sure that the stickman was real. It just had a powerful stealth ability. Then, its identity seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. It's a wood spirit? Angor looked at the sage. The sage was still in a daze. In other words, everyone watching the livestream, as well as the other spectator, Kale, were frozen in place as if a spell had been cast on them. At first, only Kale and Wise Overseer saw the wood spirit. However, as Kale explained the situation to them through their spirit bond, and Angor reactivated the illusion, everyone saw what happened just now. After a long while, the wise sovereign finally came back to his senses. How did you manage to summon it? I didn't do anything, Angor said innocently. Is it really a wood spirit? The sage considered for a moment and nodded. Yes. He believed that Angor didn't do anything because he could observe Angor's movements through the magic array. He didn't do anything. All he did was to say a bunch of sentimental words that sounded right but were actually wrong. And such sentimental words, in the ears of a wise man, other than being pleasant to the ears, were completely useless. But the strange thing was, the wood spirit actually showed up and carefully followed Angor for a long distance. Even if the sage came to the stairs of Hanging Prison to look for the wood spirit, the spirit wouldn't willingly follow the sage. Firstly, it was timid. Secondly, it was worried that the moment it left its comfort zone, the Sovereign of Wisdom would forcefully drag it out of the stairs of Hanging Prison. Angor did what the sage couldn't do. The wood spirit even stepped out of its comfort zone and followed Angor. If Angor didn't look back, the spirit might have followed him all the way out of the stairs of Hanging Prison. The sage simply couldn't believe it. This time, he had never thought that this group of people would be able to fulfill the so-called bonus conditions he had set. According to the sage, there was a 99% chance that they couldn't find the wood spirit. Even if they did, the chance of taking it away was very small, maybe even less than 1%. But now, things had taken an unexpected turn. Not only did they find the wood spirit, but they also almost brought it out. How did they do it? Did they really just rely on their mouths? But those words weren't all that nice. Let alone touching the soul, even the words of some swindlers were more touching. Or, was he too unrealistic? Actually, the wood spirit really liked this. It didn't like elegant songs, so why would it listen to this kind of speech that was full of tricks? But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. He didn't teach the wood spirit too much supernatural knowledge. Instead, he taught it a lot about the world. This kind of understanding was more of a speculative type. In order to enlighten the wood spirit, the sage even brought many books, most of which were mortal books. To develop a knowledge of the world, one couldn't just let the wood spirit see one side. They had to take care of all aspects. So when the sage picked the books, he didn't filter them too much. Some of these books were elegant and noble, while others were vulgar and lowly. From this, it could be seen that the sage really wanted to cultivate the wood spirit as his successor. He didn't directly teach the wood spirit a definition. Instead, he let the wood spirit think for itself and then debate with him. Many knowledge could only be better understood after debate. During the debate, the sage naturally learned about the wood spirit's reading style. Among these books, there were many books similar to soul quotations. But the wood spirit wasn't interested in these books at all. The wood spirit was more interested in the topic of nobles. Whether it was about the nobles' etiquette, power struggles, or even the love stories of noble ladies, the wood spirit was interested in all of them. From this, it could be seen that the wood spirit's love for literature surpassed that of ordinary people. How could a wood spirit like this be moved by Angor's words? The wise overseer couldn't figure out what was going on. Or rather, what did Angor do? Did he threaten the wood spirit? But when Angor turned around, the wood spirit was scared and began to run away. The sage, who knew the wood spirit well, knew that this was just the wood spirit's instinctive reaction. He didn't see anything threatening. It was more likely that the wood spirit came out of its own accord and got scared by Angor's presence. Did you do something in secret? The sage still couldn't believe that Angor didn't do anything. Angor was speechless. What can I do? I'm the one who got scared. why am I the one who did something? If you didn't do anything, then how did you know the wood spirit was hiding here? I thought the bonus was only to find the wood spirit and bring it out. There's no limit to the process and methods. But I didn't know that the method to find the wood spirit also has to be reported. Angor didn't say anything else. If you want results, I'll give you results. You don't have to worry about my methods. But if you want both results and methods, why? Didn't you tell me right from the start? Most of the time, the methods involved personal privacy and personal abilities. If Angor wanted to tell the truth, he wouldn't have used them. The sage knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't want to take back his words. He even considered pressuring Angor with his power. After all, they were in his territory, and these people were just ordinary wizards. However, he was sure that Angor's background wasn't simple at all. If Angor really let Angor escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. After thinking about it carefully, the sage said, I know why you're here, and I know you're going to the abandoned site. I can exchange information with you. Angor raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say I'm not from Noah clan? Since I'm not from Noah clan, I don't need much information about the abandoned site. What do you think, sage? Angor wasn't wrong. The sage already knew that Angor wasn't from Noah clan. Since he wasn't a member of the Noah tribe, was he really here for the legacy land? Also, the sage knew a secret. The abandoned site wasn't a place that anyone could enter. If so, the sage would have gone there himself. Only those who carried Noah's bloodline and those who were recognized could enter. By recognized, Angor wasn't talking about the Noah clan's approval. He was talking about the one who created the abandoned site. In other words, it was either Augustine's or Margaret's approval. Only with the approval of these two would one be able to enter the ruins. Angor obviously wouldn't be recognized by either of them. Since he wasn't a descendant of Noah, he didn't need the abandoned site as much as a descendant of Noah clan. With this in mind, the sage didn't know how to tempt Angor. What do you want then? The sage asked again after a moment of consideration. The sage's words came as a surprise to everyone. His words meant that he agreed with Angor's words. At the same time, it also meant that Angor didn't need the abandoned site too much. In other words, the abandoned site didn't have much use for non-Noahs. Although this kind of extreme conceptual equivalence could easily lead to errors, combined with the current situation and the wise ruler's unyielding character, it was basically possible to confirm that the two conceptual equivalents were correct. Angor also realized this. He didn't show it on his face, but he was actually a little disappointed. If the abandoned site was created for Noah clan, then he would never be able to enter the other side of the Nightmare Realm. Unless he brought a descendant of Noah clan with him? While Angor was thinking, Dark Earl's heart skipped a beat. If the abandoned site didn't mean anything to Angor, would he choose not to go further? They were already very close to the abandoned site, and they could probably find it without Angor's help. However, Angor still had the key. Dark Earl didn't even see the key until now. He only knew that it was a very special key. According to Red Sword Dorcas, Angor was the only one who could create such a weapon. Also, the weapon required Angor to control it. Dark Earl wouldn't believe it if Dorcas was talking about someone else. But since Dorcas was talking about Angor, he had to be careful. As a member of the R&D department, Angor must have his own expertise. Judging from what he did on his way here, Angor did not join the research department by luck. He was definitely a master enchantment alchemist. Therefore, Angor was confident enough to say that he was the only one who could create the key and open the abandoned site. If Angor gave up now, it wouldn't be good news for Dark Earl. From Angor's point of view, there was no need for him to do such a thankless task. Also, Dark Earl knew where they stood. They were forced to join the R&D department, and Angor could ignore them because they had a common interest. But now, without a common interest, Angor would most likely give up on searching for the ruins. And if Angor chose to give up, the operation would fail. To put it bluntly, Angor was the key creator, holder, and the key opener. Kale was the key's real owner, while Red Sword Dorcas was the escort. The three of them could guarantee that the exploration would go on without any problems. Dark Earl and Whale were the accessories for the exploration. It would be easier with them around, but it would be fine without them. But now, things had changed. The key's owner, the key's holder, and the escort couldn't get anything from the abandoned site. Instead, the accessories who joined them halfway would gain the most benefits. Anyone else would feel bad about it. Dark Earl was worried about this, so Angor decided to turn back. The most important thing was that the Black Earl's demand for the legacy lands had changed from indifference in the beginning to a necessity now. It was a place left behind by Noah's ancestors, and there might be something vital to the Noah clan. Dark Earl had made the abandoned site his biggest goal in the short term, and he couldn't give it up. Angor wasn't the one who reacted the most to the wise ruler's words. It was Dark Earl. Dark Earl knew that he had to do something. At least, he had to show Angor that even if the abandoned site didn't benefit him, he would still find a way to make it up to Angor. With that in mind, Dark Earl spoke, "Wise ruler, if you want to trade, you should at least tell me something. When I trade with others, I always tell them what I can offer. For example, we can exchange techniques, learn some secret spells, or other valuable items. You want to trade without saying anything? Don't you think you're being too naive?" It seemed like Dark Earl was talking to the wise ruler, but Angor already knew what he was really thinking. Angor already told him that Dark Earl's cloning spell was very powerful. Dark Earl also said that he could communicate with Angor. However, neither of them took it seriously. Secret spells weren't something that could be exchanged on a whim. But now, Dark Earl directly said that he wanted to communicate with Angor using a secret spell. It was obvious that he was trying to tell Angor what they talked about earlier. Angor didn't understand why Dark Earl would suddenly say something like this. But after considering the current situation, he understood what the old man meant. Dark Earl thought that Angor no longer had a common interest with him, so he quickly offered to compensate Angor so that Angor wouldn't give up halfway. However, Dark Earl didn't know that whether the wise ruler said those words or not, he would go to the abandoned site anyway. He didn't care about the items in the abandoned site. Instead, he cared about the layout of the place. This would give him a general idea of the Nightmare Realm. However, Angor wasn't going to refuse such a good offer. Angor knew that for wizards like Dark Earl, accepting was sometimes more useful than refusing. Compared to friendship, they believed in benefits more. "Yeah, I agree, Dark Earl. How am I supposed to trade with you if you don't tell me anything?" Angor asked. Both Dark Earl and Angor were using the wise ruler to talk to each other. In other words, the wise ruler was acting as a medium. The wise ruler also felt that their conversation was a little strange, but he couldn't really put his finger on it. In the end, the wise ruler still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to put it aside for the time being. He said, "I don't know what you want, but if you want to exchange knowledge and techniques with me, I can exchange them with you. I can also lend you my personal notes to read. But only if you tell me the truth." The wise ruler paused for a moment and asked again, "How did you find the wood spirit?" Angor pondered for a moment to sort out his thoughts. When he finally looked up again, the wise overseer was expecting him to say something. "Well, let's talk about it after we're out of here. Isn't the most important thing right now?" The wise lord didn't know what to say. When Angor asked the wise lord, he didn't really want to make a deal. He only wanted to send a message to Count Black. Count Black didn't say anything, which meant he already received Angor's hint. There was no need for Angor to continue the topic. There was another important reason. Angor felt that the wise lord's question was a little strange. He first asked Angor how he found this place, and then how he found the wood spirit. The wise lord seemed to be implying that there was a secret behind the fork. But Angor had no idea what that secret was. However, the wise lord seemed to believe that Angor found the wood spirit first. Angor could correct the wise lord's mistake right now, but he decided to let the wise lord misunderstand him first. Sometimes, correcting the other party's mistakes too quickly would only allow the other party to come up with more presuppositions when speaking, which would dispel doubts. In other words, if he knew what was going on, he would definitely not state the number in his heart directly. Instead, he would talk about the number in his heart. Until the end, when he was almost done testing, the number could still be used as the bottom line of the conversation. However, when the wise lord made a mistake, even if Angor had a number in his mind, it would still be wrong. Some of the information he revealed might far exceed the limits of what he could say after correcting the wise lord's mistake. For example, both the wise lord and Count Black misjudged Angor's desire to explore the abandoned land. Therefore, the wise lord revealed an unexpected piece of information: only Noah's descendants could benefit from the abandoned land. Because of this, Count Black was worried that Angor wouldn't do it, so he quickly hinted that he would give something good to Angor. This was the advantage they gained from misjudging the situation. If Angor told Count Black that he had to go to the abandoned land, even if he didn't want anything, he would still go. In that case, would there still be benefits for both of them? Obviously not. Even so, he did not plan to reveal everything right now. This would only lower the other party's expectations and increase the difficulty of obtaining information. The wise overseer didn't know what Angor was thinking. He only thought that Angor was being pretentious. The truth was right in front of his eyes. Angor did find the fork, and he did let the wood spirit out. Therefore, he did not know that Angor was also in a blind spot. As for Angor's pretentiousness, the wise lord didn't mind at all. Angor was probably just trying to get more benefits out of it. If Angor could tell him the truth, he wouldn't mind giving him something in return. After all, the secret at the fork was done by the goddess. In fact, he only let Angor and the others go because he wanted to find out more about the goddess. Therefore, if Angor could really reveal the secret of the goddess, he would give Angor whatever he wanted, whether it was treasures or knowledge. He was telling the truth when he said he wanted to find a wood spirit first. Angor walked to the spot where the wood spirit disappeared and looked around carefully. Did it hide again? At this moment, Karel also came over and carefully asked, "Master, will the wood spirit come out again?" Angor shrugged. "Who am I supposed to ask? It won't come out again." The wise overseer suddenly spoke up. "Knowing its personality, it will run away immediately after being frightened. It won't come back." "I see." Angor sighed and showed a regretful look. He sighed and said, "Since even the wise ruler said that it won't return, then it probably won't return. Let's leave first." Kale felt a little regretful. He already saw a glimmer of hope, but Angor didn't. "Sir, are we really not going to look for it?" "Of course. I told you before that I'll respect its decision. It's free to choose whatever it wants." When Angor said something like "respect its choice," he was already getting back into character. Of course, he wouldn't look for it again. The wise overseer was still in the wrong state. If he looked for the wood spirit again, he would be exposing his ignorance. Besides, Angor really couldn't find it. He still didn't understand how the wood spirit managed to escape from his sight. Angor kept his nightmare illusion on for 2 reasons. 1, to maintain his livestream, and 2, to detect any abnormalities. However, the wood spirit didn't notice anything strange even after following him for a long time. This was proof of how good the wood spirit was at hiding itself. Angor didn't think he could find a wood spirit that was so good at hiding itself. However, even though he was sure that he wouldn't look for it, it didn't mean that he had given up. Since the wood spirit had already come out once, it meant that the wood spirit had the intention to move. Perhaps it also wanted to leave this place. Most of the time, for those who suddenly hesitated because of their personality, it wasn't that they didn't want to change, but that they needed an opportunity. For example, someone needed to push the wood spirit. If the wood spirit already wanted to leave, it meant that it already wanted to change its mind. Angor was willing to be the one to push the wood spirit. The wise overseer said that the wood spirit had already run away. However, Angor believed that the spirit must have other ways to keep an eye on this place. As long as the wood spirit was watching him in the dark, he could continue to try and trick it. And he would use the same trick again, loosen the reins only to grasp them better. He already knew that this trick worked on the wood spirit. So, he would try it again. Besides, he didn't have any other tricks. As for touching the wood spirit's heart, inviting it to stay with him, or showing his sincerity, Angor didn't plan to go so far as to put on an act. After all, the wood spirit was the wise overseer's student, and the wise overseer was watching Angor through the magic array. If Angor really tried to trick the wood spirit, the wise overseer would probably stop him. Besides, Angor didn't think the wood spirit understood empathy. So, he would use the old trick and see if he could take the new wood spirit away. If it didn't work, Angor would just accept it. With that in mind, Angor continued his act. While saying that he respected the wood spirit's freedom of choice, he gestured to Kale, "Let's go." Kale knew that he couldn't change Angor's mind, so he had no choice but to follow Angor. What Kale didn't notice was that Angor's steps were much slower than before. Every step he took looked serious and determined without hesitation. But in fact, Angor had carefully planned every step. Not only did he take care of the visual effect, but he also used the rhythm of his steps and the rhythm of his walking stick to stir up the emotions around him. Angor didn't seem to be doing anything, but in fact, he was using the nightmare illusion to spread his emotions, helplessness, disappointment, determination, and a little bit of hope. Even the wise overseer couldn't sense these emotions through the magic array. This was because it was an idealistic concept. Plus, he also used nightmare illusions in his live broadcast, which completely concealed his tricks. The only thing he could affect was the wood spirit who was watching him from the dark. Angor had done everything he could. The only thing left was to see if the wood spirit was willing to take the next step. Even though Angor intentionally slowed down, the second level wasn't that big. It didn't take long for him to reach the end of the path of void. He could already see the broken stairs in the distance. The wood spirit didn't show up even after Angor stepped on the stairs. By now, everyone agreed with the wise overseer's words. The wood spirit was frightened and wouldn't show up again. Angor agreed. He was a little disappointed, but he wasn't too surprised. Angor didn't know if he could trick the wood spirit into showing up. Since the wood spirit didn't want to leave, he had to accept it. He already showed the best he could do, and the wood spirit did show up this time. No one would think that he was lying. "My lord, should we take a look at the third floor?" Kale couldn't help but ask the moment he stepped onto the stairs. "You think the wood spirit went to the third level?" Kale nodded. The wood spirit must have heard their conversation. Angor clearly said that he wouldn't go to the third level. If the wood spirit was really scared and wanted to hide, it would most likely go to the third level. Even if he really did go to the third floor, so what? Forced it? Or kidnapped it? Angor chuckled. "It's easy to find it, but it's not easy to make it leave with us." As a matter of fact, finding a wood spirit wasn't easy either. However, no one knew about this, so no one could see through Angor's lie. If the wood spirit chose to stay, it must have its reasons. "I won't force it to leave." He glanced at the empty space around them and continued, "This place is also a cage, and it'll eventually leave. I wonder what the outside world will be like then." Angor chuckled. "I don't have anything else to do. Why should I worry about it? It's a spirit, not a human. 100 years is enough for a person to grow old. 10,000 years is just a blink of an eye for a spirit. Instead of worrying about it, I think it's better to worry about myself. Who knows if I'll still be alive when the time comes." He sighed, shook his head, and walked down the stairs. Kale remained silent for a moment before following him. Angor didn't stop at the first level this time. He went straight to the 0 level from the second level. Maybe it was because Kale didn't say a word along the way. "Sir, you'll be fine," Kale said when they reached a narrow room on the 0 level. "No one knows when death will befall them, and when it does. For example, I don't know if I can make it out of the underground sewer alive. Who knows, I might be hunted down by the witch-eye ghosts and die at their hands." Kale was surprised. Witch's eye? What the hell, if a super-dimensional wizard was killed by a witch's eye, it would be big news. Angor blinked. "I'm just giving you an example. I can't say that the wise lord will kill me, can I?" Angor put a hand on Kale's shoulder. "Come on, let's get out of here." Kale nodded and walked to the exit first. Angor waited for Kale to leave the stairs of Hanging Prison. He didn't leave right away. This was his first time doing a holographic livestream. As a streamer, he had to finish what he started. At the very least, there should be a ceremony, a curtain call. There wasn't really a curtain call, but for the sake of ceremony, Angor still bowed to the wise lord. It looked like he was bowing to the air, but he was actually bowing to the wise lord. The viewers who were still watching the livestream all looked at Angor in confusion. "What are you doing?" Dorcas asked. "Curtain call," Angor replied through their spirit bond. "Is that really necessary?" Dorcas didn't understand. Angor bowed again. Of course it is. The rule of a livestream is that everything the streamer does is for the sake of the livestream. If someone gives you a gift, you can say that you're trying to please the audience. Because of this, everything the streamer does during the livestream is not always his or her true intention. It's like a stage actor who wants to leave the stage after the curtain call. Streamers are the same. I also need a curtain call so that I can leave my real self behind. Angor explained so much just to prepare for his next sentence. So, my real self has nothing to do with what I do when I'm a streamer. Coincidences, conversations, and so on, can all be just a show. Don't think too much about it, and don't think too much about it. If you really want to know, you should look for my real self when I'm a streamer, not my real self. Angor spoke in a roundabout way, and he even used some terms they didn't know. But they weren't idiots. They all understood what Angor was trying to say. To put it simply, the streamer was responsible for all the explanations during the livestream. Angor had nothing to do with it. What an unexpected curtain call. Dorcas' lips twitched. He now had a new understanding of how irresponsible Angor could be. Everyone else also had complicated expressions on their faces. Of course, they didn't care about Angor's fanboy, who always imagined everything in a good way. Angor spoke again. All right, the curtain call is over. See you outside, everyone. With that, Angor snapped his fingers. The livestream illusion abruptly stopped, and everyone left the illusion. Angor stretched his back and muttered, not bad. But livestreams take a lot of effort. I need to improve it, or make a similar item? What am I thinking? It's just an accident. I won't do it again. Angor shook his head and forgot about these trivial matters. After the curtain call, everything in the Stairs of Hanging Prison had come to an end. He turned around and prepared to leave the Stairs of Hanging Prison. However, before he stepped out of the door, he suddenly stopped moving his cane. End of chapter. Angor looked down in confusion. The bottom of the cane was entangled by a vine with green sprouts growing out of it. A vine. Angor thought of something and looked back. There was no one behind him. There was only a long vine that extended all the way to the top of the stairs. Angor raised an eyebrow as he looked at the vines, which were so long that he could not see where they ended. Without hesitation, he turned around and walked toward the end of the vine. When Angor left, the vine would pull the cane back. However, when he returned, the vine slowly receded like the ebbing tide. Only the green sprouts were left behind to guide Angor's way. As he went deeper into the staircase, his figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. Why isn't Mr. Angor out yet? Why craned his neck and looked at the door. It had been a minute since the curtain call ended. Even Kale had been out for a long time, but Angor was nowhere to be seen. Everyone began to wonder what was going on. Did something happen to Angor? Or did the wise lord do something behind the scenes, but the wise lord said that he wanted to talk to Angor. It didn't seem likely that he would attack Angor now. Maybe Mr. Angor used up too much computing power and needed to rest after the livestream ended? It was Kale who spoke. He was trying to be subtle, but everyone knew what he was trying to say. Maybe Angor was pretending to be strong all this time, and when he finally relaxed after the livestream ended, something happened to him. For example, he fainted. In other words, maybe Angor was just trying to save face. I don't think so. Dorcas hoped that this was the case, but judging from all the details, Angor didn't seem to be that strong. As far as I know, he's not the type to pretend to be strong. He won't force himself when he can avoid trouble. In fact, Angor might even pretend to be weak to avoid trouble without caring about other people's opinions. Do you really believe what he said? Dorcas shrugged. I don't think so. Only the two apprentices remained doubtful. The others all knew that Angor must have used up a lot of his calculation power, so there had to be something wrong. If the consumption was huge, how could the structure of the illusion nodes be so smooth and the transmission of energy so stable? Even though Dorcas died twice and ran his corpse twice, the illusion was still as real as it could be. Why would Angor come up with something like corpse running if he really needed so much computing power? As such, all the official magi present could see it clearly. Angor might need to use a certain amount of computing power, but not as much as he claimed. the man was obviously exaggerating. Besides, Dorcas strongly suspected that Angor's curtain call at the end, where he said, "What does the host's business have to do with me?" was actually to tell them that everything was just an act, and acting was exempt from responsibility. Although Dorcas and the Dark Earl didn't mind, who knew if the wise sovereign would, the disclaimer was meant to shut the wise overseer's mouth. This way, the wise sovereign wouldn't suddenly turn against him over such a trivial matter. It was not uncommon for people to fall out over trivial matters like this in the wizarding world. Some people really could not stand being deceived, but most of them were just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. They could easily find an excuse to reduce the benefits they had to pay. Obviously, it was a win-win situation. Then why isn't he out yet? Vate was confused. And he didn't respond when I called him through the spirit bond. Vate looked at the Dark Earl. As the controller of the spirit bond, Dark Earl should be able to sense Angor's current location. He blocked the spirit bond on his own. He's not near the entrance of level 0. Dark Earl's concise explanation solved several of the biggest questions in everyone's mind. Angor was still alive and didn't answer Vate's call because he blocked the spirit bond. Also, Angor didn't leave. Instead, he went deeper into the stairs of Hanging Prison. The first two pieces of information could be put aside for now. The most important thing was, why didn't Angor come out? Why did he go deeper into the stairs of Hanging Prison? Dark Earl couldn't answer this question. He could only vaguely sense Angor's whereabouts. However, only the wise sovereign could tell why Angor went deeper into the stairs of Hanging Prison. Everyone looked at the wise sovereign who was standing outside the ring wall. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The wise sovereign was taking out several pairs of strange-looking glasses from his space storage. Some had octopus frames, some had small wings attached to them, some had an open book under them. All of them were three-rimmed glasses. Combined with their unique shapes, everyone was quite surprised. However, these external appearances weren't important. What was important was what the wise sovereign was doing. The wise sovereign took out a pair of glasses, put them on, and threw them away. He took out a new pair of glasses, and threw them away again. If it weren't for the wise sovereign's serious expression, everyone would have thought that he was showing off his glasses. They watched the wise sovereign put on 10 pairs of glasses in a row. Finally, he put on a pair of heart-shaped glasses and stopped moving. This scene was really strange because the heart-shaped spectacles were pink. A delicate-looking youth with 3 eyes, wearing a pair of glasses that seemed to have the heart of a young girl, and a solemn expression. Let alone youngsters like Whale, Kale, and Dorcas, even the Dark Earl couldn't bear to look at him. However, judging from how fast the wise sovereign changed his glasses and the direction he was looking at, it was possible that he didn't even know what kind of glasses he was wearing. It was very likely that the wise sovereign didn't realize what he was wearing. Should we ask the wise sovereign? Whale asked through their spirit bond. Dorcas coughed. Ahem. Should we wait? I don't think it's a good idea to disturb the wise sovereign right now. Even Dorcas, who usually enjoyed watching people make fun of themselves, said so. The others also understood that disturbing the wise sovereign and making him realize what kind of glasses he was wearing wasn't a good idea at all. Everyone looked away and stopped looking at the wise sovereign. At the same time, they silently prayed that the wise sovereign would realize what kind of glasses he was wearing, and that he wouldn't get angry because of this. Everyone, including the Black Count, was already making plans. If the wise sovereign really did attack, he might as well die quickly and have his true body hurry over. Watching such a big figure make a fool of himself was even more dangerous than attacking him verbally. The Black Earl had brought him in. If he was seen by others, he would definitely exterminate these people to prevent his embarrassing image from being spread. This was why Dark Earl planned to kill his clone as soon as possible so that his real body could come and save Angor. Due to the vow he made with Angor, he couldn't contact his real body. If he wanted to do so, he would have to kill his clone. They didn't even care about Angor right now. They were more concerned about the wise sovereign's actions. Time slowly passed. After waiting for 5 minutes, Dark Earl suddenly spoke through their spirit bond. Gold is very close to the exit. This meant that Angor had returned to level 0 after going deeper into the stairs of Hanging Prison for 5 minutes. It also meant that Angor would soon leave the stairs of Hanging Prison and return to the outside world. Leaving aside what Angor had done, they were hoping for something more. Should we warn Mr. Y asked through the spirit bond. As for what they were talking about, it had to do with the wise sovereign. However, before they could say anything, Dorcas spoke up, "It's too late. He's already out." Next, they heard a familiar and clear voice coming from their ears. Yes, they heard it directly, not through the spirit bond. Huh? That's quite a unique style. I didn't know the wise sovereign liked it. Everyone was speechless. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at the scene. Several seconds later, they all felt a powerful aura rising to the sky. The surrounding magic arrays started becoming active as the aura burst out, and energy kept gathering. Without a doubt, the aura came from the wise sovereign. Dark Earl said, "I'll go replenish the earth ring. Dorcas, get ready to release the plane passageway." The Dark Earl didn't bother to address Dorcas as he directly called him by his name. Furthermore, he was prepared to die at any moment. Dorcas grimaced. Plane passageways were expensive, and Dark Earl didn't mention anything about reimbursement, which meant he had to pay for it himself. But he had no choice. He had to save himself even if he didn't want to save the others. In the end, Dorcas nodded despite the pain in his heart. At the same time, she thought to herself, should I ask Angor for reimbursement? No, Angor might not even survive. Or should I go to Brute Cavern and ask Sunders for reimbursement? Dorcas didn't want to do that, but he still took out his consumables without hesitation. At the same time, he constructed a plane passageway model in his mind space. In order to complete the plane passageway as soon as possible, Dorcas activated his rainbow hearthstone. Thousands of rainbow-like strands of light flew out and formed a rainbow bridge in the air. Rainbow portal. Black Earl was a little surprised. He thought Dorcas' plane passageway would be a phantasm tunnel. It was a plane passageway that used phantasm gems as the main material. It was relatively cheap, but the plane passageway would be in the inner layer of a world. The inner layer of a world was limited, so it would be easy to track. As for the rainbow hearthstone, it opened up an external mezzanine. The external mezzanine connected to the void and was infinite. It would be harder to track down the passageway. Besides, Rainbow Hearthstone's activation efficiency and speed of stabilizing the space were both very fast. It was much faster than the fabrication tunnel created by void gems. I have some money, Dorcas said with a fake smile. Since it's a rainbow portal, I'll try to bring Angor here as well, Dark Earl said. If possible, try to save him as well. Seeing Dorcas' lack of reaction, Dark Earl said, Angor will reimburse you for your losses. Dorcas finally perked up his ears and replied with a serious expression, I understand. In fact, Dorcas would have tried to save Angor even if Dark Earl didn't try to tempt him. Dorcas was determined to get Angor's help, and he couldn't afford to lose his connection with Angor. Now that Dorcas was tempted, there was no way he would refuse. Considering how rich Angor was, he shouldn't care about these materials, right? The rainbow portal was already taking shape. As soon as the space stabilized, Dorcas could open the plane passageway at any time. On the other side, Angor was also surprised by the sudden commotion. What were the wise lord and Dorcas doing? Could it be that when he was in the stairs of Hanging Prison, there was a fierce dispute outside? While Angor was still wondering, Dark Earl had already arrived at the edge of the ring wall. He was going to break through the wise lord's energy seal and drag Angor into the rainbow portal. However, before the Black Earl could make a move, he heard a scream of agony. Ah! As this miserable scream rang out from nowhere, the sovereign of the Wise's aura instantly froze. This sudden change was like boiling water turning into ice water in the next second. Just as the Dark Earl's face was filled with confusion, he saw a familiar-looking, large stickman walking out from the door of the stairs of Hanging Prison. It was the stickman who screamed just now. At this moment, the stickman was backing away in fear. One of its feet had already crawled back into the stairs of Hanging Prison. Seeing this, Angor quickly went to the stickman, grabbed it, and dragged it out again before it realized what was going on. However, the stickman seemed to be quite strong. Angor only managed to drag it half a step away from the door. It could crawl back into the stairs of Hanging Prison at any time. Angor quickly comforted the stickman. Then he spoke to the wise lord. I brought the wood spirit out for real this time. If you scare it away because of your own reasons, don't blame me, wise lord. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold atmosphere began to warm up again. The wise lord exhaled deeply, took off his glasses, and put them back into his space as if he didn't care about them at all. Huh? Why did you take them off? I thought you were going to bring the wood, Dark Earl cut him off. That's not important. Tell me about yourself first. How did you manage to get it out? Dark Earl looked at the wood spirit again. They finally understood why the wise lord suddenly withdrew his aura. Without a doubt, it was because of the wood spirit. This also showed that the wise lord cared more about the wood spirit than they thought. Which was a good thing. If it hadn't been for the wood spirit, the wise ruler would have probably flown into a rage out of humiliation, even if he had been the one to put on the glasses. I didn't bring it out. It wanted to come out. Angor suddenly saw a slim shadow dashing past him. He subconsciously turned around to take a look. Sure enough, the wood spirit had run away again. However, since Angor had blocked the entrance of the stairs of Hanging Prison, the wood spirit could not go back. The earth ring created by the Black Earl also prevented the wood spirit from escaping. It could only run around the edge of the stairs of Hanging Prison. While running, the wood spirit kept shouting, "Ah! There's a monster! My nose is talking!" Black Earl, without a doubt, the wood spirit was frightened by the Black Earl. Normal people would probably jump out of their skin when seeing the Black Earl's nose. However, very few people would be so scared that they would run around like this. Besides, normal people would not be scared by the Black Earl. Instead, they would be scared by the wood spirit. After all, the wood spirit looked like a naked scarecrow from a distance. Scarecrows, on the other hand, were similar to humans, which often made people think of them as strange creatures. This was one of the main characters that playwrights liked to write about. Speaking of which, the wood spirit's appearance was even scarier than the Black Earl's nose. Black Earl. I've already gone in just now. I asked the wood spirit. It's been hiding in the central core. It sensed you when you went in, but it did not come out to check. Until one of them went in, because he got the log and the painting. The wood spirit sensed that its spawn was moving, so it gathered its courage and sneaked out for a look. Because of this, the wood spirit saw the staff, which led to the following words. If Angor did not find the wooden stick, the staff ornament, and the original shape of the staff as Butler Good said, the ending would be different. The wood spirit would not show up. It would not trust Angor, and it would not leave with Angor. Everything was linked together. Angor could not afford to miss a single link. What should we do now? Should we bring it back? The Black Earl did not ask where the central core was, nor did he care about the stairs of Hanging Prison. He only interrupted Angor to stop him from asking about the glasses. Or should I shrink the earth ring and restrict its movement? Angor shook his head. No need. It's fine as long as it doesn't go back. Besides. Angor paused a little and waved the staff. The Black Earl followed Angor's movement and was shocked by what he saw. There was a long vine with a bud attached to the end of the staff. The vine's grip on the staff tightly, but it was moving up and down. Because, it was connected to the fleeing wood spirit. When did you do that? Count Dark wondered. He had been standing beside Angor the whole time, but he did not notice it. Since the beginning. The Black Earl was even more confused. Even the other people who heard their conversation were also at a loss. Angor was Angor's SSS. Angor knew what the Black Earl was thinking, so he explained, it's probably its ability to reduce its presence. Angor was not unfamiliar with this ability. He knew an alchemy array called Infinite Reticence, which was engraved on his bracelet. However, Infinite Reticence was slightly different from the wood spirit's ability. Infinite Reticence tended to reduce one's presence by looking at it with the naked eye, which meant it was less resistant to spirit detection. The wood spirit's ability, on the other hand, tended to reduce its presence by looking at energy. This was also why the Dark Earl did not notice the wood spirit's vines immediately. He only had a nose at the moment. He did have normal vision, but the range of his vision was not very wide. The Dark Earl was more used to observing the world from the perspective of energy, and this happened to coincide with the wood spirit's innate ability. As for why the others did not notice it, it was simple. They were distracted. The wise overseer's sudden change of mood, the wood spirits running in circles, and all kinds of external information distracted them, which prevented them from noticing the vine. Angor waved the wooden staff, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn back. They immediately noticed the vine. This meant the wood spirit's ability to reduce one's presence's effect was only average. However, it did not mean the wood spirit's talent was average. After leaving the stairs of Hanging Prison, the wood spirit did not use this talent on its own. Its reduced sense of existence was purely a passive effect. Once the wood spirit activated this talent, it would be very difficult to detect it. Earlier, on the second level of the stairs of Hanging Prison, the wood spirit disappeared right in front of everyone. It was the wood spirit who activated this talent. At that time, neither Angor nor the wise overseer who used the magic array to observe the wood spirit's presence. This showed how terrifying this talent was. For magi who loved adventuring and traveling, such an ability was a great weapon that they could only dream of. However, the wood spirit who obtained this ability was a super house spirit who could be scared by even the slightest movement of grass. Black Earl saw the wood spirit holding the vine tightly to the staff and knew that the wood spirit would not run away. Since that was the case, Black Earl did not care about the wood spirit anymore. He lifted the stone tablet and pointed his nose outside the ring wall. The wise overseer had already reached the edge of the ring wall. He did not destroy it. Instead, he quietly watched the fleeing wood spirit through the yellow barrier. Perhaps sensing Black Earl's gaze, the wise overseer turned to look at him. However, the wise overseer was not looking at Black Earl. Instead, he was looking at Angor. Black Earl nudged Angor with the stone tablet. At Black Earl's reminder, Angor glanced at the wise overseer. "Let's talk outside," the wise overseer spoke. Angor considered and did not refuse. The ring wall was relatively safe, but they couldn't stay here forever. If they still wanted to go to the abandoned site, they would have to talk to the wise overseer face to face. Besides, the wise overseer had plenty of opportunities to do so back at the stairs of Hanging Prison. However, the wise overseer did not do so, which meant the wise overseer had no intention of killing them for now. More importantly, Angor decided to talk to the wise overseer face to face because of Dodora's prophecy. The wise overseer was not a fool. Angor did not know what the prophecy meant, but he was certain that they would have to meet the wise overseer in order to get to the abandoned site. Black Earl sighed in relief after hearing Angor's decision. He was still worried that Angor would decide to leave at the last minute. After all, the abandoned site was not important to Angor. Now that Angor was going to meet the wise overseer, he had made his decision clear. "Don't worry. He won't do anything to you for now. I'll go with you. If we really fight, I'll send you out." The Black Earl's tone was very sincere, and the second half of his sentence was even more certain. With the Black Earl's status, he naturally wouldn't go back on his words. Even if it was just a clone of his nose, Black Earl still had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If he really wanted to force Angor out of the abandoned site, Black Earl could do it. However, he would not be able to protect the others if that happened. Still, if he had to choose someone to protect, Black Earl would still choose Angor. As for the reason, the fact that Black Earl was a member of the research department was enough. Angor did not mind. As long as the wise overseer did not suddenly attack him, he had a way to deal with it. Still, Angor nodded gratefully at Black Earl's kindness. "Oh, and don't mention the glasses." Dark Earl considered and decided to remind Angor about the glasses. Although the wise sovereign had already reined in his anger, who knew if he would make a comeback because his wounds had been torn apart, Angor did not understand what Black Earl meant, but he still nodded. Next, Angor and Black Earl walked out of the ring wall together. The moment they left the ring wall, two black shadows came out from the ring wall. One was the wood spirit, and the other was Elmi. Wood spirit and Elmi happened to walk past each other. Wood spirit gave Elmi a puzzled look. But in the next second, Wood spirit's eyes were filled with fear. Before Wood spirit could run away, Angor grabbed Elmi's hand. "That's enough. He's my shadow. If you're scared of my shadow, do you really think you can get out of here?" As Angor spoke, Elmi had already melted back into his shadow. When the wood spirit saw Elmi disappear, it heaved a sigh of relief. Still, the wood spirit was still panicking, especially when it saw Count Black floating nearby. It wanted to get out of Angor's hand and find a place to hide. However, he would not let the wood spirit get away so easily. After struggling for a while, wood spirit gave up. Instead of running away, it hid behind Angor's back. Scary nose. Scary eyes. So scary. Wood spirit was still trembling behind Angor's back. However, the words that came out of its mouth caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Scary nose was obviously referring to Black Earl. But scary eyes was something worth thinking about. Black Earl did not have eyes, and Angor's eyes were not something the wood spirit was afraid of. The only possibility was, the wise lord. Ugh. The sovereign of wisdom let out a long sigh, then gently wiped his forehead, causing the eye on his head to disappear. Wood spirit slowly poked its head out and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. Teacher. It was not surprising that wood spirit called the wise lord teacher. The sovereign of the wise had stated from the very beginning that he had taken the wood spirit as his student. What surprised them was that the wood spirits were very afraid of the sage's 3 eyes, but when the sage changed back to 2 eyes, that fear clearly disappeared. It meant that wood spirit was not afraid of wise lord, but his 3rd eye. Was there something else going on with the 3rd eye? Just as everyone was beginning to feel puzzled, the sovereign of wisdom spoke out. It is quite sensitive to all non-human appearances. Only when it sees a human's appearance will it be less afraid. This is probably the common trait of spirits. Spirits usually met 2 conditions to be born. First, they had to have a strong sense of meaning attached to them. Second, they had to be in a suitable energy environment all year round. Of course, there were exceptions. However, using an inductive method, items that met these 2 conditions had a higher chance of becoming spirits. The so-called heavy implications were actually the thoughts of intelligent life forms, the fetters of thoughts. In John's words, if you never forget something, it will definitely resonate. This meant that the birth of spirits was closely related to intelligent beings. In the wizarding world, especially in the southern wizarding region where non-human intelligent beings were suppressed by the supreme cult, the birth of spirits almost always had something to do with humans. Therefore, the wise lord thought that it was normal for wood spirit to be closer to human forms. However, wood spirit magnified this thought. Leaving aside the fact that it was closer to humans, wood spirit's fear of living beings that were slightly different from humans was magnified many times over. For this reason, wood spirit was still very afraid of the wise lord's true body. Before meeting wood spirit, the wise lord's appearance had always been that of a 3-eyed blue demon. He was tall and sturdy, with dark blue skin, terrifying fangs, and 3 fierce eyes. However, as he came into contact with wood spirit, the wise lord began to gradually change his appearance. His current appearance as a youth was the result of this change. However, even now, the wise lord was unable to keep his 3rd eye closed, because it was the center of most of the energy in his body. Once he closed it, many of his abilities would temporarily disappear. Wood spirit didn't care about illusions, because it could see through illusions. Only by closing his 3rd eye would wood spirit be able to barely recognize the wise lord as a human. Even so, wood spirit still didn't dare to meet the wise lord. It was just that its personality was flawed, not that it was lacking in intelligence. It knew very well that the wise lord wasn't human. Closing the eye was only to make wood spirit look more comfortable. However, wood spirit still couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the wise lord's true body. The wise overseer put his thoughts aside and glanced at the people who were still trapped in the ring wall. Then, he looked at Angor, who was closer to him. Shall we talk here, or do you want to go to my place first? The bonus points are in the stairs of hanging prison. Don't we need to do the necessary conditions here? Angor asked. The wise lord never mentioned what the necessary conditions were. But now, after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. The necessary conditions are in the ruins. Should they do it here or at the wise lord's residence? Angor was still hesitating on this matter. Personally, he preferred to go to the wise lord's residence since they had to go through the wise lord's palace to get to the ruins. But he wasn't alone, so he had to consider other people's opinions. The wise overseer noticed Angor's hesitation. You can discuss it before you decide. With that, the wise lord made sure to stay out of the matter. At the same time, Dark Earl's voice came from their spirit bond. The wise lord's energy ripples are restrained when he closes his eyes. He's not eavesdropping on our conversation. In other words, they could talk inside the spirit bond. Really? Is he really that nice? Then he won't hear me if I curse him, right? Dorcas was the one who spoke in a shameless tone. A few seconds after Dorcas finished speaking, he shouted exaggeratedly in the spirit bond, "Are you lying to me? The wise lord is looking at me. I'm not really cursing you, wise lord. I'm just kidding." The first sentence was to complain about Dark Earl, and the second was to beg for mercy from the wise lord. "I don't need to lie to you," Dark Earl said. "I don't believe you." The wise lord spoke up again, "You can read your thoughts on your face. If you want to curse me inside the spirit bond, you better be as quiet as the one next to you." After the Sovereign of Wisdom finished speaking, he opened the third eye on his forehead and glanced meaningfully at the person next to Dorcas. Why didn't expect the wise lord to suddenly target him? He widened his eyes and stuttered, I didn't. You didn't say it out loud, but you were cursing me in your mind," the wise lord said, and more than once. Wai's expression instantly turned rather ugly, because the wise sovereign was right. As an otaku, Wai rarely went out, so he rarely socialized. The only place he needed to socialize was when he was in the shop. His fortune-telling shop was also known as the Death Inquiring Shop in Mesopotamia. The customers who came to his shop either thought they would die or were worried about dying, so they came to Wai for his fortune-telling. And the senses of superhumans were usually real. If the customers in the shop continued being stubborn, there was a high chance that they would die. And things like death were very sensitive. Even if one knew that they might die, it would still be uncomfortable for others to say it. "I even have a feeling that, are you cursing me in secret?" Because of this, many customers were actually very difficult to deal with. After all, many of the guests came from powerful backgrounds. In order to avoid trouble, Wai couldn't afford to fall out with them. Therefore, the thing he did most of the time was to smile on the surface while cursing in his heart. It could be said that criticizing silently was already a daily habit for him. To him, he felt good for a while, and he felt good for a while. When he was watching Angor's live stream, he had been complaining in his mind. Apart from his master and Angor, who was still in the warm period, he had been complaining about everyone else. Among them, Dorcas and the wise lord received the most complaints. When the wise lord suddenly left the illusion, Wai almost jumped out of his skin. He thought that the wise lord was going to use this chance to kill his way into the earth ring wall. What Wai didn't expect was that silent critic, who had never failed before, would not only fail this time, but also crash into a wall after meeting the wise ruler. Wai's expression kept changing between red and white. He didn't know what to say. Explaining didn't seem right either. Not explaining seemed even worse. While Wai was still trying to figure out what to do, Angor spoke up. "It's just a small matter. Why do you care about it, wise lord?" While speaking, Angor purposely revealed the wood spirit behind him. When the wood spirit saw the wise lord's third eye open again, it was so scared that it curled up and didn't dare to look around. The wise lord glanced at Angor, then at the wood spirit. In the end, he sighed and closed his third eye again. Once the third eye was closed, the tense atmosphere in the room eased up a little. Wai sighed in relief and looked at Angor with a grateful and admiring look. Angor, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he was shy. It was because of Angor that the wise overseer saw through Vaish's plan. The wise lord could tell that Wai was cursing him in his mind because he sensed Wai's negative emotions directed at him. Adepts had their spirit as a natural barrier, so their control over their emotions was very stable. Even an existence on the level of the wise sovereign would find it very difficult to directly sense the emotional changes in another person's heart if they didn't have the corresponding innate gift of perception. The reason why the wise lord could sense Wai's emotions so easily was because of the live illusion. When Wai was in the illusion, he treated the illusion as his real body, while the emotions of his real body were released without restraint. The wise ruler could easily distinguish between reality and illusion. In reality, Wai's main body was right next to the wise ruler. At such a close distance, Wai's negative emotions were targeted at the wise ruler. Even an ordinary person would be able to vaguely sense the hostility, let alone the wise ruler who had sharp emotional senses. This was one of the drawbacks of live illusions. This was why Angor took the initiative to speak up for why. Are my emotions really all written on my face? Dorcas kept muttering in the spirit bond. Ahem, that's not important. Angor didn't want to dwell on the topic. Let's get back to the main topic. Should we talk here or go to the Wise Lord's Hall? Also, I think it's time for us to renegotiate the distribution of benefits. The first part of Angor's sentence wasn't important. He was more interested in the second part. Of course, the distribution of the loot was related to Count Black and Dorcas' choices. Each of them represented their own interests. Count Black and Y represented the Noah clan's interests, which meant they were the ones who benefited the most from the exploration so far. Dorcas and Kale, on the other hand, represented additional benefits, which meant they probably wouldn't get the most out of the exploration. However, regardless of whether it was Dorcas or Kale, both of them had contributed greatly to this exploration. Kale was the real owner of the key, while Dorcas's inspiration helped them avoid many dangers and detours. No matter what, Angor couldn't ignore their contributions. Angor had made a secret deal with Count Black, so he could ignore them for now. However, Dorcas and Kale had to be protected as well. Especially Dorcas. Along the way, Dorcas often acted like he was determined to make a fortune out of this exploration. However, whenever he found something slightly valuable, he would distribute it according to his needs instead of forcefully taking it for himself. As a wandering wizard with no background, Dorcas was the one who needed the most benefits, even if it was only short-term ones. Angor knew this very well. Although he often complained that Dorcas only cared about short-term benefits, Angor still had to speak up when it was time to redistribute the loot. Besides, as the leader of this exploration team, he had to bear this responsibility. As for how to protect their interests, that would naturally need the party with the greatest vested interest, the Black Earl, to make the guarantee. Angor also considered himself a beneficiary, but his interests were in the nightmare realm, not the ruins in the real world. So, he decided to ignore it for now. After all, no one else knew what the ruins meant to him. Dorcas was the one who was most surprised by Angor's words. When Dorcas learned that the ruins were related to Noah, he already considered this possibility. However, Dorcas didn't mind it at all. From his perspective, he didn't contribute much to the exploration. He was just fishing in troubled waters. Besides, he also awakened his talent of inspiration, which was enough for him. Besides, he also maintained a friendship with Angor. That was what Dorcas thought. So, Dorcas didn't think he needed any special treatment. Of course, Dorcas wouldn't refuse if Angor really offered special treatment. He just didn't expect Angor to be the one who asked for special treatment. Dorcas hesitated for a moment before saying, "It doesn't matter if it's here or in the Sage Hall. As for staying or leaving, I'll definitely stay." After Dorcas finished speaking, he glanced at Corel, who immediately followed up, "I'm the same as Lord Red Sword. I still haven't finished recording the history of this place." Angor nodded and looked at Count Black without saying anything. Count Black probably already considered this question, so he didn't hesitate. "You decide where to talk to the Lord of Wise Men. As for the distribution of benefits, you can talk to me now or after we leave this place." Count Black threw the question back at Dorcas, but he already made it clear that he would protect everyone's interests. As for Dorcas and Kale, it was up to them whether they wanted to talk to Count Black now or after they left this place. It didn't seem like a big deal, but it would determine how much they would get in the end. If they talked now, they wouldn't know what they would get from the ruins, so they didn't have a standard value. If they talked now, they would bet that the standard value was too low, and they would get more benefits than the standard value. If they left, there would be a standard value. Count Black would be the one talking to them. The former was a big bet, while the latter was based on the standard value, which meant they wouldn't get much. In other words, the talk now was a feast for gamblers, while the talk after they left was a smooth journey for those who were more prudent. Dorcas and Kale were the only ones who could decide whether to be a gambler or a prudent one. Based on what he knew about Dorcas and Kale, there was a good chance that Dorcas would choose to talk now, while Kale would choose to talk later because he was a bit more cautious. However, what surprised him was that the final outcome was the complete opposite of what he had expected. Dorcas chose to be conservative, while Kale chose to be radical. As for the reason, it was surprisingly similar to what Dorcas and Kale gave. To sum it up, they both said, "I don't care how much I get, as long as I can get something." When Dorcas spoke, Angor could sense the man's satisfaction and joy. It meant that Dorcas really believed that he could get anything he wanted, no matter how much he got. This didn't match Angor's impression of Dorcas. He thought Dorcas was more impulsive and willing to gamble. But after thinking about it, Angor could understand Dorcas. Back in Princess Town, Dorcas clearly stated that he wanted to get involved in the chaos of Goman Kingdom and get some benefits. Back then, Angor thought that Dorcas was being too aggressive. Now that he thought about it, Dorcas simply wanted to get something. After all, as a wandering wizard, he didn't have as many sources of information as a wizard organization. He didn't have someone to rely on, which meant he couldn't get a lot of benefits in one go. That was why he always wanted to get involved in anything that could benefit him. He didn't want a huge profit. He just wanted to take advantage of the situation. Kale, on the other hand, was also a wandering wizard. However, he had Voidwalker Essos as his backer, and he could rely on his skills to make a living. He had a steady source of income. In a way, Kale and Angor were similar. They could rely on their skills to make a living, so they were qualified to gamble. Whether they won or lost, it wouldn't affect them much. This was why Kale chose to talk now. Of course, if Dorcas really wanted to go all out, he could also rely on hunting to make a steady income, and he would definitely get more benefits than Kale. However, Dorcas and Kale were different in the end. One was an official adept, while the other was only an apprentice. Their threshold of desire was different, and the difference in their structure would lead to different psychological expectations. It could be said that various factors had determined their choice. Unlike what Angor thought, personality decided their choices. After Dorcas and Kale made their choice, the Dark Earl contacted Kale and talked to him for 2 minutes through the encrypted spirit bond. Kale didn't look worried or happy when the conversation ended. Angor couldn't tell whether the benefits offered by the Black Earl met Kale's expectations or not. However, since they were done talking, it meant they both agreed to each other's terms, which was a good way to solve the problem. As for Dorcas, Angor would have to wait until they left the underground sewer to find out whether the man was happy or sad. The Black Earl looked at Angor again. "What about you? Do you want to talk now? Didn't we already talk about it? Are you sure you don't want to change it? Actually, the deal I proposed to you is more suitable for Dorcas. Are you sure you want this one?" Dorcas looked at the Count and Angor in confusion. He had no idea what they were talking about. Did they talk about it? When did they talk about it? "What deal is more suitable for me?" Dorcas wanted to ask, but he was dismissed by the Dark Earl's words, "You chose to leave." It meant that since you've chosen to leave the discussion, you shouldn't interrupt us now. Leaving the negotiations required stability, but if Dorcas continued to listen and realized that it was better to negotiate now than to leave the negotiations, then he would suddenly change his choice, and the choice he had made earlier would be meaningless. Dorcas did not know what to say. He could only try to listen to the conversation while trying to figure out the hidden information in it himself. It doesn't matter who it's suitable for. It's about broadening my horizons. Black Earl gave Angor a thoughtful look. So you agree with Spivet's theory that broadening one's horizons is more important than learning by yourself? The Spivet Black Earl suddenly mentioned was not the Spivet whose soul entered a young man's body, fell from wizard to apprentice, and became Flora's disciple. It was the great deceitful wizard, Spivet from 5,000 years ago. Angor said, "Don't think of my words as a conflict between factions and theories. I don't want to see those magazines treating me as a supporter of my own faction." Rhine had said before that he had to be careful when facing the Black Earl. He might not dare to do anything to you, but he would try to trick you in small details. Sometimes, you would fall into his trap uncontrollably. Black Earl owned a wizard magazine that sold well. Almost all wizard families on Fae continent subscribed to it. Many tabloid magazines would also stare at these family magazines, and then add oil to the fire to spread rumors and slanders. Therefore, Black Earl had control over public opinion. Angor should avoid showing his opinions and talk to him more. My thoughts are very simple. It is undeniable that the scope of my knowledge is too small. If I want to fully establish myself as a wizard, I need to learn more knowledge. Only by knowing more can I find the most suitable knowledge for myself. Angor paused. The above theory came from a wizard who created a new spell not long ago. I don't believe her conclusion, because that's what she did. Angor was serious at first, but later, he changed the topic to a wizard who created a new spell. This was also a way to change the topic. Everyone knew that Angor did not want to fall into Black Earl's trap. However, they still tried to connect the dots. Who was a wizard who created a new spell not long ago? Angor used a female pronoun. So it was a female wizard? You're talking about Greya? Count Dark asked Angor through the private channel. Yes. As far as I know, Greya's breakthrough happened at Phantom Island. You're the one behind it, aren't you? I didn't expect Mr. Rain to plant a spy in Brute Cavern. Mr. Rain is so close to him. This was not something an outsider should know. Also, Rain had ordered the information to be kept secret. Only spies were allowed to leak it out. How can you call it a spy? She's just an intelligence agent. At this point, the Dark Earl said in an aggrieved tone, I only developed an apprentice-level intelligence agent, but that old man Ryan directly developed one of my third-generation descendants into a spy. In comparison, I'm much milder. Angor was speechless. Rain was really something. Of course, what was even more amazing was that the Black Earl knew that his descendant had been developed into a spy. But he could not simply kill his descendant. Angor had to think of a way to turn his descendant into a double agent. But then again, why did they talk about espionage? Angor shook his head and quickly changed the topic. I'm talking about Greya. I was there when she created the spell, so I'll admit it if you insist that I have something to do with it. But how big is the effect? Very small. At that time, His Excellency Rhine was also beside her. According to His Excellency Rhine, the bottleneck in her creation was purely because she was stuck in the gourmet school. When she discovered a bigger world and saw a more exciting world, she was able to reach back to her roots and develop her gourmet school to new heights. Angor continued, that's why I'm not limited by the breadth of my knowledge. I won't deny that Mr. Rain thinks Dorcas' talent is more suitable for bloodline wizards. But I don't have to learn it. I just want to know how it works and learn other things by analogy. Maybe the next time I create a new spell, it'll have something to do with Mr. Black Earl's cloning knowledge? Black Earl was not offended by Angor's casual remark. Instead, he was quite happy about it. Black Earl was not a generous man. He would not keep his knowledge to himself, but he would not simply reveal the secrets of his spells either. However, if a genius like Angor came to ask for advice, he would not mind sharing his core knowledge. As Angor said, if he was going to create a new spell, it would have something to do with his own cloning technique. This was a great honor for Dark Earl. More importantly, this kind of creation with a certain origin could also allow the Black Earl to broaden his horizons. This was a kind of communication between geniuses. Black Earl would not hide this kind of communication. Instead, he hoped that Angor could really use the knowledge from his own perspective to create a new spell. Angor did not know that there was such an unspoken rule in the wizarding world. He only mentioned it casually and did not expect to touch Black Earl's heart. If so, I look forward to seeing what kind of spell you'll create. Count Dark's words sealed the deal between him and Angor. Angor didn't think too much about it. Count Dark already hinted that he would use the knowledge of cloning to communicate with Angor. The knowledge might not be useful to Angor, but he didn't care about it since it was just a bonus. After all, he was just as eager to go to Augustine's ruin as Black Earl was. Angor did not need to give him anything extra. If there was something extra, he would go all the more. Speaking of which, he did mention Greya just now. Angor lied a little bit. When Greya was creating a new spell, he did not affect her too much, but he was not insignificant either. According to the original plan, Greya would have to wait until she found a new body and rested for at least a decade before she could proceed with her second spell. However, Angor accidentally sped up the process. It was the most mysterious ability he learned from the puppy, Mystery Manifestation. This was the source of Greya's sudden creation. Angor rarely used Mystery Manifestation because he was still an apprentice back then. Sunders advised him not to use it as much as possible. It was like a baby carrying a treasure in a busy market, which would only attract unwanted attention. Unless Angor became a wizard or a truth-finder wizard, he would be able to use it in a small area. Also, it was better to use it on himself. He was only one step away from becoming a truth-finder wizard. With the help of Elmi and Toby, he was definitely stronger than a normal truth-finder wizard. Since that was the case, he seemed to be able to use the manifestation of the mystery. Perhaps it could be combined with spells, or even used in alchemy. Thinking about the manifestation of mystery, he couldn't help but feel a strong urge to put it into practice. He even forgot where he was. Angor's horse was already on the verge of running away. It was only when Dorcas' voice reached his ears that he managed to pull the reins back. "What did you exchange with the Black Earl? Tell me about it. Let me know." Dorcas listened for a long time but still could not understand what Angor and the Count were talking about. Later on, they even encrypted their conversation, which made Dorcas very curious. After trying to hold back for a while, he finally ran to Angor and asked about it. Angor glanced at Black Earl, who did not say anything. It seemed Black Earl did not mind Angor telling him about their exchange. As a matter of fact, Black Earl did not mind at all. He was right when he mentioned that his cloning spell was more suitable for Dorcas. After all, Dorcas was a bloodline user who could easily accept the separation of his body. However, Black Earl's cloning spell was different from ordinary cloning spells. Not only did the clones have separate bodies, but each of them also had their own consciousness, which was very scary. If Black Earl did not control his clones well, the clones might go crazy. Of course, Black Earl could use all kinds of methods to restrict his clones' consciousness. However, the more he restricted his clones, the more useless they would be. That would be the same as other cloning spells. Therefore, Black Earl did not restrict his clones and allowed them to develop freely. Without restrictions, each of Black Earl's clones would have his own knowledge. As for how Black Earl kept his clones as the main body, he had his own methods. This was one of the reasons why Black Earl's cloning spell was considered an original creation. In other words, even if Dorcas really wanted to learn Black Earl's cloning spell, Black Earl would not be able to solve the problem of the separation of his consciousness. Angor, on the other hand, was different. He was not going to blindly follow Black Earl. No matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to surpass Black Earl. Angor's plan was to dabble in different fields of knowledge and absorb the essence of different knowledge. When he created a new spell, it might not have anything to do with his clones. Even so, as long as Angor learned something from Black Earl's cloning spell, Black Earl would be able to see the light in Angor's creation. This was how geniuses worked together. Perhaps Dorcas could also be called a genius, but the Dark Earl did not believe that his cloning technique would be able to play any tricks in Dorcas' hands. Therefore, he did not mind Angor telling Dorcas about his plan. If Dorcas really wanted to teach Black Earl about cloning spells, it would save him a lot of time. He could simply arrange for Dorcas and Angor to learn together. Teaching two clones at once was definitely a good deal for him. However, not minding Black Earl's decision did not mean he agreed. He also wanted to see how Angor would deal with this situation. Exchange of knowledge, Angor said to Dorcas. As for what kind of knowledge, you can ask Mr. Black Earl yourself after we leave. Also, don't think it's suitable for you just because Black Earl said it's more suitable for you. Maybe you already know something similar, so don't get your hopes up. If you want to exchange knowledge as well, I suggest you prioritize the knowledge you lack instead of following my lead. Dorcas thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Black Earl also agreed with Angor's suggestion. He did not mind Angor telling Dorcas about his plan. However, Dorcas already chose to leave. If Angor told Dorcas about his plan now, it would be breaking Black Earl's rules. Breaking the rules was something the Black Earl could tolerate, but he would definitely remember it in his heart. Their evaluation of Angor would probably go down a little. As for why it was not a big drop. After all, Angor already showed his skills. No matter how low Angor's EQ was, as long as Angor's alchemy skills were not directly hostile to the Noah clan, Black Earl would still choose to maintain a good relationship with Angor. Still, it was up to Angor whether Black Earl would treat Black Earl well or not. At least this time, Angor's response was decent. He did not break the rules, and he also gave Dorcas some advice. Sincerity and sincerity existed side by side. The Dark Earl preferred to make friends with the Academy sorcerers. This was especially true for the Academy's adepts who were skilled. Now that they had finished their discussion, Angor finally looked up and prepared to tell the Lord of Wisdom about their decision. However, when he looked up, he saw the Lord of Wisdom staring behind him. Angor looked back and was surprised at what he saw. Then he frowned. The wood spirit was still hiding behind him. However, the spirit did not dare to hide in Angor's shadow because Elmi was there. But now, the wood spirit ran into Angor's shadow and played with Elmi. To be precise, the wood spirit was not playing with Elmi, but with the blue lantern flower that grew out of Angor's shadow. The blue lantern flower was under Elmi's control. It swayed and released a lot of bubbles. The wood spirit seemed to like these bubbles and would pop them from time to time. At first, it was still poking at the outer bubbles. But slowly, the bubbles disappeared. After hesitating for a few seconds, the wood spirit stepped into Angor's shadow and nestled beside the blue lantern flower. When it saw a bubble being spat out, it would immediately poke it with its branch. It was a harmonious scene. But Angor was not sure what was going on. It was normal for the wood spirit to be close to the blue lantern flower. Although Elmi created the blue lantern flower, it was still a plant. As a plant, the wood spirit would naturally be close to the blue lantern flower. Besides, the wood spirit never saw any plants in the underground sewer. This was the first time it saw a companion, so it felt closer to it. This was understandable. Angor frowned. He did not understand why Elmi would do something like this. Elmi always did things for a reason. Usually, Elmi would carry out Angor's orders first. If Angor did not give the order, Elmi would prioritize Angor's safety. Under the control of the distorted seed, Elmi would do whatever Angor told it to and would not do anything unnecessary. But now, what was Elmi doing, letting its blue lantern flower grow and spew bubbles to amuse the wood spirit? It did not seem to be a big deal. But when Angor thought about it carefully, he realized that Elmi was slowly gaining sentience. Angor frowned. He already had this feeling before, and this time, it was even more obvious. He did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Not long ago, it was trembling in fear. Now, it's actually playing with a demon from the panic realm. Is it really scared, or is it pretending? Dorcas also noticed the interaction between the wood spirit and Elmi, and couldn't help but mutter. I think it's just trying to get close to the plants. There aren't many plants around here, Bate guessed. Not many plants? Dorcas rubbed his chin and tried to recall. Indeed, he did not see any plants around here. Or maybe he didn't notice them at all? There are many plants. But the spirit doesn't dare to approach them, Angor said. Don't forget about those blood-sucking vines in the living area. Blood-sucking vines could be considered plants, but they were just as ferocious as monsters. Considering the spirit's personality, it would run away just by smelling the vines, let alone trying to get close to them. Elmi, on the other hand, hid all of its aura in its shadow. The blue flower outside did not carry any energy at all, as if it was a wildflower growing in the shadows. This made the spirit lower its guard a little. It carefully tried to merge its aura with the blue flower. It was obvious that Elmi was trying to make the spirit happy. In other words, Elmi was trying to soothe the spirit's excessive fear. The others also noticed it, but they thought it was Angor's doing. Since it suited Angor's personality, they did not pay too much attention to it. Angor, on the other hand, pretended to be calm on the surface, but he was actually very confused inside. He hesitated for a moment, then secretly contacted Elmi, wanting to know what was going on. At first, Elmi's reply was the same as before. Every question Angor asked was answered in a rigid manner. It did not look like the spirit had gained intelligence at all. However, when Angor asked about the spirit's condition, Elmi's mind seemed to have stopped working, and its tone was also obviously confused. In the end, Angor managed to extract some information from the strange replies, which might be the truth. It's scared and needs to be comforted. This was Elmi's reason for doing this. It did not sound wrong. Those who did not know what was going on would find it comforting. However, Angor felt that this was a big problem. Elmi was still as obedient as before, but during this process, Elmi had developed its own ideas. Ideas and practice were the foundation of a living being's intelligence. Now, Elmi had started to have his own ideas and had even put them into practice. He really wanted to drag El out and see if the distorted seed had loosened. But now was not the right time, so he had to hold back. He would study it after he left. As for whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, he couldn't tell yet. He was leaning towards the bad side. The demon dwellers of the panic world were originally the guardian gods that protected the humans from the invasion of the demon dwellers. However, the source of the demon dwellers' power was the demon dwellers. Once they awakened, they would become even more bloodthirsty demon dwellers. Not only were they powerful, they also understood all the information about the humans and became the most terrifying creatures in the panic world. And Elmi was an awakened demonic dweller. The original appearance of a demon should be similar to that of a human. Elmi, on the other hand, was more like a flowering leopard. This was its form after awakening. From this, it could be seen that Elmi had already awakened after being captured. As far as he knew, he didn't believe that an awakened demon would be friendly. They knew how to speak, how to write, how to disguise themselves, how to change their minds, and how to use all kinds of methods to achieve their goals of murder. They were even more terrifying than the demon dwellers. Therefore, when Elmi showed signs of intelligence and went to comfort the scared wood spirit, Angor believed that Elmi had already entered the disguised state. Angor frowned and contacted the distorted seed in his mind. The distorted seed was still inside Elmi's core. He didn't know if the seed had loosened, but he could still control it. This meant that Angor could kill Elmi with a single thought. After making sure that he still had the upper hand, Angor sighed in relief. Putting Elmi's condition aside for now, he approached the wise overseer. The ruler of wisdom slowly looked away from the wood spirit and met Angor's gaze. Angor said, "I've thought about it. Let's talk here. At the very least, we need to know what the ruler of wisdom wants before we can cooperate with him." Angor emphasized the word cooperate. He was clearly telling the ruler of wisdom that they came here for a purpose, but the ruler of wisdom had to have a purpose for giving them all these tests. Besides, the ruler of wisdom had to achieve this goal first. Otherwise, why didn't he do it himself? Therefore, they shouldn't be treated as chess pieces that didn't know anything. They needed to find a mutual benefit and a win-win situation, not a one-sided scheme. The ruler of wisdom understood Angor's meaning, but he didn't mind. Along the way, the ruler of wisdom already noticed that apart from the two apprentices, no one here was stupid. Angor, in particular, might seem inexperienced, but he was a very cautious person. When dealing with people who were like soft hedgehogs, it was better to get straight to the point than to use cunning tricks. Apart from this, the ruler of wisdom also learned something else from Angor's answer. "I've thought about it and decided to talk here." "We've thought about it and decided to talk here" would fit the current situation perfectly. However, Angor's answer didn't include anyone else. In other words, he was still in the leading position and had become the center of their conversation. It must be known that the Sovereign of Wisdom had already prepared to negotiate with the true Noah clan. However, Noah's descendants still didn't show up and let Angor do the talking. The ruler of wisdom also had something to ask Angor, but he couldn't do anything about it since the Noah clan didn't want to reveal themselves. Augustine used to be such a carefree person, but why did all of Noah's descendants keep their mouths shut like turtles? The ruler of wisdom already knew who Noah's descendants were, but he couldn't point them out if they didn't want to admit it. In the end, only Noah's descendants could open the door, and they would show up no matter what. "Let's talk here, that's fine. But if we stay here, something might happen," the ruler of wisdom said in a plain tone. "A small interlude? Please explain, ruler of wisdom." The ruler of wisdom pointed at the closed third eye between his eyebrows. "I can't see what it is in my current state. However, the interlude will definitely come." He paused. "Also, if we stay here, I'll leave it to you to deal with it." They still didn't know what the ruler of wisdom was talking about. But when they thought about how the ruler of wisdom suddenly went offline during a live stream, they wondered if it had something to do with this. While they were guessing, the Black Girl suddenly said, "Is it related to the trackers of the traveling merchant organization?" The ruler of wisdom glanced at Black Girl and nodded. "Yes." Angor and the others relaxed a little when they heard about the traveling merchants. They already heard from Black Earl that they found traces of the travelers through the tracking points he left in the alternate dimension. They didn't really care about it. Black Earl clearly mentioned that the trackers weren't particularly strong. They were mostly apprentices, which meant they would be easy to deal with. Besides, they didn't want to become enemies with the travelers for now. At least they found a new entrance to the underground sewer for the travelers, which was a bonus that could continue to generate profits. Most importantly, there was another secret that only Angor knew about. Xianxia didn't go offline. She didn't. Xianxia hadn't gone offline since she logged into the dream wasteland again. It made sense. As a person who was trapped in the box of darkness for 10,000 years, there was no way she would return to the box of Xianxia so easily. Angor didn't know what Xianxia was doing, but judging from her frequent movements, she wouldn't go offline anytime soon. Since Xianxia wasn't going to go offline, the travelers wouldn't be able to get a pass even if they went to the platform. Without a pass, they would only end up as food for the monsters in the void. Therefore, they didn't really care about the travelers. If the travelers really showed up, and they came with bad intentions, they would just interact with them. A powerful dragon couldn't defeat a local snake, but a powerful dragon like the Noah family would still have to bow down. The travelers were secretly controlled by the Belos family. Even if the Belos family grew 10 times stronger, they still wouldn't be as powerful as the Noah family. After all, Black Earl was one of the strongest wizards in the southern wizarding region. They didn't really want to meet the travelers, but they weren't afraid of fighting them either. If they did, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. The wise lord also saw the nonchalance on everyone's faces and secretly shook his head. He wouldn't have mentioned something like subduing the enemy without a fight. Even if he said it was a small incident, it was only a small incident in the eyes of someone as powerful as him. They wouldn't be able to handle it so easily. Besides, the incident itself was unusual. The Travelers Organization is here for us. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for us to handle it. However, while we were wandering around this area, the wise sovereign insisted that we complete the conditions for bonus points. Speaking of which, they're in the wise lord's territory. Is the wise lord just going to ignore them? The familiar Dorcas sophistry showed up. The wise lord said, if you give up on going to the ruin now, you can do whatever you want. If you don't want to give up, then fulfill my conditions. If they continued, the travelers would only chase after them, while they would have to ask the wise lord for permission to go to the ruin. The former was unintentional, while the latter was intentional. No matter what, the wise lord would go after the latter first. Without a doubt, Dorcas' sophistry failed again. If we follow the wise lord to your place, this incident won't happen, right? Angor asked again. The wise sovereign, it will still appear. But since you're in my place, you're my guests. As the host, I have to deal with intruders. The wise overseer gave Angor a meaningful look. So, you're still going to deal with this matter yourself? I mean, you no harm. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. Besides, if you really want to go to the ruin, you'll have to go through my place. So, are you still going to stay here and talk to me? Although everyone felt that the wise sovereign's words made sense, no one dared to say anything. After all, Black Earl had already decided to let Angor make the final decision. Angor suggested staying here was for their own safety. Compared to the wise lord's words, they trusted Angor's judgment more. Angor, on the other hand, was thinking about something completely different. He didn't care about the incident. What he cared about was the wise lord's answer. Angor asked if the incident wouldn't happen if they went to the wise lord's grand hall. More importantly, he wanted to know if the traveler's arrival was inevitable. The wise lord didn't know that Xianxia had gone to the dream wasteland, and it would be difficult for her to get a permit in such a short time. Under such circumstances, if the tourism organization could still arrive on time, then it was worth considering. The wise lord's answer confirmed Angor's suspicion. The travelers might really show up and follow them all the way to the wise lord's grand hall. May I ask another question, wise lord? Angor asked. The wise sovereign, all right. Is that person in the mirror afraid to enter the wise lord's grand hall? The smile on the sovereign of wisdom's face froze for a moment before slowly returning to normal. He thought Angor would ask more questions about the interlude, but he didn't expect Angor to mention the name Mirror Man. The wise ruler, how did you know? Angor shrugged. Of course I don't. If I did, I wouldn't have asked you for confirmation. Angor saw the wise lord's disbelief and continued, I just gathered some information and came up with it. Gathered some information? What information? Not only the sage, but the others were also curious about what Angor did to make such a big jump. Angor didn't plan to hide anything. After we left, I left a little trick behind. It prevented Miss Xianxia from dealing with other people's permits. That was all the information Angor had to say. The sage quickly realized what was going on. If Angor really did manage to stall Xianxia, the situation would change drastically. However, the wise sovereign still didn't know about Xianxia's situation. He thought that Xianxia was still the same as before, diligently collecting treasures and letting people pass. This caused the wise sovereign to inadvertently reveal that the traveling merchant organization would definitely appear in front of everyone. Since the traveling merchants organization was bound to appear, if it wasn't Sage's doing, then it could only be someone else's doing. If someone dared to go around the wise lord, it meant they didn't care about the wise lord's opinion. If someone dared to go around Xianxia and let people in, it meant they were very familiar with the magic array in this dimension. Combining these two pieces of information, Angor thought of the person behind the wise overseer, the man in the mirror. As for how Angor found out about this, the wise lord must have accidentally revealed the secret himself. The sovereign of wise was using all sorts of methods to observe them. Conversely, they were also observing the sovereign of wise. The wise ruler couldn't help but sigh when he realized that he was being too careless. He spent most of his time in the underground sewers without any contact with outsiders, so he didn't even notice when his thoughts became rigid. It was the same this time. His carelessness was mainly due to the difference in information between him and Angor, but it was also because of his own carelessness. Just like Angor also had a gap in information between them, but his performance was flawless. In fact, the wise overseer believed that Angor was probably the one who did it on purpose or not. Wise people were never stingy with showing their cards. They were competing to see who had the best cards and whose hidden cards were the most unexpected. Sometimes, showing the cards was also a kind of trap. Both Angor and the wise ruler didn't know each other well, which was why they couldn't show their cards to each other. Still, Angor's performance was outstanding. Even the wise ruler couldn't help but praise Angor in his mind. You're asking about the person in the mirror. It can enter my room, but it doesn't dare to enter my main residence. The wise ruler's words were so contradictory that the others couldn't help but feel confused. So you're saying that it can enter through the mirror, but it can't? Angor asked. The wise ruler nodded. Correct. The wise overseer was starting to get used to Angor's reaction speed as well as the fact that he didn't know how many levels he could jump. As long as he didn't treat Angor like a tiger cub, the wise ruler could communicate with him easily. Angor did not even need to ask for an explanation. Angor could simply continue the rest of the story without needing to know what the old man was talking about. The wise ruler didn't dislike this kind of fluency. He only cared about competing with his own interests, not with fools. That was probably how the wise ruler felt right now. What kind of help will it provide to the pursuers? He skipped the question of did the man in the mirror let the travelers through the dimension and asked about what the man in the mirror would do for the travelers. Angor was sure that the man in the mirror was the one behind all this. The wise overseer didn't care if Angor was just testing him or if he really guessed the answer. Because if they decided to stay here, they would eventually have to meet that person. If he denied that the person in the mirror was behind this, he would become a laughingstock. Since it's hiding in the mirror, it can't do anything except affect the magic array to a certain extent. Therefore, it won't be of much help to the travelers' organization. Dorcas was actually listening to their conversation as well, but he was a little confused and felt like he couldn't keep up. However, at this moment, he understood. Even if it can't help the pursuers of the traveling merchants, it can still affect the magic array. That's not good for us, Dorcas said with a frown. Dorcas' words didn't cause the sovereign sage to react in the slightest. He didn't even turn his head to look. As the leader of the team, Angor explained dutifully, if it can affect the magic array too much, it won't need to lure the traveling merchants to attack us. It can just use its own magic array to deal with us. Also, it can only affect the magic array. But there's someone here who can directly control the magic array. Angor pointed at the wise overseer. Dorcas thought about it and felt that it made sense. The wise overseer had full control over all the magic arrays in the underground maze, while the man in the mirror could only affect them to a certain extent. If that's the case, the wise overseer can just reverse the magic array while it's doing it. That'll save us a lot of trouble. Angor agreed with Dorcas' suggestion, but he believed that the wise overseer must have his reasons for not doing it. When they first met the wise overseer clearly said that he didn't want to stop them either. This meant that there was someone behind the wise overseer. And that someone was almost certain to be the man in the mirror. The man in the mirror could even influence the wise overseer's decisions. There must be some kind of connection between them, which meant the wise overseer wouldn't do anything to the man in the mirror. This was also why he said, if you choose to stay here, there might be a small incident that you need to deal with on your own. The wise overseer had his own reasons. He couldn't deal with this small incident himself, so he had to leave it to outsiders like them. This was indeed the case. The Sovereign of Wisdom replied, firstly, I won't make an enemy out of it. At the very least, I won't make an enemy out of it before I achieve my goals. Second, I'm not a good person, but I won't kill those who have contributed to my coups. The traveling merchants have contributed greatly to maintaining the balance of the underground water system. For this reason, I won't do anything to them. Third, I don't know much about magic arrays. I can control them, but if something goes wrong, I'll need the wise overseer to fix it. The wise overseer paused and added, I can tell you something else. The wise overseer is much better at magic arrays than I am. Then why didn't it control the magic arrays? Dorcas asked. It's a secret. As Dorcas frowned, the wise overseer glanced at Angor and considered. It might be a secret to you, but this one already knows the answer. Dorcas looked at Angor in the direction Dorcas was pointing at. Angor didn't know what to say. You're trying to drive a wedge between us? That's a little childish. Angor was speechless. Drive a wedge between us? No. He doesn't look like someone who studied magic arrays. It's understandable that he doesn't know the inside story. You should have deciphered the murals it left on the stairs of Hanging Prison. Also, you found the outpost it left on the second floor of the stairs of Hanging Prison. All of this proves that you're good at magic arrays, so I'm sure you can guess the answer. Angor didn't know whether the wise overseer was telling the truth or not, but he could guess why the figure in the mirror didn't control the magic array. You're the only one who can enter the core of the magic array? The wise overseer nodded. Yes. But that's not the only answer. Angor considered for a moment. So the wise overseer's body can't enter the magic array? The wise overseer didn't answer Angor's question. After a while, the wise overseer said, looks like I have more questions to ask you. The wise overseer's reaction meant that Angor was right again. Angor acted as if it was just a coincidence, or a guess. However, the wise overseer couldn't convince himself that everything was just a coincidence. The wise overseer believed that Angor must know something. Angor didn't come here for a simple reason. And there was something else that the wise overseer couldn't understand. You're my student. It wasn't his pendant. If everyone lowered their heads at this moment, they would discover that the wood spirit had transformed itself from a tall and upright bamboo stick into a small vine that resembled a dragon. Not only did you turn into vines, but you also coiled around Angor's cane like a snake. His cane looked simple from afar. It was a long, thin stick. Even the slightly luxurious tip of the cane was covered by his sleeves, which made it hard to see from afar. But now, the wood spirit's dragon-like vine was coiling itself around the black cane. The dark green buds on the cane glowed faintly, which made it look like a walking stick carved with a coiling dragon. The glowing green buds looked as beautiful as gemstones. From an inconspicuous black cane, the wood spirit transformed into a luxurious gemstone cane. In the wise overseer's eyes, the wood spirit had chosen to become a pendant instead of a proper spirit. The wise overseer forced himself not to open his third eye, but he still couldn't help but look at the wood spirit. Under the wise overseer's gaze, the wood spirit couldn't help but curl up and wrap itself around the cane even tighter. The wise overseer took a deep breath and looked away from the wood spirit to Angor, who had an innocent look on his face. Now that you know what's behind all this, are you sure you want to talk here? Angor didn't look back immediately. Instead, he looked at Black Earl. The Black Earl said softly in the spirit bond, "You make the decision." Angor considered for a moment. "Let's do it here." Ever since they entered the underground waterway, Angor's plan was to avoid interacting with the traveling merchants as much as possible. This was because the local tyrants often had some kind of obsession. They would only explore their own territory and leave when they were done. Even when the traveling merchants came after them, Angor left a message beside the magic array to warn them of the danger. Dorcas' speech was a psychological attack, and Angor believed that the traveling merchants weren't bad at all. Still, Angor felt that the traveling merchants were a decent organization. They didn't enslave, kill, or restrict the mortals' freedom. These three qualities alone were enough to make Angor respect them. Therefore, Dorcas' message was more for the sake of those who came after them. If they really wanted to deal with the traveling merchants, they would have done so already. There must be a reason why they didn't do so. But now, they had no other choice. They would have to fight the traveling merchants no matter what. Since they couldn't avoid it, they had to do it. Angor didn't choose to go to the Wise Overseer's hall and let the Wise Overseer use his authority to expel the traveling merchants. Angor was thinking about the mirror man behind the traveling merchants. Angor didn't know the identity of the man in the mirror yet. If the Wise Overseer expelled the traveling merchants, it would be like slapping the man in the mirror in the face. It sounded great, but Angor's group would have to pay for it. After all, the traveling merchants were after them, not the Wise Overseer. If the Wise Overseer helped them, they would owe him two favors. First, they owed him the favor of expelling the man in the mirror. Second, they would have to pay for what the Wise Overseer would do if they disobeyed the man in the mirror. They didn't even know what the Wise Overseer wanted them to do. If they already owed him a favor, they would feel guilty when refusing, and they might even lose the right to refuse. Considering all the factors, Angor preferred to talk here. If they really ran into the traveling merchants, they would deal with them here. Since the Wise Overseer already said that the man in the mirror couldn't help the traveling merchants much, it shouldn't be too hard for them to deal with the pursuers. The Wise Overseer didn't object to Angor's decision. He knew that this was just a small talk. If they really wanted to talk more, they would have to deal with the small interlude first and return to the Wise Overseer's residence first. But even so, the Wise Overseer still had a lot of questions. Now? Angor looked around. The place was in ruins. It was hard to even find a flat ground, let alone a good place to talk. "You don't mind entering my illusion, do you, Wise Overseer?" Of course, the Wise Overseer nodded. They already entered the illusion during the livestream. Since the Wise Overseer agreed, Angor immediately opened his nightmare domain. Also, this nightmare domain was surrounded by the Earthring wall. This allowed other people inside the Earthring wall to see and hear their conversation. Angor's attentiveness was evident. The moment the extravagant nightmare domain appeared, the Wise Overseer's brows furrowed. He already noticed that Angor's illusion was nothing special. But this time it was even stranger. It looked like a traditional noble's castle hall, but much more exquisite and luxurious. The chandeliers were made of all kinds of gems, which shone brightly everywhere. The piano moved without any wind, and a beautiful melody flowed around the hall like flowing water. Specks of light floated in the air like fireflies, which only added to the dreamy beauty of the place. Everything looked very beautiful, but the wise sovereign could sense a deep sense of danger hidden behind this beauty. The sovereign of wisdom couldn't even see through the floating specks of light, and the more he looked, the more frightened he felt. The illusion, no, it was no longer an illusion. It was like a real noble's castle hall. And it was filled with a strange aura. This was the first time the Wise Overseer saw such an illusion. Did an illusionist of this era create it? Or was it something unique to Angor? End of chapter. While the Wise Lord was surprised by the extravagant nightmare domain, Dark Earl was not surprised at all. He did not know how nightmare domains worked, but he had seen Sunder's using them before. Angor's nightmare domain looked exactly the same as Black Tower's nightmare domain. Many people tried to study Sunder's nightmare domain, including Dark Earl himself, but none of them managed to find anything useful. In the end, they all assumed that it was a unique illusion spell from Phantom Island. The only ones who were still studying Nightmare Domain were the wizards from the Rat Ant Society. They considered themselves Sunder's mortal enemies, so it was only natural for them to study Sunder's Nightmare Domain. In fact, Sunders never even looked at them. As for studying Nightmare Domain? Many years ago, Dark Earl secretly lured Sumesh to Noah clan so that he could study Sunder's Nightmare Domain in secret. In the end, Sumesh was almost dragged into an unknown abyss by the shadows. Later, Dark Earl asked his old friend Rain about Nightmare Domain, but Rain didn't answer him directly. Instead, Rain gave him a clear answer: only people from Phantom Island knew how to use it. Sunders was the only one who could use Nightmare Domain perfectly. Most of the other Nightmare Domains were created by Sunders himself. Angor wasn't born at that time, so Rain's explanation wasn't wrong. But now, the answer was different. Speaking of which, Dark Earl lost interest in studying Nightmare Domains ever since he met Rain. He would still observe Nightmare Domains from time to time, but he wasn't trying to figure out the underlying logic of the Nightmare Domain. Sunder's Nightmare Domain was a combination of suppression, imprisonment, and the buff of Blood Moon. Sumesh's Nightmare Domain was an offensive one, which allowed him to fight using shadows. Dark Earl couldn't find anything useful about Angor's Nightmare Domain. It looked just like any other noble's hall. There was a luxurious main hall, a meeting area separated by curtains, a bar for entertainment, and a piano area illuminated by light. If Dark Earl wasn't so familiar with Nightmare Domains, he would have thought that this was just an ordinary illusion. So, this is Angor's Nightmare Domain? Dark Earl muttered in his mind. It didn't seem to be an attack or control type. Then what could it be? While the Dark Earl was thinking about this, his gaze inadvertently landed on a lonely long table in the corner. Candles on the wall illuminated the piles of papers on the table. The ink bottle on the table was almost empty, and the quill inside the ink bottle was missing several feathers. Is this where Angor does his research? The Black Earl thought for a moment and felt that this answer might be close to the truth. Angor was an academical wizard who cared more about research than fighting. Research, the most important thing for scholars cared about, was their research environment. Angor had to admit, this place's Nightmare Domain's Nightmare Domain. Thinking of this, Black Earl chuckled in his heart. The people of Phantom Island were indeed interesting. Sunders liked to keep people trapped in his black tower, Sumesh would summon a bunch of demons whenever he felt like it, and Flora kept a pink skeleton in her Nightmare Domain. Compared to them, Angor was much more normal. After making sure that the Nightmare Domain didn't have any special effects, Dark Earl slowly landed on Y's shoulder and asked him to find a seat at the table nearby. Aren't we in the Earth Ring? Will we leave the Earth Ring like this? Y asked worriedly. It's not the same. You can become illusionary or real at the same time. When you're attacked, you'll appear as illusions. When you're safe, you'll appear as real entities, Dark Earl explained. Under Angor's control, they were now in a state where they were both illusionary and real. If Angor wanted to, he could turn them into illusions and return to the Earth Ring at any time. This was how Angor used illusions to change between reality and illusion as he wished. However, this was only for Y, Kale, and the others. Since they were isolated by the Earth Ring, Angor allowed them to leave the Nightmare Domain at any time. As for Angor, Dark Earl, and the Sage, their real bodies were completely covered by the Nightmare Domain. If they wanted to leave, Angor had to either remove the Nightmare Domain or destroy it. Dark Earl seemed to like Angor's idea a lot. Angor's plan was very comprehensive. Not only did he make sure that the people inside the Earth Ring wouldn't be able to hear their conversation, but he also kept the people inside the Earth Ring from coming into contact with the Sage. This was the best way to achieve both goals. If someone else was in Angor's shoes, they probably wouldn't bother to consider other people's opinions even if they could. Y sighed in relief when he heard that he could leave at any time without worrying about his own safety. Following Dark Earl's suggestion, he walked to the other side of the curtain. Angor and the Sage sat on opposite sides of the long table, looking at each other from afar. The others sat on the side, leaving the seat on Angor's left empty. No doubt, the seat was reserved for Dark Earl. But since Dark Earl was sitting on Y's shoulder, Y had no choice but to sit there. As soon as Y sat down on the soft chair, he heard the sound of a string being plucked from the side. He looked up and saw a teacup with golden spots on the handle of a harp wobbling to his side. The teacup not only reached out its delicate hand to play the harp, but it also obediently placed the teacup in Y's hand, asking him to taste the golden tea inside. Y didn't know what to do and looked at Angor. Drink up. It's a gift from them. A gift from them? Y didn't know what Angor meant, but he felt a little excited. Am I getting special treatment? However, his excitement didn't last long. He turned around and saw that everyone had a teacup with musical instruments in front of him. The teacups were filled with all kinds of steaming hot tea. Y was a little disappointed. He thought he was getting special treatment from his idol. But soon, Y perked up as he discovered another detail. Apart from the one in front of him, all the other teacups had strange tempers. For example, the teacup in front of Dorcas was a pink teacup with a baton on it. Dorcas was already dissatisfied with the pink color of the teacup, which didn't fit his manly image. But he was even more annoyed when the teacup wouldn't let him have it. Instead, the teacup would hit Dorcas with its baton. The one in front of Kale was a tambourine teacup. The tambourine teacup didn't hit Kale. Instead, it focused on playing the drum without paying any attention to Kale. The teacup in front of the wise man was even weirder. It was a harp teacup, the only one with a mouth on it. The harp in the teacup was chanting some unknown language while playing a high-pitched harp. The wise man didn't touch the harp teacup. The dark green tea inside smelled nice, but it wasn't enough to attract him. As for the dark earl, he didn't have a mouth, so there was no teacup for him. Y thought he wasn't that bad after all. At least he could drink tea. With that in mind, he took a sip of the golden tea inside the teacup. Overall, it was a bit bitter and not tasty. Besides, it was just ordinary tea that could quench one's thirst. It wasn't something he had to try. Even so, Y's upbringing still forced him to finish the tea. He even thanked the teacup out of reflex. When he realized that it was just a teacup, he didn't think it would do him any good. While Y was still in a daze, the light golden harp teacup played a beautiful song for him before slowly retreating. You're drinking golden night flower tea. How does it taste? Angor walked to Y's side. It's not bad, Y replied humbly. Angor chuckled and gave Whale a meaningful look. You're quite lucky, aren't you? Instead of explaining, Angor looked at Dorcas, who was still in the distance. Dorcas was already getting irritated. He was screaming in pain while asking Angor, "Can I smash the teacup? Damn it. Not only did you not give me water, you even hit me. It's up to you. Do whatever you want. But don't blame me if something happens." Something happens? What happened? Dorcas was puzzled. Angor didn't explain. He only looked at Dorcas with a smile. Dorcas felt a chill down his spine. Angor usually wouldn't say something like that. If he did, he would be in real danger. With this in mind, Dorcas cursed a few times but still didn't dare to touch the teacups. He cast a defensive spell on himself and sat on the sofa, sulking. Y looked at Dorcas's frustrated expression and felt a little happy. If it was before, Y would have laughed at Dorcas when the two of them went on adventures. But now, not only was his boss here, but also his idol, so he had to hold back. "Mister, what's with these teacups? They're cute," Dorcas said, but... Love. Cute? Say that again, and you'll say it to my teacup. Dorcas tried to push his teacup to Y, but the pink teacup refused to budge as if it was fixed on Dorcas. Angor spoke up again, "These teacups are attracted by your special traits. The pink teacup likes you, so it'll come to you no matter who you push it to." My special trait? What do you mean? Dorcas was confused. Angor shrugged. I don't know. I brought them out from a mysterious place. They usually play music and dance, but they're also willing to serve tea to people with special traits. Oh right, you better send them away when you leave this place. Otherwise, something bad might happen. Angor purposely made it sound mysterious. Dorcas didn't care at all, but Y was a little fan of Angor. Why? What kind of bad things will happen? Angor replied, I don't know what will happen. Maybe they'll deprive you of your ability to fight, or give you bad luck for a while, or maybe they'll just stick to you. Angor's explanation sounded mysterious, but it was more of an exaggeration. His few teacups, after a period of nourishment, had indeed acquired some miraculous qualities. But they didn't reach the level Angor was talking about. Depriving one's ability? Yes, but making one's hands weak and unable to use weapons for a minute also counted as depriving one's ability to fight. Being unlucky for a while? Yes, secretly working with other instruments to pour a pot of cream on your head when you're not paying attention. That's also bad luck, right? Pestering you? Yes, they're pestering you right now. Angor's nasty side came online again. Dorcas was a little doubtful about Angor's alarmist words, but he didn't have any evidence to prove it. Why continued, what do you mean by send away? Did I just send away the harp teacups? Angor didn't mind explaining to Wai, who was very supportive of him. Yes. You just drank their tea. That's all. That sounds simple, said Wai. Angor smiled mysteriously. It is. But I'll tell you a secret. The harp teacups make the worst tea among all teacup bands. If you told them you didn't like it, or spit it out, you might end up with a cramp. So, you're lucky. Or should I say, they taught you good manners. Wai said the tea was good and drank it in one gulp. It was more of an act of etiquette than anything else. But the harp teacups liked it, so Wai was safe. After letting out a sigh of relief, Leah looked at Kal-El and Dorcas. He wanted to see how they were going to send the teacups away. Dorcas didn't really believe Angor's words. Kale trusted Angor. Even if he didn't believe Angor's words, he wouldn't show it. According to Angor, he had to drink the tea in order to send the teacups away. But how? Kale was too focused on playing the drum in front of him. He didn't seem like he was going to deliver the tea at all. While Kale was at his wit's end, the wise overseer quickly whispered something into Shurchin's ear. Shurchin lifted her teacup to the wise overseer's lips and poured herself a cup of tea. Then, she quickly left the room. What did the wise man do? Everyone looked at the wise man in confusion. If others wanted to drink tea, there would still be some clues. However, the wise sovereign Shurchin teacup was acting like a minstrel, constantly reciting unknown words. But in the end, the wise sovereign had actually drunk the tea before them. What was going on? The wise man didn't say anything. Instead, it was Dark Earl who explained. That zither teacup just now sounds like nonsense, but it's actually a simple language test. In the end, all of you saw that the Sovereign of Wisdom gave an accurate answer. After a pause, the Black Earl continued, King said before that these teacups were attracted by your unique characteristics. Now, try to find a way to drink the tea according to your characteristics. Angor nodded. As expected of the Dark Earl. He saw through the trick right away. The wise man's unique characteristic was wisdom, so the harp teacups wanted to test the wise man's intelligence. But it clearly overestimated its own intelligence. In the end, the harp teacups had no choice but to run away in fear. Angor didn't know why Wai was being tested on etiquette. Perhaps the harp teacups also realized that Wai was the only one who would praise the taste of its tea. With the Dark Earl's reminder, Dorcas and Kale were able to quickly drink their tea. Kale's test was the simplest. His unique characteristic was focus. The harp teacups ignored Kale because it was too focused on playing the drum. Of course, he wouldn't be distracted when he was focused. Kale ignored the drumming and leaned over to drink the tea from the back of the teacup. Dorcas' method was also very simple. Solving the riddle of the baton teacup was actually just following the trajectory of the baton and singing along. Furthermore, this baton teacup was only half full. As long as one sang the correct pitch, one would be able to pass. Dorcas also noticed the problem, but he didn't want to sing along because he was too embarrassed to do so. But when he thought about how dangerous Angor's teacups were, he didn't want to lose too much if there was even a small chance that Angor's warning was true. In the end, Dorcas gritted his teeth and hummed a few simple lines. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. However, the atmosphere in the room became much more lively. Even if you don't drink the tea, you won't be in any danger, right? Dorcas stared at Angor with wide eyes in disbelief. Angor grinned. I knew I couldn't fool you, Lord Sage. Dorcas breathed heavily and his cheeks turned red. You were really messing with me, weren't you? Angor gave him an innocent look. Of course not. The teacups were attracted by your special characteristics. Serving tea to a guest is polite, but not drinking it is rude. You'll be punished by the teacups if you do. Dorcas said. Then the wise ruler, before Dorcas could say anything, Angor interrupted. If it's a punishment from the teacups, then it must be based on the teacups' power. If you look closely, you'll see that they don't have any offensive abilities. Then why did you say something bad will happen if we refuse to drink the tea? Something like losing our ability to fight and being unlucky for a while. Losing one's ability to fight for 1 second is still a loss. Being unlucky for half a second is still bad luck. Hearing this answer, Dorcas sucked in a breath of air and felt a tightness in his chest. As expected, he knew Angor was a bad guy who would do something bad whenever he felt like it. When the others knew the truth, they just laughed it off. They could see that Angor was trying to lighten the atmosphere. Wasn't the atmosphere much better than the tense atmosphere they had before? As for Dorcas, he probably felt embarrassed and couldn't let go of it. However, he had no choice but to pretend it wasn't a big deal just like everyone else. This was why he felt so frustrated. When the atmosphere relaxed a bit, Sage chuckled. I was the one testing you, but now you're the one testing me. Since you already know the answer, Lord Sage, you don't have to accept the test. Sage shook his head. It doesn't matter. It's been a long time since someone dared to challenge me. It's just a teacup, but it's still interesting. Also, it reminds me of one of my first teachers, the man in a vat. That sounds weird. I can't help but think of something unpleasant, Dorcas muttered. The wise sovereign, you're right. My first mentor, the man in the vat, was a human priest who was captured by his own kind. Both of his legs were chopped off and soaked in a vat with a special medicinal liquid to preserve them, allowing him to live for a period of time. The so-called kindred of the sovereign of the wise were none other than the three-eyed blue devils. This was a race that ate humans. Therefore, capturing humans and making them into vats was actually a concept of food reserves. That human priest is pretty good. He's not afraid of death and even preaches in the tribe. It's just that the other clansmen can't understand, only I can. I treat him as a teacher, and he treats me as a student. He wouldn't teach me knowledge directly. He would ask questions and use the method of asking to guide me to think. During that time, I don't know how many questions I answered. The wise ruler had clearly omitted some stories, such as how they had become teacher and student, and how they had developed mutual trust. This was actually quite important, but since the wise sovereign wasn't willing to talk about it in advance, they couldn't ask about it. That year, the month of blossoms was longer than the previous years, but no matter how long it was, the month of spring sacrifice would eventually come. The wise ruler's story came to an abrupt end. He didn't mention what happened to the vats. However, the person whose legs were cut off and placed inside the vats didn't receive proper treatment. Without the help of supernatural, it was obvious what happened to him. Not to mention, the wise ruler was still among the three-eyed blue devils at that time. In other words, he was still a child, and he couldn't change anything. He could only watch as the month of spring sacrifice came, and accept that one day, his enlightened teacher suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he also accepted the fact that a new piece of soil was dug up in a corner. The wise ruler didn't dwell on his past. He quickly pulled himself out of his melancholy and looked at Angor with a smile. I've told you a little part of my story. Don't you want to tell me yours? Angor didn't know why the wise ruler suddenly accepted Dorcas' question. So this was what he was waiting for. If it's Dorcas, you should ask him. Why are you looking at me like that? Angor wanted to pretend that he didn't hear anything. But since they were here to talk, they had to share some secrets. Of course, they weren't secrets to the outside world. They were secrets to old monsters like the wise ruler. So, Angor decided to ask, what do you want to know, wise ruler? Angor thought the wise ruler would immediately change the topic to the wood spirits. However, the wise ruler didn't do that. Instead, the wise ruler shifted into a comfortable and lazy sitting position. I'm talking about my childhood. Why don't you tell me about it too? Angor rubbed his chin. When I was young, what? You can't remember? The wise ruler looked at Angor's serious expression and joked. As soon as the sovereign of wisdom finished speaking, he didn't notice that the nearby Dorcas had suddenly placed his hand on his forehead, a look of speechlessness on his face. I can remember, but I don't know what period of time you want to know, wise ruler. When I was young? Before I was 10? Before I was 20, the wise ruler replied. This time, not only Dorcas, but all the other wizards also turned their heads away. Before I was 20? Since the wise ruler is talking about my first teacher, I'll talk about my first teacher as well. Angor tried to recall. He was a very special ordinary man who began to study the world when he was very young. He studied the earth, the air, the light, and the constants of physics. Under his guidance, I also developed a habit of doing research. Everyone knew about Angor's past. However, this was the first time they heard about this first teacher. Hearing that this first teacher was an ordinary man who was passionate about research, they all felt a little surprised. No wonder Angor had become one of the pillars of the academies. This first teacher must have helped him a lot. I thought I could keep learning about the world under his guidance. Unfortunately, he was afflicted with a disease that even supernaturals couldn't cure. Angor's expression became a little gloomy. Everyone thought to themselves, so there are always twists and turns in love. In order to cure my teacher's disease, I embarked on the path of supernaturals. Angor ended the story with these words. Just like the wise ruler, there was a lot of blank space to fill in the blanks. However, the general outline of the story was already revealed. He had to admit that the story of the wise ruler was quite similar to Angor's. Both of them were enlightened by their mentors and embarked on different paths. It was just that they pursued different goals. Did you cure your first teacher's disease? The wise ruler asked. I can't say I cured him, but I can't say I didn't either. Anyway, when I visited him recently, he was quite lively. He was designing a library, working as a city planner, and leading several teams to develop content. The Sovereign of Wisdom had actually already prepared himself to console him. Generally speaking, stories like this always ended in tragedy. However, Angor's answer was completely different from what he expected. Your first teacher is still alive? The wise ruler was puzzled. Angor nodded as if it was only natural. Isn't he an ordinary man? He's an ordinary man. He looks old, but he's probably in his 40s or 50s, right? This time, it wasn't just the Sovereign of Wisdom who fell silent. Everyone else present fell silent as well. The wise ruler pondered for a moment. How old are you? It's finally here. The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. They already had this feeling when they heard the sage asking Angor to tell stories about his life before he turned 20. Because Angor was in that age range, Angor considered and gave a conservative answer. I'll be 20 soon. The wise ruler didn't know what to say. The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't know how to describe what he was feeling right now. All he felt was a mix of emotions. He had always thought highly of Angor. For one thing, Angor had excellent skills. For another, Angor had a mysterious background. Because of these factors, Angor was more important than anyone else here. To get information from the ruins, one must be brave and resourceful, and Angor was a perfect chess piece. But now, Angor was told that Angor was only an idiot who wasn't even 20 yet. The wise ruler couldn't believe it. It wasn't that he looked down on teenagers. After all, everyone was once a teenager. But was Angor really a teenager with such a mature mind? Angor had acted like a teenager before. For example, he brought out a teacup for no reason just now. Something like this, which was obviously a mischievous act, looked like a teenager who was not afraid of anything. But all in all, the wise ruler couldn't believe that Angor was a teenager. The Sovereign of Wisdom was in a daze for a long time, unable to control his expression. Dorcas, who was watching from the side, sighed deeply in his mind. Angor managed to stay so popular in the wizarding world because his story was too unbelievable. Asking about Angor's age was just asking to be humiliated. The wise ruler didn't care if his mind was damaged or not. However, Angor's age once again proved that he wasn't from Noah clan. The wise ruler had connections with the outside world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have published the record of different postures of witchcraft eyes and ghosts. Since the wise ruler kept an eye on the outside world, he naturally paid attention to the Noah clan. After all, they were Augustine's descendants, and there were still Augustine's ruins in the underground sewer. The wise ruler didn't have many pawns in the outside world, and he didn't know much about the Noah clan. However, he could still find out about something like a supernova. Therefore, the wise ruler knew that the Noah clan didn't have a decent supernova this time. There were quite a few outstanding ones among the new generation of Noah's descendants. But there was no one like Angkor. Since there wasn't a supernova, the ruins wouldn't be opened, so the wise ruler didn't pay much attention to it. If the Noah clan's descendants didn't come to him directly, and if the goddess didn't ask him to stop them, the wise ruler wouldn't even bother to go out. If you're a descendant of a wizard clan, you would have been trained since you were young. They wouldn't let you find your own supernatural path. The wise ruler already guessed that Angkor wasn't from the Noah clan, but he still needed to show proof. So, you're not from the Noah clan. Angkor didn't deny it this time. Or rather, he couldn't deny it when he brought the wood spirit out of the stairs of Hanging Prison. Considering how important the wood spirit was to the wise ruler, if Angkor couldn't explain why the wood spirit followed him out, he wouldn't be able to leave the underground sewer. If he had to explain why the wood spirit came out, his background would be exposed. There was no point in pretending to be a descendant of Noah's descendants now. Angkor didn't expect the wood spirit to actually remember Sunders. He also didn't expect Sunders to be so important to the wood spirit. Otherwise, Angkor would have just shamelessly claimed that he was a descendant of Noah clan. After all, it was much harder to prove a lie than to prove it without solid proof. If I answer the Sovereign Sage's question, then shouldn't it be the Sovereign Sage's turn to answer our questions? Do you want to know the necessary conditions? Or the ruins? I'm fine with anything. Let's talk about the ruins first. The wise ruler didn't refuse Angkor's request. It was something he had to tell Angkor anyway. Since the wise ruler is so straightforward, I'll be honest with you. Yes, I'm not a descendant of Noah clan. I'm just a passerby. Or should I say, a traveler. I believe the first part, but I don't agree with the second part. If a passerby can become the leader of a team, then your team will be a joke. Angkor was the only one who didn't agree with the wise ruler's words. Even Angkor's little fan, Vei, agreed with him in his mind. Angkor was more familiar with this place than anyone else. However, he never asked for anything. It was as if he didn't want anything. Even Vei felt that something was wrong. But now, Angkor had accepted Black Earl's offer, which meant he was now on the same side as them. This made them feel a lot less worried about Angkor. Even so, they still wanted to know why Angkor came here. They didn't think the wise ruler could find out Angkor's true intentions. However, the wise ruler might be able to see through Angkor's mental defenses and find a flaw, which would reveal Angkor's true purpose. Unfortunately, they would not get what they wanted. It was true that Angkor had a goal. But his biggest goal wasn't the underground waterway. No matter how hard they tried to break through his mental defenses, Angkor still wasn't interested. The only thing he was interested in was his assumption that Augustine's twin mirror was created here. If that was the case, Angkor really wanted to visit the ruins. However, he didn't plan to take anything away right now. End of chapter. If you think I'm lying, you can use word of truth on me. Of course, that's all I can ask. Angkor opened up his mind and looked like he was ready to be investigated. As a matter of fact, Angkor's words and actions had already convinced many people. However, the wise sovereign was afraid that this was exactly what he wanted, and that he was deliberately retreating in order to advance. Thus, he still apologetically used the word of truth technique on him to confirm. Next, the wise overseer opened his third eye for the first time since meeting the wood spirit. As soon as he opened his third eye, a large number of strands of light appeared around him. These strands of light intertwined with each other as if they were weaving a net of light or drawing mysterious runes in the air. The strands of light danced and surrounded Angkor and the wise overseer. In the end, the flowing light formed a leaf that glowed with a faint golden light between the two of them. The two sides of the leaf were blank. Only the golden light could be vaguely seen on them. The light reflected from the leaf shone on their faces, giving them a gloomy expression. Wise overseer, why do you have to do this? I told you it's all I can ask. Do you really need to make it so formal? Angkor sighed. Others might not know what this was, but Angkor knew very well. The strands of light around him were actually runes. The book in the middle that was constructed from magewefts was a manifestation of magewefts. Magewuth warlocks called it the Book of Mantra. The effect of the Book of Truth was similar to the contract barrier used by the Dark Earl, but there were some differences. Inside the barrier, everything one said would be the truth. If one did not want to answer, they could choose to remain silent. Inside the Book of Truth, if one chose to remain silent, they would be devoured by the runes. All questions asked would be answered. However, there was something interesting about the Book of Truth. One's answer could not be the truth. But if you left your answer on the pages of the book that was flowing with golden light, then this sentence must be the truth. In other words, within the Book of Truth, one could tell the truth or lie. Only what was written on the page would be absolute truth. After the golden page took shape, the Sovereign of Wisdom stretched out a finger, and a bit of energy flew out like a swan, landing on the page. A faint mist of light rose up from the surface of the page, forming an indistinct illusory figure. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the illusory figure was the true body of the wise sovereign, the three-eyed blue devil. Soon, the light mist dispersed, and the three-eyed blue devil's shadow also merged into the page and disappeared. The appearance of his true body meant that the Sovereign of Wisdom had used his own energy to activate the pages of the book. In other words, he had signed a contract with the Book of Truth. The wise overseer looked at Angor and said, "Yes. Can't we just use a normal word of truth?" The wise sovereign, the effect is the same. The effect was indeed the same, but the Book of Truth wasn't just for telling the truth. In the foundational teaching of illusions, the Book of Truth was even used as an example to explain game theory. This was because the Book of Mantra had a special characteristic. As long as any party signed a contract, they could write some reasonable rules on it. The so-called reasonable was a rule that was acknowledged by both the Book of Truth and the opponent. For example, if you wrote a rule that you could remain silent if you didn't want to answer, the wise sovereign would agree to it. Even if the opponent agreed to this rule, the Book of Truth would not. This was because this was the reason for the existence of the Book of Truth, its underlying logic. Or for example, if you wrote a rule that all words spoken by the opponent must be true. If the Book of Truth accepted the rule, but the opponent didn't, the rule wouldn't count. Such rules seemed to be a form of respect for the opponent, but it was also a way to play a game. For example, if the opponent refused to sign the rule, it meant that the opponent was hiding something and didn't want to reveal it. In other words, the opponent would most likely lie about what he said next. This information didn't seem to be very useful, but it was still a part of the game for the most observant wizards. Moreover, because of this rule in the Book of Truth, many magi liked to test the other party when they were writing down the rules. Angor felt his forehead swelling up when he saw the Book of Truth. He would rather play with the Black Earl than play with this kind of book of mantras that required so much effort. More importantly, his opponent was the Sovereign of Wisdom. He didn't believe that he could outplay the Sovereign of Wisdom. The wise ruler saw that Angor didn't do anything for a long time, so he decided to add another rule to the Book of Truth. This was the only rule the wise ruler had, which was to follow the original rules. In other words, the wise ruler didn't set any rules. The original rules were the rules of the Book of Truth itself. There were no additional rules. In other words, the wise ruler had given up on playing the game of rules. Angor considered for a moment. If it was the original rules, it shouldn't be a problem. He only needed to answer the initial questions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to use the Book of Truth. With this in mind, Angor reached out a finger and prepared to send some energy into the Book of Truth. However, he had an idea when he was about to do so. The mana he was about to release from his mana whirlpool in his mind space was stopped at the last moment. He discreetly opened the door on his right hand. The green runes hidden under his glove began to pulse, and a surge of nightmare energy slowly gathered. The pale green energy, which carried a strong nightmare aura, flowed out from his fingertip and merged with the Book of Truth. Everyone could see that strange, faint green energy, but they weren't too surprised. Even the Sovereign of the Wise didn't think much of it. Angor's illusions and delusions all carried the same aura. Without a doubt, it was Angor's energy. Most of the time, people didn't have to use pure mana to merge their own energy into the Book of Truth. After all, pure mana could easily be seen through. Other types of energy, such as the power of earth, nature, or water, could be used to activate the Book of Truth. This was why they weren't surprised when they saw Angor using his illusions. What truly surprised them was that, when the light green energy fused with the Book of Truth, the Book of Truth blossomed with a bright green light, and within the green light, a figure faintly appeared. The figure didn't look exactly like Angor. At least, they had nothing to do with him. This figure was very tall and slender. He didn't reveal his face, only a small part of his side profile. The side profile wasn't clear because of the green light, but it was still tall. The only distinguishing feature was his hair, which was long enough to cover his waist. Not only was it smooth, but it also had a faint luster to it. As a whole, it didn't look like Angor at all. They knew that Angor's red-haired, golden-eyed appearance was a disguise. But they had seen Angor's real face before. Angor was the most talked-about person in recent years. Magazines, big and small, all wanted to advertise his image as their main character. Angor also showed his face when he was the judge of the Rising Star competition. Angor's real face was blonde, young, and handsome. His eyes were filled with the aura of the rising sun. His temperament was also full of the elegance of a traditional noble, which was unforgettable. Now, Angor liked to dress up as a red-haired, golden-eyed man. To be honest, everyone, including Dorcas and Whale, thought it was a waste of talent. Now, when they saw the long-haired figure in the Book of Truth, they were all stunned. So, they thought Angor's real face was fake as well? You look like this? Dorcas couldn't help but look at Angor. Angor rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Even he was surprised. He knew what he looked like, and the image in the Book of Truth was definitely not him. But he couldn't say that it wasn't him either. Several parts of his body belonged to that person. Angor didn't see the person's face clearly, but his long hair and tall figure already told him who it was. It was Shava. Angor was planning to cheat by using nightmare energy. He knew that the green rune on his right hand had a release, passage, and dwarf structure, which allowed him to directly use nightmare energy from the nightmare realm. But he didn't expect the Book of Truth to show Shava's face. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't know how to explain it. While sighing in his mind, Angor noticed that the wise man didn't seem to care about the image in the Book of Truth. Angor was surprised. The wise man didn't know what he looked like, so it was only natural that he assumed Angor was using a transformation spell. As for the others, they didn't show their faces anyway. Angor could just say that he looked the same when he turned his head. With that in mind, Angor's mood brightened up. Since the wise man didn't set any rules, I won't either. You can do that, the wise man said. If I do, I'll only have two options. First, the wise man must answer questions related to himself. Second, the wise man must answer questions unrelated to himself. Did the wise man agree to either of those options? The wise man opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, there were holes in both. There was no way the wise man would agree. I'll join you. If you don't want to talk about rules, I'll do it. Dorcas waved his hand at them. Angor ignored him, and the wise man didn't look at him either. Instead, he looked at the floating dark Earl. You want to join us? The wise man didn't care about the others. He only looked at the nose that was embedded in a stone slab. Angor didn't dare to guess too much. But judging from the wise man's choice, he already knew that the Dark Earl was someone special. Well, it was understandable. They used dark, gold, and red to address the Dark Earl, which ignored seniority. However, there would always be some small differences when it came to the stairs of Hanging Prison. For example, Angor didn't say anything bad about the Dark Earl even though he did all kinds of things to Dorcas. Also, the two apprentices were warned not to expose their identities. However, the more they tried to ignore it, the easier it would be for the wise man to find out. It had to be said that the tour of the stairs of Hanging Prison by the wise sovereign had been quite effective. Their relationships, closeness, and importance were all exposed. The Dark Earl didn't refuse the wise man's invitation. He took a deep breath and blew out a gust of wind. The gust of wind melted into the Book of Truth, which released a green light and revealed the figure of a man. However, this figure was even more illegible than Angor's. For one thing, the man was sitting down, so Angor couldn't see his face. For another, he was wearing a furry mask of a blood-eyed rabbit. Just from these two characteristics, there was no way to determine whether he was a man or a woman, a human or a monster, much less who he was. The Sovereign of Wise, upon seeing this, didn't say anything. This was how the Book of Commandments displayed its most commonly used form. Angor's most commonly used form was long hair, while Dark Earl's was wearing a mask. Since we've activated the Book of Truth, why don't we each write a sentence on it as a sign of trust? As for whether you want to write it on the page, that's up to you. Angor and the Dark Earl nodded in agreement. The Wise Man activated the Book of Truth to verify whether Angor's words were true, so Angor was the one who wrote the first sentence. Writing was simple. Angor only needed to control the energy left on the book to display the words. He tried to connect with his nightmare illusion energy and wrote something on the page. You're reading a book now. For this abandoned underground waterway, my arrival is just a record. I'm just a passerby, not a returnee. Angor wrote 2 sentences in one go. When they appeared on the page, the green light didn't stop him at all. This meant Angor was telling the truth. But Angor also left himself a lot of room to maneuver. Angor seemed to have written down his purpose and his position, but it was vague. Just a record. What do you want to record? Everything in this place? Or a certain goddess? I'm just a passerby, not a returnee. This sentence confirmed his position. But it didn't mean he wouldn't fight for it. Passerby only meant Angor didn't come here on purpose. Although Angor left a lot of room for discussion, it was easy to nitpick. But as far as the Wise Man was concerned, these 2 sentences were quite sincere. However, the Wise Man didn't have an answer. If Angor wasn't a returnee, why was he so familiar with this place? Many coincidences happened after Angor showed up, which was strange to the Wise Man. But the Book of Truth didn't do anything to Angor, which meant he was telling the truth. The Wise Man had no choice but to keep his doubts to himself for now. After Angor finished writing the first sentence, the Dark Earl did the same. I am Noah. The Black Earl only wrote this short sentence. The Book of Truth was also presented without any disturbance, which meant the words were true. The Black Earl already stated that he came from Noah. Although it seemed like he was just trying to fool the Book of Truth, it was not. This sentence meant a lot to the ruler of wisdom. A descendant of Noah was a general term. Everyone with the surname Noah could be called a descendant of Noah. I am Noah was no longer a general term, but a specific one. It meant that the Black Earl alone could represent the entire Noah clan. This sentence alone made the ruler of wisdom believe that the Black Earl's true identity was greatly reduced. The only ones who could represent Noah were the core 5-star elders of the Noah clan and the current leader of the Noah clan. The Black Earl seemed to only have a nose, but his true body had already begun to reveal itself. As for which one he was, it did not matter to the ruler of wisdom. As long as the Black Earl could represent Noah, the ruler of wisdom was sure to see some interesting changes. There were Noah's descendants who came to search for the ruins in the past, but they were not strong enough. They could not even cross the last part of the path, let alone meet the goddess. But now, someone who could represent Noah showed up. This was going to be interesting. Would the goddess still be able to maintain her arrogance in front of him? The ruler of wisdom was looking forward to seeing this, but he still had to look at things from both sides. If the Black Earl admitted that he could represent Noah, it might bring great changes to the ruins. But at the same time, it could also bring a devastating blow to Nether City, which was already in a bad situation. Nether City still had some old monsters in hibernation. However, facing a new powerful figure in the wizarding world who had a lot of connections, even if the ruler of wisdom could defeat the Black Earl, Nether City would face a more dangerous situation. The ruler of wisdom felt a headache coming on. If the Black Earl was just an ordinary descendant of Noah, the ruler of wisdom might be able to find out the goddess' secret. But now that Noah Benno joined the fray, the ruler of wisdom would be even harder to control. After the Black Count began to write, the Sovereign of Wisdom remained silent for a long time. Both Angor and Count Black were not in a hurry. They could see that the sage was thinking about something. Dorcas, on the other hand, couldn't wait any longer. Count me in too. Maybe I can give you some good suggestions. The Sovereign of Wisdom was still deep in thought. Dorcas simply flicked out a stream of energy and sent it into the Book of Truth. The Sovereign of Wise sensed this, but he didn't try to stop him. Perhaps he wanted to see what sort of truth Dorcas could bring to the table. Neither Angor nor Count Black tried to stop him. Count Black was too lazy to care, while Angor thought it was a good idea to have Dorcas here. Even if the Book of Mantra didn't have any rules, it was still a game. Unless you never put down the Book of Mantra again, making it impossible for others to tell whether you were telling the truth or not, that would work. But if the Sovereign of the Wise were to place his pen on it, and they chose to avoid it, that wouldn't be too good either. In addition, the Sovereign of the Wise might be able to tell that something was amiss. If Dorcas joined the Book of Commandments and became a troublemaker, it would greatly reduce Dorcas' power level. Even if the Sovereign of Wisdom wanted to use this chance to figure out a countermeasure, Dorcas would probably lead him astray. After Dorcas sent his energy into the Book of Truth, the pages of the book glowed with a faint blood-red light. In the end, a giant figure with 2 horns appeared, holding a sword and standing under the bloody maw of a sandworm. Angor had to admit that this figure looked the best among all of them. Dorcas had 2 horns on his forehead and a giant's body because he had activated his bloodline power. Even Angor had to admit that bloodline awakening battles often created many classic scenes in his mind. Feng the painter also painted bloodline power battles in his paintings. Even the title page of Expedition into Plains, which was a classic and also the most popular book of Moonfrost Union, Doomsday Calamity, had many wizards who activated their bloodline power and stood at the forefront to fight against a demon. Activating one's bloodline didn't necessarily mean one was a bloodline user. But bloodline users could definitely activate their bloodline power. Angor also dreamed about activating his bloodline power and turning himself into a muscle tank. Wherever the wheels went, there would be a rain of blood. However, he could only dream about it. His bloodline was a projected bloodline, and he didn't even know if it was a bloodline or not. After activating his bloodline, it would only grow a little bigger than his original body and gain a few more green lines. Nothing else. Still, if Angor had to choose again, he would probably choose the projected bloodline. The green lines on his right hand could continuously release nightmare aura without limit. This alone was enough to make Angor reluctant to give it up. People like Sundars and Sumesh needed nightmare stones to cast their nightmare illusions. Nightmare stones were expensive and rare. This was why they had developed the habit of casting normal illusions whenever they could. They would not use nightmare illusions unless absolutely necessary, and they would not use their nightmare domain recklessly. Angor, on the other hand, didn't have such restrictions. The auras in the other people's nightmare domains were all obtained from the nightmare realm. Angor was completely self-sufficient. He even had a bunch of nightmare creatures, such as the useless teacup band. Dorcas' handsome figure slowly melted into the book. He glanced at Angor and Black Earl. "I'll start writing." Neither Angor nor Count Black said anything. Unlike the short sentences the others used, Dorcas began to speak freely. Dorcas began with a big move right away. "I'm a poor bar owner. My favorite drink is mountain mist after a storm. My pockets are full of junk. I wanted to survive the storm, but it all went up in smoke. But Noah is closely related to me, and he won't just stand by and watch. Let's form a team." The book began to twist as if trying to determine the authenticity of the words. After a long while, the Book of Mantra faintly presented these words that were filled with resentment but also contained hope on the page. Angor didn't say anything after reading it. Black Earl turned away and pretended he didn't see anything. The Sovereign of Wisdom had already prepared himself to analyze the text, but when he saw this line of cynical words, he couldn't help but feel tired. From Dorcas' writing, it seemed that he was only related to Noah, but he wasn't Noah's follower. However, the words were too vague. It was fine to say that Dorcas was Noah. However, the wise ruler had long since determined that Dorcas and Noah didn't have much of a relationship, but the Book of Truth had displayed such words. He couldn't help but think about it again. This was what Angor wanted. Dorcas' participation was indeed going to mess things up. The wise sovereign rubbed his throbbing temples and said, "Then it's my turn to write." The wise ruler seemed to be prepared for this. He quickly moved his pen, and in the blink of an eye, a line of words was accepted by the book and displayed. They thought the wise ruler would tell them the purpose of their visit, or explain what the necessary conditions were, and how much bonus points could be added. However, the wise ruler didn't write anything. There was only one line of words on the book. I mean you no harm. I don't want to kill you. The person who will act against you is in the ruins. Angor and Black Earl exchanged glances. Neither of them said anything. The wise ruler continued, I'm writing this because I hope you can at least trust me. I'll only write the rest if you trust me. We know what you're trying to say even if you don't say it, Angor said. That's not enough to make us trust you. The wise sovereign, then what do you think I should write so that we can trust each other? Angor didn't say anything this time. Instead, it was Black Earl who spoke up. We don't need to trust each other. We just need to maintain the balance. The foundation of mutual trust was equality. But they didn't have that right now. The wise ruler was too strong. He could easily crush them all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the others behind in the ring wall. It was just that they were too weak. Black Earl only dared to leave the ring wall because if he died, his true body would immediately descend upon them. Angor, on the other hand, left the ring wall. Black Earl couldn't figure it out. He could only assume that Angor had a way to protect himself. Balance, is it? The wise overseer knew what Sunders meant. After a moment of silence, the wise overseer added another line to the book. When we meet on the battlefield, I will use all available means to bind myself for 5 seconds. The balance Black Earl mentioned was the balance of danger, or rather, the balance of death. Of course, the wise ruler understood it. Once they started fighting, the wise ruler would bind himself for 5 seconds, which would give them enough time to escape. Opening a plain passageway could be done in 2 seconds if he was fast enough. 5 seconds was enough for him to open a plain passageway and leave. This was the balance Black Earl was talking about. We can only cooperate with you if we have enough time to leave safely. Talking about mutual trust was just empty talk. The others sighed in relief when the wise ruler realized what was going on. At least they didn't have to worry about being ambushed by the wise ruler on their way to the Hall of Wise Rulers. The wise overseer looked at Angor again. Now, how about we talk? Angor knew that the wise ruler would talk to him first, so he didn't refuse. Go ahead, wise ruler. How did you find the wood spirit? How did you make it leave with you? After pausing for a moment, the sovereign of wisdom said, these 2 questions can be used as an exchange. Let me answer your 2 questions as well. If you want me to write my answers on the Book of Truth, I can only answer one of your questions. Calculating just like that? Too stingy, Dorcas muttered. It seemed that the wise alchemist didn't force him to write his answers on the Book of Truth. However, even if he didn't write them down, the wise alchemist would still be able to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. After all, the wise alchemist wouldn't be able to fool the wise alchemist. But if Angor asked a different question, the wise ruler could easily lie twice. If the wise ruler didn't lie, he could only write his answers on the Book of Truth. That didn't seem fair at all. That was what Dorcas thought. However, Angor believed that the wise ruler's exchange was fair enough. Dorcas forgot that Angor wasn't the only one involved in the 2 questions. The wood spirit was still here. It wasn't like the wise ruler couldn't talk. Besides, the wood spirit was a student of the wise ruler. No matter how scared the wise ruler was, the wood spirit wouldn't hide anything from Angor. In Angor's opinion, the 2 questions were acceptable. Sure. But I don't have anything else to ask for now. Angor hesitated. He had a lot of questions. However, if the wise ruler needed them to do something in the ruins, the wise ruler would surely tell them. Asking questions now would be a waste of time. Let's do as the wise ruler said. Lend me your letter. What do you think? The questions weren't important. It would be a great loss to miss out on knowledge and technology. Also, since the wise lord was called a wise man, there must be something special in his notes, which was what Angor was really interested in. Since the wise ruler didn't mention anything about the letter, Angor might as well bring it up himself. It wasn't a matter of being shameless. The wise ruler already said so, and Angor was only repeating the wise ruler's words. It wasn't that the wise ruler didn't mention it on purpose. He hadn't updated his notebook for many years, so he had forgotten about it. He didn't expect Angor to still be thinking about it. The wise ruler nodded. Sure. Angor continued, of the two questions, I should answer, how did I find the wood spirit first? But I think it's better to answer the second one first. That way, the first question will be easier to explain. The wise ruler gave Angor a doubtful look. Angor was going to answer, why did the wood spirit follow him first? Wasn't that putting the cart before the horse? Shouldn't he find the wood spirit first before persuading it to follow him? Angor slowly placed his cane on the table. Why don't you tell me? I'm sure you're more trustworthy than me. Angor patted the vine on the cane. The vine didn't move at all, as if it was a real decoration. Don't play dead. There are no outsiders here. The wood spirit still didn't respond. Angor pondered for a moment and decided to use his trump card. If you want to see him, say something. After a moment of silence, a creaking sound came from the vines. The wood spirit did say something, but why the hell did you say something? End of chapter. The air around them was already tense, and the squeak only intensified the silence. Angor couldn't keep a straight face anymore. How about you ask it, overseer of wisdom? It'll be more convincing if it answers. And I'll be the witness. The wise overseer glanced at the tree spirit, which was still playing dead, and sighed in his mind. No need. You do it. He knew the tree spirit too well. It wouldn't speak in front of so many people. The wise overseer was already surprised that Angor could make the tree spirit squeak. Anything more than that would be impossible. Pausing for a moment, the sovereign of the wise continued, just now, you told the wood spirit that you wanted it to see him. Who is he? From Angor's conversation with the wood spirit, the wise ruler already knew what was going on. Perhaps the wood spirit was willing to follow Angor because Angor promised him something. And there was a key person involved in the promise, him. Who was this him? Why did the tree spirit want to see him? It even left its comfort zone, which was the safest place for it, just to see him. It's about him, huh? Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he brought up something else. Do you still remember that I asked you a question before? What is the true form of a tree spirit? Yes, I do. Angor's answer was I don't know. Since the tree spirit never mentioned its true form, the wise overseer didn't ask about it in the end due to various external factors, as well as the nature of the tree spirit. However, he guessed that the tree spirit was something related to humans, such as jewelry, weapons, or crafts. The wise overseer thought that Angor only asked about the tree spirit's true form because he wanted to find the tree spirit in the stairs of Hanging Prison. But now, Angor brought it up again. There must be something else going on. The wise overseer pondered for a moment and already had an idea about what exactly it was. Angor continued, I'm sure you're familiar with the tree spirit's path after it was born. Do you think there's someone in the tree spirit's path who affected it deeply enough that it was willing to leave just to see him? Both Angor and the wise overseer knew that there was only one answer to this question. No. It was born in a place where the witch's eye thrived. It hid and stumbled into an alternate dimension, and under the guidance of Miss Xianxia, it came to the stairs of Hanging Prison. In the process, it didn't meet any creatures it could communicate with other than Miss Xianxia. If Miss Xianxia was the person it wanted to see at all costs, it would have left long ago. Thus, the person it wants to see must be someone else. Angor looked at the wise overseer. He believed the wise overseer already knew the answer. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the latter said softly, it wants to see the original owner of its body? That's right. It would be strange if the sage still couldn't figure out what was going on. It's that simple. I promised to take it to its master, so it agreed to leave with me. Although that was the case, the wise sovereign didn't feel that the reason was that simple. Wood spirits were timid, not stupid. If anyone could trick a wood spirit into coming out with a few words, it would be too childish. The wise overseer had been teaching the wood spirit day and night. Angor must have done something else. Firstly, he wanted the wood spirit to notice him. Secondly, he wanted the wood spirit to trust him. And this was the key to the problem. Angor sighed when he saw the wise overseer still looking at him with suspicion. That's why I told the wood spirit to tell you. You'll believe it. If I tell you, I'll have to tell you everything. Angor spoke very softly as if he was mumbling to himself, but the wise overseer still heard it. Angor was prepared to expose his disguise, but he still felt a little uncomfortable when it actually happened. He enjoyed doing things under his disguise. After all, what his disguise did had nothing to do with him. Wise Overseer, you don't trust me because you lack crucial evidence. Angor pointed at the cane on the table. This cane is the proof. As the Sovereign of Wisdom stared at the staff, his mind began to quickly go through all sorts of information regarding the staff. He saw Angor making the cane with his own eyes. At first, he felt that the cane looked familiar. Later, he noticed that one of the silver ornaments on the tip of the cane looked very similar to the one made by experiment subject number 6163. This discovery caused the wise sovereign to feel slightly worried that they might have already killed laboratory 6163. For this reason, the wise sovereign personally went to take a look through the magic array. After confirming that experiment subject number 6163 was safe and that the silver ornament was on it, the wise overseer finally felt relieved. Now that Angor mentioned the cane as proof, the wise overseer couldn't help but take another look at it. The cane was made from a derivative of the wood spirit, so there shouldn't be anything suspicious about it. Was the tip of the cane still the most suspicious part? The wise sovereign's gaze was fixed on the silver ornament that NR 6163 also had. The most attractive aspect of this ornament was the intricate carvings on it, a knight's rapier with wings, inserted among thorns and roses. The wise overseer had seen the same emblem before, on Angor's glove. Back then, the wise overseer was wondering why experiment subject number 6163's ornament would have the same emblem as Angor's glove. However, Angor's strange behavior and a series of coincidences that even the wise overseer couldn't explain, so the wise overseer simply dismissed the matter as one of the many coincidences. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that there were many things worth mentioning about the incident. Experiment subject number 6163 pursued beauty without a doubt. It gained intelligence because of beauty. But how could it create such a delicate ornament when it just gained intelligence? Impossible. Ornaments like this were the result of several generations of craftsmanship. Even number 6163, who was extremely talented in appreciating beauty, could only judge that it was beautiful, but could not create it. So where did the ornament on experiment subject number 6163 come from? What did it have to do with the ornament on the tip of the cane? The wise overseer felt that there was a vague connection in his mind that connected all the clues together. However, he still felt that something was missing. And that something had to do with the wood spirit. Angor wouldn't mention the cane for no reason, and the most important part of the cane was the tip of the cane. Suddenly, a question popped up in the wise overseer's mind. What is the true form of a wood spirit? Angor asked this question at the very beginning. Back then, the wise overseer thought Angor only asked this question to draw out the idea of the master of the wood spirit. Now that he thought about it, Angor didn't need to ask what is the true form of a wood spirit to find out. 99% of the spirits born in the southern wizarding region were related to humans in nature. Therefore, when spirit was mentioned, it could be considered that spirit was the owner of spirit's body. Angor didn't need to ask what the true form of a wood spirit was. From his previous observation, the wise overseer knew that Angor was a man of few words. Angor wouldn't ask such a question for no reason, so there had to be a reason behind it. What was the true form of a wood spirit? The wise overseer already guessed that it had something to do with humans. He guessed that it might be an ornament, a weapon, or a piece of furniture. But now, Angor pointed at the cane and said, "The key evidence is right here." It wasn't a hint anymore. It was an explicit statement. The wise overseer asked, "The true form of a wood spirit is a cane?" It sounded like a question, but the wise overseer didn't seem to mind it. Angor nodded. "That's right. But you're still missing one thing, wise overseer. Just knowing that a wood spirit's true form is a cane isn't the key evidence, is it?" This time, the wise overseer didn't bother to guess. They were supposed to exchange questions, but now Angor was leading him into a passive position. This wasn't the wise overseer's original intention. Thus, the wise sovereign directly asked, "Then what is this crucial piece of evidence you speak of?" "Like I said, the key evidence is right here," Angor replied. Angor repeated his words and pointed at the cane again. The sovereign of the wise stared at the staff. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought arose in his mind, one that he didn't even dare to believe. But when he saw Angor mentioning the cane again and again, the wise overseer felt that it was possible. For the first time, the wise overseer hesitated. This cane is the true form of a wood spirit? Bingo! Angor grinned from ear to ear. Bingo! The wise overseer didn't know what to think when he saw Angor's reaction. This cane. I saw you craft it with my own eyes. How can it be the true form of a wood spirit? Even though the wise overseer was hesitant to answer, he still wasn't sure if he could trust his own words. The body of the cane is also a spawn of a wood spirit. While speaking, he picked up the cane and gently touched the vines wrapped around it. The wood spirit seemed to like Angor's touch. It moved a little as if responding to his touch. Everything here belongs to the wood spirit. Besides, the wood spirit is already coiling around the cane. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is the true form of the wood spirit. The wise overseer didn't think Angor's explanation was right. However, Angor's words caught the wise overseer's attention. Everything here belonged to the wood spirits. The cane was currently made up of 3 parts, the vine, the body, and the head. There was no need to talk about the first 2 as they were wood spirits to begin with. But Angor was saying that the silver ornament on the head also belonged to the wood spirit. The wise overseer didn't think too much about it. He pointed at the silver ornament and asked, "So this is the wood spirits as well?" Angor nodded. Yes. It was with the wood spirit when it was first born, so it's not an exaggeration to say that it belongs to it. Of course, from the perspective of ownership, half of this ornament belonged to its original owner. But since the original owner accidentally lost the staff, then all rights to it should belong to the wood spirits. The wise overseer didn't say anything. But the wood spirit was born in an awkward place, surrounded by witches' eyes. In order to protect its budding intelligence, it didn't dare to move around so as not to attract the attention of the witches' eyes. That's reasonable. Since the wood spirit was right next to them, Angor had to use the word coward a little more euphemistically. The cane was born in a remote place, but there were too many witches' eyes. Someone would find it sooner or later. But most witches' eyes aren't that smart, so they weren't interested in inanimate objects. But then, a very special witch's eye showed up. It wasn't interested in inanimate objects, but it was obsessed with beauty. By now, the wise overseer already knew that the witch's eyes Angor was referring to subject number 6163. In that case, the silver ornament on experimental subject 6163's body came from the wood spirit's main body? Then why was it still wearing the ornament? The wise overseer suddenly remembered that Angor crafted a supernatural cane on the spot. If he wanted to refine an ordinary silver ornament, wouldn't he be able to do it in a matter of minutes? So, he had exchanged a fake for a real one? No, wait. The silver ornament wasn't that valuable, so it was a bit of a stretch to say that it was a new one for an old one. As expected, Angor quickly moved on to the rest of the story. The witch's eyes, who was obsessed with beauty, saw the small crown on the cane and the silver ornament, so they took it away. Our poor wood spirit didn't dare to fight back, so it could only watch as its belongings were taken away. Oh right, the witch's eyes also took a silver ring, but it didn't look good, so it threw it away. In the end, another witch's eyes picked it up. The wood spirit only had 1 ring left, which it treasured very much. Unfortunately, Xianxia took a toll on it when it was in the alternate dimension, so it couldn't keep the ring. In the end, it had to climb the stairs of hanging prison naked. The wise overseer was speechless. That sounded pretty sad. Until we arrived. Our luck was pretty good. Along the way, not only did we find the silver ring, we also found the carved ornaments and the crown on the special witch's eye and in its boudoir. In the end, we traded the last ring with Xianxia and combined it into this cane. We found all the missing parts for the wood spirit. By now, the wise overseer had understood everything. The wise overseer wasn't going to comment on Angor's other achievements. However, the fact that Angor managed to get the ornament and crown from subject number 6163 rather than by killing the wood spirit was enough to impress the wise overseer. However, the wise overseer only kept this in mind and didn't mention it. Similarly, Angor didn't mention how he got the ornament from subject number 6163 either. Why sovereign, your story sounds very coincidental, but it should be true. But I don't understand why you insisted on keeping the ornament. Did you already know it belonged to the wood spirit? Angor put his hand on the table and asked the wise overseer to look at his glove. The wise overseer didn't need to look to know that the emblem on Angor's glove was exactly the same as the one on the silver ornament. However, the wise overseer didn't know what the emblem meant. I didn't know it belonged to the wood spirit. I only knew that the emblem represented my professor. In other words, it belonged to him. Since it belonged to him, I had to take it back no matter what. End of chapter. After showing the logos on the glove and the accessory, Angor finally finished his story. However, to be careful, Angor added, everything I said is based on the clues I found. I'll need the wood spirit to tell me more about it. Angor tapped the vine on the cane again, asking it to speak. However, the wood spirit was still playing dead. Think about it. It's your little crown. It's a beautiful ornament that belongs to you. But the witch's eye took it away from you. Don't you feel sad? The wood spirit trembled for a moment, but then stopped. Angor continued, you know, when I saw the witch's eye, it placed the ornament at the most obvious place on its body. It was the brightest among all the witch's eyes. I saw it and the beautiful ornament at once. It's a witch's eye, but it's beautiful. With the ornament, it's even more beautiful. The more Angor praised the witch's eye, the more the vine trembled. However, the wood spirit remained silent. However, the wood spirit used another method to express its weak protest. It extended a thin vine and wrote a single word on the table, mine. Perhaps to emphasize its words, the wood spirit grew 3 glowing green buds at the end of the vine, which looked like 3 exclamation marks. The words on the table were full of mysteries. Judging from the words, mine, one would think that the wood spirit was a domineering spirit. However, when it came to reality, it was still difficult to explain. Still, the fact that the wood spirit dared to use words to answer was already an improvement. Angor decided to strike while the iron was hot. I know the ornament is yours, and so is the crown. They're all yours. But now, I want you to answer me. Is there any difference between my story and the truth? As far as Angor was concerned, every living being would face some kind of difficulty. Such difficulties could be survival, inferiority, environmental problems, social problems, and so on. Some of these difficulties were limited by the species and could not be overcome. However, most of them were limited by the mind, which could be overcome. As long as the first obstacle was overcome, the second one would be easier. Angor had the same expectation for the wood spirit. Since the wood spirit used words to express the first obstacle, it should be easy for the second one. Angor looked at the wood spirit enthusiastically. However, he still underestimated the wood spirit's weakness. Time slowly passed. 2 minutes later, the wood spirit still hadn't given any response. Instead, the word mine, on the table slowly shrank back. When the vine was about to wrap around the cane again, Angor grabbed the end of the vine. Don't forget our promise. The promise was to let the wood spirit see its master sunders. Angor didn't say anything else about the agreement, but the wood spirit sensed the threat in his words. After hesitating for a long time, the wood spirit extended its vines again and placed a word on the table, bad. Sunders? What's the difference? Perhaps because the threat was still in effect, the wood spirit hesitated for a moment before continuing to answer. However, the wood spirit seemed to be dissatisfied with Angor's threat. It kept repeating its words word by word. It took him a long time to figure out what exactly was wrong with the bird. In fact, Angor's story was almost complete. However, there were some minor differences. The crown and the ornaments were indeed taken away by the witch's eye. However, the witch's eye did not care about the other 2 rings, so it did not take them. It was not like Angor said, that the wood spirit simply threw them away. The remaining 2 rings were naturally extremely precious to the wood spirits at that time. Therefore, the wood spirit gathered its courage and moved to another hiding spot. However, there were simply too many witch-eye ghosts in that area. Later on, the wood spirit bumped into another witch-eye ghost. Perhaps that witch-eye ghost wanted to please that beautiful witch-eye ghost, so it took another ring from the wood spirit. Now, the wood spirit only had 1 more ring left. The wood spirit finally made up its mind to leave after its most cherished possession had been snatched away from it. But it ran into Xianxia. That was the general outline of the story. Angor's guess was almost the same to others. But for the wood spirit, there was a big difference. It was involved in this, and the 4 ornaments it lost were all its treasures. The wood spirit used its vine to tell its story. Seeing that Angor did not ask any more questions, it quickly returned to its cane and continued to act as a vine ornament. Angor looked up at the wise overseer. Now the story is clear. I don't have any clairvoyance ability. I only collected these ornaments because of my professor. I didn't think it had anything to do with the wood spirit. But then I got the last silver ring from Miss Cecilia, and when I compared it with the other silver rings, I made the connection. I think they all belong to the wood spirit. Also, I have another idea. The wood spirit came from the staff, which belonged to your teacher. The wise overseer spoke first. That staff belonged to your teacher. Angor nodded. Correct. The wise overseer fell into deep thought. This was too much of a coincidence for him. But after listening to the wood spirit's explanation and Angor's review, the logic behind it all made sense. More importantly, if this was not a coincidence, then it had to be a plan that took at least several hundred years. This plan might even have to consider the birth of spirits, the witch's eyes, etc. A plan that took hundreds of years was not difficult. But anyone who could do something like this must have the support of a powerful prophet. Considering the current level of prophets in the southern wizarding region, only Immortal Crowned Lupuil and Old Inquisitor Hastur could do something like this. But what reason would a prophet of this level have to come here to set up a trap? As the wise overseer pondered, Angor spoke. You think it's too much of a coincidence, don't you? I think so too. Who would have thought that hundreds of years ago, my professor, who was still an apprentice, would lose his cane when he was chased by a witch's eyes during his first trip to the underground waterway? Angor specifically mentioned that his professor was still an apprentice when he lost his cane. What kind of plan could an apprentice have? What kind of power could he have that could affect the development of his professor hundreds of years later? Angor also mentioned that he lost his cane when being chased by a witch's eyes. And who was the one who sent the witch's eyes there? The wise overseer himself. Speaking of coincidences, the wise overseer himself was also one of them. What's more, the cane actually gave birth to a spirit. Angor sighed. It's all a coincidence, but it's really just a coincidence. The wise overseer understood Angor's meaning. I can believe all the coincidences you speak of are coincidences. But I don't think it's a coincidence that you're here. Angor chuckled. Did you forget the first sentence I wrote in the Book of Commandments? I'm just a passerby, not a returnee. The wise overseer stared at Angor in silence. The Book of Commandments did contain such a sentence, but Angor's wording was ambiguous. I can give you a complete explanation for that, but it's not one of those 2 questions. Let's go back to the first 2 questions. The wise overseer nodded. As for the second question, how did I convince the wood spirit to follow me? I'm sure you already know the answer to that question. The wood spirit's true form is my professor's lost cane. I promised to bring it to my professor, and that's why it followed me. The wise overseer did not object to this. It was a logical truth. Now, let me answer the first question. How did I find the wood spirit? I don't think I need to answer that. I'm wearing the gloves my professor gave me, and I'm holding the same cane as my professor. The cane is made from a derivative of the wood spirit's true form. It's only natural that the wood spirit would be confused when it saw me. What I said in the Path of Void wasn't a lie. The wood spirit was talking to me. It contacted me on its own accord. I just need to explain the situation to it, and that's all. Everything seemed to be going as Angor said. However, there was one thing that Angor did not explain. How did you know about the fork? Angor gave the wise overseer a helpless look. There's something fishy about the fork. The wise overseer told me about it. I didn't know. Under the wise overseer's doubtful gaze, Angor told him about the 2 coordinates he sensed from the cane after entering the 2nd level. Also, how did he deduce that the wood spirit was at the fork in the road from the 2 coordinates? When the wood spirit contacted me, it suddenly went silent, so I assumed it was scared and left. So I went to the place where the wood spirit was most likely to appear, the fork, and called for it. As for the fishy thing you mentioned, I don't know anything about it. To prove that he was not lying, Angor wrote on the Book of Truth, the wise overseer told me about the fishy thing at the fork. I didn't know anything about it before. The words were still there, which meant Angor was telling the truth. However, it was obvious that he had written this sentence with a deeper meaning. The wise overseer knew that Angor was trying to prove himself, but at the same time, he was trying to tell the wise overseer not to think too much about it. Most of the time, the answer was simple. If you overcomplicate things, it's your own problem. The wise overseer looked at the words on the Book of Truth and remained silent. He would believe it even if Angor did not write it down. The Book of Truth explained all of Angor's strange actions after going to the second level. For example, why did Angor go into the void filled with spatial rifts? Why did he only go to 2 points along the way? It was all because of the wood spirit. After understanding this point, the wise sovereign felt a rare hint of awkwardness. The thing he cared about the most turned out to be a misunderstanding. He even imagined all kinds of secret deals between Angor and the goddess. Now that Angor put the truth on the Book of Truth for everyone to see, the wise overseer felt even more embarrassed. He regretted using the Book of Truth in the first place. He could have used other methods. The wise overseer calmed himself down and looked at Angor again. I agree with both questions. But there's one thing you didn't mention. Angor sighed in his mind. Here it comes. Here it comes. I'm going to lose my cover. As expected, the wise overseer wanted Angor to reveal his cover. To be more precise, he wanted Angor to reveal his teacher's cover. As the wood spirit's teacher, I can respect it and go to its former master. However, I need to know more about it before I can make a decision. Angor really wanted to say that the wood spirit had the freedom to choose. However, considering the reality of the situation, this was still impossible. In the Magus world of the southern region, it was difficult to have absolute freedom of choice. Moreover, the wood spirit's personality was extremely flawed. From a certain perspective, it was possible to treat the wood spirit as a patient who needed to be taken care of and accompanied. The wise overseer took care of the wood spirit for hundreds of years. He had the right to make decisions for the wood spirit. Because of this, he didn't want to argue with the wise overseer about this. However, he felt a little conflicted when he thought about losing his cover. Under the watchful gaze of the wise overseer, Angor finally revealed his teacher's name. Sunder Zigilo. The wise overseer pondered for a moment. I see. You know him, overseer? I haven't been out for a long time, but I still have my sources. The war god of the southern wizarding region, known as Phantom Master, has been quite popular in recent years. I heard that his illusions are unique. Judging from your illusions, they are quite interesting. The wise overseer paused for a moment before continuing, but according to my sources, one of Sunder's students is a wizard named Sumesh. Angor decided not to beat around the bush. Sumesh is a truthfinder wizard now, so he's my senior. I became Sunder's student a few years ago. By the way, should I introduce myself? I'm Angor Pat, from Brute Cavern. Dorcas muttered from the side, rumor has it that Sir Mirage intercepted it. Angor smiled and did not refute. Everyone already knew about this, so he did not mind explaining. The wise lord wasn't concerned about Angor's success. He was more concerned about the fact that Angor only became a superhuman in recent years. Such supernovas were extremely rare even 10,000 years ago. Let's talk about Brute Cavern instead of Angor's special background. The wise overseer finally understood why Angor had such a powerful organization behind him. Brute Cavern was already a super wizard organization 10,000 years ago. Even Nether City could not compare with it. Legendary wizards from Brute Cavern could be found all over the general plains. Anyone who came from Brute Cavern would find a place to stay in a wizard world. Even now, in the Age of Legends, Brute Cavern was still considered a super wizard organization. There was also the Elder of Books, whose name was remembered by countless people 10,000 years ago. The Elder of Books was still alive and guarding the knowledge of Brute Cavern. It was not surprising that Brute Cavern was able to raise Angor. But since Angor came from Brute Cavern, it meant that the wise overseer's guess was wrong. There was no such thing as a 100-year plan. The wise overseer knew about Brood Cavern's situation several hundred years ago. Brood Cavern was a comprehensive wizard organization that had powerful wizards from all three major branches. However, they lacked two types of wizards, gourmet wizards and prophets wizards. Without prophets wizards, there was no way Brood Cavern could have set up a 100-year plan. Besides, Brood Cavern was very far away from Nether City. No one from Brood Cavern ever came here. The wise overseer did not believe that Brood Cavern was interested in Nether City. Brood Cavern was much more powerful than the underground water system. Who would want to go to a dilapidated hut when they already had a splendid palace? The wise overseer finally solved all his questions about the wood spirit and Sunder's cane. However, he still had another question. Was Angor's arrival really a coincidence as Angor claimed? End of chapter. Was Angor's arrival really a coincidence? While Angor was trying to think of a way to explain himself, Black Girl spoke in a plain tone. The Lord of Wisdom keeps asking if Angor's arrival is a coincidence, which I don't understand. Have there been any major changes in the underground water system in recent years? Did anyone intrude into the underground water system, especially the stairs of Hanging Prison? No, right? Black Girl asked. Then why do you think his arrival is a coincidence? He only came into contact with the supernatural world less than 10 years ago, and he still needs to polish his abilities and learn new skills. Why would the Lord of Wisdom keep asking if Angor's arrival is a coincidence? Also, coincidence means there is no coincidence. Maybe Angor's arrival can be considered a coincidence, but what about coincidence? I think only when the Lord of Wisdom explains the word coincidence can we determine whether Angor's arrival is a coincidence or not. Black Girl's words surprised Angor a little. Angor couldn't help but give the old man a thumbs up in his mind. As expected of Black Girl. His answers were concise and straight to the point. For one thing, Black Girl explained that Angor's age was unlikely to coincide with Nether City. For another, he questioned the Lord of Wisdom's reasoning. If it was Angor himself, he would have to find a way to prove himself. If that didn't work, he would have to write in a roundabout way in the Book of Truth, starting from when he received Aesop's quest, and write down his itinerary. Then, he would let the Lord of Wisdom decide whether it was a coincidence or not. Count Black's words helped Angor a lot. However, while Black Girl was helping Angor, he also had the same question as the Lord of Wisdom. Angor was too familiar with the underground water system, and he did many strange things on his way here. Also, Angor claimed that he didn't want anything else from the beginning, which made Black Girl suspicious as well. Even so, Black Girl didn't use the same method as the Lord of Wisdom. He chose to accept and ignore Angor's questions. Of course, this didn't mean Black Girl was generous. It was because of Angor's personality that he chose to ignore those strange behaviors. Angor was an important figure in Brood Cavern, someone valued by his best friend Rain, and Sunder's student. This was enough reason for Count Dark not to do anything to Angor. Along the way, he proved that he deserved to be a member of the research department. Once again, Count Dark thought highly of Angor. It was better to maintain a good relationship with a technical genius than to ruin his relationship with Angor. Regardless of whether Angor really had ulterior motives, Count Dark would speak up for him. In this regard, they were on the same side. On the other side, the Sovereign of Wisdom was hesitating as well. Even Angor was impressed by Count Dark's words. The wise overseer knew what Count Dark was trying to say. Indeed, Angor's age was a problem. Not even the Sovereign of Wisdom knew how to explain this. However, when it came to coincidental coincidences, the wise sovereign actually had something to say. However, after listening to Angor's explanation, he began to doubt this combination. Perhaps, he was really thinking too much. After a moment of silence, the Sovereign of Wisdom finally spoke out. He said to the Black Count, I accept the doubts you raised. But I also have reasons to believe that his arrival is not a coincidence. The Sovereign of Wisdom paused and looked at Angor. If you agree, you only need to do one thing, and this matter will be resolved. I'll apologize for my doubts. How about an alchemy manual from my collection? What is it? Angor asked. The Sovereign of Wisdom slowly explained, the Book of Truth states that you don't know the woman in the oil painting in the stairs of Hanging Prison. You have never seen or heard of her name. At the same time, you didn't learn about the legacy from any unknown person in any way. Angor and Count Dark exchanged a glance. They immediately understood that the Sovereign of Wisdom believed that Angor's arrival was not a coincidence. It was because of that woman. Count Dark understood what the Sovereign of Wisdom was implying, but he didn't know if Angor had anything to do with that woman. Count Dark believed that Angor had nothing to do with the woman. However, as time passed, Angor didn't write anything on the Book of Truth. Instead, he frowned and remained silent. Count Dark's heart skipped a beat. Did Angor's strange behavior really have something to do with that woman? Most of the information Angor learned was mysterious. Did that woman or someone else give it to Angor? Under everyone's gaze, Angor's hesitation seemed to prove his relationship with the woman. About half a minute later, Angor looked up. What do you mean by someone else? Someone who encouraged you to go to the ruins. I don't care who they are. The Lord of Wisdom thinks that I'm here because someone instigated me to come here. Maybe it's someone else, or the woman in the oil painting? The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't answer, but his silence was his answer. Angor continued, I've been thinking about what someone else means. It's too broad a term. If you want to know who encouraged me to come here, I can tell you that no one did. Then you can write it down in your Book of Truth. Angor didn't move his pen. I can write it down. But what if I can guess who that woman is? What should I do? The Sovereign of Wisdom was surprised. Guess? Angor shrugged. It's not like we didn't find anything on our way here. We found a lot of clues. It's not hard to figure out who that woman is. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone here. The Sovereign of Wisdom hesitated and looked at Dorcas, and Kal-El. It wasn't hard to see through Dorcas, but Dorcas always gave random answers. It was better to let the apprentice answer the simplest question. None of the acolytes' actions could escape the eyes of the Sovereign Sage. Kale looked around and finally pointed at himself, as if to say, me? The Sovereign of Wisdom nodded. Yes. Do you know who the woman in the oil painting is? Kale shook his head, I don't know. However, we've encountered some clues before, and that painting is a mirror. I'm guessing that she might be related to the Mirror Demon God, or even the Mirror Demon God himself. The Sovereign of Wisdom frowned at Kal-El's answer. Where did you learn of the Mirror Devil God's name? The wise sovereign asked. Black Earl said, the entrance we entered was an underground church. That church was built by the believers of the Mirror Demon God. That's why we came to know the name of the Mirror Demon God. Angor added, we also found the Mirror Demon's emblem in the ruins. Here it is. Angor snapped his fingers, and an illusion appeared in the air. The emblem was divided into two parts. One half showed the side profile of a long-haired woman, while the other half showed the side profile of a man wearing a hat. The side profile of the woman on the emblem is quite similar to the blonde woman in the oil painting. Furthermore, the oil painting used a mirror. We thought of the image in the mirror recorded in the underground church, so we guessed that she might be related to the Mirror Demon. Angor looked at the Sovereign of Wisdom. We're still guessing. I don't know if she's related to the Mirror Demon. But if we're right, and the Sovereign of Wisdom asked me to write that I don't know who she is, then I'm being framed for nothing. So, is she the Mirror Demon? Angor's expression was filled with a question. Is she the Mirror Demon? The wise sovereign pondered for a moment, then said, when you record in the Book of Truth, you can write down a premise. Before you reach Nether City, you don't know of this woman's existence, nor have you heard of her name. The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't say it explicitly, but the fact that Angor wrote before you arrived at Nether City was enough to tell them that their guess was correct. The woman was indeed related to the Mirror Demon. Maybe she was the long-haired woman in the emblem. Sure. Angor chuckled. Without hesitation, he quickly wrote down everything the wise overseer told him to without missing a single word. The book didn't react at all. The words were smooth and smooth. It meant that Angor was telling the truth. He didn't come here because of someone's persuasion. Before this, he had never seen that woman, nor did he know who she was. The Sovereign of Wisdom didn't think this was too serious, but it was enough. As Count Dark said, Angor was still too young to do such a thing. Besides, Angor wasn't tempted by the goddess. He came here of his own accord. The Sovereign of Wisdom wouldn't care if he had other intentions. Everyone who came here had their own motives. As long as Angor didn't side with the goddess, the sovereign of wisdom would let it go. The wise ruler said, "My collection of alchemy manuals is in my hall. I'll give you the original in a bit, and I'll also give you the notes I wrote in my early years. Or, I can make a copy for you right here." Angor quickly waved his hands. Why would he want a copy when he already had the original copy? Even if the original and the copy contained the same content, every word in the original copy contained the writer's emotions. As a master of emotional perception, Angor couldn't just ignore the essentials and ask for a cold copy. The sovereign of wisdom didn't mind. He already promised to give it to Angor, and he wouldn't go back on his word. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, shall we get to the point? Count Black looked at the sovereign of wisdom. What do you mean by necessary conditions? What do you want us to do? The sovereign of wisdom didn't answer right away. Instead, he said, "That's all I need to say. But I still need to confirm something first. Besides, I've already started my battle with her. Let's talk about it after she leaves." The confrontation with her had already begun? With whom? Everyone looked at the sovereign of wisdom in confusion. "You'll see soon enough. She won't let you go so easily." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately thought back to what the wise sovereign had said when they had first met him. He was asked by someone to stop them from moving forward. The sovereign of wisdom seemed to be trying to stop them, but he actually wanted to use them to do something. So, they became the middleman between the two parties. The sovereign of wisdom didn't mention the battle. Instead, he looked at Angor. "I asked questions, and you answered them. Now, do you have anything you want to ask me? Also, you don't need to ask about the ruins. I'll tell you everything later. I do have some questions. I've asked Miss Xianxia some of them, but she said she can't talk about them because of her oath. Can you tell us, sovereign of wisdom?" Angor didn't mention what the question was. If Xianxia couldn't talk about it, it had to be something related to the history of Nether City. "My oath doesn't restrict me much. But there are still things I can't talk about." "It depends on what you want to know." Angor nodded. In other words, the sovereign of wisdom could answer more questions than Xianxia, but he still couldn't talk about sensitive matters. "What do you want to know? The rise and fall of Nether City?" The sovereign of wisdom looked at Angor. Angor shook his head. "My first question has nothing to do with Nether City. It's about the wood spirit." Angor looked down at his cane. "The sovereign of wisdom already knows that my teacher is Sunders. Will you let me take the wood spirit to him? After all, when I brought the wood spirit out, I promised to bring it to see my teacher." The sovereign of wisdom had already considered this question before. However, he didn't know whether he should agree or not. Sunders' opinion of him was quite contradictory. To put it simply, the sovereign of wisdom believed that Sunders was worthy of praise when it came to technology and innovation. However, Sunders' style was too cruel. Dark wizards and light wizards were titles that only appeared in recent years, but they didn't make much of a difference to the sovereign of wisdom. He didn't care whether a wizard did good or evil. However, that was only if the wizard didn't affect him. The wood spirit was taught by the sovereign of wisdom bit by bit. Even if it had some flaws in its personality, it was still the most important inheritor for the sovereign of wisdom. Since it was an inheritor, the sovereign of wisdom had to consider whether it would be affected. There was no one else in the stairs of Hanging Prison, so the sovereign of wisdom didn't have to worry about anything. However, once the wood spirits left the underground sewer, they would be affected by external disturbances. Especially when Sunders was a cruel man. What would happen to the wood spirits under his influence? The sovereign of wisdom already felt terrible just by imagining it. After all, the wood spirit was raised by him. He didn't want it to turn into an unreasonable and cruel creature. However, the sovereign of wisdom had completely forgotten that the wood spirit's personality flaw would never allow it to develop into a cruel person. The sovereign of wisdom still preferred not to take the wood spirit with him. However, since the spirit was already following Angor, it didn't seem right for him to stop it. Angor seemed to have noticed the wise ruler's dilemma and suggested, "Don't worry about it. How about this? I won't take the wood spirit with me, but I'll find a way to ask my teacher to come here." The sovereign of wisdom looked up and spoke in a firm tone, "No need. Let the wood spirit go with you to see Sunders. After all, he used to be its master. Oh right, don't bother Sunders. Well, there's no place for him in the underground waterway. End of chapter. The wise ruler used his actions to express his unwelcome attitude toward Saunders. He was worried that the wood spirit would be influenced by Saunders' personality. However, if Saunders had to come to the underground sewer because of this, it would be better to let the wood spirit see Saunders himself. The wise ruler didn't do that because he was afraid of Saunders. He simply didn't want to get involved with Brute Cavern. Phantom Island was one of the few warmongers in Brute Cavern, and Saunders was the master of Phantom Island. His opinions and decisions could influence the entire Brute Cavern. Brute Cavern was a giant organization that never tried to interfere with Nether City. If Saunders and Brute Cavern noticed Nether City because of the wood spirit, it would not be good news for the wise ruler. Angor was also from Brute Cavern, and he was just as important as Saunders. However, Angor's influence in Brute Cavern was completely different. Therefore, the wise ruler would rather accept Angor's presence in Nether City than Saunders' presence. Of course, it would be better if Angor did not show up in Nether City. But since Angor was already here, the wise ruler had to accept it. At least, Angor was not strong enough yet. The wise ruler believed he could use his fists and honey to prevent Angor from leaking information about Nether City to Brute Cavern's decision-makers. That was the wise ruler's plan. What he did not know was that Angor had already sent the information about Nether City to Brute Cavern through the Dream Wasteland. Besides, Saunders was not completely ignoring Nether City. He cared more about it than the wise ruler thought. After all, Nether City was the place where he first entered the Nightmare Realm. Now that Saunders was going to enter the Nightmare Realm from time to time, how could he not care about the projected location? Still, the wise ruler worried too much. Even the leaders of Brute Cavern, such as Iron Granny or Rain, would not be interested in Nether City even if they knew about its secrets. Brute Cavern had enough work to do. The Land of Heartbreak under the Astral Pond and the disaster in the Evernight Kingdom required Brute Cavern's time and manpower. Apart from that, there was also the upcoming Tea Party and the Mahogany Theater that would arrive at an unknown time. The former was a grand event for the Southern Witches, while the latter was likely to attract the adepts from the four corners of the world of adepts and even the source worlds. Just these two matters already required a lot of effort. Nether City? Secret? Forget it. Secondly, if the secret of Nether City was unguarded, then he could take the time to explore it. But now, not only was Nether City's magic array still operating, but the wise Dominator and even more unknown old monsters were also hibernating. If they really fought, they might be able to win after spending some effort. However, the wise Sovereign and the other old monsters could also destroy the secrets of Nether City before they were defeated. This was completely not worth it. There was no need to do so. Thirdly, the geographical location of Narrow City was very subtle. It happened to be in the Goman Kingdom, which was about to rise. During this period of time, the various factions were setting up arrangements in the Goman Kingdom. Exploring Nether City might instead be discovered by the various factions. It was fine if they only sensed that they were exploring Nether City, but if they misunderstood their involvement in the Goman Kingdom and changed from being in the dark to being in the open, that would be bad. Also, even if the Goman Kingdom had fallen, Nether City was not a suitable place to be openly explored. For a desolated place like this, even a minor problem would be magnified by public opinion. Moreover, Nether City was not an ordinary ruin. There were unknown and powerful supernatural beings inside, which would turn it into a bomb. Once it was detonated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Clans, organizations, the Goman Kingdom, the Supreme Cult, and the most pitiful of ordinary people would all be involved. All in all, Brute Cavern would not send their leaders to explore Nether City in the near future. As for the longer term, Brute Cavern would not show much interest in Nether City either. There were too many secrets hidden in the wizarding world in the southern region. Many places with obvious secrets would not be explored by anyone. Secrecy and danger were, to some extent, the same sign was drawn. They did not know what the secret of Nether City was. However, they already knew about the danger. Even the wise Sovereign and the other old monsters knew about it. Even a colossal organization like Brute Cavern would need to use all their power to deal with it, or spend a lot of time to nibble away at it. However, doing so would not help them find the secret. On the contrary, it would be easier to destroy it. After all, they didn't know how strong the 10,000-year-old monster was, but they could roughly guess how deep the 10,000-year-old monster's obsession was. When their stubbornness reached a certain level, they would never give in. In John's words, it was better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. So, why bother? The wise ruler had been in the underground sewers for far too long. His judgment of the situation wasn't too accurate. If he had been paying attention to the outside world and had planted spies in the various organizations, he wouldn't have had to worry about this and that. No matter how smart the wise sovereign was, without accurate information, he would still fall into a disadvantageous position. However, this did not affect Angor much. In fact, it might even be beneficial. At least, the wise sovereign would not touch Angor in order to keep Nether City a secret. At the same time, the wise sovereign would use honey to keep Angor secret. As for the punch that came with the honey? Angor was not an idiot. He would not fight back. If he cooperated, the punch would not come. Only the honey would come. In any case, Angor was the beneficiary of the wise sovereign's imagination and worries. It was not good to overthink things. Also, people who loved conspiracy theories would often go to the extreme of being persecuted and delusional. Sometimes, such thoughts would become shackles that would shackle oneself. So, wise sovereign, you agree to let me take Wood Spirit to my professor? Angor asked again. The wise sovereign was about to agree so that Sunders would not come. However, he did not forget that Wood Spirit was his student. Angor's words were only one-sided. He would only agree after getting Wood Spirit's confirmation. What do you think? Do you really want to see your master before he gave birth to his spirit? The wise sovereign looked at Wood Spirit. Perhaps Wood Spirit also knew that this was a great matter that would decide whether he could leave or not, so he quickly responded. This time, he did not use his binds anymore. Instead, he spoke. Yes. Professor. Wood Spirit's voice was very small. It did not sound old, nor did it have any gender preference. However, it gave people a feeling of humility, humming, and muffled, as if it came from a pile of dust. It also had a very low presence. If the air was not so quiet right now, they might not even hear Wood Spirit's voice. He doesn't know about your existence. He might not recognize you even if he sees you. Have you considered this? The wise sovereign asked again. This time, he went straight to the point. Wood Spirit's answer was still firm. I want to go. The wise sovereign suspected that Wood Spirit did not understand his question at all. Perhaps Wood Spirit only wanted to leave the underground sewer filled with monsters. Even if there were evil intentions out there, it was still the world of humans. Spirits were naturally close to humans. The wise sovereign sighed. He already knew the answer, but he still felt a little disappointed. After all, he was also a monster in Wood Spirit's world. Even Angor didn't notice the wise ruler's sadness, but the Wood Spirit did. For the first time, Wood Spirit spoke. I respect you, Professor. I'm afraid of you, but that doesn't stop me from having the same feelings for you. Wood Spirit's fear of the wise sovereign was due to a flaw in its personality. Also, it was born with a physiological drawback. Or rather, a drawback. Uncontrollable fear, uncontrollable cowardice, and uncontrollable fear of non-humans. However, a drawback was only a disease. It was difficult to cure, but it did not affect Wood Spirit's ability to think. Wood Spirit could see the wise sovereign's concern for it, and it could also feel the wise sovereign's love. After living together for hundreds of years, Wood Spirit understood what the wise sovereign meant. The wise sovereign treated its flawed self as his successor. How could Wood Spirit not be grateful? However, the fear of physiological feedback made it difficult for Wood Spirit to control itself. Wood Spirit did not decide to leave simply because it wanted to get close to humans. It made a choice to see if it could change itself. How to change its personality flaw? Wood Spirit did not know. However, the wise sovereign once taught it that when it could not solve a problem, it could find a way to trace the source and find a solution. Wood Spirit did not know if tracing back could solve its problem, but it wanted to try. Perhaps its former master, Sunders, knew how to solve its problem? Or perhaps Sunders' personality flaw was cured the moment Wood Spirit met Sunders. It sounded naive, but there was a reason behind it. Wood Spirit felt this way because it could accept being in Angor's hands. Wood Spirit could not accept being touched in any way, but Angor could. It was because of the glove. Angor was wearing the same glove that Sunders used to wear. Also, Wood Spirit could feel that Sunders used the same glove to hold Wood Spirit before it developed its own spirit. Because of this, Wood Spirit was even more determined to meet Sunders. It was not that Wood Spirit did not appreciate the wise sovereign's kindness. However, Wood Spirit also knew that its excessive fear would hurt the wise sovereign. Solving its personality flaw was one of Wood Spirit's beautiful hopes, and also a way to respond to the wise sovereign's love. It was not that Wood Spirit did not care. If it did not care about Sunders, Wood Spirit would not have noticed the wise sovereign's change of emotions. How could it be possible? For this reason, Spirit expressed her first emotional confession in her life. "Teacher, I have a reason to go, and I'll come back." The Wood Spirit's 2 sentences caused the Sovereign of Wisdom to be stunned for quite a while. Wood Spirit's words were brief, but the wise sovereign knew Wood Spirit well enough to guess what Wood Spirit was thinking. At first, the wise sovereign taught Wood Spirit for personal reasons. Wood Spirit was like a blank piece of paper that could be dyed with any color. Even if Wood Spirit betrayed Wood Spirit, the wise sovereign would still be able to see through it. This suited the wise sovereign's desire for control. However, after hundreds of years of teaching and interacting with Wood Spirit was no longer a secret. The wise sovereign truly saw Wood Spirit as his successor. He knew Wood Spirit's personality flaw, so he never expected Wood Spirit to reciprocate his feelings. But now, Wood Spirit's words stunned the wise sovereign. He could not help but feel emotional. Even the onlookers could see the concern in the wise ruler's eyes when he looked at the Wood Spirit. However, Wood Spirit's words also brought about some side effects. The wise sovereign's unwillingness to part with Wood Spirit grew stronger. If Angor said, "Let Sunders come here to meet Wood Spirit," the wise sovereign might just accept it. In the end, the wise sovereign was a rational man. He could see Wood Spirit's desire, and he agreed with Wood Spirit's choice. Holding it in one's hand and loving it was like throwing food into the mouth of a baby eagle. This kind of feeding might make the baby eagle grow up, but it could not teach the baby eagle how to fly, let alone how to hunt and stand on its own. Despite his unwillingness, the wise sovereign knew that Wood Spirit's willingness to take a step forward was the right thing to do. Even if Wood Spirit suffered a loss outside, it was still a price to pay for growth. "All right." The wise sovereign put away his unwillingness and spoke softly. "I'll let you go. You can come back if you want. But it's best if you come back alone." The wise sovereign's words sounded like a threat, but they were actually encouraging Wood Spirit. Coming back alone was also a sign of Wood Spirit's growth. With Wood Spirit's departure resolved, the wise sovereign sighed and looked at Angor again. "Wood Spirit chose to follow you, and I agree. But I don't want Wood Spirit to fall down the mountain before it learns how to fly." Angor knew what the wise sovereign was trying to say. The wise sovereign was worried that he might harm Wood Spirit or fail to protect it. However, how to answer the wise sovereign's question was still a difficult one. Promises were always pleasing to the ears. But the kingfisher's dying cry was also pleasant to the ears. Angor could not give a definite answer on how to gain the wise sovereign's trust. "Do you have any requests, wise sovereign?" Since Angor could not give a satisfactory answer, he decided to let the wise sovereign decide for himself. The wise sovereign seemed to have expected Angor's answer. "Use the tome of truth as a contract. Agree to my requests." When the wise sovereign finished speaking, he waved his hand and a contract appeared on the pages of the Book of Truth. Angor looked at the tome of truth and raised an eyebrow. A contract naturally had rewards and punishments. The punishment for violating it was severe, but there was no reward for abiding by it. Since Angor was the one who asked for the Wood Spirit's departure, it was his duty to protect the spirit to a certain extent. From this point of view, it was acceptable to leave the reward blank in the contract. However, the wise ruler's contract was different. The wise ruler added severe punishments for violating the terms of the contract, which would affect one's spirit sea and soul space. Out of the 3 supernatural abilities possessed by adepts, only the space of thought had not been mentioned. However, this did not mean that the mind space would not be affected. Any damage to one of the 3 senses would more or less affect the others. For example, the punishment mentioned by the wise ruler was that one's spirit sea would suffer a backlash, which would be provided by the power of the contract. The power of the contract clearly stated that the backlash would be a level 2 backlash from the world's consciousness. The backlash was already quite severe. It was the same as breaking half of Angor's spirit tentacles, which would severely damage his spirit sea. Once his spirit sea was damaged, he would probably lose control of his mind and mana, just like tainted blood stinger Eureka. To what extent, it would depend on the stability of the mana whirlpool in his mind space. Once the mana whirlpool became unstable, the backlash would also damage his mind space. As for the soul space, it was needless to say. The soul was the most delicate existence in the world. Whether it was damaged or contaminated, it would cause a series of side effects. Moreover, the damage would affect both the body and the spirit. Angor's soul might be able to resist the power of the contract to a certain extent, but it was still uncertain. Even if the soul space could resist the power of the contract, the backlash from an unprotected spirit sea would still be enough to seriously injure Angor. This was why the punishment was so severe that it exceeded most contracts. While it would not kill Angor, it would at least cause him to suffer for a long time. With such a heavy punishment, if there was no logical chain of benefits, it would be a joke. What right did Angor have to sign such a one-sided contract? Even if the wise ruler forced Angor to sign the contract, how could the wise ruler guarantee that Angor would not go back on his word after leaving the city? Besides, Angor had already revealed his identity and background. The wise ruler would have to kill Angor right here and now. Otherwise, the wise ruler would only bring disaster to Nether City if he allowed Angor to leave. Therefore, there was no reason for such a one-sided contract to exist in the first place. However, since the wise sovereign had dared to write down such a large punishment, there was no way he didn't understand the crux of the matter. He considered for a moment and did not raise any objections. Instead, he checked the contract first. He believed that there would be an explanation after the wise ruler. If there was no explanation, it would be the same as showing a knife and flipping the table. Besides, the wood spirit was still in Angor's hands. Considering how the ruler of wisdom treated the wood spirit, the ruler of wisdom wouldn't go so far. He put aside his doubts for now and looked up at the contract. There weren't many clauses in the contract, only 3 in total. He looked at them one by one and slowly calmed down. First, you must promise that you will not have any thoughts of harming the wood spirits, nor will you intentionally harm them. This was exactly what Angor was thinking. The wise man cared a lot about the wood spirit. Since the spirit had already decided to leave and was now in Angor's hands, the wise man's attempt to force the wood spirit to leave would only backfire. Also, the wise man didn't completely favor the wood spirit in the contract. For example, there was a glaring loophole in the clause, you can't intentionally harm a wood spirit. You can't intentionally harm a wood spirit? Then what about unintentional harm? What is the definition of unintentional harm? Was it intentional harm when one was affected by a spell and lost control of one's actions? These loopholes were obvious and could be exploited. The wise man must know that he did it on purpose. The wise man also knew that the more restrictions there were, the more rebellious it would be. Too many restrictions would only tie Angor's hands and feet, which would further alienate him from the wood spirit. If Angor wanted to sincerely protect the wood spirit like an eagle, the best way was to let it go. However, that didn't mean he would completely ignore it. That was why the first clause was made. Second, after the wood spirit returns to its master, you must try your best to maintain the relationship between the wood spirit and its master. If the wood spirit chooses to return because of unfamiliarity, you must escort it back to Nether City. This was also the wise man's way of protecting the wood spirit. However, he was more worried about Sunder's attitude. Angor only needed to mediate between the two sides, which wasn't difficult. However, the wise man intentionally left some space in the clause. Unfamiliarity was a very broad condition. Only when the wood spirit was alive would one feel uncomfortable. If the wood spirit died, what was there to be uncomfortable about? Therefore, the wise man also wanted Angor to ensure the wood spirit's safety while the wood spirit was still in its master's body. However, he didn't write this condition down. Also, if something went wrong, the world's consciousness would not be able to judge whether Angor had violated the contract. This was a common situation in contracts, which were based on the principle of free will. If Angor did everything he could to protect the wood spirit, but the wood spirit still died in the end, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the contract. However, Angor had a way to keep the wood spirit alive and escort it back to Nether City. If he just stood by and watched, it would be a violation of the contract. Of course, free will was the time to test one's character. As long as Angor's character wasn't bad enough, he wouldn't be violating the contract if he didn't feel guilty even if he just stood by and watched. Therefore, this condition was more favorable to Angor. The wise man used this method to tell Angor that he trusted Angor's morals. It was hard to tell whether the wise man actually trusted Angor's morals. But at least Angor wouldn't feel so pressured by the wise man's words. Third, you must not mention what happened in Nether City to Brood Cavern or any other interested parties in any way, either explicitly or implicitly. Wood Spirit is an exception. This condition wasn't completely related to the wood spirit. Angor guessed that the wise man mentioned this condition to protect the secret of Nether City. It would be best if no one, especially a giant organization like Brood Cavern, got interested in Nether City. If that was the case, Angor believed that the wise man had miscalculated. The leaders of Brood Cavern were already busy with their own affairs. How could they have the time to be interested in Nether City? Even if they knew about the secrets of Nether City, they would probably just send out some quests in the questing hall and let those who had time to try their luck. Other than that, they wouldn't do anything big. Angor knew what the leaders of Brood Cavern were thinking, but he couldn't tell the wise man about it. It was clear that of the three conditions of the wise ruler's contract, the last one was the most severe. In order to make the sovereign of wisdom willingly hand over benefits to keep his mouth shut, this was the only way to make the sovereign of wisdom agree. No one knew what Angor was thinking about the contract. However, as an outsider, Dark Earl could tell that the terms were quite broad. The wise man's intention was obvious. He didn't want to force Angor to protect the wood spirit. Instead, he wanted to use emotional ties to force Angor to protect the wood spirit. If this kind of contract was signed with the Black Earl, it would definitely not succeed. It was a very difficult thing to make the Black Earl give up his emotional fetters. Because he had lived for a long time and seen a lot, the defensive line in his heart became higher and higher. Without experiencing life and death or great sorrow and joy together, it would be very, very difficult to break through this mental barrier. But it was different for young people. The younger they were, the easier it was for them to fall in love. This wasn't limited to love. It included all kinds of emotions. Once these emotions were connected, as long as there was no betrayal, they would grow stronger with time. Take Vey and Dorcas for example. They met when they were young and shared some common experiences, which led to them becoming best friends. However, their personalities were polar opposites. Vey was an otaku, while Dorcas was a wanderer. If they didn't meet when they were young, it would be difficult for them to become best friends. Once a bond was formed, it would erase many rules of reality. For example, even though Dorcas had advanced to become an official magus, Wai had never shown him any respect. He was still as impudent as before, bossing him around. Dorcas told Vey to call him by honorifics, but Vey got tired of it after a few times, so Dorcas didn't mind. Therefore, things like fetters were unique and rare to everyone. Angor was still young, which was the easiest time for him to develop emotional ties. This was why the wise man used this method on Angor. It was both an open scheme and a friendly gesture. When Dark Earl read the contract, he believed that the wise man was a wise man. Of course, Count Dark also noticed the harsh punishment and empty reward. He didn't think too much about it. Instead, he knew that the wise lord had something else to tell them. Otherwise, the wise man wouldn't have drawn up the reward column. However, Dark Earl didn't understand everything about the contract. There was one particular clause that confused him. You must not mention anything related to Nether City, except for the wood spirits. Dark Earl was puzzled. Many things about the underground water system should be mentioned. The wise man must have thought about it, but he didn't write it down. Why, was it an additional clause? While Count Black was still wondering about the third clause, Angor also noticed something strange about it. He didn't care about the wood spirits situation, nor did he care about Nether City. What he cared about was, he had already revealed all sorts of things about Nether City in the Dream Wasteland. If this was also counted as part of the contract, then wouldn't he immediately suffer the backlash of the contract as soon as he signed it? That didn't sound good. Do you have any questions about the contract? The wise man saw Angor looking away and knew that he had finished reading the contract. Angor didn't say anything, but the wise man already asked if Angor had any questions. Clearly, the wise man presupposed that Angor must have some questions. Angor's stubbornness was triggered by Dorcas. He really wanted to go against the wise man and say that he didn't have any questions. But, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The reward column was still blank. If he said that he didn't have any questions, it would really be blank. Yes, I do. The wise overseer didn't say anything and only asked Angor to continue. Angor pointed at the third clause. I can do my best to fulfill the first two conditions. But this one? I don't think it's appropriate. What do you mean? When I came to Garden of Labyrinth, I already reported my whereabouts to my professor. If that's considered revealing, then I've already done so. Dorcas and the other wizards all looked at Angor in surprise. Since when did Angor tell Sunders about his whereabouts? Why didn't they know about it? Dorcas and the others were only puzzled for a moment, but the wise man still noticed it. Before the wise man could ask, Angor spoke first. I have a mini-signal tower. The wise man found the name familiar. He had heard of signal towers before, but he didn't know what they were. At this moment, the Black Earl gave an explanation. Count Black briefly explained the history of signal towers. He also mentioned that not everyone had a mini-signal tower. Even the leaders of wizard organizations didn't have one. Angor had one because he was a member of the R&D department. In other words, Angor's other identity was exposed. Angor didn't mind. The more important his background was, the safer he would be. The wise man always had a way to communicate with the outside world, so he knew how important the R&D department was. The wise man didn't show anything on his face, but as Angor expected, the wise man valued Angor even more. But his old habit of being suspicious came back again, mainly because Angor's abilities didn't match his age at all. Fortunately, the wise man didn't lose his mind. Wood Spirit still needed Angor. Besides, the more important Angor's identity was, the safer Wood Spirit would be. The wise man was glad that he chose to create a bond between Wood Spirit and Angor, instead of using Wood Spirit for mutual benefit. If Angor's plan worked out, Wood Spirit would have found a powerful backer. To the Wood Spirits, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. The wise man quickly considered his options, but he still maintained a calm expression. Don't worry. Revealing your whereabouts before this isn't within the scope of the contract. We'll use the moment the contract is formed as the standard. That's great. Angor nodded. That's good. He already told Iron Granny everything he needed to know. Iron Granny already knew what he was up to. She would understand even if Angor didn't tell her anything later. Besides, there were other people who could reveal the information even after the contract was signed. Xianxia, for example. She didn't sign any contract. Dodoro also knew about Angor's trip and could use it to make a prophecy. Besides, Xianxia could also serve as a medium for Dodoro's prophecy. Therefore, the third condition was the least important for Angor, even though it sounded harsh. While Angor sighed in relief, the ruler of wisdom was still puzzled. He didn't understand why Angor was so concerned about this. It was completely different from what he expected. Shouldn't he ask about the third condition? Shouldn't he ask why the reward column is blank? Why did he ask such a strange question? Did he already leak the information? As soon as this suspicion was born, the Sovereign of Wisdom immediately denied it. He didn't know what Angor was going to face next. What was the situation inside the abandoned land? What was the truth behind the goddess? What were the secrets hidden in the abandoned land? Everything that needed to be kept confidential by the contract had not happened yet. Of course, he would not reveal it in advance. But if that wasn't the case, why was Angor so concerned about the effective time of the contract? The ruler of wisdom was puzzled. He glanced at Dorcas, who was rubbing his chin and looking at Angor with a puzzled look. But soon, he realized something. The smile hidden within Dorcas' eyes caused the Sovereign of Wisdom to come to a sudden realization. Dorcas kept saying that Angor was naughty and mischievous. Back then, the ruler of wisdom didn't care much about Angor's personality. Now that Angor was going to become the temporary guardian of the wood spirits, the ruler of wisdom would consider Angor's personality. Dorcas was Angor's friend, so he must know Angor well. Also, Dorcas sounded so confident when he said that Angor was naughty and mischievous as if he had experienced it himself. That meant Dorcas wasn't lying. Besides, the ruler of wisdom also believed that naughty and mischievous was a good word for Angor's age. After all, young people were usually naughty and mischievous. Could it be that Angor's act was just a mischievous act? He purposely avoided the topic to express his dissatisfaction. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was indeed such a possibility. He already witnessed Angor's intelligence and dexterity. Angor must also know that Sunders was trying to force him to protect the wood spirits through emotional bonds. At the same time, Angor must have noticed the extra clause in the contract. Angor felt that he had the right to resist him, so he used this as an excuse to express his dissatisfaction. He couldn't think of any other reason why Angor would pay so little attention to such a trivial matter. If this conjecture was correct, the Sovereign of Wisdom thought for a moment about how he should respond. Forget it, he decided not to respond. Angor did not express his dissatisfaction in a proper way. He did not choose to be confrontational. Just like how the wise overseer tried to make a tactful request in the contract, Angor did the same. And any protest was accompanied by a request. Angor's protest didn't seem to mention anything, but the sage guessed that Angor wanted the sage to take a step back. Or to increase the reward. These requests weren't excessive. The Sovereign of Wisdom considered and decided that as long as Angor was willing to sign the contract, it wouldn't hurt to cooperate. After all, the wood spirits still needed Angor's help. He could consider it as an early investment for the wood spirits. With this in mind, the Sovereign of Wisdom didn't show any signs of impatience. Instead, he asked in a gentle tone, "Do you have any other questions? For example, the third one. Why is the punishment so severe, but the reward is empty?" The Sovereign of Wisdom chose to take the initiative to ask, which meant that he accepted Angor's request. He was sensible enough to give Angor a way out. On the other hand, Angor didn't expect the wise overseer to come up with such an idea. The wise overseer assumed that giving Angor a way out was a sign that the wise overseer was taking a step back. From Angor's point of view, even if the wise overseer didn't ask, he would keep asking. Since the wise overseer brought it up, it would save Angor a lot of time. Apart from that, Angor didn't feel anything else. The wise overseer was just trying to convince himself. Fortunately, no one could see through the wise overseer's thoughts. The wise overseer himself didn't notice anything wrong with his actions, so everything remained peaceful. Angor followed the wise overseer's words. "You're right. Those are the two questions I want to ask later." The wise lord nodded in his mind. Angor knew when to stop. That was a wise move. The wise sovereign, third, your doubts should be related to confidentiality, right? Angor nodded and pretended that he didn't hear the wise overseer's words. As for the scope of confidentiality, the Sovereign of Wisdom was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly paused. Several seconds later, Angor saw that the wise overseer didn't say anything, so he looked up. The wise overseer had taken out another pair of strange glasses. The lenses on his forehead kept flickering, so Angor couldn't see his eyes clearly. His left and right eyes were empty and lifeless, looking dull and lifeless. While Angor was puzzled, Black Earl's voice came from their spirit bond. "Huh?" The entrances disappeared. Angor didn't know what Black Earl meant at first. It took him a while to realize that the entrances were the dog holes they saw on their way here. Those were the dog holes that seemed to contain life. The Black Earl had left an olfactory locator near these dog holes. At first, it was used to observe the dog holes. Later, it was used to determine the whereabouts of the traveling merchants. Which ones disappeared? Angor asked. Did the disappearance of the dog holes have anything to do with the wise overseer's sudden days? All the entrances I left behind are gone, Black Earl replied. What does the disappearance of the cave mean? Dorcas was confused. There was a moment of silence in the spirit bond. No one could answer this question. They didn't even know the truth about those holes. While they were looking at each other, they heard someone clearing their throat. They looked at the source of the sound and saw the wise overseer had already returned to normal. I suddenly thought of something. Sorry for the delay. Let's continue our previous topic. The wise overseer didn't explain anything. The contract on the Book of Truth was still flashing, so they couldn't ask questions right now. However, the wise ruler had already agreed to continue the previous topic, but when he opened his mouth, he suddenly hesitated for 2 seconds and changed the topic. In a while, you might have to go through some tests. Tests again? Angor frowned. Bonus points again? The wise overseer shook his head. No. You'll have to face them once you reach the abandoned site. She's already done it. She? Angor quickly asked. She? The mirror demon? Again, the wise overseer didn't give an answer. I'll tell you later. Now is not the right time. This time, Dorcas spoke up before Angor could say anything. The overseer already said that she's already done it. Why won't you tell us who she is? The wise overseer glanced at Dorcas. You won't be able to face her directly until you reach the abandoned site. She's only doing it now because of some tricks she left outside, just like the painting you saw earlier. The wise overseer paused for a moment. If she's going to attack us directly, I can help you stop her. However, I can't do anything to her tricks, or her pawns. You'll have to deal with them yourselves. Dorcas asked, why? Could it be that this is the so-called test? A test is just how I put it. If you want, you can go through obstacles, or obstacles. If you don't give up, you'll have to go through all of them. As for why I can't do it, I have my reasons. The wise overseer gave them a meaningful look. Besides, you can leave when you're done, but I'll have to stay and face her. Unless, you have a way to make her disappear. Make her disappear? You want us to kill her, wise overseer? Kill a demon god? Dorcas looked at the wise overseer in disbelief. Impossible. Do you think it's still 10,000 years ago? No one in the southern region can kill a demon god. Dorcas didn't notice that Angor's expression changed for a second when he said those words. You should know by now whether she's a demon god or not. No need to test me. Is she really a demon god just because she's a demon god in name? Also, I didn't ask you to kill her. You can't kill her, the wise overseer said. Besides, I don't want her to die. The wise overseer's words made them even more confused. His words were full of contradictions. He seemed to be opposing her, but he didn't want her to die. But in other words, she wanted them to make her disappear. What was the wise overseer's stance, and what did he want to do? Dorcas directly asked the question in his heart. The wise overseer's answer was still vague. Those who remain here have their own obsessions, and so does she. The wise overseer didn't avoid mentioning obsessions. He had his own obsessions, and so did she. However, he didn't say what her obsessions were. But judging from his contradictory attitude, their obsessions should be different. Xianxia said that the wise overseer's obsessions were to see Nether City return to its former glory with his own eyes. This was also what most of the slumbers in the underground sewers thought. If her obsession was different from the wise ruler's, if it wasn't to restore Nether City to its former glory, what would it be? The wise overseer spoke again. Once you sign the contract and come to my residence, I'll tell you everything you want to know. But before that, you may have to face the test she set for you. The wise overseer glanced at Black Earl N. Why? Speaking of which, I can confirm one thing now. It seems your Noah clan has completely forgotten about the Legacy Land. Black Earl didn't say anything and remained silent. The wise overseer was right. He really didn't know about the Legacy Land. This time, they had only come because of the inspiration given to him by the smell of death. But then again, previously, the wise overseer couldn't be sure because Noah's descendants had indeed come to the underground sewers, and their goal was indeed the Legacy Land. But now, why was he sure? Was the answer because of her? The wise overseer continued. If it was before, I would be very concerned about how you came here and why you knew about the Legacy Land. But now, this is no longer important. Because, whether you did it intentionally or not, she already knows about your identity as Noah's descendants. Since you don't plan on retreating, you only have one path, and that is to face her. Black Earl, face her, and then? The wise overseer smiled. This is a secret of your Noah clan. How would I know? Black Earl didn't believe that the wise overseer didn't know, because the wise overseer had mentioned something before. Make her disappear? The wise overseer, no need to test me. I really don't know. Augustine, that kid, is very mysterious. Apart from Noah's descendants, he didn't leave behind a single word for anyone else. The wise overseer still didn't know. But Black Earl still didn't believe it. Black Earl assumed that the wise overseer really didn't know anything about the legacy land at first. But why didn't any other Noah's descendants come here after so many years? Even if the wise overseer didn't know about it before, did he not have a clue after 10,000 years, and most importantly, he had avoided the question of making her disappear. Maybe that was the key. The wise overseer looked back at Angor and asked, "Let's talk about the contract. Or do you have a question too?" The wise overseer didn't really care about the Noah's descendants' intentions. But he really wanted to know why Angor came here. Was he really here to record the legacy land? The wise overseer wanted to hear Angor's question. Angor did ask what the wise overseer expected. However, his question had nothing to do with the legacy land. What is the test? The wise ruler, that depends on which chess pieces she can move. He considered and decided to get straight to the point. Do her pieces include those strange holes in the tunnel? The wise overseer was a little surprised by Angor's question. Earlier, Xiaobao said that he had discovered your tracks. I didn't think you'd care about it too. End of chapter. Who's Xiaobao? Angor asked. Think of it as the cave you saw earlier, the wise lord said. Hearing this answer, everyone looked at each other with subtle expressions. A cave has a name? What's more, the name is so cute. Speaking of which, the wise lord didn't describe Xiaobao as a simple cave entrance. Was it some kind of sentient being? Or a mechanical puppet? The wise sovereign noticed that everyone seemed to be confused by the name Xiaobao. He originally didn't want to say anything, but he suddenly thought of something. Maybe this was a good chance to explain himself. The wise lord considered for a moment. You seem to care a lot about Xiaobao's name. If it knew your reaction, it would have swallowed you all even if Big Treasure didn't stop it. Big Treasure? Xiaobao? Don't tell me there's another medium treasure? Dorcas complained. The wise lord glanced at Dorcas. There's no medium treasure, but there are two treasures. We don't mean to offend its name. We just didn't expect a cave entrance to have such a cute name. They're not ordinary caves. The wise lord gave Count Black a meaningful look. If they're just ordinary caves, why are you keeping an eye on them? Of course we want to know more about them. That's normal. But Xiaobao is also looking at you when you're looking at it. You think it's a hole, but it's actually its eyes, its mouth, its ears, and even its weapons. Is it an alchemy creation? The wise lord shook his head. No. It has a body. Didn't you see it already? Seeing Angor's confusion, the wise lord didn't continue explaining Xiaobao's structure. You said its name is cute? Is there a problem? Of course. I think it's a cute name too. But Xiaobao doesn't like it when people call it cute. It craves a mighty name. If someone says it's cute, it'll swallow them whole. As the sovereign of wisdom spoke, his eyes narrowed into slits. Isn't this behavior even more adorable? Angor was speechless for a moment. Was there a difference in our understanding of cute? The wise lord continued. Xiaobao's full name is One-Eye Xiaobao. Its two brothers are the One-Eyed Big Treasure and One-Eyed Air Treasure that I mentioned earlier. Compared to the mature Big Treasure and the quiet Air Treasure, Xiaobao is quite naughty. Maybe it's because it's the youngest child, so it's more favored? The wise sovereign, its mother dotes on it very much. Of course, I dote on it very much as well. After all, I watched it grow up, so I can tolerate its occasional pranks. Speaking of pranks, I just remembered something interesting about Xiaobao. The wise sovereign's words were very casual, as if he really was talking about something interesting. However, in his mind, where no one else could sense, the wise sovereign's heartstrings were stretched taut as he began to carefully organize his words. He had to make sure that whatever he said next sounded very casual. He absolutely couldn't let them see that he actually cared a lot about it. Something interesting? Angor asked knowingly. Yes. I remember you said that Cecilia showed you my research project? Angor nodded. The wise overseer wasn't right. He already read about the topic in a magazine before meeting Xianxia, but it didn't really matter when he read it. The wise sovereign, this research topic is the most inconspicuous of all the research topics I've done on the ecology of the witch's eye. It's the least valuable, but also the most interesting. I think it's very valuable. Angor wasn't trying to flatter the wise lord. He agreed that recording the different postures of witches' eyes was insignificant, but he didn't think it was worthless. Thanks to this research topic, Angor was able to obtain the silver ornament without attracting the attention of the witch's eye who loved to look pretty. Even if it was unremarkable, it was still a small trick to be able to appear in the column of small tricks of the unremarkable magi. You think it's valuable? The wise lord frowned. I see. You're too young to like such interesting research. That's understandable. It wasn't until the Lord of Wisdom blinked a few times that Angor realized that the Lord of Wisdom had misunderstood something. Angor tried to explain, but he saw the wise lord looking at him with a calm expression, as if he was waiting for an explanation. Angor read the wise lord's words in that gentle smile. Explain. Whatever. I understand. I'll believe you. Angor swallowed his words back in his throat. Fine. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. If I explain, it means I understand the wise lord's words. He might as well not explain it at all and just assume the wise lord was praising him for being too young. Although it wasn't anything good either. The wise lord didn't mind if Angor didn't say anything. Speaking of which, this interesting research project isn't worth much. Personally, I don't think it's worth much. But I can't keep such an interesting project to myself. I have to share it with others. The wise ruler, that's why I decided to submit this research project to a certain magazine. Of course, I won't interfere with such trivial matters. So I gave the manuscript to Treasure and asked it to take care of it. But the magazine contacted me and said they needed a pen name. Treasure, that little thing. Ugh. The wise ruler sighed and said with the expression of an old father spoiling his naughty child, I didn't expect Xiaobao to be so naughty. Without my permission, he gave me a nickname that he and his brothers call me in private. The sovereign of wisdom spoke very casually, but when he emphasized the words without my consent and Xiaobao's choice, he intentionally put on a helpless expression to deepen everyone's impression of him. That's how it came up with that strange pen name. The others remained expressionless. Dorcas, on the other hand, looked enlightened. So that's how Blue Fatty got his name. I thought, what did you think? The wise lord looked at Dorcas with a gentle smile. Dorcas, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine. And nothing. It's just a nice name. Angor looked at Dorcas stuttering. Even the wise lord didn't want to reveal his pen name, but Dorcas just blurted it out without thinking. It was only natural that the wise lord would remember it. Angor didn't know if the others noticed the wise lord's concern about his pen name, but he did. When they first met, Angor noticed the wise man's awkward expression when wise man mentioned wise man's pseudonym. Wise man, you're right. Back then, the wise lord didn't know that Angor could sense emotions better than most people, so he didn't try to hide it. Later, when the wise lord began to hide his emotions, Angor slowly lost his ability to sense his emotions. However, Angor made a mental note not to mention his pen name in front of the wise lord. This time, when the wise lord brought up his research topic, Angor was confused at first. Later, when the wise lord explained the origin of his pen name through Xiaobao's mischievous behavior, Angor realized that the wise lord didn't want to be misunderstood, so he took the opportunity to explain himself. However, the wise lord still avoided mentioning his pen name, which showed how much he cared about it. But Dorcas just had to provoke the tiger's whiskers. Angor couldn't help but feel sorry for him. However, he only dared to sigh in his mind. On the surface, he still followed the crowd and put on a "so this is Xiaobao's pen name?" so naughty look, as if he was enjoying the show. Of course, the wise lord didn't realize that Angor had already seen through his mind. After making a mental note of Dorcas' name, the wise lord quickly changed the topic. Xiaobao's mischievous behavior is just the tip of the iceberg. It's not worth mentioning. Angor muttered in his mind. If it's not worth mentioning, why did you bring it up? Let's get back to the topic. Your guess is correct, but not completely correct. The wise ruler looked at Angor. You said that Xiaobao's family is her pawns, and that's correct. Xiaobao's family came from the ruins. It's very likely that she brought them here from another world. However, not all members of the family are her pawns. Xiaobao isn't her pawns? Xiaobao listens to her, but he also listens to me. Even if Xiaobao really did become her test for Angor and the others, the wise lord would still find a way to make Xiaobao listen to him. Therefore, Xiaobao wasn't her pawn. Then, what are her pawns? The wise lord's answer was very vague. Big Bao, Second Bao, and Xiaobao are all small holes. You should have seen them on your way here. Your true test is a large cave entrance. A big hole? Their mother? Angor frowned. The wise ruler mentioned something about her before. Mother? The wise lord didn't say yes or no. Instead, he began to explain. Their mother is called Phantom Slave. It's a hole even bigger than them. If she uses all her strength, she can swallow half of the underground sewer. Her ability to swallow everything is very special. It ignores all defenses. As long as you're within its range, you won't be able to escape no matter how strong you are. And the thing that is swallowed by it can only be released by itself and her in the place where it was left behind. Even I won't be able to escape. The wise lord didn't say that the test came from Phantom Slave, but since he was describing Phantom Slave's ability, everyone was sure that Phantom Slave would be one of her pawns. So we'll be fine as long as we don't go through its range? Dorcas asked. Xiaobao, Big Bao, and Second Bao can close the hole. Do you think their mother can't do the same? Also, as I said, it has a huge range. Do you think you can find it if it hides in your path? Dorcas asked, does it not have any weaknesses? The wise overseer gave Angor a meaningful look. This is your test. My test? Angor was confused. My test? Isn't it our test? The wise lord didn't answer. Instead, he sighed. Phantom Slave has been with me longer than Big Bao and the others. It contributed a lot to the underground sewer, and it listens to my orders. It's just that, the wise lord didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he was going to say. Phantom Slave listened to the wise lord, but it listened to her even more. I can only tell you two things. First, my hall has been modified. It won't come to my hall, and it won't pass through my hall. Second, it can't open its mouth too wide when it's hiding. However, it can still take up a lot of space. After it reveals its true form, the speed at which it can open its mouth is also limited. It can't reach its peak immediately. Oh, and one more thing. You can't kill it. Actually, it's useless to say that. You won't be able to kill it, unless his strength meets the requirements and he has a way to locate its true body. The he that the wise sovereign was referring to was none other than the person he was currently looking at. Kale. But even if he can do that, you still can't kill it. You must avoid hurting it. Why? Big Bao, Little Bao, and Little Bao listen to me, but they listen to their mother even more. Trust me, you'd rather face Phantom Slave in a direct confrontation. When the Sovereign of Wisdom said these words, his expression was very solemn. He was truly warning them. This meant that if they hurt Phantom Slave, all three of its children would become their enemies. As for Nether Slave's three children, even in the words of the sovereign ruler, they were dangerous. As for why they were dangerous, the wise lord didn't want to explain. After the Sovereign of Wisdom spoke to this point, he paused for a long time, as though giving them time to discuss. Through the spirit bond, everyone began to analyze the wise lord's words. Based on the current information, Netherworld Slave had basically confirmed that this was a test she left for everyone. Moreover, it might not be the only test, but it was very likely to be one of the tests. Big Bao, Little Bao, and Little Bao were also part of the test. However, the wise lord had a way to persuade them to go easy. Phantom Slave was a test they would have to face, but they couldn't hurt it. According to the wise lord, the only way to pass the test was to reach the wise lord's hall. Phantom Slave wouldn't enter the wise lord's hall, which meant the test was over. However, the wise sovereign had clearly said that even if the underworld slaves were hidden, they would still be able to fill up the entire walkway. In other words, even if they found phantom slaves' hiding spot, they couldn't get through the hall. How were they supposed to reach the wise lord's hall? How about we take a detour? Dee suggested. Detour? How do we do that if it's hiding? Dorcas chuckled. First, we need to find it. We don't know how it can hide itself yet, so we can't do anything about it. Even if we can find it, what if the phantom slave is hiding somewhere we have to pass? For example, the entrance to the Hall of Wise Men? Although Wai wanted to refute, he had to admit that what Dorcas said was possible, and the possibility was very high. If she really wanted to deal with them, she would never miss such a serious flaw. She would never give them a chance to take a detour. The place where the phantom slave was hiding was definitely a path they had to pass through. Angor added, as far as I know, there are forks on the way to the Hall of Wise Men, but they're all dead ends. There's only one way to get to the Hall of Wise Men. Taking a detour was out of the question. Everyone fell into silence again. They couldn't deal with the phantom slave, and they had to face this strange creature head-on. They couldn't even take a detour. Only one way? But there's a fork in the road? Black Earl suddenly spoke. Yes. Angor nodded. He recalled his experience in Nether City and said, there should be only one fork. I don't know if it's a three-way fork or a crossroad. As a matter of fact, Angor already knew what happened at the fork. After all, he was chased by Sunders, the young man with the Nightmare Realm projection. However, he couldn't tell them all the details. If the source of the information knew something like that, then it was very suspicious. But now, when Angor told them about his information, they also found it suspicious. Only one fork? That makes it more clear, Black Earl spoke in a low voice. More clear? What do you mean? Dee was confused. The location of the so-called test. Once the Black Earl's words came out, everyone quickly reacted. If the she behind the scenes really wanted to arrange an interception, she would definitely think of a way to make it impossible for them to take a detour, and try her best to make it so that there was no way for them to retreat. Which meant this was most likely a fork in the road. They couldn't take a detour here. Moreover, he might even be forced into a dead end. Wai also understood. He imagined the situation in his mind and couldn't help but shudder. If there are still pursuers behind us, wouldn't it be impossible for us to retreat? Black Earl, now is not the time to discuss whether or not our escape route will be attacked. At the very least, we now know where the hidden slave is. Even if it hides its body, we can still roughly determine its location. Dorcas said, even if that's the case, why do I feel like it's even harder to pass now that we've confirmed the location? Dale and Kale nodded in agreement. The more they analyzed the situation, the more pressure they felt. Compared to the pessimistic apprentice team, the Dark Earl did not feel the slightest bit of pressure. He continued to calmly and objectively analyze the situation. In any case, the worst that could happen was that he would just die. If he died, his main body would come and help him out. Previously, the wise ruler had actually hinted at a lot of information. For example, to deal with Netherslave requires the cooperation of space-type sorcerers. This actually hinted that Netherslave's main body is most likely not in reality. Also, the wise ruler also gave us an answer on how to pass through Netherslave's location without harming it. The Dark Earl turned the stone slab around and pointed his nose at Angor. I think we need your cooperation. At this moment, everyone recalled that Dorcas had asked them what Slavey's weakness was. The Dark Earl only said one sentence, "This is your test." It was Dorcas who asked the question, but the Dark Earl was looking at Angor when he answered. Also, he ignored everyone else and pointed out that this was Angor's test. The Black Earl said, the wise ruler's intentions were actually very clear. He doesn't know if we can find a weakness, but you definitely can. Only Angor can do something like that. Is it an illusion? Or alchemy? Angor pondered for a moment. It should be a magic array. As a matter of fact, Angor had been thinking about the wise ruler's words. If the wise ruler mentioned that this was his test, it meant that the wise ruler must have found a skill from Angor that no one else had. Illusion, alchemy, and magic array. These were the 3 skills Angor used in front of the wise ruler. The wise ruler only knew that Angor knew alchemy, but he had no idea how good Angor's alchemy skills were. He did use his alchemy skills to create a simple staff from a wood spirit spawn. It was not a difficult feat, even someone who was not an alchemist could do it. Alchemy was out of the question. As for illusions and magic arrays, Angor was more inclined toward magic arrays. Illusions were more about control, confusion, and psychological warfare. Neither of them worked well on Netherslave. Just as the Dark Earl said, Netherslave did not need to chase them. It only needed to wait at the crossroads and it would have an absolute advantage. As long as they passed through the tunnel, they would be swallowed whole. Illusions? First, he had to find the monster's main body. It was true that Angor knew something about space, but the wise ruler didn't, so Angor wouldn't consider it. The wise ruler already said that if Angor targeted Netherslave's body, all 3 of its children would go crazy. Angor could not use illusions to confuse Netherslave either. Besides, Angor was not sure if he could find Netherslave with his current ability. So the only thing left was the magic array. Dark Earl said, "You're right. You can use the magic array. The entire underground waterway is covered by the magic array, and Netherslave cannot escape from it. However, you'll have to figure out how to use the magic array to control Netherslave." Dark Earl gave Angor an apologetic look. In his mind, she must be coming for Noah's descendants, and he should be the one leading the test. But now, he had to let an outsider take the lead, which made him feel very guilty. Angor did not think too much about it. He was just as determined to go to the ruins as Dark Earl. Therefore, he would try his best to clear all obstacles in his way. But how to use the magic array to achieve his goal, Angor fell into deep thought. The others did not want to disturb him, so they all stopped using their spirit bonds and waited for Angor to come back to his senses. Angor suddenly looked up and saw the wise ruler sitting in front of him. He remembered something and needed to confirm it. "Wise ruler, did you say that one-eyed baby went to your place to report our whereabouts?" The wise ruler was looking at the wood spirit when he heard Angor's question. "Yes." "Did you use a voice transmission spell?" The wise dominator shook his head. "I didn't say that it was a voice transmission technique. It came directly to me. Xiaobao is still at a lively and active age, unlike its 2 older brothers who don't move much. However, it likes to run around. That's why it became a channel for me to communicate with the magazines outside." Angor did not know what to say. "Seriously, you don't need to explain again. You'll only show that you care about your pen name." More importantly, he had to pretend that he didn't know what was going on, and he couldn't answer the question naturally. Fortunately, the wise ruler did not finish his words. "At the time, I was collecting some research data with Serene Slave. Baby knew where we were. It said it came to report to me, but in fact, it wanted to meet with Serene Slave. It really likes to stick to its mother." The Sovereign of Wisdom gave a simple summary of what had just happened. Angor was not interested in the details. He was more interested in the fact that baby could move around. "Those holes can move without being restricted by the magic array?" Angor was surprised. If that was the case, then Serene Slave could also move freely inside the magic array. The wise ruler quickly understood Angor's question. "Yes, and no." The wise ruler explained to Angor, "She's much better at magic arrays than I am. In order to repay her for helping to stabilize the space inside the stairs of Hanging Prison, I gave her the authority to control part of the magic array. In return, she gave Serene Slave and her other subordinates the authority to move around the magic array. It's a good thing for me. After all, I still need baby to communicate with the outside world." Angor did not feel like complaining about the wise ruler's repeated questions. He only felt a headache coming on. She had the authority to control the magic array, how were they supposed to fight her? Not to mention facing her directly, if she tampered with the magic array, they would be done for. Seeing Angor's strange expression, the wise ruler continued, "However, I'm still the one who controls the core of the magic array. I was there when she gave Serene Slave and the others the authority. At first, I gave them equal authority so that they could all move around the stairs of Hanging Prison. However, considering Xiaobao's lively and active personality, Slave Yu requested to transfer his authority to Xiaobao. So, baby is currently the only one who can move to the outside world. Big treasure and little treasure can move within the range of the stairs of hanging prison. As for Serene Slave, he can't move around as much as he wants. Plus, Serene Slave is too big. Even if he was given full authority, he might not be able to move around like his own children. In this regard, he is weaker than his own children. And he can't move freely in the magic array either. Angor sighed in relief. However, Serene Slave could still move around inside the magic array, which was still troublesome for him. Serene Slave is restricted? What kind of restriction? Angor asked. The sovereign sage just laughed but didn't reply. This is your trial. Seeing Angor's speechless expression, the wise ruler felt very pleased. But to be honest, the wise ruler did not mean to hide the truth. The so-called restriction could be easily seen by observing the magic array around Serene Slave's location. If Angor could not see the restriction, then he would not be able to break through Serene Slave's barrier. There was no need to use the magic array. He had to think of something else. As for what he could do, he did not mean it when he mentioned Kale. While the wise ruler was thinking, Black Earl asked, "Is the space where Serene Slave is located stable?" The Sovereign of Wisdom was rather surprised. He hadn't expected that someone had actually considered this, and so coincidentally at that. It's not stable. The wise ruler spoke in a meaningful tone. Breaking space won't work. It will only pass through Serene Slave's body and be captured. The Black Earl was slightly disappointed. He was indeed wondering if he could use spatial teleportation to pass through the Netherworld slave's location, but from the looks of it, this method was not feasible. However, amidst the disappointment, the Black Earl also had some doubts. The wise ruler could just tell him it's not stable. Why did he point it out? More importantly, the wise ruler's expression was a little strange, as if he was hinting at something. Breaking space won't work. What is he hinting at? Angor spoke again. Can't you open a portal? That's a shame. Oh right, wise ruler, can you tell us where the wise ruler's hall is located? Black Earl was surprised by Angor's words. Space beacon? Angor is going to. Before Black Earl could say anything, Dorcas gave Angor a shocked look. You're not going to use a plain passageway, are you? Angor nodded. Yeah. If Serene Slave can't escape or break space, we'll use a plain passageway. Can it lock onto the location of a plain passageway? No, you can say that. But don't you think this is a little too extravagant? We're not running for our lives. Why would we use a plain passageway? Do you sell the materials in your plain passageway at wholesale? Do you know how many adepts a plain passageway can produce with the materials? Even Black Earl felt that Angor was being too reasonable, let alone the thrifty Dorcas. More importantly, Count Black believed that Angor wasn't going to pay for the materials himself since he didn't think Angor was going to pay for them. Who would pay for it? No doubt, she was going to deal with Noah's descendants. The Dark Earl could afford the cost of the planar passageway, but he wasn't there yet. In fact, he could try to crack the magic array. If worse came to worst, he could just use a plain passageway. On the other hand, the wise overseer was also surprised by Angor's bold words. He did mention Kale because he wanted to remind them that they could use a plain passageway if they couldn't. But Angor was going to ask for the space beacon now? Was he going to skip the test and reach the destination? Wasn't that too much of a cheat? In addition, the reason why the Sovereign of Wisdom had given them this path of retreat was to prevent any accidents from happening to them. A plain passageway could go around Serene Slave. However, Serene Slave couldn't even enter the wise ruler's hall due to the great space restriction. Otherwise, the wise ruler would have to put on a show to keep them in suspense. Only then would he remove the barrier and let them in. This was the last resort, the last path. You're going to use it now? What did you just say? Angor looked at Dorcas in confusion. Too wasteful, of course. You think I'm praising you for being so smart? Dorcas held back the ridicule in his heart and changed to a tactful tone. It's nothing. I'm just saying that we should use a plain passageway at the most crucial moment. Before that, we can actually try some other methods. Angor rubbed his chin. You're right, but Dorcas was about to interrupt Angor's proviso, but before he could say anything, the wise overseer spoke first. If you want to use a planar passageway to bypass the test, that's fine. However, my residence is protected by a special magic array. Even if I'm the one controlling it, it will take some time. The wise ruler only mentioned some time, but he didn't mention how long it would take. Even if Angor asked, the wise ruler could give him a random number. It would take some time, but it didn't matter if he was faster or slower. I may not be able to remove the restriction when you're about to face the test. So, this method won't work for now. Not necessarily, but not for the time being. The wise sovereign had used vague words to leave some leeway for this method. He paused for a moment before continuing. Besides, even if I can remove the restriction now and let you teleport to my residence, it won't end the test. It will only anger her and make the test even more difficult. At the same time, she will notice that we're working together, the wise ruler said, and that won't be good for you. If she wants to, she can remove the magic array in my residence faster than I can. This means that if you go against her, she will be wary of me, and my residence won't be able to provide you with any buffer time. Of course, the wise ruler was exaggerating. Even without this, he and the goddess didn't trust each other at all. If Angor's group ended up fighting against the goddess, the only thing that could help them wasn't the sage hall or the magic array, but the wise lord herself. But of course, when the chief sovereign said these words, he wasn't lying. It was just that he didn't reveal the entire truth. Of course, Angor knew that the wise man didn't want them to cheat by using a plain passageway. His series of words actually conveyed the same meaning: no matter what, you have to go through the test. Skipping the test will only bring you trouble. He didn't believe the wise lord's words, but he did agree with the wise lord on one thing. From the looks of it, she was full of resistance towards Noah's descendants. Skipping the test without understanding the inside story would not end the test. It would only make her behind the scenes even worse. After all, the test was just a term used by the wise sovereign. To her, this was actually an obstruction. It could even be said that they were intercepted and killed. Using a plain passageway to get to the Hall of Wise Ones would only raise her guard. The best way to deal with this situation was to use ingenuity to break out of the situation and not let the other party feel that they had predicted the enemy's moves. Only after they had obtained all the information from the wise sovereign could they see the situation and gradually make a leap forward or show weakness to the enemy in order to deal with the situation. But this goes back to the original problem. If they used ingenuity to break out of the situation, they would still have to face Netherworld Slave and break out of the encirclement without harming him. This gave Angor a headache. He couldn't help but pinch his forehead. Perhaps seeing Angor's troubled look, Dark Earl comforted him through their spirit bond. Don't give yourself too much pressure. If you really can't do it, we can leave the ruin first. There's no need to rush the exploration. In Count Dark's opinion, as long as Angor chose to leave, his oath with Angor would be nullified, and he could contact his real body to deal with the aftermath. However, this was still a last resort. It was not their first choice. This was because the Sovereign of Wise wasn't an idiot. The Sovereign of Wise knew exactly what would happen if they were to withdraw and leave. When they met again, the Wise Sovereign would most likely not be on the same side as them. Instead, he would most likely be on the opposite side. Before the truth of the ruins was revealed, it was not wise to become enemies with the Wise Sovereign. Even though the Black Earl understood this logic, he still said those words. To him, the ruins were important, but Angor was also important. In some ways, Angor was even more important than the ruins. After all, what was inside the ruins was still a question mark. Angor's value was obvious to him. Saving Angor and selling Rain's favor was already a great deal. Besides, Angor's value was even greater. Of course, the key to the ruins was also in Angor's hands. Pressure? Angor shook his head. I'm fine. I'm just starting to miss a certain snotty monster. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know what Angor was talking about. The snotty monster Angor was talking about was Woof Woof, the leader of the Void Travelers. Angor immediately thought of Woof Woof's void travel when he realized that teleportation was not a viable option. Woof Woof's void travel was different from other void travelers. It was a higher dimension travel. If Woof Woof was here, they wouldn't even need to go to the Hall of Wise Sovereigns. Instead, Woof Woof could directly take them to the ruins. Even if they were swallowed by Netherworld slave, Woof Woof could still get them out. Angor didn't think so, but he was sure about it. He knew that Woof Woof's void travel was beyond anything he knew. It was almost unstoppable. Unfortunately, Woof Woof wasn't with him. Angor could contact Woof Woof through Hidland, but he would feel embarrassed if he did that. He could only miss Woof Woof. Also, he wanted to see Woof Woof's void travel ability. It would be great if Woof Woof could travel in higher dimensions as well. Angor did not try to hide his expression at all, which confused the onlookers who did not know what was going on. Angor quickly changed the topic. Wise Lord, will Little Treasure, and Big Treasure join the test? The Wise Sovereign, I seem to have made myself very clear. Do you have any doubts about this? Not at all. But I do hope that one I Xiaobao or the other two can join the test. Well, before we run into Netherworld slave. The onlookers quickly understood what Angor was trying to say. The Wise Lord wanted Angor to use a magic array to solve the test. However, Netherworld slave could move within the array to a certain extent. Angor might not be able to find the flaw in the array immediately if he tried to study it. The best solution was to have a rehearsal. Angor wanted to see what kind of permissions Netherworld slave had when he moved inside the array. What kind of permissions could restrain Netherworld slave's movements? As long as he could find the appropriate runes, Angor was confident that he could break through. But Netherworld slave was her servant, and he would listen to her more than the Wise Lord. Angor couldn't give them time to demonstrate, so he could only think of Netherworld slave's 3 children. Black Girl sighed in relief. He thought Angor was about to give up. Luckily, the boy didn't give up. And Angor's method was indeed a useful reference. However, the Wise Lord had to allow Netherworld slave's children to test them in advance, and they had to go easy on them. Everyone turned to look at the Wise Sovereign. Now, they were waiting for the Wise Sovereign's decision. The Wise Lord pondered for a moment and said, I never said that they weren't tests. He didn't answer directly, but his words showed the Wise Lord's attitude. Perhaps Little Treasure, or Little Treasure would show up soon. Angor was relieved to hear the Wise Ruler's response. As long as Little Treasure and the others couldn't move freely in the magic array, they should be able to break through the array. As for how to solve the magic array, that wasn't Angor's main concern. Angor didn't care about the difficulty. He was more concerned about time. He didn't want to waste too much time and cause more problems. But since the Wise Lord suggested this method, it shouldn't take too much time. Seeing that Angor was ready for the test, the Wise Lord changed the topic and began to talk about the contract in the Book of Truth. While the Wise Overseer was explaining the terms of the contract to Angor, a faint light suddenly appeared in the darkness of the ruins. In the pitch-black space, a mirror slowly emerged. It was a square mirror with a copper frame made of hemp rope that floated in the air. At the center of the mirror was a spinning black hole that looked like the eye of a storm. At the bottom of the mirror, the sleeping blonde woman suddenly opened her eyes. This golden-haired woman was, without a doubt, the she that the Wise Sovereign had mentioned. She was also the female representative of the mirror devil god's Gemini emblem. Adonis. Adonis stood up and looked at the mirror with the black vortex. She frowned slightly. Why don't you show yourself? Did you fail your mission? Adonis spoke in a faint voice. The vortex in the mirror stopped spinning for a few seconds. Then, a hand that seemed to be made of rubies appeared on the surface of the mirror. This ruby-like hand was incomplete. The little finger was obviously broken, and there was still blood flowing from it. If Angor was here, he would recognize it right away. It was the same hand he saw in the dressing mirror on the 2nd floor of the stairs of Hanging Prison. As for the pinky finger, it was broken by the hand so that it could use the blood to write something on the mirror. At the same time, the same thing happened in front of Angor's eyes. The jeweled hand began to extend its severed fingers, leaving a row of bloody words on the mirror. I am sorry, Your Majesty. Looking at the row of unclear words that were even a mirror reflection, Adonis couldn't help but frown. This is not your original body? Speak. The hand slowly retracted its hand, and the mirror returned to being a whirlpool. But soon, the hand appeared again. This time, there was a mouth made of pink gemstones in the middle of the hand. The mouth slowly opened, and a childish female voice came out from it. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Together with the words written in blood on the mirror that had yet to disappear, I am unable to repay the kindness of your highness. Adonis finally understood that this line of unclear words was actually just a sentence of I am sorry. Someone who could twist I'm sorry into such a strange and wrong way of saying it. Adonis already knew who was inside the mirror. Child slave? Yes. I'm child slave, the childish female voice replied. Where's your real body? Adonis was confused. Did it send you to investigate the situation? Young slave is helping the Lord Ruler clean up his experiment, and kind slave is keeping little treasure company. I'm the only one free. Child slave complained. Aren't you supposed to keep little treasure company? Adonis asked. Little treasure doesn't want to play today. It came to complain because Airbao ignored it. A naughty child complaining? Adonis rubbed her temples. They were a little swollen. Adonis said, so, your original body is dealing with these trivial matters? And then you're sent to investigate? Child slave didn't dare to answer, but silence was also an answer. According to Adonis, the netherworld slave's true form was the netherworld slave with a young girl's heart and the netherworld slave with a kind mother's heart. This was because the two of them were intelligent enough to communicate normally. The netherworld slave with a childlike heart was even inferior to Xiaobao. Of course, child slave's real body was the combination of child slave, girl slave, and mother slave. One or two of them couldn't be considered the real body. They could only be considered clones. Adonis took a deep breath. Facing the aggrieved child slave, she could only endure it. She knew very well why child slave was sent to investigate. The reason was that child slave's perception of itself had never changed. Child slave never thought that child slave, girl slave, and mother slave were different versions of itself. They were all itself, just with different memories. Therefore, no matter which one was sent to investigate, child slave felt that it was its own doing, so it didn't think there was a problem. The biggest problem was actually Adonis herself. Before sending child slave to investigate, she should have clearly told child slave to send girl slave or mother slave. Therefore, Adonis could only suppress the displeasure in her heart. Forget it, tell me about the situation. How did you fail your mission? Didn't I ask you to investigate why the outpost was destroyed and what happened to them? Which part of the mission went wrong? Child slave thought for a moment, then said, I hid in the mirror and wanted to secretly observe who destroyed the outpost, but I was accidentally discovered. Adonis, discovered? What happened? Child's heart slave didn't know how to describe it, especially since it wasn't like young girl's heart and mother's heart, which had a clear ability to distinguish human appearances. In its eyes, the two humans looked exactly the same. After thinking for a long time, it still couldn't find the right words. Adonis knew child slave very well. Seeing that it was silent for a long time, she helplessly held her forehead and said, forget it if you can't think of anything to say. Same as always, mirror reappear. When child slave heard mirror reappear, its annoyance immediately disappeared. As expected, Your Majesty loves me the most. Its tender voice had a trace of affection and coquettishness. Adonis sighed inwardly. When she brought child slave out of the mirror realm, it was only child slave. At that time, girl slave and mother slave hadn't been born yet. Therefore, Adonis and child slave had spent the most time together. Because of this, it was natural that she favored child slave. Child slave probably considered this reason when it sent child slave to deal with this matter. Okay, hurry up and say it. Obey Your Majesty's rules. A row of bloody words appeared on the mirror. Adonis' expression was helpless. She was too lazy to correct child slave's wrong choice of words. She just silently stared at the bloody words, waiting for child slave's next move. Under Adonis's gaze, the bloody words on the mirror began to fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye. As if it was mixed with a large amount of clear water, the surface of the mirror gradually became clear. Only the edges of the mirror still had a faint red color. Under child slave's control, the clear mirror began to show an image. A figure slowly appeared in the image. If Angor was here, he would have noticed that it was him in disguise. Mirror replay was similar to an image recording stone. It allowed the user to record what happened in the past and use the mirror to reflect it again. However, although the main functions were about the same, compared to the shadow recording stone, the mirror had 100 million more details. Mirror reproduction could record the magic waves, pheromones, and even the energy feedback of the intertwined environment with the main body through the mirror's perfect reflection feature. In terms of appearance, the mirror was naturally much better than the shadow recording stone. However, mirror replay had more details, but not all of them were good points. Some details were considered to be shortcomings. For example, it had an image decay mechanism. The longer the time, the more details would be missing. The weakening period would begin half a month after the recording, and it would last for about a year. A year later, when the mirror reappeared, everything that had been recorded would be forgotten. However, as long as the shadow recording stone was not destroyed, the images inside would be preserved forever. This kind of image reduction was actually a self-protection mechanism of the organism. After all, there were too many details in the mirror's reappearance. If they were kept, it would only make the mirror's reappearance more difficult in the future. Redundant and useless information would only become a burden to the mind. It had only been about 10 minutes since Childlike Slave's mirror replay appeared, so it was not weakened yet. Not only did the mirror show all the details, but it also showed Angwar's blood aura and the energy that surrounded him. In the mirror, the red-haired, golden-eyed young wizard patted the apprentice beside him. "You go first. I'll be right behind you." The apprentice didn't resist. He nodded and left the room. The red-haired, golden-eyed magus muttered to himself for a moment, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the dressing mirror in the corner. He seemed to have noticed something and walked to the mirror with an interested look. He tilted his head in front of the mirror, tidied up his messy hair, and adjusted his collar. As if he was really looking at a mirror. However, after doing all these reasonable things, he suddenly laughed. "I'm standing right in front of you. Are you still not going to come out?" Childlike youthful slave was shocked. Realizing that he had been discovered, he immediately manipulated the mirror. A vortex-like black hole appeared in the mirror. The red-haired, golden-eyed adept raised an eyebrow, and the smile on his face widened. That smile was very familiar to Child's heart. It was like the smile of the wise ruler. It was as if everything was going according to his plan, and he was the stupid and mischievous child. It was one thing for the wise sovereign to laugh at it, but for an outsider to laugh at it as well? Child's heart's hidden slave was a little angry. It had already begun to consider whether or not it should pull this despicable person into the mirror. However, Child's heart slave couldn't tell who this person was. What if this person was from the traveling merchant organization? The wise ruler had told them not to harm the members of the traveling merchant organization as much as possible, because the existence of the traveling merchant organization was more beneficial to them than harmful. The childish hidden slave, who had faced blindness, did not know what to do. Thus, the following scene appeared: the red-haired, golden-eyed wizard and the whirlpool in the mirror stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. Perhaps because the atmosphere was a little strange, the red-haired wizard muttered in a low voice, "Are you inviting me into the vortex?" "I'm sorry, but I can't accept your invitation right now." After a pause, he said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After the red-haired wizard finished speaking, he made a move to leave. Child's heart's hidden slave was anxious. Although he didn't know why he had to stay, he couldn't let him go so easily. Child's heart's hidden slave thought of this and reached out to grab him. His jewel-like hand wanted to pass through the mirror and grab the red-haired wizard. However, the strange thing was that as soon as its hand touched the surface of the mirror, it was repelled by a huge force. To him, the mirror, which had no obstacles to pass through, now seemed to have an additional seal, blocking the spatial connection between the outside and the outside of the mirror. Child's heart's hidden slave didn't know what had happened. He only felt that he had been provoked. He extended his fist and punched the mirror with all his might, but he was still unable to break through the seal of the mirror. As for the abominable red-haired wizard, he stood at the side and watched the show. After a few seconds, he seemed to be tired and yawned. Then, he waved his hand at childlike serenity slave in the mirror, as if saying, "Goodbye." Child's heart's hidden slave was now extremely angry. So, he did something that made the other party dumbfounded. He mutilated himself. Yes, it had mutilated itself. It had broken its little finger right in the middle. Then, with the help of the glowing blood flowing out of his little finger, he proudly left a sentence on the mirror under the other party's surprised expression. "Leave here, or I'll give you a residence permit forever." The mirror's reappearance ended here. At first, Child's Heart's hidden slave was a little worried that Her Highness the Goddess would be angry if he was discovered. But looking at his actions at that time, and thinking of the huge shock he had left in the other party, Child's Heart's hidden slave felt very satisfied. That red-haired wizard must have been scared. After seeing his words, he ran away in fear. He had still protected Her Highness' dignity. Thinking of this, Child's Heart's hidden slave proudly greeted Adonis. Even if Her Highness the Goddess didn't praise him, she wouldn't blame him anymore, right? However, Adonis's current expression wasn't as good as Child's Heart's hidden slave had imagined. Instead, it was pale. "Her Highness the Goddess, did I do something wrong? Should I not have scared him away?" Adonis was speechless. "Scared him away? You're telling me that he was scared away by you?" That person left so calmly. He didn't look scared at all. "It's fine if you're face blind, but can't you even see his expression?" Adonis cursed in her heart, but in the end, she didn't say it out loud. Just like what Olario had said before, Child's Heart's hidden slave's way of thinking would forever remain in its childhood. Scolding it was useless. It was very likely that it would have the opposite effect. As the master of Child's hidden slave, everything she said could affect the development of Child's Heart. Perhaps, after being scolded, Child's Heart would split into a reclusive Child's Heart, a vengeful Child's Heart, or an evil Child's Heart. At that time, with Child's Heart's hidden slave's personality, it would definitely treat these split Child's Hearts as its main body and wouldn't reject them at all. Furthermore, Child's Heart would still be her subordinate, and these split Child's Hearts would also be her subordinates. With so many Child's Hearts, even if their hearts were dark, they would still be Child's Hearts, and their way of thinking would still be childish. This was purely looking for trouble for her. Moreover, if the evil Child's Heart evolved into a cunning young girl's heart, or a vicious stepmother's heart, there would be even more trouble. It was better to just maintain the current Child's hidden slave. Thinking of this, Adonis said lightly, "The only thing you did wrong was to not appear in front of him. Everything else was destined, so, it's fine." "Shouldn't appear? But didn't he see me?" Adonis said. "He was separated by a mirror. Even if he saw you, he wouldn't know your exact appearance. If you reveal yourself, you'll only reveal your appearance to him. This is the same as exposing your weakness to him. Furthermore, he might not have sensed your presence. He might have been tricking you." The Child's Heart slave said in shock, "Tricking me? How is that possible? He already pointed out that I was in the mirror." Adonis sighed softly and comforted him softly. Humans are very cunning and often use some despicable tricks. The Child's Heart slave heard that Adonis didn't blame him and was slightly relieved. Then, he joined Adonis in cursing the cunning of humans. After cursing for a while, the Child's Heart slave asked, "By the way, is that human the person your majesty is looking for?" Adonis thought for a moment and said, "That human used a transformation spell and also used an illusion spell to hide his body, but his blood energy tells me that he's not a descendant of Noah, and the other human next to him isn't a descendant of Noah either." The Child's Heart slave was stunned. "Then are they from the traveling merchant organization?" Adonis shook her head. "Not really." "Strange, then who could they be?" Adonis couldn't tell. The other party's disguise was perfect, and it was impossible to tell their identity just from the mirror's reflection. "I don't know. Maybe it's just an outsider who broke into this place." "Don't worry." Adonis paused. "You didn't make a mistake this time. You were just a little impulsive. Remember to control yourself in the future. Also, don't harm yourself. Although you can repair it with materials, suitable gems aren't easy to find." Adonis said, "Also, if you continue to harm yourself like this, who knows how long it will take to gather your body. Do you want to only have one hand forever?" The Child's Heart slave said. "I was wrong." The Child's Heart slave didn't know where it was wrong. In its opinion, the human body wasn't very useful. But the heart of a young girl and the heart of a mother had both cast a body, and it couldn't fall behind. Therefore, it still had to apologize. How could Adonis not know that the child's heart slave's apology wasn't sincere at all? But this was enough. If it took it to heart, it would probably think of something else. If it apologized on the surface, it would at least know that it was wrong. Next time it encountered such a situation, it would probably be more restrained. Okay, you've completed your mission. Go and call the heart of a mother or a young girl. We need to prepare a trap to deal with those people. At the very least, we need them to compensate for your gems. Adonis actually just felt that the child's heart slave wasn't reliable and wanted to talk to the original body of the child's heart slave. However, she didn't want to hurt the child's heart slave, so she added a reason. The child's heart slave didn't understand Adonis's intention at all. It only thought that the goddess was standing up for it. It was touched and ran back without waiting for Adonis's order. It wanted to call the heart of a young girl and the heart of a mother. Yes, call them both. When the child's heart slave left, darkness fell again. Adonis sighed softly, her expression gradually turning from relaxed to calm. Not long after, she frowned again. The image projected by the child's heart slave wasn't completely useless. At least, it revealed a problem: who destroyed the sentry post she left at the stairs of Hanging Prison. Without a doubt, it was the wizard who used a transformation spell and didn't dare to show his true appearance. The other party sealed the mirror so that the hand of the child's heart slave couldn't reach out. This was a clear sign. If it was an ordinary spatial seal, the hand of the child's heart slave would be crushed by the spatial distortion. But this time, the child's heart slave couldn't even reach out. This only meant one thing. Not only did the other party know spatial spells, but they also had a certain understanding of the mirror space. It was easy to infer that the sentry post was destroyed. The other party knew about the mirror space, so it was easy to destroy the sentry post on the mirror. Why did the other party destroy the sentry post? Adonis didn't care about this question. If it were her, she would also destroy the sentry post if she found that someone was watching her. Therefore, there was no need to explain this question. However, there was a problem that Adonis was very concerned about. The timing of this wizard's appearance was very coincidental. He wasn't a wizard from the traveling merchant organization, so he could only come with the descendants of Noah. The descendants of Noah were already a big problem. Now, there was a wizard who knew about the mirror space. This was obviously a well-prepared situation. Did the descendants of Noah think that this time they would definitely be able to enter the ruins? Adonis narrowed her eyes. She didn't want to attack the descendants of Noah, but if the descendants of Noah were to come here, the danger would be even greater. She didn't want to change the current situation at all. Just as Adonis was frowning, footsteps were suddenly heard from the depths of the darkness. Adonis immediately put away her expression and returned to her calm appearance. You're lying again. You said you were going to sleep. In the end, not only did you run out, but you also secretly met the child's heart slave. A familiar voice sounded from behind her. Adonis didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Other than her, there was only Olaf in the ruins. Adonis said, "You surprised me too. You used to only peek and never show up. Why did you suddenly come out this time?" Olaf took off his black hat and scratched his head. I was caught peeking before?" Adonis made a soft sound and didn't answer. Olaf suddenly said in a shy tone, "Then, when you were bathing, did you know that I was peeking?" Adonis suddenly turned her head with an unfriendly look. "You peeked when I was bathing?" Olaf stepped back and waved his hand like a fan. No, I was just kidding." Adonis snorted coldly and looked Olaf up and down. In the end, she raised her head high and put it down gently. "I don't think you would dare." Olaf's mouth twitched, and he muttered in his heart, "Don't think I would dare? Why does it sound like she's trying to provoke me?" Although he thought so, Olaf didn't dare to say anything. Adonis said, "Why did you come out now? Just to accuse me of lying?" Olaf was silent for a moment and said softly, "No, I just feel that it's not a good idea to keep stopping you." End of chapter. Adonis and Olaf did not agree on whether to stop it or not. In the end, Olaf said in a tolerant tone, "You should think about it more. Just relying on hell alone is not a solution." With that, Olaf disappeared into the darkness. Adonis stood on the spot, looking at the place where Child's Netherworld slave had appeared. She seemed to be waiting for Netherworld slave's main body to arrive, but her heart was filled with suspicion. She and Olau had always had differences on the issue of stopping Noah's descendants. Adonis did not want Noah's descendants to come and change their current lives, while Olau was happy to see it happen. Even though they had differences, these differences were basically in their hearts. It was a kind of tacit understanding, I know your position, and you know mine. Tacit understanding, not to mention it was a kind of respect. This tacit understanding had been maintained for a long time. The last time Noah's descendants came, Olau had done the same. Even though Adonis tried to stop them, Olau had never interfered. He would only occasionally send her a message with his eyes, don't go overboard. But this time, it was a little strange. Olau actually took the initiative to dissuade her. Moreover, when Adonis was playing dumb, Olau did not skip over it like before. Instead, he used a tactful tone to point out her actions. Even though Olau's tone was not harsh, he did not force Adonis to follow his opinion. He was still gentle and tolerant. But Adonis knew Olau too well, just as Olau knew her too well. Olau seemed to have room for negotiation this time, but in fact, he had his own plans. He might even interfere. Not long ago, Olau had told Adonis that he would support her no matter what she did. But now, something was clearly wrong with Olau. This sudden change caught Adonis off guard, and she was filled with doubts. Why did Olau suddenly change his mind in less than half a day? Adonis had been monitoring the situation in the ruins. She knew very well that Olau had not left or entered the mirror world. In just half a day, he had such a drastic change in his thinking. There must be something fishy going on. What exactly happened? Adonis crossed her arms in front of her chest and tapped her arm rhythmically with her pale fingers. Her eyebrows were half closed and her mirror-like pupils, which were covered by her eyelids, were constantly changing through various scenes. These images were all related to the ruins. There were many mirrors in the ruins, and each mirror could be used as Adonis' eyes. She could see the images reflected in the mirrors in a short amount of time. The images continued to appear. Then, like the surface of ice, they shattered into countless textures. The scenes of life and death presented everything that had happened in the remnant lands today. After seeing these images, Adonis was even more confused. Olaf was exactly the same as usual, without any changes. Other than strolling around the ruins, he would run over to her side to peek. There was no clue on his expression at all, and he maintained his usual self. This was obviously not right. Olau's abnormal behavior was definitely not without reason. Adonis, Olau's thoughts, and the light of Olau's Olau. The light grew brighter and brighter, and soon, a familiar round mirror appeared in front of Adonis. Inside the mirror was the familiar dark whirlpool, but compared to the previous whirlpool that was as dark as the abyss, this one was slightly hazy. Moreover, in the center of the whirlpool, she could vaguely see a slender figure. Without a doubt, the Netherworld slave's main body had come. From the details of the figure, it should be the motherly Netherworld slave. After the motherly Netherworld slave appeared, it was not as noisy as the childish Netherworld slave. Instead, it quietly stood in the air, and even restrained the light of the mirror so that it would not be too dazzling. Because the motherly Netherworld slave noticed that Adonis was deep in thought, it restrained all of its actions that might disturb Adonis. The childish Netherworld slave could not compare to this kind of detailed observation. Adonis naturally also noticed the motherly Netherworld slave. She was about to greet the motherly Netherworld slave when she suddenly froze. Looking at the mirror in front of her, images quickly flashed through Adonis's mind. She had neglected one thing, and that was that all her abnormal behavior had started after Olau appeared. In the past, he might have occasionally seen her talking to the Netherworld slave and the others, and he would secretly eavesdrop, but he had never walked out from the shadows. This time Olau took the initiative to walk out from the shadows. The abnormality had started from here. According to this point in time, some of the information that had been shrouded in fog seemed to have become clearer. Olau rarely took the initiative to come into contact with the outside world, and with his innate talent, even the wise ruler's memories of him had gradually become blurry. Since Olau did not come into contact with the outside world, his thoughts were naturally fixed and stable for a long time, and it was very difficult for him to change his mind. The only thing that could make him change was that he had come into contact with something that he had never come into contact with before. From the memories in the mirror, Olau was no different from usual today, and he did not come into contact with anything out of the ordinary. The only thing that he could have come into contact with was the images of the outside world that the childish netherworld slave had used the mirror to replay. In the images that the mirror had shown, there were only two people who had appeared. One was a space element acolyte, and the other was an official magus who had used a shape-shifting spell to hide his face. Could it be that Olao had discovered something from these two, and changed his mind? Did he take the initiative to persuade her to come? However, these two were clearly not Noah's descendants, and they did not have Noah's blood aura. Previously, Adonis had not paid much attention to these two people, but now, since Olao seemed to have discovered something from them, she had to pay attention. Especially to the magus who was hiding his face. In the mirror, the space element acolyte could be seen through at a glance, and there seemed to be nothing special about him. However, the magus who had used a shape-shifting spell was difficult to see through. Even though the mirror had replicated his energy, pheromones, and energy waves, Adonis could not tell whether he was a space element magus or an illusion element magus. Generally speaking, only ice sorcerers of the water element and space sorcerers of the mystical faction could master the mirror dimension. That magus did not have the typical force field of an ice magus, so it was most likely that he was a space element magus. However, the magus's illusion ability was also very strange, and it was constantly revolving around his body. Could an illusion element magus control the mirror's spatial abilities? It was hard to say. Magi relied on their foundation and experience, as well as their wisdom and time. As long as you had enough time, it was not impossible to reach the peak by cultivating a different element. Hence, it was difficult to deduce what element the magus was from the fact that he could easily seal the mirror's surface. However, Adonis was naturally suspicious of people who hid their faces, because she herself was a mirror hider. She was very clear that there was definitely an ulterior motive for being so secretive about her. Especially when they were in an underground waterway, in a wasteland with almost no people, and he had covered himself so tightly. Who would believe that there was nothing wrong with him? Adonis was deeply suspicious. Perhaps Olao had discovered something from this person. Could it be that he was hiding his bloodline, and was also a member of the Noah clan? However, there was the smell of the Noah clan's bloodline outside. If he was also a member of the Noah clan, why would he hide his identity? In a very short time, Adonis's mind was filled with a huge drama. Family competition, brothers fighting, conflict between the direct descendants, hidden revenge. Adonis did not care whether her imagination was right or wrong. Anyway, the importance of this mysterious person had slowly risen in her heart. If he could change Olao's mind, this person was definitely not ordinary. She had to stop him. The last thing Adonis wanted to see was change. The appearance of this person had already caused Olao to have strange thoughts, and in her opinion, this was absolutely not allowed. Thinking of this, Adonis finally raised her head and looked at the motherly slave. You should already know about Child's Heart's investigation, right? The motherly slave nodded. As long as it returns to my side, our memories will be interconnected. Adonis said, It's good that you know. We'll talk about the rest later. I need you to do something now. The illusory figure in the mirror lowered his head. Your Majesty's wish is my mission. I need you to help me stop them. After pausing for a moment, Adonis waved her hand gently, and a mirror appeared around them. On the mirror, the hidden wizard appeared. Especially this person and the descendants of Noah. They are the key. Do not let them come to the ruins. Do you understand? The motherly slave half knelt. Yes, Your Majesty. After a pause, the motherly slave asked softly, Your Majesty, what do I need to do after stopping them? Adonis said, Throw all the people who are stopped into the empty mirror ocean. Don't let them go until all their memories are erased by the empty mirror ocean. The motherly slave nodded. I understand. The empty mirror ocean was a sea floating in the void in the mirror world. It was called a sea, but there was no water in it. There was only one thing in it, reflections. These reflections all came from reality. As long as there was a place in reality that could become a mirror image, even if it was a reflection in a puddle, it would be poured into the empty mirror ocean. In the empty mirror ocean, one would see countless reflections, some of which were from tens of thousands of years ago or even earlier. It seemed that going to the empty mirror ocean wasn't a bad thing. Indeed, as long as one could resist the omnipresent waves in the empty mirror ocean, the empty mirror ocean was a good place to observe the tens of thousands of worlds. However, the waves in the empty mirror ocean appeared every day, every month, every hour, every minute. The surface of the empty mirror ocean was never calm. Once washed away by these mysterious waves, not only would the reflections in the empty mirror ocean disappear completely, but the memories of the living would also be washed away. These washed-away memories would sink into the empty mirror ocean. If one was extremely lucky, they might be able to find them. However, almost all the memories would be turned into bubbles by the waves and disappear completely. This was a self-cleaning mechanism of the mirror world. Too many reflections would only cause the mirror world to become congested. The mirror world was very special. It was constructed through constant destruction and rebirth. Therefore, it wasn't as sturdy as one would imagine. There were very few places where one could live for a long time. The congested reflections would only reduce the living environment of the mirror creatures. Even if the waves in the empty mirror ocean didn't clean them up, the mirror creatures would take the initiative to clean them up. Therefore, once a living creature fell into the empty mirror ocean, other than the special mirror creatures, the other creatures would gradually become hollow shells without memories. Fortunately, the empty mirror ocean only washed away memories and wouldn't deprive one of the ability to learn. As long as one was willing, one could return to reality as a hollow person and start anew. It was just that one wouldn't be oneself at that time. This was a philosophical question. If Noah's descendants didn't pass the test, they would be banished to the empty mirror ocean. This was a tacit agreement between Adonis and Olao in the past. This way, they could solve Noah's problem without killing him. But this time, perhaps because of Olao's abnormal behavior, Adonis felt a little uneasy. She pondered for a moment and gave a second order to the slave of the loving mother. If they resist fiercely, I allow you to kill them directly. The slave of the loving mother was slightly stunned. It wasn't that it hadn't received orders to kill before, but Adonis had never given orders to kill Noah's descendants. She was making an exception this time? The slave of the loving mother was puzzled, but as Adonis' most loyal subordinate, it didn't question or refute. It nodded. Yes. Okay, go. Adonis didn't say much and waved at the slave of the loving mother. The slave of the loving mother was about to leave, but Adonis seemed to have thought of something and called it back. Wait. The faded mirror surface regained its luster, and the slave of the loving mother's slender figure appeared in the mirror again. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Adonis said, this time, don't let the slave of the childlike heart go. You go personally, or, you and the slave of the childlike heart go together. Hearing Adonis' order, the slave of the loving mother was slightly hesitant. I've already given the task of Lord Ruler to the slave of the childlike heart. But the slave of the childlike heart is now with little Bao, maybe. The slave of the loving mother paused. I'll let Big Bao and Air Bao go with me, is that okay? Adonis snorted. Big Bao, Air Bao. They've been bewitched by that old fellow wise man, so they might not go all out. If you go with them, they might even become your stumbling block. The slave of the loving mother said, they won't. Big Bao and Air Bao are very obedient. Adonis took a deep breath, too lazy to argue with the slave of the loving mother on this topic. Indeed, Big Bao and Air Bao were very obedient to the slave of the loving mother, but they didn't listen to her. And although the slave of the loving mother listened to her, it was called the loving mother for a reason. It didn't care about other people's lives at all, but when it came to its 3 children, it completely spoiled them. This kind of spoiling might even exceed Adonis' orders. This formed an endless cycle, or rather, it reached a strange balance with the wise man. Adonis could order the loving mother around, but the loving mother was unwilling to order Big Bao, Air Bao, and Little Bao. Although the 3 children listened to the loving mother, they were closer to the wise man. This balance had been maintained for many years. In the past, the wise man had stood on the same side as her, so Big Bao, Air Bao, and Little Bao listened to her. But this time, the wise man was clearly testing the waters, so he might not be able to control Big Bao and Air Bao. In order to prevent Big Bao and Air Bao from affecting the loving mother, Adonis said, you can let Big Bao and Air Bao attack, but you can't go with them. You have to guard the path they will take, and you can't relax. Otherwise, don't let them go together. Go alone. I understand. After the nether slave left, Adonis was still a little restless. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her eyes unconsciously turned into a silver-white mirror. Images that looked like marquee lanterns appeared in the mirror. These images were not the images that the magic array was monitoring, but rather, memories that belonged solely to her. It was so long ago that she had to rely on her talent to recall her memories. 10,000 years ago, Nether City's glory dissipated overnight, and it fell to the mortal world. During that time, it was a huge blow to those who were sheltered under Nether City's tree. Rulers left one after another, and those who did not leave fell into eternal slumber and despair. But for the newly born Adonis, Nether City's meaning to her was close to nothing. Moreover, Adonis and Olio had always been hidden in the clear sky poetry room. There was a powerful magic array set up by Margaret, and no one could discover it, let alone set foot in it. Even the wise sovereign, aside from being invited by Master during the construction of the clear sky poetry room, had been unable to enter ever since Master had left. Therefore, the clear sky poetry room was one of the few pure lands in the underground sewers. However, it was very difficult for a pure land to be untainted forever. In the 1,000 years after his master left, Olau still had hopes for Noah's descendants. At that time, Adonis also listened to Olau, so she did not reject Noah's descendants. Just like Olau, she also hoped that Noah's descendants would come here and take them away. In the end, Noah's descendants were worse than the last. Not to mention entering the clear sky poetry room, many Noah's descendants had already retreated on the way to the room. It had to be known that Adonis did not set up any sentries at that time, nor did she let the wise ruler stop them. But even so, those Noah's descendants were speechless. Even if they reached the clear sky poetry room, there were only greedy people among them. During that time, Olio became more and more depressed, and the clear sky poetry room was also affected. It changed from an aria in the clear sky to a song in the dark night. Day after day, year after year. The clear sky turned into darkness, and this place was no longer the same as before. Only endless silence was left. The poetry room finally became a remnant. It was also at this time that Adonis began to test the descendants of Noah. She believed that only the descendants of Noah who had passed the test were qualified to enter the ruins. At that time, although Olau didn't approve of it, he didn't stop it. As more and more Noah's descendants came to take the test, Adonis saw through the greed of these people. Therefore, what was originally just a test of Noah's descendants became resistance and even expulsion. For this, Adonis even had a set of familiar procedures. They were blocked outside, banished to the empty mirror ocean, wiped out all their memories, and released back to the human world. Because the empty mirror sea had obliterated the memories of many of the descendants of Hell, it had also caused fewer and fewer descendants of Noah to know about the ruins. This was a good thing for Adonis. She did not like Noah's descendants, and at this moment, she had also discovered some of her own secrets. She already knew that the arrival of Noah's descendants would not benefit her at all. It would only change the current situation. Therefore, Adonis' attitude towards Noah's descendants became more and more repulsive. She didn't even put them through the test anymore. As long as she found an opportunity, she would directly banish them to the empty mirror sea. Adonis knew that Olau was not very satisfied with her actions. However, Adonis also knew that Olau would not stop her. Olau ignored Adonis's actions and rarely even mentioned Noah's matters. Adonis knew that she had won. As long as she persevered, even the influence of her master would gradually be obliterated by time. At that time, Olau would truly be reborn and would no longer be shackled. As for the words that Adonis often said, compared to Noah's descendants, she looked forward to the descent of Hell more. In the beginning, it might have been somewhat true, but now, it was purely a meaningless sentence. Or rather, it was perfunctory to Olau and the catchphrase of the wise ruler. Adonis thought that as long as another few hundred years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. As long as Olau's shackles were obliterated, they would be truly free. However, this time, Olau's abnormality made Adonis feel uneasy. The scene in the mirror gradually shattered, and Adonis woke up from her reverie. Although her eyes had regained their usual coldness, one could still see the lingering fear left behind by her wavering heart. If it were in the past, Hidden Slave would have a 90% chance of defeating a few ordinary magi. Adonis thought to herself, but it's different this time. The wise ruler is also brazenly making a move. If he were to help, there might be some variables. Adani's mood worsened at the thought of the wise ruler. Olao's strange behavior this time was already a variable, but the wise sovereign was still causing trouble at this time, causing unforeseen events to occur. However, the wise ruler's timing was so coincidental. Was it unintentional, or was it intentional? With so many variables, what would the final outcome be? She could not answer this question now, but Adonis knew that as long as they were not chased away, it would definitely be disadvantageous for her. Just relying on hidden slave alone was not enough. She had to have a few backup plans. Adonis narrowed her eyes at the thought of this, and her figure gradually melted into the darkness. When her body appeared from the prism of light, she was already in a room filled with red light. This room was not big, and it would be cramped if 5 or 6 adults were in it. Moreover, the floor of the room was filled with solidified red wax, which made the small room seem even more cramped. Adonis was not even standing on the ground, but was instead floating in the air. The ceiling of the room was very high, and there was a chandelier that looked like a spider web hanging from it. The so-called chandelier was actually a red candle. This was also why the room was dark and filled with red light. Adonis looked around the small room, but did not see her target. She couldn't help but look at the wave-like substance on the ground. She secretly wondered. Could it be hiding down there? While Adonis was staring at the red wax on the floor, she did not notice that a blood-red hand had stealthily clung onto her shoulder. This hand was not big, about the size of a baby's hand. However, the red liquid that kept dripping out, and the greenish-black fingernails made this hand look abnormally terrifying. As the hand kept reaching out, a blood-red baby's head without any skin stretched out from Adonis' back. Its expression was strange, and the smile at the corner of its mouth stretched to its ears, revealing a toothless mouth. As it laughed creepily, it tentatively stretched its hand towards Adonis' neck, getting closer and closer. When its hand touched Adonis' neck, it could no longer hide its sinister smile. Its fingernails suddenly grew long and sharp, and pierced straight into her neck. It grabbed the spine and twisted it violently. Adonis' head fell off, falling into the red wax. Slurp, slurp. Seeing the headless body fall with it, the weird, creepy laughter became even more proud. However, its proud laughter did not last long, and suddenly, it stopped abruptly. This was because Adonis, who was unharmed, was standing right in front of it again. As for the corpse that had its head broken off, it had already become a shattered mirror on the ground. This is the 994th mirror you have broken. As I said before, when you break the 1000th mirror, I will banish you to the empty mirror sea. If you can't be used by me, then become a speck of dust in the empty mirror sea, Adonis said lightly. The skinless, red baby fell from the sky. It fiddled with the shattered mirror on the floor, as if it was trying to find the connection between the mirror and Adonis. As for Adonis's words, it did not seem to take them to heart. Adonis looked at the strange baby spirit that ignored her, and was slightly displeased. However, she quickly suppressed her feelings. This baby spirit had a strange origin, and its ability was even stranger. If her body was not hidden in the mirror, and this was a reflection cage in the mirror world, this baby spirit might have succeeded. This baby spirit suddenly descended on the strolling promenade one day a few years ago. The strolling promenade was the corridor outside the clear sky poetry room. When it descended, its head was wrapped with a silk ribbon, and it held a swaying red flower in its hand. Its appearance was very strange. However, there were many undead that dressed strangely, and it was possible for a baby spirit to have a strange appearance. Therefore, at first, Adonis only thought of it as a normal baby spirit, and thought that it fell from the Khazadar world. However, after several mirror images were shattered by it, Adonis could immediately tell that this baby spirit was not as ordinary as it appeared to be. Although Adonis could not catch it, Olao, who had a more mysterious origin, could. With Olao's help, Adonis locked the baby spirit in the mirror world's cage. Baby spirits were a common type of undead, but such a strange one with such terrifying strength was rare. And baby spirits, because of their innate desire for motherhood, once they were recognized, as long as they were handled properly and fed at the right time, they would become very loyal. Therefore, compared to destroying the baby spirit, she wanted to gain its loyalty more. Therefore, she came again and again, broke the mirror again, and finally returned in defeat. At first, when she returned in defeat, Adonis not only did not feel unhappy, but her desire to conquer became stronger. Because she found another unique thing about this baby spirit, it was a spirit with intelligence. The undead's thoughts were chaotic, and even if a few memory fragments from when they were alive occasionally popped up in their minds, it was just a kind of inertia of the soul and consciousness, and could not be called intelligent. But this baby spirit was different. It could do many things that only intelligent creatures could do. For example, weaving. Now, the white silk chandelier that looked like a spider's web on the ceiling was woven by it with a ribbon that was tied to its head. Next, making candles. Adonis was not in the mood to make red candles for a baby spirit, and these candles were all made by the baby spirit itself. As for how it was done, Adonis once peeped into the truth. In fact, it was the red flower that the baby spirit held in its hand. The red flower would constantly drip fragrant sticky substances, and these sticky substances would be shaped by the baby spirit into the current candles. These skills were definitely not something that a baby spirit could do, and even an undead would find it difficult to do this. From all kinds of signs, it could be seen that this baby spirit was intelligent. Moreover, from the positive feedback of some details, it could even understand human language. This made Adonis even more eager to see it. This was a guy that was more suitable for fighting than Yunu. Moreover, Yunu had a doppelganger and a child to hold it back, but it was alone. For Adonis, it was simply the best chess piece and weapon. But such a baby spirit did not take Adonis seriously at all when facing her. So far, it had not shown any emotion to her. After a long time, no matter how high its enthusiasm was, it would be extinguished by cold water. Adonis was not a patient person, and it was already an exception that she could be so tolerant of a baby spirit with a bad attitude. But there was also a moment when the baby spirit was worn down by the special case. Adonis did not know how many methods and how many times she tried to persuade it, but in the end, she could not make the baby spirit have a sense of belonging. She was tired now, so she set up a promise of 1,000 times. At this time, the baby spirit was less than 2 digits away from breaking the mirror 1,000 times. As long as it reached 1,000 times, Adonis would definitely do as she said and banish it to the empty mirror sea. I know you can understand me. Adonis said to the baby spirit that was busy checking the mirror on the ground, whether you are willing to submit to me or not is yesterday's topic. I'm not here to talk about it today. The baby spirit ignored Adonis, but Adonis continued. What you want most is freedom, right? I can give you a chance. As long as you do it, I will set you free. Adonis finished speaking and waited in silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Until 5 minutes later, the baby spirit finally turned its head and looked at Adonis. The baby spirit did not speak, but through its gloomy eyes, Adonis received the message it was trying to convey. The baby spirit was asking with its eyes, what do you want me to do? Adonis, it's very simple. I will put you in the walking corridor. You just need to wait there. As long as any living creature comes near, kill them and grind their bones to ashes. That's your task. When the baby spirit heard that it was to kill people, the smile on its face widened, and its eyes were unconsciously dyed with a touch of scarlet. Slurp, slurp. The strange disappearance, coupled with the baby spirit's wild and ferocious expression. Adonis knew that this time it should be done. However, there were many variables in using the baby spirit's hand, and Adonis still did not trust this kind of undead of unknown origin. If she was not careful, she might be bitten back. In order to be foolproof, she had to make more preparations. 2 flowers blossomed, 1 for each branch. While Adonis was busy thinking about how to stop Angor's group, the wise man had already explained everything that was not mentioned in the Book of Commandments. The terms of the contract were quite lax. Only the punishment was severe. However, while the punishment looked harsh, it was actually a way for the wise man to increase the reward. The first 2 terms were related to the wood spirits. They were meant to protect and respect the wishes of the wood spirits. There was a lot of ambiguity in the 2 contracts. Many of the clauses were not clear. Angor had many ways to get around such vague rules. Even if he violated the contract, he would not be punished. The 3rd term stated that he was not allowed to tell anyone about what happened in Nether City, unless it was related to the wood spirits. If there was only the first part, there would not be much room for ambiguity. However, the wise man added the second part without specifying the scope of the contract, which meant that Angor was free to testify. As long as Angor was free to testify, the punishment would not be decided by the power of the contract. Instead, it would be decided by his own thoughts. If he felt that he did not do enough and deserved to be punished, the power of the contract would take effect. If he was thick-skinned and black-hearted enough to think that he did nothing wrong, the power of the contract would not affect him at all. It could be said that the restrictions of these three contracts were very loose, and there were ways to circumvent each of them. Because of this, even the harshest punishment would be for naught. In John's words, this was a typical gentleman's agreement. It only restricted the honorable, not the scoundrels and rascals. On the surface, it seemed that the wise man was giving Angor enough respect. However, the real reason was that the wise man was worried about the wood spirits. Returning to the issue of the contract, the sovereign of the wise had explained it quite clearly. The third term stated that Angor was not allowed to tell anyone about what happened in the abandoned land. As for excluding the wood spirits, it was up to Angor to decide for himself. It was a very broad term. As for the reward and punishment, there was only punishment, but no reward. Why? The sovereign of wisdom's answer was simple and crude. Whatever you want in return, you can decide for yourself when you sign the contract. Angor was not the only one who was shocked by this. Everyone else was also surprised. Previously, everyone felt that the ruler of the wise had intentionally left empty space in the reward column because he was going to use a big move. But unexpectedly, this big move was far too shocking. The contract reward is directly given by Sir Superdimensional, and he didn't even mention the upper limit. This is too. Wai was so shocked that he covered his slightly open mouth. Everyone understood Wai's unspoken words and nodded in agreement. However, the Black Earl poured a bucket of cold water on the hot-blooded Vey through the spirit bond. The reward did not mention the upper limit, but the upper limit already exists. If you think about it carefully, you will know where the upper limit is. With the Black Earl's reminder, Wai pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. Indeed, it seemed that there was no upper limit. However, if you really want to make a request, you will have a lot of concerns. Wai put himself in their shoes. If he were to make a request, he would definitely have to consider whether his request was too much and whether it would anger the other party. If it was too little, the other party would be happy, but he would feel that he was at a disadvantage. Just these thoughts alone made Wai feel very conflicted. Of course, the most important thing was that they were still in the ruler of the wise's territory. If they angered the local tyrant, even a powerful dragon would have to run away. If they were in Noah's manor, Wai would not care about these problems. Because he had someone backing him up. That was why Wai thought this way. Adepts with no background would not dare to make excessive demands. Apart from this reason, the blank reward actually had a hidden upper limit. There was no way Angor would ask for something that the wise ruler could not fulfill. For example, Angor's request was, promise me that I'll become a legendary wizard, give me Nether City, kill a real abyss demon, give me a lost treasure, or let the wise ruler kill himself. Angor's request was these were all extreme examples, but the ruler of the wise might not be able to fulfill all of them. For example, Angor's request was, forget about becoming a legendary wizard. I know it's hard to achieve, but I will definitely become a truthfinder wizard. This was not an unreasonable request. The ruler of the wise could easily see that Angor was already standing at the threshold of the path of truth. All he needed was time and accumulation. Did it sound like he would succeed? Not necessarily. This was because the words time and accumulation both included the process that no one knew about. However, processes could lead to unexpected variables. For example, Angor might be killed in the middle of accumulating knowledge. Or, Angor might be distracted by random thoughts one day, which resulted in energy backfiring and messing up his mind space. If that happened, he might not become a truthfinder wizard in the end. Such requests were filled with variables. Even if they were right in front of him, they were just a beautiful dream that could shatter at any time. Since it was just a dream, it was hard to make it come true. Therefore, there was an upper limit. First of all, he could not make excessive requests that even the ruler of the wise could not fulfill. Second, he could not ask for too much. He had to sink into reality. Lastly, he had to make his request as fair and just as possible. He had to get back what he paid for. These were the restrictions set by the ruler of the wise. Not only Whale, but Angor, as the owner of the contract, could also figure it out. Everything he thought was cheap was just another way to pay a price. Every gift you received was marked with a price. Asking for too much would only make you pay a higher price in an invisible way. For example, if Angor asked for too much, the ruler of the wise would definitely agree. Perhaps the ruler of the wise would be happy to see Angor's request. Angor would have to pay a higher price to make the vague terms of the contract clearer. The ruler of the wise only wanted Angor to form an emotional bond with the wood spirit so that the wood spirit would be protected as much as possible. Hope was not certain, so Angor could just ignore it and laugh it off. However, if he asked for too much, he would not be able to ignore it. It was like a small bump on the road ahead. For a normal contract of equality, it was just a small bump that would not affect anything. However, if Angor wanted to sign an unequal contract, it would not be a bump. It would be a huge trap. The more unreasonable the request, the deeper the trap would be. Angor would end up digging his own grave, and he might never be able to climb out of it. Of course, Angor knew that the ruler of the wise was intentionally leaving him blank. The ruler of the wise saw Angor's hesitation and said, "So? If you've made up your mind, we'll sign the contract." A contract. Angor would definitely sign it. The terms of the contract were not harsh. Besides, once the contract was signed, the ruler of the wise would be on their side. Dodoro's prophecy told Angor that wise men are not fools, reminded him that he had to go through the wise man if he wanted to reach the ruins. If the wise man was on their side, the advantages would outweigh the disadvantages. However, Angor had to think about how to repay the ruler of the wise man. The best thing he could ask for was knowledge. However, the ruler of the wise man already agreed to give Angor his alchemy notes, as well as the original ones he wrote in his early years. In terms of knowledge, he had gained quite a lot. As a wise man, the ruler of the wise man must have other things in store, but Angor didn't need them. He already had the only valuable alchemy notes. He didn't really care about the rest of the knowledge, but he didn't think he could use them for the time being. Besides, Brood Cavern had a better library than Nether City. Many new books were added to the Cloud Library every day. Most of them were unique because they were written by the Elder of Books. Angor didn't need to worry about knowledge. So what should he ask for? "I can sign the contract, but I hope the ruler of the wise man can tell me something from the past." Something from the past? The ruler of the wise man raised an eyebrow. "You want to know about Nether City's past?" "I'm not interested in the destruction or rebirth of Nether City. I want to know something else." The wise ruler, "Oh? Why don't you ask?" "I'll see if I know something." Angor didn't say anything. He simply stared at the ruler of the wise man. The ruler of the wise man quickly understood Angor's intention. He didn't want to tell anyone what he wanted to know, not even to his own teammates. What could it be? Did it have something to do with Angor's trip to the underground waterway? The ruler of the wise man's curiosity was piqued. Without hesitation, he created a spirit bond and connected the two of them. Although it was called a spirit bond, it was different from ordinary spirit bonds. The spirit bond didn't rely on the ruler of the wise man's body. Instead, it relied on the magic array beneath their feet. In other words, anyone who tried to eavesdrop on their conversation wouldn't have to face the ruler of the wise man alone. Instead, they would have to face the magic array of the underground waterway. Even Count Black wouldn't be able to eavesdrop. This was the ruler of the wise man's special ability. After all, the ruler of the underground waterway was the one who was actually controlling it. Only the ruler of the wise man would have the confidence to control the magic array. "You can speak now. No one will disturb you. What do you want to know?" Angor considered for a moment. "I want to know what kind of experiment Nether City conducted 10,000 years ago. Also, I want to know everything about the snake cones." Along the way, Angor had already seen several experimental areas, which proved that Nether City was conducting experiments on human subjects. Human experiments weren't something new in the wizarding world. However, almost all of the tools used in these experiments had the symbol of a snake cones on them. Angor always thought that the snake cones was the symbol of the serpent nation in fairy world. But when he came to the underground waterway, he realized that the snake cones already existed 10,000 years ago. Count Black also told him that the snake cones had something to do with the Bayuan people. When Angor asked Xianxia about it, she either said that she didn't know, or that she couldn't tell him because of her contract. Perhaps the ruler of wisdom was the only one who could tell him about the snake cones. The wise overseer remained silent for a while. He thought Angor would ask about Nether City, Augustine, or even Franklin and Margaret, but Angor didn't. But instead, Angor asked something that the ruler of wisdom didn't think had anything to do with him. For a moment, the ruler of wisdom felt as if the person standing in front of him wasn't Angor, but Xianxia, who was sitting on her throne with her legs crossed. "You're interested in this? You want to know why I'm interested in this, don't you, ruler of wisdom?" The answer is simple. I saw the snake cone symbol somewhere else. The wise overseer didn't believe Angor's explanation. No one in the room would believe him if he said it out loud. However, Angor's explanation at least revealed that he didn't want to talk about the snake cone symbol with anyone else, not even the ruler of wisdom. The wise sovereign didn't expose that obvious lie. Instead, after a moment of silence, he said, "There were many experiments conducted in Nether City. I cannot tell you about the core experiments, but I can tell you about a few of the other experiments." The ruler of wisdom saw Angor's frown and added, "Don't worry, they all have something to do with the snake cones." Angor sighed in relief. But he soon had another question. "Is the core one related to the snake cones?" The ruler of wisdom shook his head. "I can't tell you about it. This is because 10,000 years ago, the various hegemons signed an agreement that forbids them from divulging this information." Angor had no choice but to nod. "As for the snake cone symbol, I can tell you about it. But I won't tell you what I can't tell you." The ruler of wisdom didn't need to tell Angor about the snake cone symbol, but he did so to remind Angor that the snake cone symbol might be related to Nether City's core experiment. "Also, what you said about the snake cone symbol. That's too big of a scope. You sure you don't want to narrow it down a bit?" Angor considered for a moment. "Everything about the snake cone symbol and the Bayuan people." The sovereign of wisdom narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, as expected. He was wondering why Angor suddenly mentioned the snake cone symbol. It was just a symbol on the snake cone symbol. It didn't have any practical meaning. But if it had something to do with the Bayuan people, it would be a different story. One had to know that the symbol of the snake coiling all originated from the Bayuan tribe. Angor wanted to know about the Bayuan people for himself? Or was it Xianxia's doing? Also, could the Bayuan people and Nether City be the reason for Angor's visit to the underground sewer? The wise overseer closed his eyes and cleared his mind. "Sure. Let's sign the contract then." The ruler of wisdom chuckled and used his energy to write something on the reward column of the contract, information. Then, the wise sovereign took the initiative to inscribe his own energy on the contract. The contract on the Book of Wisdom recorded the amount of energy released by the user. It was much more restrictive than a simple name. Angor watched as the ruler of wisdom signed the contract. He hesitated for a moment and reached out his hand. Again, his right hand. Just like before, the green runes hidden inside his glove began to move around his fingertips. Soon, the runes on his fingertips formed a familiar structure. Release, passage, door, a mist-like aura began to spread from Angor's fingertips. In the eyes of the others, Angor's aura carried a strange aura. The aura kept extending until it reached into the Book of Commandments. Since Angor had been releasing the same aura whenever he cast illusions along the way, no one doubted that the aura didn't come from Angor. Even the wise overseer, who had signed a contract with Angor, didn't doubt it at all. When both parties' auras were absorbed by the contract, both Angor and the wise overseer felt the power of the contract slowly flowing out from the Book of Commandments. Soon, the contract connected Angor and the wise overseer together. In an instant, a certain image appeared in Angor's mind. In the image, there was a three-eyed blue devil that was as big as a small mountain. However, it was different from the other ferocious three-eyed blue devils. Its expression was very calm and its eyes were filled with wisdom. It stood on an unknown mountain and looked up at the night sky that was filled with bright stars. A shooting star suddenly flashed across the curtain of the night and rushed straight towards the three-eyed blue devil on the mountain top. The three-eyed blue demon reached out its hand as if trying to catch the meteor. However, when the glowing meteor arrived in front of the three-eyed blue devil, it was discovered that it was only a beam of light without any substance. The three-eyed blue demon didn't catch the light. Instead, it went straight into the demon's forehead. The three-eyed blue demon's body was bathed in the light. The light grew brighter and brighter until it completely covered Angor's mind. The blinding light lasted for a few seconds. When the light gradually faded, the three-eyed blue demon standing on the mountain peak had already disappeared. The background had changed into a gorgeous palace complex. A delicate and handsome youth with a pair of eyes between his brows was standing on the observatory under the starlight, continuing to look up at the starry sky. These images took shape in Angor's mind and turned into a contract that was branded deep inside his mind space. Without a doubt, the three-eyed blue demon in the image was the wise overseer. From the moment he looked up at the starry sky, he had gained sentience. The meteor that fell from the sky was not a real star, but an image that represented the enlightenment of the light of wisdom. In the end, the three-eyed blue devil became a wise man after experiencing the baptism of wisdom. He was still in a daze after reading the book. This was the first time he had ever signed a contract with a book of truth. It was completely different from all the contracts he had signed before. He was able to see the sovereign of wisdom's life through the energy imprinted on the contract. This was something he had never experienced before. Through this experience, he felt as if he was experiencing the life of the wise man. He now knew more about the wise man and the wise man. He did not know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But now, he was worried about the wise ruler. Since Angor could see the brief life of the ruler of wisdom, didn't that mean the ruler of wisdom could see his past as well? Angor began to worry again. He wasn't afraid of people prying into his past, because his path of growth was the same. Other than John, who became different after joining, there wasn't much difference between him and the rest of the people in this world. However, he was worried that the wise overseer was not looking at him. Angor regretted using nightmare energy to replace his own. Well, it was not exactly accurate since he used nightmare energy, but it was still his own energy. Strictly speaking, it was still his own energy. However, Angor couldn't figure out the source of the energy. He only knew that the green mark was the medium that connected the energy to the nightmare realm. Nightmare energy wouldn't come out of nowhere. It was very likely that it had something to do with that person. Angor was worried that the wise overseer was looking at that person's life. And that person wasn't someone to be trifled with. Last time, that person was spied on, and the consequence was the death of a demon god. Angor pretended to look at the other side. The wise overseer still didn't open his eyes. It seemed he was still immersed in the image given by the contract. The only thing Angor could do was to pray silently. Hopefully, everything will go well. The contract in the Book of Commandments allowed Angor to see some of the wise overseer's past. However, Angor was wrong about the so-called past. It wasn't a real past. It was a special, generalized version of it. Angor saw the wise overseer reaching out to grab a meteor or standing on an observatory to look at the stars. None of that actually existed. The wise sovereign had never done any of these things. These things were just a sort of specialization, or beautification, in summary. They were simulated by the power of the contract through some unknown means. Because of this, Angor didn't have to worry about his secret being discovered. Otherwise, the wise overseer wouldn't have signed the contract without worry. Angor had his own secrets, but so did the wise overseer. Just as Angor expected, the wise overseer was looking at the past that was modified by the power of the contract. However, the wise overseer was getting more and more confused. What was he looking at? He was standing on a dark balcony. Apart from the faint light coming from the window, there was no other source of light. There wasn't even any moonlight or starlight. The sky was so dark that the wise overseer wondered if there were any clouds or mist. Since it was too dark, the wise overseer couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He could only see that he was standing on the balcony of a noble's castle. A noble's castle. This meant that Angor used to be a noble. Judging from Angor's behavior, the wise overseer also believed that he was a noble. But why was the area around the castle so dark? Was it because this scene happened to be in the middle of a dark night? Since the wise overseer couldn't see his surroundings, he could only look through the balcony window. Inside, there was indeed a faint light, but what left the wise sovereign speechless was that the curtains were closed. Luckily, there was a small gap between the curtains, which allowed him to see a little inside. However, there weren't many scenes that he could see. He could only see that the interior of the castle was well decorated. There was a desk not far away, and there was an oil lamp on it. There was a reflection on the desk, and there was a hand quickly writing something on a wrinkled parchment. But that was all he could see. The rest was blocked by the curtains. He couldn't even see who the owner of the hand was. Of course, the wise overseer was only complaining in his mind. There was no doubt that Angor's hand was in this special scene. Since he couldn't see Angor's face, the wise overseer tried to see what Angor was writing. But he was even more confused. There was nothing on the parchment. What's going on? He saw Angor writing something with a quill. Why was there nothing? As the wise overseer's mind was filled with questions, the hand suddenly stopped writing. The wise overseer saw the reflection on the desk elongate. Angor stood up. She heard footsteps. Angor was walking toward the window. The wise overseer even saw a long strand of blonde hair through the gap. It was the same as the image of the blonde hair in the Book of Truth. The wise overseer couldn't see Angor's face clearly back then. Now that he was walking toward the window, he should be able to see what Angor looked like. As the wise overseer pondered, the curtains were pulled open. But at the same time, the scene was cut away. The wise overseer didn't see anything. He only saw the curtains being pulled open, and his vision was filled with a dim yellow light. Next, the scene changed to another place. The wise overseer felt a little disappointed that he couldn't see Angor's face. However, he also knew that such specialization would result in a change in the picture. To a certain extent, this meant that the time scale would be lengthened, or rather, growth. The scene was probably Angor's daily life as a noble when he was still immortal. The current scene was probably Angor's life after becoming a supernatural. With this in mind, the wise overseer looked around. Then, he fell silent. When he was standing on the balcony, everything was dark. But now, the second scene was also dark. What was going on? Why was Angor's scene so dark? Was it because he had a dark heart? The wise overseer tried to guess, but he couldn't see how dark Angor's heart really was. Dark magi and light magi were concepts of the current era, but the wise ruler was an old monster who had seen countless people. Whether the other party's soul leaned towards the dark or the light, he could roughly tell. Angor was definitely not dark. But his special scene was simply too dark. The wise sovereign could only shift the blame onto the power of the contract and the world will. This was because these manifestations were all caused by the contract, and the contract was the manifestation of the world will. Back in the image, although the surroundings were pitch black and he couldn't see the situation clearly, this kind of darkness wasn't absolute darkness. Moreover, there was a button-sized hole in front of him. There was a faint light outside the hole, so he could roughly guess the situation around him. The wise overseer looked at the button-sized hole and found it familiar. It was the same feeling he had when he was on the balcony. The balcony was also dark. The only light came from the gap between the curtains. Here, the only light came from the hole. The wise overseer shook off his messy thoughts and looked at the specific location in the scene. The wise overseer's expression became even more confused. The world was inside a cabinet? Why were the angles in Angor's special scene getting weirder and weirder? As the wise overseer complained in his mind, he heard familiar footsteps approaching. The wise overseer already heard those footsteps when he was outside the window. However, when the footsteps approached the window and pulled the curtains open, the scene was cut away. Therefore, the wise overseer could tell that the footsteps belonged to Angor. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Angor seemed to be coming this way. The footsteps were coming from the front, which meant the wise overseer could see Angor's face through the button-sized hole. The wise overseer didn't bother to think about why he had to see Angor's face. Maybe it was a kind of obsession. The wise overseer moved closer without hesitation. The wise overseer didn't notice that the footsteps outside had already disappeared. When his eyes met the hole, his heart, which had been silent for who knows how many years, suddenly beat with a thump. He thought he could see Angor's face, but he didn't. What he saw through the hole was only an eye. It was an eye that was peeking inside the cupboard. When the wise overseer saw the eye, his vision became clear again as if it was being soaked in water. He had already recovered from the special effect of the contract. At the same time, the book of truth began to flicker, and the contract slowly disappeared. This meant the contract had been formed. However, the wise overseer didn't care too much about the contract. Compared to that, he was more concerned about the pair of eyes outside the hole. They were a pair of very special eyes. The pupils of his blue eyes were filled with dense green light patterns. These light patterns were like the blood vessels in the whites of his eyes, but they were jumping and spreading. There was a different kind of beauty to it, but it was also extremely strange. Are those Angor's eyes? The wise overseer couldn't help but look at Angor. Angor's eyes were now golden, so he couldn't tell what they looked like in the special scene. However, the wise overseer still saw several moving green runes in Angor's right eye. This confirmed the wise overseer's suspicion. Angor's eyes really did have those strange green runes. He didn't know what those runes were, but he didn't ask. Perhaps it was Angor's talent. It wasn't polite to pry into other people's abilities. The sage didn't ask about the green runes, but he still couldn't help but complain to Angor. Just how shameful is your real face? Why do you have to cover it so tightly? It was one thing to use transfiguration and illusion to conceal his appearance in reality, but even in the special image of the contract, his true appearance could not be seen. Huh? Seeing the wise overseer awake, Angor relaxed a little. However, he was still puzzled by the wise overseer's question. End of chapter 27:14. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.